Hey, what's going on everybody? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today I'm going to show you how to run the new Steam Deck UI on basically any PC. I'm going to be using Windows, but it also works with Linux, and this is coming to us from a Reddit user named GB2. Big shout out there, this is really awesome, and I thought it was interesting enough to make a quick video on. So obviously what I have here isn't a Steam Deck, I'm still waiting on mine to ship, and I will have some videos coming out, but I'm going to be messing around with this UI for a little while on my laptop and my desktop. And yeah, this is actually really cool. It works with a keyboard or a controller, so if you do have a Bluetooth or a wired controller connected to the PC you have this up and running on, and if you do own a different kind of x86 handheld, you could always set this up on there. We've got the Great on Deck section here. We can go into the settings, update Steam. There's a lot of great little settings in here, but unfortunately it doesn't give us that awesome overlay to show us the FPS and everything like that while we're playing a game. That's OS deep. This is basically just switching up the way Steam looks on your PC. But this is the Steam Deck version of Steam here, so we have that full UI, and it does work out really well. So this is going to be a quick one, but I do want to show you how to enable it. I'm going to actually move over to my desktop PC. I haven't set this up on there yet. I'll just give you a quick walkthrough, and by the way, you can easily swap back to the older version of Steam or just use Big Picture if you want to. It's really easy to enable and disable this. Okay, so this method is actually really simple. Like I mentioned, I will leave a link to the Reddit thread in the description. You can go ahead and follow along there or just follow the video. It's really up to you. But I really thought that this was awesome, and it's a great way to kind of test drive the Steam Deck UI on basically any PC. This also works with Linux. He goes through on how to set this up with Linux, but we're on Windows 11. It's also going to work the same way on Windows 10. First things first, you do need Steam installed. I just started mine up to get it fully updated, and now I'm just going to go ahead and close it down. So the first thing we need to do is navigate to our Steam folder. Mine's on my local C drive. It's going to be under Program Files x86. We'll find Steam from here, and from the Steam folder, we want to go to Package. So the very first thing I recommend doing is going up to your View. We're going to go to Show and File Extensions. We want file name extensions to show. We're going to create a new file inside of this Packages folder, and we're going to call it Beta. So I'm just going to right click, New, and I want to create a text document. From here, I'm going to name this Beta, and we will have to change this in a second, but it just makes it easier to go ahead and edit as a text file. We'll open this up, and basically what we need to do from here is just add this line right here in the text file. It's on screen now. It's also listed over in that Reddit thread. And just a heads up, I'm not sure if this is going to change in the future, but just keep an eye on that thread just in case it does and this one here doesn't work. We're going to choose File, Save. We're going to close the text file down, and now we want to delete the .txt behind this beta.txt we just created. So we're going to right click, and from here, show more options since I'm on Windows 11. We'll rename, and we want to get rid of any extension on this. That's why we enabled Show Extensions. It's just going to be called Beta. It's going to give us a warning. We'll choose Yes, and we're done with that. Now there's one more thing we need to do. We're going to head over to our Steam launcher or our Steam shortcut on our desktop. It's usually located on your desktop once you install Steam. We're going to right click, Show More Options, Properties, and at the very end right here, we're going to add Gamepad UI. It's on screen now. Really easy to do. We'll click Apply, Continue, OK, and now we're going to start up Steam. It's going to update for us, and you'll be in the Steam Deck UI. So it's actually really easy to do, and as you see here, this is the first time starting it up on this machine, so it's going to give you a little walkthrough, and if you want to go full screen, just press Alt-Enter, and you can just walk through it with your keyboard. It also works with a gamepad, but now you have that Steam Deck UI that you can mess around with. So from over here, we can go to our library, Great on Deck, all games installed, non-Steam. You can navigate with a controller or a keyboard through here also. And yeah, I mean, if you want to launch a game, I'll just go with God of War real quick. It'll go ahead and launch it. So I'm actually just going to exit this real quick. And yeah, Not bad at all, really cool. So if for some reason you get stuck here, if we're not in total full screen mode, we can go down to our Steam icon and you can go to big picture mode. Or if you want to totally get rid of this, we'll just close Steam completely down. We'll head over to our Steam icon, show more options, properties, and we're going to remove that gamepad UI from the end. Apply, continue, OK. We'll start Steam back up and it's going to be regular old Steam. It might need to do an update. But there you have it. Got regular old Steam back. Personally, I will be messing around with the Steam Deck UI for a little while. I think it looks really good, even on a desktop monitor. But that's it for this video. Really appreciate you watching. I did think this was interesting enough to make a quick video on. Link to that Reddit post is in the description. Like always, thanks for watching.
Windows on Steam Deck. It's here! On Thursday, Valve released the drivers that we needed to run the operating system that they have spent years trying to make sure we won't need. Linux users have literally begged us not to do this, or at least not to recommend it. But they forgot one simple fact. I own this device. It's mine, so whatever, I do what I want. And besides, even I don't know if I would recommend this yet. What I would recommend is our sponsor, Build Redux. Build Redux offers competitive pricing compared to building a PC yourself. Their website makes it easy to configure your build alongside their helpful support guides, so head to buildredux.com/Linus and start creating your PC today. We will talk about how we got to this point, but I don't want to keep you guys waiting, and I'm gonna dive right in, starting with desktop controls. You can use either the right joystick or the right trackpad to move the mouse cursor around, and I gotta say right out of the gate, having this trackpad here compared to something like the Joy X Off on the Ioneo, wow, is that ever a lot better. But there's one thing I immediately noticed missing. Push to tap. How is that not a thing? No, instead, and this is sort of intuitive, you actually use the right trigger for left click and the left trigger for right click. Pretty much every other handheld I've seen defaults the other way around. Left is left, right is right, but it seems like Valve is of the mind that the dominant hand should be the one that is the most often clicked. Okay, how do I scroll down the page? Oh, it's probably left. Yeah, there we go. Left analog stick. Okay, we just brought up an on-screen keyboard by pushing down on the D-pad. I'm gonna close Steam for now. We can use the touch screen as well. I guess that's worth mentioning. Oh, wait. No, you need Steam running in order to... Wait, no, my mouse cursor's back. The right joystick doesn't work for it anymore though, only the trackpad does. Basically, there's two control schemes. There's the Windows default, which allows you to use this as a trackpad and yeah, is still right to left and left to right. Or if you have Steam launched, it'll actually treat the entire controller as a Steam controller and you can use the joystick to control the mouse as well. Now that I've got Steam launched again, let's try to launch an application. Okay, I've seen this on other handhelds as well. For whatever reason, UAC prompts disable whatever software is allowing you to joystick to mouse. On the Steam Deck though, at least you can still use the, okay, I swear, the touchpad worked a second ago. Now it's not working. To be clear, a lot of these annoyances are kind of universal whenever you're trying to use Windows on a handheld device. It's just a very imperfect experience. Let's have a look at how this SoC appears in CPU-Z since we've got it. AMD Ryzen, we don't know exactly what kind. Custom APU 0405, super cool. Nope, does not know that this is LPDDR5. All right then, how about GPU-Z? Same thing, has no idea what to make of this mess. GPU clock 0 megahertz, custom APU 0405, fair enough. GPU, custom GPU 0405. Picks up the memory speed at least. It doesn't seem to indicate in any way that this memory is shared between the GPU and CPU, although it does note that 1.2 gigabytes of it is hardware reserved, which would be what's reserved for our GPU. Wi-Fi works. Bluetooth appears to be here. Actually, I should fire up Device Manager. Clearly all the drivers are not working yet. Unknown devices. Multimedia controller. Multimedia controller would be the onboard audio. So the 3.5mm jack and the speakers do not work. So you can use Bluetooth or you can use a Type-C to headphone adapter for now. I think we should launch a game. And of course, we have a second Steam Deck. I can already tell that this is running like absolute dog poo on Windows compared to Linux. It's not even close. It's not even just that the FPS is lower. It's just a difference in responsiveness and like stutteriness. Super unresponsive.
It's funny, while I was testing this with the haptics going, I thought that the speaker was going for some reason.
Yeah.
Because the haptics are so weak.
The haptics are, well, there's no haptics. It's just the vibration in the touchpads.
Yeah.
So they've tuned that in Linux so it doesn't feel so like kind of cheap and ugly sounding. But in Windows, clearly that same tuning hasn't taken place. Well, how about on Windows? What does the Steam button and the overlay button do? Big fat load of nothing.
I mean, the Steam button should pull up the Steam overlay or something, but...
Oh, it does. It does. It pulls up the Steam overlay, which does allow me to exit the game. So it's just the quick access menu button that doesn't do anything. Okay, that's good. Obviously, it's a less comprehensive Steam overlay. Let's try something else. I have not played Elden Ring yet. So far, launch time looks pretty similar. I started the Windows one slightly before. That's a solid Linux win right there.
That doesn't look right on the Windows side.
No, it really doesn't.
When I was testing it earlier, the loading screens are only 16:9. So the actual background, like the game assets loading in, could be seen in the seams at the top and bottom of the screen.
Oh, hilarious. Let's try borderless windowed. I've had better luck with that in some case. What? Hello? Weird. Oh,
hey.
hey, we're back. Time to not mess with that again. I'm loading up a new game here because we did all the benchmarking on this Steam account where we're actually a little bit into the game, but I wanted to be able to play them side by side with you guys, so we got a new account for the Linux machine and we wanted to be able to just switch back and forth between them. Okay. Wow, Big Picture has work to do. I mean, Valve has said that they are going to adapt Big Picture based on the SteamOS Steam Deck interface. Like this, oh man. Night and day, so much better.
There it is. You can see the seams.
Oh, that's weird.
This is a famously bad port.
Linux for the win for loading times again.
Wow, is Windows really that far behind?
Oh shoot, I didn't open frame view. This is another thing that I'm not expecting to be a great experience on the Steam Deck. Other handhelds have a button to minimize the game and jump to the desktop. I suspect Valve has integrated no such functionality. I mean, I don't need frame view to tell me that's terrible. I've read about hitches and stutters in this game, but this is unbelievable. Valve apparently used the fact that they are translating DirectX to Vulkan to implement a pre-shader compilation routine that prevents it from starting. The crazy thing about Windows, though, is that this isn't even behaving like on-the-fly shader compiling. Like, it should stop doing it.
It should.
After I do a full rotation.
But it doesn't.
And so the fact that we're running this translation layer actually results in better smoothness. I think it's time for us to stop the side-by-side comparison and get into the empirical data then. We ran benchmarks on 3 great on-deck games, and Linux users can breathe a sigh of relief because SteamOS handily outperformed Windows, particularly in Hitman 3, where SteamOS gives playable, if inconsistent frame rates, while Windows averages a painful 19 FPS. Doom Eternal hit a 60 FPS average on SteamOS, while Windows was stuck in the high 40s, and Elden Ring, famously far more playable on deck than on Windows, pulls ahead in terms of frame rate, and, as you guys saw, didn't suffer from the same stuttering that the PC port has treated Windows gamers to. Our swackets don't suffer either, by the way, lttstore.com. But what about controls outside of Steam? We already saw that launching Steam takes over the deck's controller. Can we do the same in, say, an emulator? What emulators did you put on here?
I just put on RetroArch. Oh, crap. I don't have screen cap. It did this in testing, too. For whatever reason, RetroArch, what you're seeing on your screen is not what I'm seeing on this screen. This screen shows the desktop.
Oh, beautiful. Oh my god, come on, RetroArch. I mean, this could be a Steam controller issue. How do I go back if my controller's not allowing me to go back? Wait, oh, and this is off now. Wait, what? Back, instead of going back,
Yep.
negatively toggles a setting, and then confirm activates a setting. That is the strangest behavior I think I've ever seen out of a controller ever.
Is Steam still running?
Yes.
That might be the problem.
I don't even know if I'm going to be able to close this software. There's no task manager button or Control-Alt-Delete button like you would see on a Windows optimized handheld. That's the kind of thing that you could probably bind. I mean, the Steam controller is infinitely customizable. It's one of the best things about it. But Anthony, I don't think I can close RetroArch because I can't go back. This is crazy. X and Y will sometimes go down or up and down multiple items in the menu and sometimes just one. See here, it does just one. What is happening?
Oh, you activated the on-screen keyboard.
I did?
Yes, you can't see it, but I can. Unless there's an escape key on that. No, I don't think there
Press
is.
again to quit. Yes!
Full disclosure, I expected that to happen.
Oh, thanks, Anthony. Well, this is just as bad. Back doesn't go back. How do I go back? B is trying to close RetroArch.
The default control scheme in Windows without Steam running for the Steam Deck is that key is escape.
So is that a Valve issue or is that a Windows issue?
That would be a Valve's controller mapping issue. Now, normally that makes sense for navigating Windows because the up and down arrows are just like the D-pad is the up and down arrows left and right.
But
so you can navigate everything with the buttons pretty
probably
well.
Why we have an Xbox controller here.
Right.
Because now B is back because it's picked up as a controller, not as a Windows pointer device.
Yeah, so I think RetroArch is going to have to add a controller definition file or something to hook into it like they do with the Steam Deck and with the Xbox 360 controller and Xbox One.
Well, will the game work?
The game should work.
Okay, let's try the game then at least. Do 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 do. What? It doesn't work. Even in game, it's still in. Oh man. All right. Well, I still want to know about the latency. I mean, I guess it'll be fine. It's just Windows.
I mean, it should be.
Yeah. I mean, this feels great.
Mostly, I just wanted to show off the fact that the controls are
Hot garbage and broken.
yes.
Got it.
So better use Steam.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh no! Not charging, Chuck. Oh, I want to get up there. Ah, balls. And there are a lot of other things to keep in mind if you want to run Windows on deck. For one, you're not able to dual boot SteamOS and Windows until Valve releases the final SteamOS installer with support for this baked in. I already mentioned there isn't an audio driver for the speakers or the 3.5mm headphone jack yet, but audio via USB-C or Bluetooth does work. Apparently a driver will be coming for that sooner rather than later. What we don't have an ETA for is things like the brightness slider fix. Okay, it works fine sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't respond to the full drag.
Yeah, so you need to kind of like drag it back and forth towards the end that you want to go to. So if you want to get it brighter, you need to go to max and drag it back and forth. If you want to go darker, you need to
I think if
drag
you go
it back and
slow,
forth.
it's fine. So it might be an acceleration issue with the like the touch to mouse input detection or whatever. I don't know the proper technical terms for it, but it seems to be that if you go fast, it doesn't make it the whole way, which could be a touchscreen responsiveness issue in Windows. I'm sure it's fixable, but we don't know when or if that will ever be fixed. And there's also the much larger problem where the deck doesn't like to come out of sleep in Windows. Either it takes forever or never wakes up. So you'll want to disable sleep, unless you're into hard powering off in order to get back into Windows, but that's not a great experience for a handheld device. What's more, when you go to actually install Windows, you're going to notice that the display is rotated 90 degrees. That's actually pretty common for devices like this because they often use panels that were designed originally for tablets. It just means that until you get to the Windows desktop, you're going to have to deal with that. You won't have any Wi-Fi, so you'll have to install without a product key if you don't have a Type-C Ethernet dongle. And speaking of, you're probably going to want a Type-C to USB-A adapter, or ideally a multi-port dongle like this one, so that you can plug in a USB flash drive and a keyboard and mouse. It can be done without, but it's definitely not as seamless. All of which raises the big question here. Why would anyone want to run Windows on the Steam Deck? Well, I can think of a few reasons, even ignoring familiarity with the interface and the apps. Access to Xbox services comes to mind. While alternative launchers and storefronts for Epic Games Store and GOG are available on Linux, Xbox still isn't, and that means there are some games that you simply cannot play on SteamOS right now, even ignoring anti-cheat problems. And you're certainly not going to get access to Game Pass unless you're streaming from a Windows device or from Microsoft's own servers. I've also personally run into some very frustrating bugs while gaming on the deck. I just completed a run through of Horizon Zero Dawn start to finish on my personal deck, and I saw everything from drops down to 1 FPS for extended periods, like I'm talking 10, 30 seconds at a time, to hard game crashes back to the Steam interface, to even black screens that necessitated a full system shutdown. This raises serious questions for me about the thoroughness of Valve's game verification program. Horizon Zero Dawn is a great on-deck game, but my experience was anything but great, and I sincerely doubt that if Sony had actually been involved in this certification process, they would have signed off on it being advertised as great on deck. In fact, there's a great blog post on gaming on Linux from the lead developer of F-Audio, which is a core component of Proton, the compatibility layer that allows Windows games to run on Linux, criticizing Valve's collaboration, or lack thereof, with third-party developers. So if Valve is just YOLOing it, what's the process? There are only so many hours in a day, and Valve seems to be validating a lot of freaking games. Based on my experience with Horizon Zero Dawn, what I suspect they're doing is they're just firing up the game, playing early areas, which in many games tend not to be as demanding, and going, yep, seems good, rubber stamp. And I actually didn't have any issues in the first 5 hours of my playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn, but by the end, I was getting crashing or stuttering about every 30 minutes or so. Not a great experience. Other than that though, SteamOS is objectively the much more polished experience. The quick access menu with its convenient diagnostics and controls is conspicuously absent from Windows, and even basic functionality like charging still seems to have issues in Windows. We actually observed our Steam Deck discharging while plugged in, which is something that I have never seen running SteamOS. So, Valve is allowing users to run Windows, even facilitating it by providing drivers and public help docs. Good guy Valve, 100%, and we're gonna have those linked down below if you wanna do it yourself. But the roughness of the experience does make me wonder, are they ever going to put in the effort that it would take to make it as smooth as SteamOS? My gut feeling is no. Which makes me wonder how much of the performance difference we saw is down to a lack of optimization. I mean, theoretically, the same hardware should perform very similarly across Windows and Linux, and our results were not even close. Now, admittedly, that could be as much AMD's fault as Valve's. And the Steam Deck also features a very unusual architecture for a Windows machine, with the CPU and GPU cores sharing common memory. I'm sure SteamOS, on the other hand, was carefully tuned to account for this. I just feel like there was a lot of Windows performance left on the table here, and our investigation today has left us with more questions than answers. The one answer we have right now, though, is that we wouldn't recommend Windows on the Steam Deck, at least not in its current state. So if your must-have games don't work in SteamOS, you might just have to pony up for a competing handheld. That is, at least until Valve makes dual booting possible, which is something we're planning to explore, along with a 2 terabyte internal storage upgrade to the deck. So make sure you are subscribed for that. And make sure you're subscribed to hear about our sponsor, dbrand. The robots at dbrand drove a truck of money to our office to push their new Project Kill Switch on pretty much every Steam Deck video that we have. What's Project Kill Switch? Well, it's a project to kill the Switch, I think. Basically, it's similar to their grip cases for phones and other devices, but for your Steam Deck. It's got a rugged, rubberized finish, plus a kickstand for when you're gaming on the go, but you want to pull out a controller. They've also got their tempered glass screen protector for the Steam Deck, which we tested out for them. Turns out, regular tempered glass inhibits touch sensitivity, but dbrand screen protectors are super precise and guaranteed to work on your display. So why wait? You can reserve Project Kill Switch now at dbrand.com/killswitch or at the link down below. Thanks for watching, guys. Go check out our initial review of the Steam Deck for more decky goodness. It still blows my mind that they managed to ship these things, especially for this price.
Ever since man figured out written language, we've been finding more and more efficient ways of storing information on different types of media. In this episode, I'm going to be showing you a whole bunch of rare and bizarre media types. Now, I have a lot of them to cover, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on any one particular media, but I have separated up into 3 different categories. For example, I'm going to have a category on mechanical media, so this is a media that requires something physically to touch and move in order to read the information. And then, of course, I'm going to cover magnetic media, which, of course, works with magnets to read the information. And then I'll move into optical media, which uses lasers typically to read the media. Now, I won't really be talking about any modern flash memory or anything like that, but also because there are so many of these, I'm going to put a little bit of a table of contents down in the description field so that if there's a particular type of media you want to look for, you can find out exactly what timestamp to go to see that kind of media. So, let's get started. We'll start with one of the oldest media types, an Edison cylinder. Now, while based on the original wax cylinder, this is a slightly newer design that's made of plastic and was probably made in the very early 1900s, which means it's still over 100 years old. These hold around 4 minutes of audio. The inside appears to be a thick cardboard or wood of some kind. Now, here's a closer look at the grooves. Oh, and the actual artist or song name was printed here on the edge, so you could read it if these were stacked on a shelf. Now, for something just a bit more modern, this is a long play microgroove record. Now, this was sort of revolutionary as it would hold over 20 minutes of decent sounding audio per side, and this came out in the 1940s. And here's something interesting for you. 3-channel stereophonic high fidelity by Motorola. I'm not quite sure how it works, but I think you need a special Motorola player to be able to use it. And I think this came out in the 1960s. And here's something from a little earlier. This is a Victrola record, but it's just single-sided, which is apparently somewhat rare. Notice that this one is just completely smooth and flat on the back. Apparently this made them prone to cracking, so later on they started stamping the Victor logo on the back of them. And this is just a pattern to make it stronger. Later on they started putting content on both sides of the disc. Next, we have an Edison Diamond disc. Now, these came out around 1912 and were meant to compete with the Victor standard, but instead of the phonograph needle moving side to side, the Diamond disc has the grooves designed so the needle moves up and down, much like in the cylinders. One really noticeable thing about these is they're very thick and kind of heavy as compared to other records of the era. Okay, so what I have here is a 16-inch vinyl record. And just as a size comparison, here's a 12-inch, and yeah, you can see how much bigger they are. So you might ask, what on earth kind of player would you even play something like this in? Well, they were actually used by radio stations. A lot of the material was sent to radio stations to be played over the air on these big 16-inch vinyl records because they could hold a lot of audio. So, yeah, if you were listening to the radio back in like the 1930s or 40s, you might very well have been listening to the radio off of one of these. So the radio stations had their own proprietary players to play these discs. This particular one is apparently full of radio commercials for Winston cigarettes. And this one here is from the United Nations and is called Jungle Story. Flip it around to the back and there's something called Blood Brothers. And here's another sort of mechanical contact media. These are punch cards, and believe it or not, this format dates back to the 1920s, before computers, as a way to control certain mechanical devices. But the widest use was certainly in early computer storage. But this was later replaced by punch tape. Now, this is designed for binary storage with 9 bits of data, one for parity checking, and could come in large rolls to store larger computer programs. The smaller little holes down the middle were used for feeding and keeping track of which row of bits were being read. And since we're talking about computers now, this is the last mechanical media I'm going to show. This was a computer magazine, and it was printed in 1978. And it contains a lot of advertising and articles about computers of the era, mostly Apple II stuff. But what's interesting is when you get to the middle here, there's this little flexible record. This is called the Floppy ROM, and apparently it contains several Apple II programs written in BASIC. Now, this was designed to play in your record player, and you could connect it to the cassette input on the back of your Apple II and load it just like it was from a cassette. It looks like there are at least 7 different programs on this side, plus maybe 3 more on the back side. I've never actually tried this, but if enough people are interested, I might do a video on this product. But time to move on to magnetic media. To get started, I have here an unopened box of 8-inch floppy disks and 2 unusual boxes of 5 1/4-inch floppy disks, which I'm going to unbox. I'll start with the 8-inch box here. Oh, I smell 1980s air in there. Heck, that might even be 1970s air. Anyway, so here are the large original floppy disks. Now, these are the same kind of disks that were used in the movie War Games. Now, let's open these 5 1/4-inch discs. I said they were unusual, but that's only partially true. These are 500K floppy disks. See, it says so right on the label. But these are also double-sided double density, which means they're actually just regular 360K floppy disks. They're just showing the raw, unformatted capacity on the label, which is an unusual and somewhat deceiving practice. So other than the label, there's nothing unusual about these. These disks, on the other hand, do have something different about them. These are called hard sector disks, but what makes them different? Well, they look exactly the same. In fact, looking at it next to the normal disks, there's nothing different to see, but the difference is somewhat hidden from view. So to show you what's different, I'll show you a dirty trick for removing the media from these without using any cutting tools. Of course, if you ever do this, don't expect the disk to ever read again. And now I'll pull out the hard sector media. Do you see the difference now? Yep, the regular disc has one hole for a single rotation, but the hard sector disc has a hole for each sector, so the drive is always aware of when a new sector begins. And although these look ordinary as well, these are a bit rare. These are quad density disks needed by some high capacity drives used back in the early 1980s, like the Commodore 8050 and others. Moving along, this is an Apple fileware disk, sometimes called a Twiggy disk. Now, these were used in the original Apple Lisa and were intended to be used in the Macintosh, but never were. Now, notice it has 2 areas for reading the disk, and that's because the read heads were on opposite sides of the disk, with the foam pad on the opposite side from the read head. Other than the weird shape, these are similar in design to a 1.2 megabyte high-density floppy. In fact, it's possible to modify a 1.2 megabyte disk to work in a Twiggy drive. And as you can see, it's the same dimensions as a regular floppy. This is an IBM prototype called the Demi-Diskette. Now, apparently it's read diagonally from the corner, which is weird. And just for size comparison, here's a regular 5 1/4-inch floppy disk. The final product actually has a hard shell like this, but it was never sold commercially. Here's an interesting one. This is a 3 1/4-inch flex diskette. Now, what makes this interesting is it's like a hybrid of the 2 most popular disk types. It's in a flexible jacket like the older style disks, but it's smaller and uses a metal ring on the spindle like later style disks. And here it is compared to a regular floppy and compared to a 3 1/2. These were originally designed to compete with the Sony 3 1/2-inch disc, but virtually nobody used them. Here's another little tiny disc. This was used in some proprietary Brother sewing and embroidery machines. This is a TEC floppy disk. Again, I have no idea what it goes to. This one is also read from the corner, and here it is compared to a normal disk. And here is an Amsoft CF2. These are hard plastic disks. They're really stiff. And they're a bit of an odd shape as they're sort of elongated. Here it is next to a 5 1/4. It's closer in size to a 3 1/2, and here's the write protect switch. And also the disc material looks metallic, which is weird. Moving along, this is an MCD cassette. Now, don't be fooled, this isn't a tape. It is a disc, even though it's really thick and heavy feeling. Here it is compared to a regular floppy. You can see how much thicker it is. And just in case you need proof that this is a disc and not a tape, I'll open the little door here. No idea what these were used for, though. Okay, so here's something really cool. These 2-inch discs were used to store single NTSC frames of video in an analog format. There are 50 tracks, and each track stores 1 field, so you could store 25 complete frames on each disc. Now, these were used in the original Sony Mavica camera, along with medical and industrial equipment as a means to capture single photos from endoscopes and other things. Here it is compared to a regular floppy. Here's a similar type floppy disk, but it's not compatible. It was only used by the Zenith Minisport laptop, and they could hold 793 kilobytes of data per disk, which was pretty cool at the time, but these disks never gained any market share. This one is called IT Media, and while you may be tempted to say it's 1.44 megabytes, it's actually missing the decimal point, so it's 144 megabytes, 100 times what a similar size floppy would store. This was a failed competitor to the iOmega zip disk and the LS120 super floppy, which I don't consider either of these to be rare, but if I didn't show them, I'd get hounded with emails. So here you go. This is the LS120, which could store 120 megabytes per disk, and the drives were backwards compatible with floppies. Now, this was actually my favorite successor to the floppy drive, but actually never caught on that much. Here it is compared with a regular floppy. And of course the zip disk. This one is 250 megabytes, but they came in other sizes. These had a few years of great success, but were killed off by recordable CDs. Here's another very hyped but failed disk format. This is the iOmega Click Disk, and these came out in the late 1990s and held 40 megabytes of data. Now, they were intended for digital cameras and portable MP3 players, but with the price drop of flash memory, they couldn't compete by the time they came to market. They also made a little PCMCIA card for your laptop that was a tiny little drive that you could read and write to these like this. So, pretty neat, and I think that had flash media not become more affordable, these would have probably been a huge success. Okay, let's move on to tape media. This is one of those reel-to-reel computer tapes, like the ones you might have seen in war games. This format dates back to the 1950s, and believe it or not, they were still in use by some companies all the way up to around the year 2000. Now, you would have to load these into a very similar machine as would be used for reel-to-reel audio tapes, or motion pictures, where they would spool onto another reel during use. And here's another brand, this one by 3M. This one opens up a little different. For this one, you lift here, and then the outer protective ring comes off. These probably took less room to store. Speaking of reels, I guess I need to show some audio reels, even though these aren't really that uncommon. There were many different sizes. If you want to know more about these, Techmoan has done numerous videos on the format. This particular one is a motion picture soundtrack to the movie Mondo Cane. And here's a smaller spool for home recording. Okay, let's have a look at some video cassettes. This type of cassette is known as U-matic, and it was used for broadcast material as it had a higher resolution than VHS. Now this one says IRS on it. I'm not sure if it's some kind of band or if it's some documentary about the Internal Revenue Service. Anyway, these tapes were used in TV stations to broadcast regular content. Now, this one is even more interesting. It says A-Team Sales Presentation. So what this was essentially was a sales pitch of the TV show The A-Team, which was sent out to TV stations trying to get them to buy the show. Now, I'd love to get a U-matic player and have a look at what's on here, and maybe we'll do that in a future episode. Notice that the spindles don't look anything like VHS either, as there's no gear-like grooves. Now, here's some history for you. This appears to be a VHS version of The Shining. In fact, it even says VHS right here. But if you open it up, you'll find it's actually a Betamax tape. So during the decline of Betamax, they would reuse the same VHS cases to save money, but the shrink wrap would have a sticker on it saying it was Betamax. But yeah, this is an ordinary Betamax tape. Here it is compared to a VHS tape. But now I need to show you the king of cassettes. So you remember that scene from the movie Crocodile Dundee? It goes something like this.
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
So yeah, a good analogy for that would be for someone to hold up a cassette like this and say, I've got a cassette. Then you would say, well, that's not a cassette. This is a cassette. So yeah, this mammoth cassette comes in its own little suitcase carrying case. Let's open this thing up.
This is the Sony SD1 cassette. It's the biggest cassette I've ever seen. This thing is huge.
Yeah. Now that's what I call a cassette.
Other than it's called the Sony SD1, that's about all I know about it. I haven't been able to find much of any information as to what this giant cassette was actually used for, although I do know it stored digital information since it's written right on the cassette. Just for size comparison, here's a traditional audio cassette, and even a traditional video cassette is small by comparison. This appears to be the Write Protect option, but yeah, I don't know if this was for digital video or just data storage. This next cassette here is definitely meant for digital video. Now this cassette is still large, but not nearly as large as the last. One interesting thing is you can designate 4 or 8 channel by turning this little screw. Now I assume that's the number of audio channels. And here it is compared to a regular VHS cassette. These were used for storing high-definition video back in the 1990s, probably in actual digital camcorders. Moving along, this one is a bit of an oddity. It's the Video 120 cassette from 1975. It has this little tag hanging here saying to remove shipping blocks before use.
There are actually 2 independent spindles here that can be moved because the spools are actually on top of each other, presumably moving in opposite directions. Also, it inserts at this end, so that means you would load it in this direction. Anyway, this was a failed home video format, and here where it says do not open, well, I'll open it anyway. Yep, there's the tape. Here's something neat. This is an ADAT digital mastering audio cassette. It holds 42 minutes of audio. And if you think it looks like a VHS cassette, you aren't crazy. That's basically exactly what it is. It's for the Alesis ADAT 8-track audio recorder, which was designed to use VHS video cassettes. But some companies like Ampex made special high-quality cassettes marketed for use with these machines. And here it is next to a regular VHS. As you can see, it's identical. This is a movie on 8mm video cassette, which is a bit unusual because movies were never really distributed on 8mm format, which is unfortunate since it was a higher quality format and the tapes were definitely smaller than VHS. Unfortunately, in this case, I'm missing the actual cassette, but needless to say, it looks like an ordinary 8mm cassette with Indiana Jones label on it. These were most likely sold to airlines as they used these cassettes for onboard movies throughout most of the 90s, since the tapes and players were much smaller and lighter than regular VCRs. I've shown you huge cassettes, now it's time to look at a really tiny one. This is a Datasonics cassette. These were actually digital backup tapes for use with computers, and LGR did an in-depth episode and demonstration on these, and here it is compared with a regular audio cassette. This is a micro MV video cassette. These were used in some digital camcorders starting in 2001 and was discontinued in 2006 after being considered a market failure. These held 60 minutes of video stored in an MPEG-2 data stream. Since it's a video cassette, let's compare it with VHS. Although Mini DV is a better comparison as it was the real competition for this format. This is an 8mm data cassette. It looks identical to an 8mm video cassette, and it more or less is. The main difference is just the labeling and the intended use, which is for data backup storage. Now, this one is far more interesting. This is another data cassette which stores 600 megabytes. Now, it has a surprising weight to it, but you can see it's roughly the same shape as a traditional audio cassette, but I'm not entirely sure what these were used for. And this is a micro video cassette from 1980. Now you might say this is a predecessor to the 8mm video cassette as it was marketed towards the same goal, but never saw much use outside of Japan. And here it is next to an 8mm for size comparison. Here we have a DCC, or digital compact cassette. This has been covered a lot by Techmoan. This particular cassette is a blank cassette meant for home recording. This is one format I wish had gained more popularity, and maybe it would have had it come out a few years earlier. It has a little protective sleeve here, but otherwise this is the same dimensions as a regular compact cassette. This was done so that players could be made backwards compatible with the analog cassettes of the time. As you can see, all the holes line up too. Moving backwards in time a bit, here's an 8-track cassette. Of course, 8-tracks aren't rare, so the only thing interesting about this particular tape is that it's a blank cassette meant to be recorded on. The vast majority of 8-track tapes were pre-recorded from the factory. Admittedly, the 8-track is an inherently bad design and one that I'm not sad to see go away. Here's something very similar to an 8-track. This tiny little thing is a special cassette used in some Sinclair microcomputers called a ZX microdrive. And the reason it's similar to an 8-track is because it's a continuous spool design that just keeps going around and around. These could hold about 85 kilobytes of data. And here's a similar technology that was tried on the market called a stringy floppy. And this one looks to be quite stringy indeed. One problem with this is because the tape is moved entirely by the capstan, there's no way to spool the tape back inside if it comes out like this. There aren't even any screws to take it apart. Anyway, probably best that these didn't succeed either. Of course, talking about magnetic formats, there are dozens of different home backup solutions that came out, and because they were meant to be used for backup, interchangeability with other people wasn't that important, so this meant a lot of proprietary formats were created, and frankly, they're just too many to show, but I'll show a few of the interesting ones. This is an Iomega Ditto cartridge, which is tape-based, but this is a SideQuest cartridge, which is a hard disk platter inside. And this is kind of a weird one. It's a really long cartridge, and it inserts into the machine like this. And here's one you might not have heard of before. It's the Iomega Rev disc. Now, these came in neat little cartridges like this, and opening it here, you can see it is also a hard disk platter of some sort inside. Of course, there are numerous professional backup devices as well, and some of these overlap with the consumer market, so there isn't always an obvious dividing line here. Now, this is a DDS cassette. But what I find more interesting are the DLT and LTO tapes. Now, they only have a single spool inside, which means the cartridges take up less space, and then when they're placed inside the machine, it will grab the end of the spool and attach it to another spool inside the machine. When it's done, it rewinds the spool back inside the cartridge and ejects it. I guess this classifies as optical media, right? This is an old film roll used in classrooms. This one is called Discovering the Library. The interesting thing is, you can see that this was used last in 1997, which surprises me. I was in elementary school during the early 1980s, the last time I saw a film projector used in a classroom. Nevertheless, let's open this up and have a look at it. So here's the leader, and you'd need to run this through the projector and then attach it to another spool to collect it. Now, it appears this film also has an audio track stored on it as well, which for me brings back memories of terrible sounding audio from a half blown out speaker in a brick classroom with a horrible echo, and thus, this is a format I really don't miss. And what we have here is something similar. This is an actual cartoon that was sold on film for consumers to buy and play on their own projectors. I'm not really sure what decade these were made in, though. I don't even think these have sound either. So, not entirely optical, I have a few magneto-optical discs to show first, starting with this, the MO disc. Now, these store 1.3 gigabytes per disc, and they're just about identical in size to a regular floppy disk. Of course, it might be best to compare with another magneto-optical format, the mini disc. So yeah, it's a little bit bigger than a mini disc, although it does hold more data. And here's another competitor to the floppy disk. This is known as the Floptical disk. And they hold 21 megabytes of data, and as you can see, they're identical in shape and size. And I think the drives were backwards compatible with regular floppies. Next up is the DataPlay disk. These tiny optical disks hold 500 megabytes, or 250 megabytes per side. Tecmo also did a good video covering these in detail for those interested. This is another format I think deserved to succeed, but just didn't make it. Next up is the Sanyo ID photo disk. As you can see, it holds 730 megabytes of data. I think these were being aimed at digital cameras and the like, but never really caught on. They're basically just a tiny little compact disc in there, much like a DataPlay disc. Okay, well, everyone's familiar with optical discs. I bet most of you have never seen optical discs this big. These are giant optical disc cartridges. This one holds 6.8 gigabytes, and I don't even know what kind of disc is in there. These are just a little bit smaller, and smaller is a relative term here. I think these might have been used for video. Some of these are possibly worm discs, as in write once, read many, that were used in archival storage. This looks like something that, was probably more likely used in like a data center of some kind. And this one here is actually still brand new in the box. So let's open this thing up. Now this is something else. I've never seen anything like this before. This is a Philips laser magnetic storage. I've actually not been able to find out much of anything about this format. It has shutters on each side like this, and definitely looks like a 12-inch size disc in there, much like a laser disc. Maybe somebody could shed some light in the comments. But this one I think is probably the most interesting. It actually comes with its own little carry case, and that's actually like really cool. Let's take a look at this thing. I haven't been able to find out much about this either, other than it's a worm disk, so you can only write one time to it. Apparently it's a CAV, or constant angular velocity, so it has the same amount of data on the inner tracks as the outer. Now if you try to open this cover by hand, it won't budge, but if you grab this little slider on the side, it'll open up for us. And looking at these lines, we can definitely confirm that it is hard sectored and CAV, just as it said it was. They also have two write protect notches, one for each side, and they are pretty serious about making sure you don't move them by accident, since it requires poking something down in this hole to release the switch in either direction. And here's another that's kind of similar. This is also a write once media called LM4000. It also opens from the side, and you can actually move this one too. Okay, so here's one for you. This is a PD disc. PD stands for Phase Change Dual. It's a rewritable optical technology based on the regular compact disc dimensions and capacity. Introduced in 1995, they hold 650 megabytes. I used to use these a lot back in the day, and I guess I must have been the only one because I haven't met anyone else that used them. Now, I found them much more reliable than regular CDR. These are hard sectored, as you can see, and you can tell that they're CLV because there's more sectors on the outer part than on the inner part. Now they have a little notch up here you can move to write protect the disk. And I also happen to have a PD drive here to show you. So this is just an ordinary sized optical drive that you would mount in a PC. This particular one is IDE interface, and when opened it has a little tray like this. And the cartridge fits down in here like so. Pretty simple. Of course, the drive was also designed to be able to read regular CD audio and CD-ROM discs as well, and they just fit right in there like so. Now, in case you're wondering what these little clips are for, I'll show you. If your optical drive was mounted on its side, or your computer were on its side, these clips were designed to help you load regular CDs without them falling out, like so. So that's PD Media. Now, if you haven't heard of it before, you may have possibly heard of its successor called DVD-RAM, which came out in 1997. Now, this was also a type of phase change disc, but using higher density. The cartridges are almost identical, and in fact, most DVD-RAM drives were backwards compatible with PD Media, so they could use either one. As you can see, the DVD-RAM is also hard sectored. But one interesting thing, the cartridge says it's 5.2 gigabytes, but it doesn't work exactly like you might think. The cartridge is double-sided with a side A and side B, sort of reminiscent of old floppy disks in that regard. In fact, it has 2 write protect notches, one for each side. So really, each side of the cartridge has only 2.6 gigabytes, which is still a lot more than the PD Media had. A competing format was NEC's MV disc, which was a market failure, but it also looks very similar and holds 5.2 gigabytes, but it is not compatible with DVD-RAM. Unfortunately, I don't know much about this format. Of course, I do need to mention that DVD-RAM did get an upgrade to these 9.4 gigabyte versions. Now, there's a few interesting things about these, same cartridge dimensions, and the drives that use these were also backwards compatible with the previous media as well, but they do have one unusual feature. The cartridges were designed to open up, if you just press in the right place. And the reason is because some other types of DVD drives were becoming compatible with DVD-RAM, but didn't use the cartridge. So this made the discs compatible between drives that did or did not use the cartridge. Of course, being that these were considered a professional format, keeping them in the cartridge was ideal for protecting them. Most of you are probably at least familiar with Laserdiscs. They came on these huge 12-inch discs the size of vinyl records. Now, I find these interesting because these things actually record analog data on an optical disc. Now, Laserdiscs are generally two-sided, and the way they're made is by sandwiching 2 discs together with a layer of adhesive in the middle. Now, each side holds about an hour of video, so 2 hours for a single disc. However, let me show you some more obscure Laserdisc types. So this is a music video single. This is by no means one of my favorite artists, but I found this at a thrift store years ago, and I bought it because 8-inch Laserdiscs are so rare. So basically it's the same concept, just on a smaller disc, and it can hold about 20 minutes of video. And this particular version is single-sided, so it's the same thickness as a regular compact disc, so holding in your hand feels a lot like holding an oversized music CD. But here's something even more rare. This is called CD video, and the disc is a hybrid between a Laserdisc and a music CD. If you'll notice, there are 4 audio tracks on this that any regular CD player could play. But then track 5 is a music video, slightly under 3 minutes. The video portion is playable on a Laserdisc player. And if you look at the disc, you can actually see 2 different rings of data, because the analog video data looks different on the disc surface than the digital audio. Now, this was supposed to be how music singles would be released on Laserdisc, but for some reason the concept never took off, and these are really rare today. But then what I have here is even more obscure. This says CD video, but I'm not sure what makes it a CD video exactly, because it's on an 8-inch disc and is also double-sided, so it would never fit in a CD player of any kind, thus requiring a Laserdisc player. So I'm a little confused on why this isn't just called a Laserdisc. I'm sure somebody in the comments will explain. And of course, you can't talk about Laserdisc without talking about RCA Selectivision. These aren't really optical discs, rather capacitive, and I think Tecmo did a good video explaining these. Of course, inside the cartridge, you find a dark-looking disc like this. Now, this one has seen better days, of course. And then, of course, there's another type of video on disc. This one is called VHD. This format wasn't really ever sold in the USA, but had some success in Japan and Europe. It's also stored inside of a plastic cartridge, and again, I think Tecmo did a great video explaining about this format. So moving along, I thought this was another video format for a kid's game console, But later on, I realized it was a game, not an actual video. Still, it's a great idea to put this inside of a cartridge, as you really can't expect kids to handle optical discs with the care they need to keep them from getting scratched up. Although, this one is somehow a little dirty anyway. Moving along, these discs actually really are a video format. These came out in 2003. The Video Now format uses a technology identical to the original compact disc to manufacture the discs, but the discs themselves are slightly smaller than regular CD or DVD. So for comparison, here's a regular old DVD, and you can see the Video Now disc is slightly smaller. Now these were actually meant to be played in these little kids' video players with a tiny screen on them like this. These discs could hold a little over 20 minutes of low-quality video at 15 frames per second, but kids probably didn't care about the video quality, especially on a tiny screen. So here's another weird format. This is called a DivX disc, and a lot of people confuse that with the video codec known as DivX, which is spelled the exact same way, but there's actually nothing at all related between the two things other than the name. It's the same physical structure as a DVD, but was encrypted differently. DivX discs were considered a rental format where you would buy the disc for a few dollars, but in order to play it, your DivX player would connect with a modem to an online service and then charge your account every time you play the disc. Now, this system was being pushed by Circuit City in the early days as a competitor to DVD. Some companies, such as LucasArts and Disney, were choosing to only release movies on this format in the early days. Fortunately, it was a market failure. Now here is another type of rental format. Now this was also a disc you would buy for a few bucks and take home. Now notice that it has a caution label, do not open until ready to watch movie. And it says over here that the disc will discolor and become unplayable 48 hours after the vacuum seal is broken. And obviously this one is already discolored and unplayable. Now these were meant to be played and then thrown in the trash. Probably not great for the environment, but notice they call it a green disc and emphasize that it can be recycled. Yeah, right. I bet had these taken off, most would be in landfills. Probably another format we can be glad didn't succeed. And another type of DVD is, of course, HD DVD. Now, this was a competitor to Blu-ray that came out in 2006. I suspect most people have long forgotten about this. And I suppose one neat thing about this was they could be hybrid discs. So this one, for example, has the content in high definition on side A, but then flip it over and side B was a traditional DVD. So this format could have made a great successor to DVD since you could start buying the high def stuff before you even upgraded your player. Next up, I think this is some sort of religious thing, but what makes it an interesting format is that it's a hybrid. So notice on this side it says DVD, but if you flip it over, notice that it says CD over here. So you could play this as a video disc or a music CD depending upon which side you use. So that's pretty neat. And here's another sort of weird hybrid. So on this side it's a regular CD for music, but turn it over and it's a vinyl record. And since CDs are actually read from the bottom anyway, technically this disc is always played with the vinyl side up. As you can see, this is called a vinyl disc. Now, it can only hold 3.5 minutes of audio on the vinyl side, and while there is more physical space for grooves, it's not used because it would technically bring most record players' tone arms into closer to the center than they were designed. Still, very neat concept. Okay, so here's something you may not have seen. This is a CD, believe it or not. Of course, if you turn it over, you'll see it's basically just a standard 3-inch single with a bunch of extra plastic. Now, one thing that occurs to me is that clearly there's more plastic on the bottom than the top, so you'd think this would play out of balance, but I suspect since this is an audio CD, it plays at 1x speed, so it probably doesn't have enough RPM to cause it to wobble. Next up here, we have what appears to be a classical music CD, but what makes it different is that it is considered a super audio CD. And these came out in 1999 and were supposed to offer higher quality and more channels over the traditional 2 channels. They used DVD technology to hold a lot more data on the disc, but these were a market failure as almost nobody could tell the difference between this and a regular CD quality. Here's a bit of a mysterious one. It looks like a CD, and you may notice it says MO disc on the center, and well, I presume that means magneto-optical disc of some sort, but I haven't been able to find any data on this. Now, one interesting thing is that you can actually see right through it. A very similar looking disc here is actually called an M disc, and this is just an archival type of DVD recordable, but interestingly enough, it's also somewhat transparent. Now, these were supposed to be more reliable than regular DVD for long-term storage. Of course, this poor thing's scratched to pieces, so I doubt it'd read anyway. And another type of writable disk. This is a CDRW, but what makes it unique is that it is a double density CDRW, and it holds 1.3 gigabytes of data. Now obviously it would require a proprietary drive to burn and read these though. And one more video format. This is the Sony Professional Disc. Now, this came out in 2003 and was sort of a predecessor to Blu-ray as it uses similar technology. And these were used in some of Sony's camcorder products for video recording, but were also used as data storage product that could hold 23 gigabytes of data. One thing I think is really cool about it is how the shutter works. Watch this. Isn't that cool? It has a write protect notch right here, and these were pretty cool, but when Blu-ray came out, this technology was discontinued. Here's another more commercial type of optical disc called UDO or Ultra Density Optical. Now, these were first introduced by Sony in the year 2000. Notice that it has dual shutters. You can see that there are two very thick discs inside there, facing opposite directions of course. This disc can hold 30 gigabytes, but later models could hold up to 80 gigabytes. Now here's another similar media. I think this may have been the predecessor to UDO, but I'm not sure. Speaking of weird Sony formats, here's an optical disc archive. These were considered a competitor to LTO tapes for enterprise backups and storage. Presumably you insert this entire cartridge into a machine. But let's have a look inside. Apparently what we have here are 12 write-once optical discs. I'm not entirely sure what kind of discs these are, but they obviously hold about 25 gigabytes each, so probably similar to Blu-ray. I have one more media type to show, but this doesn't fit any particular category. This is a bubble memory cartridge from the 1980s. Now, this was a type of non-volatile RAM that could be used for storage, much like flash memory is used today. So you might call this the predecessor to the SD card or something. And I have to give a shout out to the latest episode of Red Dwarf, where they have apparently constructed the largest floppy disk ever. And of course a giant floppy drive to match.
And that about wraps it up. Now, I'm sure there's going to be some person that's like screaming at their computer screen going, but you didn't show this or that type of media. So just to be clear, this was never meant to be like all inclusive. I'm sure there's some media types I didn't cover, but hopefully everybody learned at least something interesting about some old types of media. Also, a big thanks goes out to Foon Turing and Kevin Williams for loaning me many of the different types of media that you've seen in this video. Also, if there's a particular type of media that you think deserves its own dedicated video to explore it further, then tell me about it in the comments or send me an email. And as always, stick around for the next episode, and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to the 8-Bit Guy. In this episode, I wanted to take a look at the history of the Laser 128 and the Laser Compact XT. One interesting thing about early computer architectures like the TRS-80, Commodore PET, Apple II, and of course the IBM PC is that they were all built using essentially off-the-shelf parts. And one side effect of using off-the-shelf parts is that somebody else can come along and build a computer that's compatible with yours. And of course everyone is familiar with clones of the IBM PC because that architecture is essentially what evolved into the computers that most people use today. But what about the Apple II? Well, early on there were a number of clones. In fact, looking at this old radio electronics magazine from 1983, I can show you a couple. One is the Microprofessor 2. As you can see, it was a 64K AppleSoft compatibility system for $399, which was about a third of the cost of an actual Apple II system, but not entirely compatible for a number of reasons. Then, of course, there were systems like the Pineapple, shown here, which was a 48K system and claimed to be fully compatible. Back in 1985, New Tech Times did a whole documentary on the problem of unlicensed Apple clones.
At the U.S. Customs Office in San Francisco, agents unpacked boxes of computer contraband. The copying goes beyond mere appearance. The ROM chips contain internal programs, information specific to the operation of an Apple computer. Names like banana, orange, and pineapple are used to hint that these machines are just as good as the model they copy.
And one of the more well-known systems was, of course, the Franklin Ace 1000. So the problem with all of these systems isn't that they copied the architecture, it's that they copied the ROM code from Apple. And as you can imagine, Apple sued them all out of existence. Actually, there were hundreds of Apple II clone attempts, as are cataloged here on this website. Again, the vast majority of these were short-lived for various reasons, including lack of compatibility or being sued by Apple. But then enter the Laser 128. This computer was manufactured by VTech, or Video Technology Limited. That's right, the same company that's still around today making kids educational electronics. The Laser 128 was a little late to the game in 1986, but unlike its predecessors, it was about 95% compatible with existing software and used their own custom ROM that mimicked the functions of Apple II's ROM very closely. And for BASIC, they just licensed that directly from Microsoft, just like Apple did. This made them immune from legal action. Well, I say that, Apple did in fact sue them, but lost. The Laser 128 was meant to be a clone, or at least a direct competitor of the Apple IIc, which had come out 2 years earlier in 1984. Now, as you can see, there are certain similarities, including a side-mounted internal disk drive and a carry handle. Clearly, the Laser is larger than the Apple IIc, but it sort of needs to be to accommodate the numeric keypad, which is lacking on the Apple. But you might be surprised at some of the other ways it's related to the IIc. Take, for example, the power brick on the IIc. It uses a truly bizarre connector. It's an inverted DIN connector, something quite rare to find even in the 1980s. And yet, the Laser's power brick uses, you guessed it, the exact same connector and same pinout and voltages. The power bricks between these two systems are actually compatible. The entire port arrangement on the back is somewhat similar as well. Apple introduced a new external floppy drive connector with the IIc, and as you may have already guessed, the Laser 128 also copies this design. And while Laser did sell their own Laser branded floppy drives, both for 5¼ and 3½ inch discs, the port was completely compatible with Apple branded floppy drives as well, if you wanted to use one of those.
We've also got a serial port, modem port, parallel printer, and a joystick or mouse. And we also have here a volume control and a headphone jack. Now, why you would want that on a computer that makes only beeps, I don't know, but I think they were just trying to copy the Apple IIc, which also has that.
And then there's the digital video port on the IIc. Now this was meant for connecting up that proprietary portable LCD screen that Apple made for it, and Laser copied that as well, but I'll have to come back to this in a little bit as it holds a secret. As you can see, the Laser 128 is running Apple software perfectly, and that 95% compatibility actually got even better over time as companies began to internally test their own software with the Laser to ensure compatibility.
Of course, the Laser 128 was more than just a clone. In many ways, it was actually better than Apple's own product.
The first and most obvious thing I'll mention is the inclusion of a number pad. And while this may seem trivial, no Apple II computers had this feature except for the 2GS, which had just come to market. The Apple IIe Platinum would later include this feature a year later, so this was a nice feature. Another nifty little feature was the color mono switch. Now, the way Apple graphics work in a nutshell is that you get two modes of operation. If using a monochrome monitor, you get 40-column text or graphics with a horizontal resolution of 280. If using a color monitor, you can have 6 colors on the screen, but your resolution is basically cut in half to 140 pixels.
Many computers of the era used a very similar system of trade-offs. Even the Commodore 64 had a multicolor versus a high-res mode. The main difference between how Commodore did it and how Apple did it is that with Commodore it was software selectable, so the programmer could decide which mode they thought would be best for the software in question, where with Apple it really just boiled down to which kind of monitor you had connected.
If you happen to have an official Apple II monitor, they gave you a little switch, often referred to as the color killer. This allowed you to decide essentially which type of output you wanted to see, high-res monochrome or low-res color. However, the Laser had this switch right on the computer, and that means you have the option to change modes on the fly, even with a standard off-the-shelf composite monitor or television. So this was a very nice feature to have. Speaking of video, I said we'd come back to this port. Well, let's take a look at the pinout of the Apple IIc video port. It's a 15-pin D-sub connector, which itself is unusual for use with video. It's the same physical connector found on the Apple IIgs and the Macintosh. However, all 3 of these are incompatible with each other. The video signals on the IIc, however, are the strangest, and I'll confess right now that I don't even understand what half of these signals actually do. Interestingly enough, the laser only shares these pins in common with the 2C's video port. I'm told that these are all that are required to operate the external LCD screen, but I've never actually seen one operating on a laser before, so I can't guarantee it will work. But the laser instead adds these signals to the port. You may notice the more familiar red, blue, and green signals, along with intensity, and the various sync signals. Now, if you think this looks a lot like the standard RGBI signal used by things like IBM CGA or the Commodore 128, you'd be right. So the signal is compatible, but the physical port is not, so you need some way to convert it. So I'm going to set up my Tandy monitor, which is strictly an RGB monitor, and I have this little adapter here made by Adrian Black that he was kind enough to ship to me. So I'll just plug in the Tandy monitor right here, and then plug the adapter right into the Laser 128. So let's power it on and give it a try. Here's the Oregon Trail. And how about Castle Wolfenstein? Interestingly enough, the color mono switch also works in RGB mode. Of course, there is no composite artifacting with an RGB monitor, so there has to be circuitry inside the computer that essentially mimics the effect so that we can have color here. But in order to get a better comparison, let's plug in an Apple composite monitor as well. It can actually run both monitors at the same time. Let's look at the Wolfenstein for a moment. The text itself is just about like looking at a rainbow. You can see the color in the castle has a sort of vertical striping almost. Now, you wouldn't see this on a television set because it winds up being too blurry. Now, looking at the RGB, the text is even more rainbow, but the colors of the castle are far more solid and the edges are sharper. Now, let's go back to the Oregon Trail. Now, this one's more interesting. They're using a wider font, which helps reduce the color artifacts on the composite monitor. But looking at this on the RGB monitor, the font is perfect, as are the graphics. However, here's an issue. When you look at the sky, it's clearly blue, and yet when you look at the RGB monitor, it's more of a cyan color. This is likely due to the fact that the 16 colors of an RGB monitor are fixed, and they had to map the 16 colors from the Apple to the RGB colors the best they could. But again, look at the difference in the text here. It's just so clear on the RGB monitor. The amazing thing is, this feature would have cost several $100s at the time as an add-on card for your regular Apple II computer, and it's built right into the Laser 128. In fact, a better way to see the difference in clarity would be to show off something that works in 80 columns mode, like Apple works, which brings us to the next feature to talk about. Notice there is a switch for 40 or 80 columns. The position of this switch doesn't actually affect the way the computer behaves at startup, but if you turn it to 40, it will disable the 80 column card, which could be helpful in some cases with software compatibility. Keep in mind that for an Apple II of the era, they usually required an add-on card to get 80 columns. The Laser 128 essentially came built in with the equivalent of an 80 column card. So for example, if you wanted to run something like AppleWorks or any other 80 column software, it could handle that just fine. One neat feature you might notice is that the original Apple character set contains these Apple symbols, the open Apple and closed Apple, which can be used in software to represent the modifier keys here on the keyboard. But the Apple logo was trademarked by Apple, so the Laser used the open and closed triangle instead on the keyboard, and they also replaced those characters in the ROM with triangles too. So if you're running something like AppleWorks, it will actually show the correct key to use on screen, which I think was pretty clever. But let's compare how 80 columns looks on composite versus RGB. I mean, the composite version is readable, and it would look even better on a monochrome monitor, but this is a color monitor, and this is what you'd have to deal with if you wanted color. Now let's have a look at the RGB. Now this is where it really shines. It delivers the same crisp 80 columns you'd expect on a monochrome monitor, but this is a color monitor. Admittedly, I can get a little bit better display from the composite monitor if I turn up the brightness a little, but it's still blurry by comparison. Moving on to another feature, the Laser also has this row of function keys, but the Apple architecture doesn't really have function keys, so what do these do? Well, my understanding is these are just mapped to various control key combinations, so sort of like how they gave us a break key over here, which just maps to Control C as far as the Apple software is concerned. These all do similar things.
And one other way that the Laser was better than Apple is that it was faster. Well, sort of.
There were multiple versions of the Laser 128. This is what the first version looked like. I have the revision that came after that, but mine is still considered just a regular Laser 128. But there was also an EX and an EX2 version. These had faster processors that could be configured to run at 1 MHz for compatibility, 2.3 MHz, or 3.6 MHz, so almost 4 times faster than an original Apple II. Now, one of the things that was required to make this work was to put some dedicated video RAM on the motherboard and shadow that RAM to the main RAM. Now, this was necessary because in the regular Apple II, access to the RAM alternates from the CPU and the video circuit. You can't just increase the speed of the CPU because the video timing is mandatory as it has to run in sync with the video display. So that's the reason for the extra RAM on the board, so that the video RAM can operate independently. So I've read in numerous places that the Laser 128 has its own graphics modes that were potentially superior to the standard Apple graphics modes. However, I haven't found any actual evidence to support this. I haven't found any example programs to demonstrate it. I haven't found any example source code to show how to program it or how to activate these modes. And I think this myth is possibly perpetuated by some magazine articles that had a misunderstanding of the architecture. It probably boiled down to the fact that it has its own video RAM and it has that RGB mode that is, kind of non-standard for Apple. And so maybe they just assumed that was its own standard video modes, or there was some kind of confusion there. That's my guess. However, if it turns out I'm wrong and you have proof that it does have its own video mode, then please send me an email and I'll put an update in the description field letting everybody else know. One other important feature that the Laser had over the Apple IIc is that it was somewhat expandable. If you look at the side here, you may notice an expansion slot. Now, this port is almost identical to the slots you'll find inside of an Apple II. Laser sold an expansion chassis that would fit on the side and could hold 2 cards, which would map to slot 5 and 7 on a regular Apple II. However, these are nearly impossible to find. Apparently, some cards will work by just sliding them into the side like this and letting them hang out. However, the only thing I have on hand is a Mockingbird, and it doesn't appear to function in that manner for mine. However, I saw somebody on one of the discussion groups saying they had tried it in their Laser 128EX, and it worked fine. But in theory, if I had the expansion case, I could definitely use a Mockingbird with this, which is something the IIc cannot do. Well, there is a modern Mockingbird for the IIc that's quite a bit more involved to install, but you know what I mean. The Laser 128 could accept regular Apple II expansion cards, whereas the IIc could not. And the last thing I want to mention that made the Laser 128 a better computer than the Apple is its price. It was cheaper. Originally, the Apple IIc retailed for $1,295. You could buy the Laser for $479. That's right, almost 3 times cheaper for a product that actually does more. Now, you can imagine Apple must have been really annoyed by this. Originally, the Laser 128 was sold mail order only. Magazine advertisements were one of the most common methods to spread awareness. The largest retailer in the USA was Central Point Software, and at some point VTech actually bought Central Point Software and continued to use them to distribute the computer. However, eventually some retailers such as Sears started to sell the Laser. In fact, you can see it here in this 1987 Sears catalog for sale for just $3.99. The headline is Apple IIe or C compatible Laser 128. It was important to mention that because Laser had no brand recognition with the general public. If you look closely, you'll see the regular 128 was $399 and the EX model was $499, so they were selling both units. It's also interesting that it was shown here with an RGB color monitor, and it says order connecting cable below, and there's some cables listed at the bottom here for like $16 or $17. One of these must have been the RGB adapter. And on the next page of the Sears catalog, you'll see they're selling the IBM-compatible Laser Compact XT for $499. And here it is. Notice that it looks almost identical to the Laser 128, but that's really about all it has in common is the appearance. The Laser 128 is not particularly rare. I mean, you can go to eBay and type in Laser 128 on any given day. You'll probably find at least 2 or 3 of these up for sale. So they are available. The Laser XT, on the other hand, now these things are rare as unicorns. And while it looks almost identical to the Laser 128, it's not an Apple clone at all. It's actually a clone of the IBM PC. Okay, so let's talk about some of the interesting things here on the back. First of all, you have this huge connector here. This is for an external drive, and finding one of these today is pretty darn difficult. It's probably difficult even back in the day. Then we have your standard parallel printer joystick, which was actually kind of an unusual thing to be built into a low-end PC machine of some kind, because that was typically on a card. composite and RGB, which we'll talk about in a minute, and a mono color switch. Over here we have a standard RS-232 port, which is 25 pin, pretty common of the era. And then of course we've got that same physical port that the Laser 128 and the Apple IIc have, but it's wired completely different and is of course not compatible. The weird thing is there's also a power out, which, was not terribly uncommon for the time. A lot of computers would have a special place for the monitor to get power. The weird part is this is the only power going into this port here is DC power. So that means the only thing they would have available here is also DC power. So I'm not sure what kind of monitor would have ever plugged into that. I've never seen anything that would plug into that. So that's quite interesting. And of course, over on the side, we've got your regular 360K disk drive and a power switch. So notice we have power switch here, but on the Laser 128, this is where we had the volume and headphone jack. There is no volume and headphone jack on the XT. And you may, of course, notice the Laser 128 has a bus expansion port over here where there is nothing on the XT. No sort of cards can be installed.
So let's go ahead and boot this thing up. One interesting thing is that when we power up the computer, the boot screen actually shows the BIOS is made by Central Point Software, so this must have been after the acquisition by VTech. Of course, most anything you do with this computer will require booting an MS-DOS disk first, and I think the first thing we should do is try out some games. I'll start with California games.
I've tried the more color mode, which is kind of a little trick that it can do, but it just doesn't seem to work on this computer, so we'll have to do number one.
So what we're looking at here is the standard 4-color CGA mode on an RGB monitor. California Games uses different palettes for different screens to give it a little bit of variety, but ultimately this computer is pretty much a stock CGA system. Here's Planet X3 running in 4-color CGA, or how about Thexter? So as I mentioned earlier, the computer also has a composite out, and as most of you know by now, CGA was capable of 16 colors on composite. Unfortunately, very few games actually supported this, and most were very early CGA games, like California Games. And so what I'll do here is I'll set up the composite monitor for another comparison, and here's California Games in 16 colors. Pretty much everything about this game looks better in composite mode. Here's another Indy 500. Unfortunately, the CPU is barely capable of running this game. And of course, my own game, Planet X3, also supports it, but now I want to show you the big problem with it. I booted up the computer 3 different times, and as you can see, the colors came out different each time. In fact, none of these are the correct palette. Now, unlike the official CGA card from IBM, it seems a lot of clones didn't lock the color burst signal to the correct place on boot up, and it could wind up at random locations. And the Laser is quite guilty of this. That's actually one of the reasons I put this color palette switcher in the game, which can help to a certain extent, which means the composite mode isn't all that useful, and in most cases, games would appear in 4-color CGA mode. I also want to talk about this color mono switch. It sort of does the same thing as on the Laser 128, but here on the XT, it only affects the composite output. RGB is totally unaffected. But even on composite, it's kind of weird. Watch this. I'm going to flick it to mono. And well, the monitor is still trying to display color. It's like there's still color signal there, but not quite. So everything is just an artifact color. I can put this Apple monitor into mono mode, and it seems that toggling the switch is doing more than just killing the color signal. It actually changes the way the pixels are displayed. Kind of interesting. Anyway, I'm sure the purpose behind this would be to get the best picture possible when connected to a monochrome composite monitor. Really, about the only feature that this computer had over a standard IBM XT is the turbo mode. By default, it boots up to the standard 4.77 MHz, but you can press Control 5 or Control 8 to toggle speeds. And the turbo LED will light up to let you know you're in turbo mode. I'm not quite sure how fast it is in turbo mode, but I'm guessing 7.1 MHz. You can actually see the difference in speed just by listing the directory. Here's in regular mode, and now in turbo mode. Unfortunately, even with turbo on, games like Indy 500 just barely run. Of course, the biggest problem with this computer is storage. It was really difficult finding software to demonstrate on this thing that would work with a single floppy drive. Some programs would quite literally complain that it required 2 floppy drives or a hard drive to work. There's a lot of software that technically would run on this computer if only it had a hard drive. Even by 1987, most all IBM clones had at least 2 floppy drives or a single floppy with a hard drive.
And while you could get an external floppy drive to fit this weird port, I would imagine finding it would be a problem, and by the time you paid for that, you might as well have just gotten the larger Laser XT desktop computer, which had all the expandability you need. So I think the reason that the XT is harder to find today is because I don't think it actually sold as many units as the Laser 128. The question is why, and I think the answer can probably be boiled down to a couple of things. First of all, the Laser 128 was about the only game in town. As far as Apple clones go, there weren't a lot of other Apple clones, actually more or less no Apple clones out there besides the Laser 128. Plus, it was better than an Apple in so many ways and way cheaper. It was a bargain. So it's kind of a no-brainer why people would flock to the Laser 128 if you were in the market for an Apple clone. But the Compact XT had to compete with other IBM clones, which were ubiquitous by this point. Everybody was making IBM clones, and it was especially difficult for them to compete with companies like Tandy or Compaq, who were making very inexpensive and very well-equipped PC clones. Anyway, the last thing I want to say about these lasers, and particularly about the Laser 128, is they seem to be pretty reliable. Now, I realize this is just anecdotal evidence, but everybody I know that has one, it works perfectly and has never needed to repair, including this one. Now, I can't say that about the XT because I actually did have to repair this one. In fact, I did a whole video on that a couple of years ago. But, with such a small sample size, it's really difficult to draw any conclusions from that. But I think that overall, these laser machines were pretty reliable. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed learning about these laser machines, and I guess that's it for this episode. So, as always, thanks for watching. Every year, I drive over to Las Colinas, Texas to participate in the Let's Play Gaming Expo. I usually arrive the night before the expo begins to help set up the Vintage Computer Museum, which is just a small part of the expo, but obviously my favorite part. I also bring several systems from my own collection for participants to play around on. We have quite an active retro community around here, so a lot of collectors show up to bring in various things, and after a few hours, we transform this room into a vintage computer playground. Next door to our computer room, there's a larger room for vintage consoles being set up. Now, this room has pretty much every console imaginable up and running, and while a lot of them are somewhat more modern consoles like the Xbox, there are quite a few original Nintendo and PlayStation consoles set up. Downstairs in the main area, arcade machines are being set up, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is presiding over them. And the vendor areas are just about ready to go. This is like the calm before the storm. These are the computers I brought this year, starting here with the Tandy Color Computer 2 with a Tetris cartridge, then the VIC-20 with a Cheese and Onion cartridge, next is the Atari 400 with Donkey Kong, and finally, of course, is the Commodore PET in all of its restored glory. And as you can see, we ended up with quite a few computers. I also brought a few rare items for display, even though they aren't hooked up, including the Commodore 116 with accessories, and the Commodore Max. The next morning, the whole place started to fill up with people, including the arcade area and the vendor area. We even had a special room full of Emacs that were running network games of Duke Nukem 3D, which was quite a hit. There was a room called the Chimera Laboratorium, where, how should I explain this? There were hundreds of stuffed animals, and people would take the animals and cut parts off and put them on other animals like Dr. Frankenstein. And a lot of people seemed to get a kick out of this, including my daughter and her friend Jordan. And of course we had cosplay. Lots and lots of cosplay. Back up in our little computer museum, people were starting to fill in and play on the vintage computers. The systems I brought were particularly popular with the crowd, even the PET. But we had some other neat systems, including one of those rare Macintosh Anniversary editions, and we had a couple of Apple II systems set up running the Oregon Trail that were quite a hit. And we had the new Super Mario Bros. Conversion running on the Commodore 64. And we also had the original Tetris running on an original Soviet-era computer that it was designed for, which was also a pretty big hit. But you probably didn't click on this video to see any of those things. You came here to see my presentation on working for AST Technical Support back in the 1990s. So let's get started on that. Okay, so the company started out around the year of 1980 or approximately in there, and they called themselves AST Research. Now, a lot of people wanted to know, they always asked me, or even back then always asked, what does AST stand for? And yeah, some people actually pronounced it AST. I used to get phone calls, people say, is this AST computer? No, it's AST. But anyway, what it actually stands for is the first three initials of the three guys that founded the company, which is Albert Wong, Safi Qureshi, and Thomas Yen. So nothing fancy there, but that's where it came from. So just to give you an idea of perspective of the size of AST, they were the third largest computer company in the world during the 1990s, right under Compaq and Dell.
It's sensible for your business to have a PC from AST who's got people picking up the phone 7 days a week and at hours when you should be out socializing.
AST Bravo PCs featuring Intel Pentium 2 processors.
Vice President Al Gore continues his Southland tour with a visit to Orange County. This morning, he met with the employees of a Fountain Valley computer company. The visit to AST Research Company is part of the Vice President's campaign to reinvent government.
So they didn't do anything historically significant like Apple or Commodore, some of those people, so you don't tend to remember AST. And you kind of imagine if Dell had gone out of business in 1997, we probably wouldn't think much about them either because they didn't do anything terribly historically significant, but they were a very important big company at the time, and so was AST. And so that's just to give you a little bit of an idea of the scale of the company. Now, they actually started off producing products like this. This is an AST 6-pack card. Now, the purpose of a card like this would be the original IBM PCs and some of the clones, they had, 5, 6, 7 expansion slots, but they were always filled with things like serial cards, parallel cards, floppy controllers, stuff like that. And so when you wanted to add new cards, sometimes there just wasn't any room. So what AST came up with is they combined all of these things into a single card. So this card here, for example, has a floppy controller, it has RAM, it has a real-time clock, it has serial and parallel. And so it took all of those functions into one card. And so this was actually a very desirable card to have for early PCs and clones. And they actually made these cards for the Apple II and the PS2 microchannel architecture as well. And these cards were actually very profitable and very desirable. The only problem was, as time went by, motherboard manufacturers started integrating more of this stuff onto the motherboards. So eventually these cards kind of became redundant, like unnecessary, just didn't need them anymore. So their business started to decline a little bit, and so they wanted to move into new markets. So they decided to build their own PC. Now, this is not necessarily the first ever AST PC model, but it's one of the first ever, and I think this is like a 286 or something like that. And this was actually well before the time that I ended up working there. So they actually ended up changing the name from AST Research to AST Computer. They also tweaked the font a little bit. And so if you ever come across a computer and you see one or the other, some people might think, well, that might be a different company like AST Research or AST Computer, but it's actually the same company. In fact, there's actually a few computers you can find that have both logos on them. It'll say AST Computer on the front and AST Research like on a sticker or something on the back because they just hadn't updated the sticker yet. So they started off in California, in Irvine, and the Mountain View area, and they were actually really, really successful. And they were actually maxed out at manufacturing capacity, which is a good problem to have. They actually could not produce enough computers to meet demand. So they had to expand. And one of the places they chose to expand to was Fort Worth, Texas. Now, the way they actually ended up doing this was they made a deal with Tandy Radio Shack. And, of course, that's how I ended up working for AST because of the facility in Fort Worth. So the deal with Tandy Radio Shack was kind of interesting because one of the things that we did is we actually took over Tandy's manufacturing facilities and their support facilities. And so that meant when we gave support for AST, we also had to support Tandy and Grid because Tandy had bought Grid a few years earlier. And so that meant in our support facilities, we actually took phone calls for Tandy and Grid along with Samsung, which I'll talk about later in the presentation. But yeah, so I often had to answer the phone. If it said Tandy on the screen of my phone, I would answer the phone, Tandy Tech Support, and I had to
to support those machines too. But those machines were all very much at end of life. We didn't get that many calls from them. But one of the parts of this deal that was also supposed to happen is we were supposed to be selling our AST computers in Radio Shack, since they would no longer be selling Tandy computers there. However, for some reason or another, that fell through, and I've never been able to find out exactly why that didn't happen. And they ended up going with, I think, Compaq instead, if memory serves. So we never sold AST computers in Radio Shack stores, but that was originally part of the deal, and that was supposed to happen. So if you look at this graph, and this is just kind of a rough graph showing the prosperity of AST throughout the years, and that first part up to around 1987, that was when they were building their expansion cards, which was it was profitable for them, and then they kind of hit their peak, and then like I said, the motherboard manufacturers started integrating all that stuff, and their business started to decline, and then when they started building their PCs, that's when the business shot up drastically, and that was when they were like king of the world for a little while, and then they started very rapidly going bankrupt. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the reasons why they went bankrupt. First and foremost is poor quality. Now, to be fair, AST had some of the most reliable computers on the market up until they started hitting that decline. Part of the reason the quality went bad, which happened around the time they purchased the Tandy facility, had to do with the competitiveness in the PC market had changed dramatically over the last few years, and it got to where there was fierce price competition, and everybody had to cut costs in order to keep their product competitive. And there were different ways to accomplish that. Unfortunately, AST ended up cutting a lot of quality out. So just as an example of how bad some of the machines were, we had this one called the AST Ascension 950N. It was a laptop computer, and it was terrible. People were calling in constantly with plastic pieces were breaking and falling off, the screen hinges were breaking, the screens would go out, and yes, they even caught on fire and melted. In fact, there was quite a common call. Say, I got up this morning, there was this terrible stench in my house, and my computer is half of it's melted. And so these were the kinds of problems that the Ascension 950 had. In fact, I talked to one of our database guys, and he ran a database query one time for me, and he said the return rate on the Ascension 950N was 110%. So for those who don't know what that means every single one of them manufactured had been returned at least once, and some of them had been returned twice. And I know I took some phone calls from people who it was their third or fourth time to return the computer for repair. So they were that bad, and they were costing us a fortune on the back end to support these machines, even if they were profitable when they were originally sold. So that was one problem. Another problem was we continued to domestically produce most of our computers, even our laptop computers, where all of our competitors had started to produce their laptop computers in places like Taiwan and South Korea, where they were much cheaper to produce. And we just couldn't be cost competitive. Not only that, but we still sourced a lot of our components in the U.S., which, don't get me wrong, I'm all for U.S. manufacturing stuff, but nevertheless, this is the reality of what happened. So as an example, we were still using Creative Labs Sound Blaster chips on a lot of our motherboards. And that was something we could brag about, saying, hey, we have Creative Labs. All these other guys got them clone sound chips. But the reality was the ESS and Crystal sound chips they were getting from the Asian markets were much cheaper. They were just as reliable and mostly just as compatible as the Creative chips. So there wasn't really a lot of advantage at this point, especially in the world of running Windows, which is kind of where we were at this point. There wasn't a whole lot of advantage to having a Creative Labs sound chip in your computer. But yeah, a lot of stuff like that was keeping us from being competitive on cost. So they ended up cutting cost in other areas. But really the biggest problem, and this is probably the biggest problem led to the decline of AST, was sales channel problems. And let me explain how this works. So our competitors at the time, such as Dell and Gateway, they didn't even manufacture a computer until the customer had already ordered and paid for the computer. AST, we worked through retailers. So we had salespeople who would, call up the retailers and try to sell them our AST computers. And I'm just going to give you, I don't know exact numbers. I'm just going to throw a numeric example out there. So let's say they're talking to one retailer, and they said, yeah, we want to order 500,000 of this machine for sale in the country. And the salesman would be like, why don't you order 1 million instead? We'll give you a little bit better deal. And the retailer would say, well, we don't think we can sell 1 million of them, so we don't want to buy that many. And so our salesperson would say, well,
tell you what we'll do. If you'll buy the million, and if you can't sell them all within a certain amount of agreed upon time, you can start cutting the price, and we'll pay the difference on the back end. So the salesman got his big commission because he sold all these extra computers. But then, of course, guess what always happened? We ended up having to pay the retailers to sell our computers on the back end. And, of course, that costs a lot of money. In fact, I remember when we made the deal with Walmart, everybody come through, we were cheering and saying, oh, yes, this is going to save the company. We made this big deal with Walmart. We're going to sell so many computers through Walmart. And we saw ads on TV from Walmart, walked into Walmart, saw the computers on the shelves. We got calls from customers at Walmart. So it seemed like it was going great. And then 6 months later, they pulled the plug on the Walmart deal, and they told us, well, we lost $200 on every computer that we sold to Walmart. So, so it's almost like you're giving them away. So that was the thing that actually killed AST. I have no idea why they could not get this problem under control, but this kept going on for years until the death of the company, and I don't know why they couldn't get under control, but that's what the problem was. Now, we had a savior. Samsung was going to come in, and they bought up our company right as we were on the brink of bankruptcy. And Samsung had this plan. They wanted to sell Samsung computers in the USA, but they felt that AST had a stronger brand recognition in the USA than Samsung had. So they decided that they would buy the company, they would manufacture the computers, we would put the AST label on them, and we would give support at our facility here with our American accents and everything in the Fort Worth facility, and we would support these computers, and they would be AST, and then consumers would buy them, and that was kind of the plan. Samsung knew that our company was in shambles, and they knew that it was going to take a few years to get things where they wanted it to be. So one of the first products that we ended up selling was the AST Essentia M. Now, this is actually a Samsung SensPro 500 rebranded as the AST. And we actually started, this is kind of how we slowly started integrating this into our support system. So we actually agreed to do Samsung support as well. So Samsung was still selling their own Samsung computers here in the US as well. So sometimes my phone would ring and say Samsung on it. So I would answer, Samsung technical support, and I would support the SensPro 500, which was the exact same computer as our AST Essentia M. So we knew those computers inside and out anyway. And we liked these computers. They actually worked. They didn't catch on fire. They didn't, the hinges didn't break on them, and things like that. These were good computers, and so we were very optimistic about the future of the company because we had good products finally starting to trickle out. In fact, what's interesting is very few retailers actually sold both the Samsung and the AST laptops on the same shelf, and occasionally we got customers saying, I was looking at that AST and that SensPro 500. They look really similar. We're like, yeah, what a coincidence. So anyway, everything was looking really optimistic until this happened. So Samsung knew that it was going to take 2 to 3 years to get our company where it needed to be to profitability, and they had made it clear that they were going to stand behind us and make that happen. Oh, and I forgot something. So when they come and took over the company, they wanted to give all the AST employees gifts, and we got to pick between a TV, a VCR, or a microwave oven, all made by Samsung, of course. And so I remember the day that we all backed our car up to the loading dock, and they were handing us off, the boxes of all this Samsung products and stuff, and I picked the TV. And interestingly enough, if you go up to the third floor, or we're on the third floor, sorry. So if you go down there to the little computer museum, you'll see a Commodore VIC-20 hooked up to a Samsung TV. That's the TV that I got from AST, and it still works today. So, and again, a perfect example of Samsung's durability and reliability. Had that been an AST monitor, it probably would have broke a long time ago. So, but anyway, this Asian stock market crash of 1997, this was a big problem because it affected currency exchange rates dramatically. And so even though Samsung had committed to supporting our company for 2 to 3 years, the amount of money they had planned to spend on that was now suddenly like 5 times more due to the currency exchange rate than what they had planned. And there didn't seem to be any end in sight for this problem. So a few months later, they announced they were going to close down the company and liquidate the assets. And so that's unfortunately was the end of AST. We all got pink slips. We all got laid off. And one last little tidbit about that. This is the front of Blizzard Entertainment. These are the guys that make Warcraft and StarCraft, Diablo, stuff like that, for those who don't know. That's actually the old AST building. They bought the AST campus, and now it lives on as another tech company. So anyway, what you all were probably wanting to hear about is the Tales from Tech Support. So let me tell you a little bit about how this worked. We had, I don't have an exact count, but if I had to estimate between the 3 different shifts, we had a day shift, an evening shift, and a night shift. We probably had 500 people working in tech support at AST. And we had different departments. The Advantage department, which was the largest, that was the consumer desktop department. That was the biggest part of our business at the time. And we needed the most tech support people for that business. Not only that, but let's just say the people that bought those computers were probably a little less computer knowledgeable than the people buying the business the laptops and the business products. So again, we needed a larger group of people for the Advantage support line. I actually worked in the Advantage support line for the first year I worked there, and then the second 2 years I worked in the laptop department. So that's me back when I worked at AST. And there's a couple of interesting things about this photo. Not only does it show me in my cubicle there at AST, but that was actually taken on the first ever consumer digital camera, the Casio QV10, which I happened to buy at the time. And it was terrible resolution, but it was a pretty novel thing at the time. Hope to do a review on that camera someday. But anyway, yeah, that's the only picture I could find of myself working. Actually, there's a couple of different pictures here. And that's the computer that I did my support on. I got a few little stories about that computer. First of all, I think that was a 4633 that I was using, and we were running Windows 95, although they did eventually allow some of the more savvy tech support people to put Windows NT 4 workstation on their computer, and I was one of the people that did that. So part of the reason was we had shared drives that tended to go down every now and then. And on Windows 95, if you had a shared drive that was mounted to the server and the server went down, your computer would lock up. Where Windows NT, the drive would just become unavailable, but your computer would still keep working. So I was kind of happy to move to Windows NT. But also some of the things that we did on these computers is we played games. It was not uncommon for me to be playing Duke Nukem 3D or StarCraft while I was helping customers through problems. And you might think, how could you do that? But keep in mind that these calls were really long, and a lot of, I mean, every day it was guaranteed I was going to have to help somebody reinstall Windows, whether it be 3.1 or Windows 95. And, they had to feed the floppy disks in. It was at least a 30 to 45-minute process, which I'd done hundreds, if not thousands of times. So I knew all that from memory. So I could easily walk customers through the process of installing Windows while I'm, playing Duke Nukem 3D or StarCraft. Now, an interesting story about StarCraft is even Duke Nukem, sometimes we played multiplayer games with many of the technicians while we were doing our support calls. And the problem with this is, now normally like in StarCraft, the person who wins is the person who, is the best at the game and the person who gets the most resources and knows how to attack their enemy at just the right time or whatever. But the person who wins back then was the person who was able to keep the game open long enough. Because eventually something's going to come up where you're going to have to minimize the game and go look up some data or type in an RMA request or something for the customer. And when that happens, everybody's going to come blow up your base. And that's just the way that worked. And, of course, our bosses were totally aware that we did this, and they really did not care as long as we were doing our jobs and taking care of the customers. So, another angle there of me. Oh, yeah, and I did have hair, by the way, in case, anybody wanted to know? Yes, I had hair. That was our visionary performers wall. So some of the best techs who did the best work, they could come put their hand in paint, put it on the wall, and then sign it. And I got to do that as I got recognized for my exemplary performance. So that's about all the photos I've got from there, except this one. Now this one I actually cut from a magazine article and scanned it. And I remember this photo. We were actually told to dress formally that day because we were going to have this special photo op. And I'm actually in this photo, but you can't see me because I'm way in the back, and my head's like 3 pixels tall, so you can't see me. But normally we dressed business casual at work, so this is probably not exactly how we would look on a normal day. But I actually know all these people in this photo.
And one little tidbit I'll share is this black guy here on the left, Sean. I just recently learned that he passed away, and I was really sad to hear about that. He was a great guy. In fact, all these people were great guys. So, yeah, there's a lot of things I want to tell you about that you can see out of this photo. So, first of all, if you could pan the camera up just a little bit, one of the things that you would see on the back wall is we had this big LED billboard, and it would show the number of calls waiting on hold and how long they've been waiting. And so when you walked into the office, you could always glance up at that, and you would get a pretty good idea what the rest of your day was going to be like. Because if it showed there were 30 calls on hold and the wait time was 20 minutes, you'd know, okay, this is going to be a good day. But if you walked in and there was 200 calls on hold and the wait time was 2 hours, you know that every single customer is going to be very angry at you when you finally do answer the phone. So there's a few other things I want to talk about. If you look at these cubicles, they're actually really big. I mean, I don't know the exact square footage, but I mean, you had a lot of space in these cubicles, and there was a good amount of space between you and the person, the other employee next to you. So when you're talking to a customer, the customer could only hear you. They couldn't necessarily hear the other employees around, which I know a lot of modern call centers is not like that. And I also want to talk a little bit about the vetting process. So when I applied for the job, I went in and they asked me like these really technical questions, like, okay, if you had a computer and it was doing this problem, how would you solve it? And if they didn't like the answer I gave, they wouldn't hire me. And then after they hired people, we were sent to a 3-week training course where we went into this classroom. They had all of the AST and Tandy and Grid computers that we were expected to support laid out, and they would go over each machine and tell us all the unique features of this machine, all the nuances, all the things that could break on this machine, and how you would go about fixing it, whether it be driver configuration problems or hardware failures, things like that. So we learned about these machines a lot. They even sent us to a networking class where I learned a lot of the my skills for everything from IPX and Ethernet, low-level languages and TCP/IP. I don't know why they thought we needed to know that, but we did, and it was a really informative class. We had a special class on viruses. We learned how they worked and how to detect them on customers' computers, and just from different behaviors and little tests that we could do and things like that. So, and then after we were done with that, they would put us in a cubicle with an experienced employee for about a week while we listened in. And then after the call was over, we could talk to the other employee and they could tell us why they did this or that, and we could ask questions and stuff like that. And then once we were done with that, they put us on the phone by ourselves, and it was up to us to listen to the customer's problem and solve it. And that's kind of a lot different from how it works today. In fact, just to give you an example, I used to get calls from like IT professionals who would call in, who would be having like network problems and stuff, getting their computers to share a drive or something like that, or TCP/IP wasn't working. And I actually had to walk network administrators through how to solve networking problems, which they probably got paid 3 times what I got paid, but they weren't as knowledgeable as some of us here in the support center. So that's just an idea of what our support people are like. And then this is kind of like what a modern call center is like. Now I have no idea where this picture came from. I just grabbed it off of Google, but they just squeeze them in like sardines, and they pay them minimum wage. And that's why when you talk to somebody at one of these call centers, you can hear like 5 other people around the person you're talking to, because they're all squeezed in like sardines. And these people more or less just read off whatever the computer tells them to say. They don't really have any training or troubleshooting knowledge of how to solve problems. And back in the 90s, a lot of the customers that were calling in, and I mean a lot of them, it was their first computer. I mean, today everybody knows how to use a computer, and everybody knows at least some terminology. But back then, the customers calling in, they didn't know anything about computers. I mean, just to give you an example, it was not uncommon when you'd say something like the monitor or the mouse, they wouldn't not know what these things are. And you would have to say stuff like, oh, the thing that looks like a TV screen. And they go, oh, that thing. I mean, this is how inept customers were at the time, because they just had no computer experience whatsoever. That also meant they didn't know how to type. And so it was very difficult when you get them down to the command line, and you would have to be telling them to type this or that on the keyboard, and they often didn't know what a colon or a semicolon was, or things like that. And so there were a lot of challenges in dealing with the customers. But today, it's almost opposite. Today, you've got like the customers calling in no more than the people working in the support center half the time. which is a very big reversal from the way that tech support was, back in the 90s. So let's talk about some of the crazy calls that that we got. So, this is almost like an urban legend, the cup holder thing. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and be honest with you. I never received a call where somebody thought that the CD-ROM was the cup holder. However, some of my coworkers did. So it actually really did happen. In fact, we had to listen to the recording one time just to hear that it was really true. But the guy had apparently sat his coffee on the tray, and when he turned the computer on, or I think he rebooted it, it retracted and it spilled the coffee all over his keyboard, and he was really upset about that. And I'm glad I didn't get that call, because I have no idea how I would explain that nicely to somebody what the purpose of that is. But this is something that I dealt with all the time, and it was extremely frustrating. So when people called into tech support, even if they had a 2-hour hold, which was not terribly unusual, they would have a recording that would just repeat over and over like a broken record, telling you, please have your part number and serial number ready, or you will not be able to receive support. And despite hearing this like 500 times over the course of 2 hours, you would be absolutely amazed how few people had those numbers ready when I answered the phone. And so then I would have to ask them to get those numbers. And then you know what would happen? Inevitably, I would wind up in an argument with them. They're like, why do I have to give those? And I'm like, well, we have to know what kind of computer you have. And the invariable answer that I would get when I would say something like that is like, well, I have an AST. Or better yet, I have an AST. And I'm like, well, gee, I would have never thought you'd have an AST calling into AST tech support. But, yeah, we need to know the exact one. We do make more than one computer, So finally, after struggling with this, they'd be like, oh, okay, all right, I got the part number, serial number for you here. And invariably, I would look up the serial number, and I'd find out it was a keyboard. They'd pull the keyboard upside down, and they'd look at the tag on the bottom and read me that. And I go, no, I think you read me the number off the keyboard. I need the number off the computer. And they'd go, oh, okay. Oh, you want the one here on the back of the monitor? No, I don't want the back, or the TV screen, as they'd say sometimes. No, I don't want the number on the back of the monitor. I want the one on the computer. And after a minute, they'd finally go, oh, you want the one on the back of the hard drive. And of course, at this point, I don't even want to argue with them over the definition of what a hard drive is. But at this point, I'm like, fine, just the one on the hard drive, great. Just give me that number, And so they finally gave me the number. But that was, one of the things that people would often complain about when they called in is like, do you know how long I've been on hold? Of course, what always surprised them is I could look down at my phone, and it would actually show me the exact time that they had been on hold on the little screen there. And I'd be like, yes, sir, you've been on hold 57 minutes and 42 seconds. They're always really surprised to know that I actually knew the answer to that question. And then they say, why did I have to wait on hold so long? And sometimes I would actually tell them, like, well, the 10 customers I had to deal with before you, they didn't have their part number and serial number ready either. And I had to wait on them. And that's why you had to wait so long. I give a little bit of a guilt trip for them there. So yeah, this is another example of what the sticker would look like on the back of a lot of the computers. One of the things that we had to learn to do as employees there in tech support is we had to listen really, really well. Now, remember what I told you earlier, a lot of these customers had no idea how to type or what things were called on keyboards, whether it be a colon or semicolon or a slash or a backslash. Good God, if you try to tell them the pipe command, they'd never find that one. Spacebar, however, was also something they often didn't know what was called. And so this was actually an extremely common thing. If I would tell them type CD space DOS, and that's exactly what they'd type. Trouble is, we didn't have any way to see their screens back then. I mean, not like we can today with remote access and stuff like that. So the only way that you knew they'd be typing something crazy like this is to listen to the number of keystrokes they would type. And if there was a lot of extra keystrokes, then you might ask them, hey, can you tell me exactly what you're typing there? And and eventually sometimes we'd figure out. And yeah, things like telling them like the difference between a slash and a backslash and a forward slash, things like that could be really difficult as well. And especially even after you tell them which is the right one and how to find it on the keyboard, they'd still wind up pushing the wrong one. And you get some weird error message that they would read back to you. And you couldn't see what was on the screen, so you didn't know they were typing in the wrong thing, although you guessed they were typing something wrong. But yeah, these were some of the challenges that we had to deal with back then. Now, here's a funny story for you. How many of you are familiar with WinFax?
Just a few of you here, I can see. So let me tell you what WinFax was. Back in the 90s, if you wanted to send a fax to somebody from your computer using your fax modem, you needed a fax program. I think Windows later integrated some of this into Windows, but with Windows 95, you needed a third-party program to accomplish this. And WinFax was the program we bundled with the computer that did this. Now, the way it worked is you could go into, like, I don't know, say Microsoft Word. You could type out a document, and then you could hit print. And when you hit print, it would come up with a list of printers, and one of those printers would be the WinFax printer. And you could click the WinFax, and then you could put in the phone number you wanted to fax to, and then it would do its thing. Now, there was a place in the manual that described how all of this worked. And, it explained about going to print something, and then, and it gets so far, and it says whatever's on your screen at this point will be faxed. Well, I had this one customer call in, and he kept saying it wasn't working, and we kept going around and around, and I kept asking him to read this error message that he said he was getting. He says, well, I can't see it right now because there's this paper in the way. I'm like, well, can you move the paper? And he's like, well, I can't. I'm holding it up to the screen. I'm like, why are you holding paper up to your screen? And he says, well, it says right here in the manual, whatever is on your screen will be faxed. So that was fun explaining to him how that worked. So CD-ROMs. When CD-ROMs started to become popular around this time, more and more games started showing up on the shelves with CDs in them, and customers, of course, would buy them. And when customers would call in and say their CD drive wasn't working, I'd get their serial number from them, and I would be like, well, your computer doesn't appear to have shipped with a CD drive. Did you have this installed somewhere? And they would, no, this absolutely came with a computer when I bought it. And I would ask them, can you describe what this CD-ROM looks like? And they say, well, it's this little slot in the front of the computer, and there's this little lever that you pull down in front of it. And so, of course, what they had is a 5 1/4-inch floppy drive. And a CD will, in fact, fit in there if you put it in there. So I'd have to explain to them what that was. And then, of course, the inevitable question that would come after that is like, well, how do I get it out? And then I'm like, well, you can try some tweezers. You can try picking up the computer and shaking it upside down. Sometimes it would come out. Sometimes they would have to take it into an authorized service center to get it removed. But the other thing that happened a little bit later, we did start shipping computers with CD-ROM drives. And so people would buy these CD recordables on the shelves because they'd say, oh, well, hey, it'd be nice to record stuff. So they would call me up and say, well, my CD-ROM drive's not working because I put these CD recordables in and it says it can't write to them. And then I have to explain to them, like, well, it's a CD read-only memory. It only reads. And you'd be surprised how many people were irate to find out that, like, we scammed them or something. How could you possibly ship this product that can only read? You did this as a scam, so I would have to upgrade or something like that. I'm like, no, they're all like that. You have to spend like $1,000 to get like a writer. And yeah, people were not willing to accept that very well, but that was something we had to deal with a lot. Oh boy, speakerphones. So beyond the fact I hated it when people called me on speakerphones because it was really difficult to hear sometimes, especially if there were other ambient noises in the house. I also really hated it when people called me when they were chewing on food and drinking and had crying babies on their shoulder and a variety of other irritating noises that I had to listen to sometimes when I was trying to help people. But the real irritation was this product that we had with our consumer desktops. It came with we started shipping them with a special modem that was not only a modem, but it was also doubled as an answering machine and a speakerphone. And of course, the way this worked was, actually, this is probably not hard to imagine today because, voicemail's been around for a long time. But basically, you'd leave your computer on 24 hours a day, which back then was kind of an unusual thing to do. But you'd leave your computer on, and when the phone rings, if nobody answered it after a few rings, it would answer, it would play a message, and then it would record your caller's message. And then you could come back and see a list on your screen of all the messages you had and play them back. People thought that was really cool. And it also had this speakerphone feature where, I don't know why people would want to use this, but you could use the internals or the speakers on your computer and then the stupid little piece of junk microphone we used to ship with those computers, and you could talk to somebody with like a speakerphone. The problem was all this sounded great in theory, and it was actually a big selling point for these computers, and we weren't the only ones. So I think Packard Bell and some of the other low-end machines were shipping with stuff like this too, as kind of a lure for some sales. The problem is it never worked right. The software was glitchy. It crashed all the time. In many cases, it would corrupt itself and just wouldn't even run anymore. Customers were always having to call in, and we would have to walk them through how to uninstall the software, reinstall the software, and all the steps. It took like 30, 45 minutes, and then the next day, half the time, it would corrupt itself again, and they'd be back on the phone again. And sometimes we'd go through this a dozen times with people. And people, after it happened a few times, would start to get very irate. And I'm going to quote you something I heard dozens of times after people got irate about this. They would say, I spent $3,000 on this computer, and all I wanted it for was the speakerphone, and it doesn't work, and I want my money back. We're not allowed to be rude to the customers, but I so badly wanted to tell them, dude, if you go down to Radio Shack for about $12, you can buy a speakerphone, and it always works every time. but unfortunately, that was not an option to tell them. But I so badly wanted to tell customers that when they would say that, because I don't know who would spend $3,000 on a speakerphone. This is kind of a crazy thing. So during the time I worked there, we had quite a few different computers, and we were up into the Pentium era. In fact, I think we were selling Pentium 2 machines around 97, if memory serves. And but just as an example, I'm going to use this Pentium 166 here as an example. So say somebody goes out to the store and they buy an AST computer, and it had a Pentium 166 in it. It was the latest and greatest at the time. They spent $3,000 on it or whatever. And they're happy with it. And then I get this call, and they would say, well, I bought this, and just because they bought the top of the line. And I don't know exactly why people would think that, but that was an extremely common call. And the other problem we had that's sort of similar to this is people would go out and buy a computer, and then they had these benchmarking programs that you could go out and buy. And some of them were actually built into DOS. I don't remember what it was called. There was some DOS command you could type if you started looking through the folders, and it would bring up a small little diagnostic program, and it would tell you, the information like how much RAM your computer had and what video card it had and what kind of processor it had. Well, a lot of those programs were older, and they didn't recognize anything above a 386. And so they would run these stupid diagnostic programs, and it would say they have a 386 CPU. And so then they would be calling us up on the phone irate, saying that we ripped them off. I spent $3,000 on this computer. How many times have I heard that? And it was supposed to have a Pentium 200 in there, and it says I have a 386. And the only way I could console these, I would have tried to explain to them, well, I'm sorry, the program just doesn't recognize newer CPUs other than 386. And many of them just flat out wouldn't believe that. And so I had to actually walk them through opening the case on the computer, which is something they could do. It doesn't void your warranty to open the case, although a lot of them thought that it would. I'm like, no, you got to be able to put like expansion cards and stuff in there, And then I would walk them through how to remove the heatsink on the CPU so that they can wipe away the grease so that I actually see that it is, in fact, a Pentium CPU. And then usually they would be kind of a little bit consoled and apologetic at that point. But so, yeah, that was something we had to deal with. All right. Now, I know I said all of the technicians we had at AST were good and knowledgeable, and for the most part, that was accurate. But we did have a handful which were not so good. And I worked right next to one of them in the cube next to me. And I did not like what this guy did a lot. So he had this habit of anytime a customer would call in with a problem that either he didn't know how to solve or a problem that he thought would take him too long to solve, he would simply tell the customer to run ScanDisk, and then when that was done, to run defrag, and then reboot the computer, and if it didn't work, call us back. And of course, it almost never fixed any problem. And so, of course, they would call back. And of course, guess who would usually get them on the phone the second time they called when they're far more angry after waiting on hold 2 more hours? It would usually be me. And so I would have to walk them through the correct fix for the computer. Now, part of the reason this guy did this is because we were judged somewhat by our stats, how many calls we took a day. Now, a lot of people would be surprised to find that I only took about 20 calls a day for an 8-hour work shift. Now, you might think that doesn't sound like very many, but a lot of the calls that we had to deal with were 30, 40-minute calls. So, 20 calls was doing good for me. But this guy had like 40 calls a day. And so he always felt like, ooh, look at he's always bragging about his stats. Look at my stats. I took 40 calls today. Fortunately, our boss did listen into our phone calls. So, that message you hear when you call a lot of companies about your call may be monitored or recorded. We had a similar message. And so, yeah, many cases the boss was listening in on the calls. And so he knew
My stats may not have looked as good as his, but he knew, by golly, when I was done with the customer, it was fixed, or I was sending him a part to get it fixed, or whatever we needed to do. And I wasn't telling him to run ScanDisk and defrag. We had this other employee, by the way, and he had a really odd behavior. So we had these mute buttons on our phone, and you could push. It was a toggle button, like you push it once, the light comes on, and it's muted, and then you push it again, and it goes off. You know, some of the older mute buttons, you had to physically hold them down while you talked. Well, he had this thing where he'd be talking to a customer, and he'd be like, okay, click there, click this, and read me what it says there. And then out of nowhere, he'd push this button, and he'd start yelling like, you stupid bleepity bleep idiot, what a bleepity bleep moron, why can't you figure out this bleepity bleep computer? And then he'd let off the mute button and say, okay, did you click on that yet? Okay, yeah, how'd that go? And he was so loud, he was 3 cubes down from me, and he was so loud sometimes my customers could hear that over my headset, and he'd be like, is that one of your employees talking to a customer like that? And I would always have to cover for him and say, no, he was having an argument with another employee over there. Don't worry about him. You know, let's go on with this. One day he did push that mute button, and I guess he didn't get it good enough. The light didn't light up, and he went off on a customer like that. No. Oh boy, what a day that was. Surprisingly, he didn't get fired over that, but it was quite amusing. And he wasn't wrong. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the things he was saying were correct. In many cases, they were bleepity bleep idiots. But, you know, you just, say that kind of thing. Anyway, that is the end of my presentation. How much time we got? Ooh, right on schedule, 45 minutes. Because I'll tell you what I do. I got 3 things I'm going to be giving away. These are literally the last 5 of these in existence. This was a very limited run. These are vinyl records of the Planet X3 soundtrack. They're very nice, and I decided to hold these last 5. I was going to give them away here because there will never be any more. And then I'm going to give away 5 copies of Planet X3, the box set game. And then whatever's left over after that, I've just got some Planet X3 soundtrack cassettes I'll give away. So since these are far less valuable, plus the fact that you get one of those inside the game anyway, what we'll do is we'll draw the tickets, and then I'll let you pick like what you want, and then I guess whoever's first gets to pick first. So. We're going to do it right here. It shouldn't take very long.
Oh, gosh. I guess while we're waiting on that, did you ever get the foot pedal call?
Not me. I didn't get the foot pedal call, but one of my coworkers did. It was actually a really old lady, and the tech kept telling her to use the mouse, and she didn't know what that was. And she was trying to get the computer set up. Like she had just brought it home from the store and couldn't figure out how to plug all the stuff in. And when he finally described to her what it looked like, she said, oh, I thought that was a foot pedal like my sewing machine. And so he, had to tell her what that was for. So, somebody did get that call. Not me, though. Any other questions while we're waiting on the tickets here?
Did you ever have to frequently say, have you tried turning it off and turning it on again?
I don't think I ever said it exactly like that. I think we would say, let's try rebooting it or something to that effect. But most of the time, customers usually tried that already before they called in. Because, they're waiting on hold for 2 hours. They're usually going to try some stuff on their own. But
I am curious if anyone ever asked how to turn the monitor to channel 3. They thought that would fix it. Did that ever happen?
No, I don't think so. Any other? It doesn't have to be about IST. You can ask me about anything in the few minutes we got left. Yes, sir.
What was the most esoteric piece of hardware that you helped someone install, like a esoteric expansion card or something, like something really weird that someone wanted to install?
Well, I usually didn't help them with stuff like that because if it didn't come with a computer, we were not supposed to support it. And believe me, we got calls all the time. People wanting us to help us install, software that they bought at the store or hardware, but our job usually was to say, no, you need to call that company's tech support for help with that. Sometimes they did call us because they're like, well, I already called them and they said there's something wrong with the computer. And then they would wind up calling us. And then, there's only so much we can do in a situation like that. So we would, we'd listen to what their problem was. But 9 times out of 10, we say, well, look, I'm sorry. Unless there's something you can physically point out as being wrong with the computer other than not working with this product, there's just not much I can do to help you. I don't really remember any specifically bizarre piece of hardware or anything, though. Sorry. Any other questions about anything, AST or 8-bit guy or 8-bit keys? Or?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this game up here. What is it?
Oh, it's a game I wrote. And I've sold several thousand copies of it already. I usually sell them for $40 each, so I'm being pretty generous today. It runs on IBM PCs. It'll run on as little as a 4.77 megahertz XT with CGA, or it'll run on later machines with VGA. It's a real-time strategy game. Everybody got a ticket? What I'm going to do is I'm going to hand the microphone to Jordan here. She's going to call ticket numbers, and you raise your hand, and I'll tell me what you want, and I will bring it to you. Hello and welcome back to the 8-Bit Guy. This is the fourth and final of a documentary series about Planet X3, and it's going to be a long one, so you might as well settle in. Since it's been a while since the last video on the topic, I want to show you a timeline of events. I started development in November of 2017. Now, 2 months later in January, I released the first video, and then 4 months later in May, I released the second video and simultaneously started the Kickstarter. Another 4 months went by and I released the third video documenting the development process of the game, and so what's happened since then? In the last video, I was showing off the newly implemented VGA mode, and it had this pink background behind all the transparent objects because I hadn't implemented the transparency yet. So before I talk about this, I want to point something out. Originally, I had only planned to support CGA 4-color mode and CGA composite mode. And that's because I really wanted to bring a real-time strategy game to the original IBM PC and clones like the Compact Portable. Essentially, I wanted to target the early MS-DOS era computers since almost no new software is being made for those machines. So the goal was the game would run on a 4.77 MHz XT with CGA, and not just run, but run at full speed, look good, and still be fun. And if I couldn't add a feature and get it to run fast enough, then I'd just have to leave that feature out. And honestly, I was perfectly happy with the game being a CGA game. I mean, for what I was trying to do, especially being that I had the composite mode for color, which I thought looked plenty good enough. And the only reason I added Tandy mode early on was that I realized I could use the same artwork as CGA composite mode with minor tweaks to the palette. Well, people kept demanding that I add VGA mode, so grudgingly I did add support for VGA, but that also required adding some transparency. If you look at the CGA graphics here, we basically just used a neutral background color for the tanks, builders, and aliens. In most cases, it blends in well with the background, but in other cases, you can see it just barely. For example, on the Inferno map, you can see a black outline around the unit, but it isn't that noticeable. And in the composite mode, you can see a small color clash around units, and it's more noticeable with the aliens. But with VGA mode, there's simply too much color and detail, and so the only way to make it look presentable was to add transparency. Well, this turned out to be a challenge for speed. DOSBox is very handy when trying to see where your code is running slow. I set the cycle count down to 50 regularly for testing, and in this case, I'm going to set it down to 10. Of course, no actual PC was ever this slow, but one of the things this allows me to do is watch it fill the screen. Now watch what happens when it gets to a tile that has transparency. You'll notice it's considerably slower, and that's because it has to essentially read two tiles and merge them together. So it's important to use the older, faster drawing routine for any tile that didn't require transparency. And that's another thing the routine has to do, is check the tile it's about to draw against an internal table to see which routine to use for each tile. Also, it's possible to turn it off in the menu, which will help speed up the game on slower PCs. Of course, you'll have black areas around all of the units.
I think it's important to understand when playing this game that while the VGA graphics look nice, and of course it plays fine on a 46 or Pentium computers, the appearance is just like fancy dressing for what was designed as a CGA game for the original IBM PC. So while it really delivers a great gaming experience on XT-based computers or especially early Tandy machines, I feel the game somewhat under-delivers on later DOS machines because I think when people played on those machines, their expectations would be higher, especially considering how nice the graphics look, but they're still playing something with the gameplay that was optimized for a much slower PC.
My job on the Planet X3 development team was not only to compose a soundtrack that would fit with the game, but would also work with the sound hardware that was given. That sounds like it might be a fairly easy task on the surface, but in reality, there were quite a few challenges involved.
In the last video, I showed the plan for using 3 different sound devices, the PC speaker, the Tandy 3 voice system, and the AdLib, and we figured we could simulate 3 voices on the PC speaker by arpeggiating them, basically alternating back and forth very quickly to give the illusion of more than one voice. And to make the music easy to port between these systems, we decided to just use the first 3 voices of the AdLib card as well. That way all 3 systems would play more or less the same 3-track music. And we'd also plan to use 3 more voices on the AdLib for sound effects when using that device. And then for the PC speaker, it would alternate between playing musical score and playing sound effects. And the Tandy chip would also rely on the PC speaker to act like a 4th voice, which actually works out really well on those machines since it's mixed and comes out the same speaker with the 3 music voices. However, in the end, we ended up scrapping the sound effects for the AdLib and just relying on the PC speaker for sound effects no matter what music device the user selects.
I was already quite familiar writing with the kind of hardware that would make it into the game. For example, I basically know the AdLib in and out, and I have a decent level of familiarity with the Tandy's SN7 sound chip. So, when David announced Planet X3 in January of 2018, I immediately hopped on the chance to do music for it by sending him and Anders an email, and after some demos and some talks, I got approved.
Now, I did get a lot of negative comments and pushback over the concept of using just 3 voices on the AdLib, but I think if you take a listen to some of the music that Noah composed on all 3 devices, I think you'll actually be impressed. One of the reasons it sounds better than most people expected has to do with the way the AdLib was used back in the day. You see, back then the music was often designed for the Roland MT32 first, and then they designed a routine that would take the MIDI information and then try to play that on the AdLib or Tandy or other sound cards, and so the music was rarely ever optimized for the AdLib. Interestingly enough, I actually asked Noah to compose the music on the Tandy chip first, because I figured if it sounded good on the Tandy, then it would probably sound good on the AdLib. Then Noah tweaked the soundtrack individually for each device to try to get the best sound out of each one. And it worked out pretty well. Despite using only 3 voices, I think our soundtrack sounds as good or better than most 80s games that were using all of the AdLib voices.
One thing that a lot of people thought was going to be a bad limitation, and actually ended up not being trouble at all, was that I was limited to just a couple voices on the AdLib as opposed to all 9, and those were free melodic voices like the Tandy, and then drums. Now, this ended up not being a problem for me as I'm already quite used to working in very limited environments, and, well, this wasn't anything different for me. It would have been nice to access all of those channels, but I probably wouldn't have used them anyways, as even a lot of my original AdLib compositions don't use the extra channels for anything but just echo or reverb effects. Surprisingly, the PC speaker ended up being a really easy one to do, and this is because I basically just took the Tandy version and then stripped a lot of the stuff out. So drums went over everything to lay down a basic rhythmic pattern, and then you had the melody, and then you had the bass. However, this wouldn't have worked had I not kept the PC speaker in mind when making all the music, which is why so much of it is so melodically driven, because, well, atmospheric and drone stuff and stuff you'd hear in a lot of CD audio games, just it doesn't work well in the PC speaker. It's too simple.
I'm also very proud of the fact that Planet X3 natively supports the OPL to LPT, which is a modern sound device being sold by Certishop, and I also sell them in my store for USA customers. And these are basically AdLib cards that plug into the parallel port of a regular PC. Now, the thing is, it requires a driver to work with games, and as such, it requires a 386 for the driver to function. And so that means there's no way to use one of these on an XT or a 286. But since Planet X3 has native support, no driver is required, so you can get AdLib sound working on just about anything with Planet X3. And of course, the soundtrack cassette that comes with the game also includes the MT32 and Sound Canvas versions of the main music. And while it doesn't come with the game, a vinyl record is also now available with the soundtrack as a separate purchase. Just like with Planet X2, Anders Jensen was in charge of designing the layout for the boxes, manuals, cassette inlays, and disc labels.
Let's have a look at how we designed all the elements for Planet X3 and also did the music. So after we got Renault on the team, we asked him if he wanted to do some designs for the cover. He sent a few suggestions, which you can see, and they all look amazing. And after a little back and forth, we ended up with the final design that you can see here. We all agreed that the intense pink colors should be toned down to the more pleasing yellow hues. Designing the box was easy because David wanted to use the same size and shape as the Planet X2 box, which meant that I could just duplicate the Planet X2 project. I use Adobe InDesign for desktop publishing purposes, and since Renault delivered a complete design, I could just put it on the background layer and add elements on top of it. These are the guides that would tell me where the design would fold around the part of the box. So I basically just added the logos on the side and the front and the fake sticker. And the bottom part is almost identical to the front, just a little bit smaller so that it can fit inside the top lid. I played around with the text and the pictures until I came up with the final design. Here's a quick composite of the box and the floppy disks, which David needed for his initial Kickstarter video. It's not always so easy to preserve the colors when you're dealing with different print shops like we did, but I figured the default settings should be sufficient for our need. And this turned out alright for the box, but not so much for the manual, as you'll see later. We used a local US company called the Custom Boxes this time, and they were cheaper than the original company, but it also meant that David had to assemble all the boxes himself. The work with the manual required that David and I had to use a shared Google document. This way David could write all the content for the manual, while I could focus on implementing the parts as we went along. And here all the different components are separated into layers: text, graphics, pictures, design elements, backgrounds, etc. First I spread the text across all the pages. And then it's time to add the pictures and illustrations. And this is a tedious task, because you have to consider text wrapping and kerning issues around the pictures. And then I figured Renault's early design could be used as headers for chapters. Renault had also made some high-resolution graphics of his tile sets used in the game. These I cut out into separate images, so that I could assemble them myself and make illustrations where needed. Each element was painstakingly adjusted and assembled one by one. Maybe not the best way to do things, but it worked. And finally, some of the pages needed some color to give them a little bit more depth and texture.
One issue that we had is that we wanted to use the same type of manual that was included with Planet X2. With this design, you basically have a bunch of pages that are stapled in the middle. Now, the problem with this design is that it can only accommodate so many pages before it becomes too thick for this. At that point, you'd have to go to a different type of spine. Another problem was we wanted to make sure that the full maps were included, but since they are spoilers, we got the idea to split it into two separate manuals. And this solved both problems, because now the spine was much thinner on the main manual, and this second manual contains a lot of tips and tricks for better strategy, along with all of the maps.
There was one little drawback in the process. The print shop who did the manuals did not send me any profiles for the printer. And since they were all printed in the US, I could not verify the final product until it arrived at David's house. So that's why the colors in the manual are more purple than the blue color they should have had.
It was many hours of hard work, but it was also rewarding to see the final product take shape.
It was really fun to work with the other guys on the team. And hopefully we managed to create a solid product that everybody can enjoy.
One other important thing about the box and the manuals is that all of these had to be designed and sent off for production before the game was even actually being finished coding. Now this was a problem because that meant that tens of thousands of dollars were being spent on materials for a game that wasn't even complete and runs the risk of maybe not even becoming complete. Not only that, it also kind of tied my hands because once the manual's written, there's a lot of things I simply couldn't change in the game, otherwise the manual would be wrong. When I made Planet X2 for the Commodore 64, my biggest constraint was RAM. And I knew that when I moved to the IBM PC that RAM would no longer be a problem, but the one thing I didn't anticipate was how much problem disk space was going to be. Obviously, just like the C64 version, I wanted to fit the entire game on a single disk. And there are many reasons for this, from everything from cost to time to produce, and of course simpler code if you don't have to deal with disk swapping or hard disk installation. I didn't foresee this being a problem. On the Commodore disk, they were single-sided and only held 170K per side, and I had to fit everything on one side. On the MS-DOS version, I wanted to ship the game on both 360K and 720K discs, so even the 360K version offered over twice the space since they're double-sided. But there were a number of things working against me. For one, the maps themselves are somewhat larger than the C64 version, and also the graphics set on the C64 was so simple, the entire thing only took 2K, and that's because I was using redefined text characters there. And even the CGA version of the game used 16K for the graphics, and that had to be multiplied many times for all of the different types of landscapes, such as grassy, winter, desert, and so forth. And then there are all the different graphics modes, and they have their own graphics set too, so this really became a lot of data to store. What's worse is we had this intro sequence Renault had worked so hard on, and this also had to be done in 3 different graphics modes, and unfortunately it became pretty clear towards the end of development that this was simply not going to fit on the 360K disc. Jim Leonard had added a fancy compression routine to the game which helped to shrink all the files down. We also decided to leave off the VGA graphics from the 360K disc since we figured most machines with VGA would have the 720 or 1.44 megabyte drives, but the problem is it was still about 10% too large to fit on the 360K disc. So in the end, what I had to do was remove some of the maps. So the 360K version has 9 maps and only supports CGA and Tandy graphics, and the 720K version has 13 maps and all of the graphics modes available. Fortunately, we knew this early enough so that the disc labels actually reflect that. So you can see the 720K version shows CGA, Tandy, and VGA, whereas the 360K actually just says CGA and Tandy. As for the intro sequence, we just threw that up as a standalone video on YouTube with voiceovers by LGR and Techmoan as a little treat. So at least people will get to see it.
We can only hope that protoids aren't here on this planet.
We also incorporated the pictures into the manual like a little comic book. So I wanted to say something about doing crowdfunding for anyone considering it. Finishing Planet X3 turned out to be rather stressful. Suddenly I had over $100,000 deposited into my account, and for me that's a huge amount of money. Now you might think I would be rolling in the dough and be like Scrooge McDuck or something, but I knew that most of this money didn't belong to me. It was meant to pay other people and pay for the materials. So this is where things become really stressful. There were several times I ran into some programming roadblocks. There were at least 2 occasions where I thought I might not be able to finish the game. And during one of these points, I actually had already spent a lot of the Kickstarter money on materials, and the deadline for completion was just looming around the corner. And I was really in a panic because I no longer had the money to refund everyone if I had to abandon development on the game. Fortunately, in both cases, Jim Leonard was able to come to my rescue.
David first contacted me November 20th, 2017. That was his first email to me, asking for help with 8086 Assembler. He and I had conversed a little bit over the years. I was a fan of his channel and helped him out with a couple of technical pieces of information. I'm a patron of his on Patreon. And he knew me because I was a co-creator of the 8088 miles per hour demo, which won the Revision Old School Demo Compo in 2015. So he was aware of my assembler knowledge, and he contacted me to ask what was a good way to get started with 8086 assembler. And I originally went back and forth with him a little bit about various tools he could use, and then one of the things I mentioned was A86, which is this very simple but capable assembler of taking a source file and assembling it directly to a COM file, so you just immediately get to assemble and run. And it ran on the original hardware, so I thought he would use A86 to make a couple of test programs and get up to speed and learn about the memory segmentation and things like that, things that were different from the 6502. Imagine my surprise when in about February of 2018, he emailed me stating that he had already coded up a basic tile editor with CGA support, and he was asking me some more advanced stuff, like, now how do I save stuff to a file and things like that. And I was kind of like, time out, man, pump the brakes. Because I had recommended A86 to him as like a learning assembler, like a teaching assembler. A86 only supports COM files. It has no decent debugger. It has a debugger, but it's not that great. It has no profiler, no library management, no exe support, which means no multi-segmented memory binaries. And A86 was to get you started, but he was already off and running like a shot. And for those of us who know and love David, know that when he gets an idea in his head, he is off and running, and there's not very much that you can do to stop him. But that's a good thing, because that tenacity drove Planet X3 all the way through from conception to final product. And in an era where I was reading the other day that in 2018, roughly 1 out of every 10 Kickstarter projects actually gets funded and pushed and fulfilled and completed. In an era like that, David's stubbornness, for lack of a better term, was exactly what Planet X3 needed, and become a successful Kickstarter product.
Obviously, in the end, the game did in fact get completed, but the Kickstarter was a bit of a double-edged sword. So while it did add an enormous amount of stress to me, it's also what helped push me to work through the problems so that I could eventually get the game completed. Otherwise, it was either complete the game or have to go into debt trying to refund everyone who had bought the game on Kickstarter. When the game was close to completion, I decided it was time for some beta testing, and I wanted to bring in some people to play the game who'd never even heard of the game before, and I wanted to sit there and watch them play it. So I invited one of the kids that lived down the street to come over and play the game for a while, and I stood behind him with a pen and a notepad to take notes. This was a very surprising experience. Within the first few minutes of playing, he had already found like 10 new bugs that I wasn't even aware of. And he was trying to do all kinds of crazy things that had never even occurred to me to try, because I already knew that doing those things, wouldn't work. But I didn't realize that doing those things would cause all kinds of crazy things to happen in the game. I can't remember all of the bugs he found, but one, for example, had to do with the abort feature. See, many units, when they're busy, you can press A to abort whatever routine they're running. Well, he had somehow pressed the A key while he selected the power station, and so it stopped generating power. And it actually took me a while to figure out why he had run out of energy, and it didn't seem to be producing anymore, despite having a lot of solar panels. And so that was an example of something that would have never even occurred to me to try. But it wasn't just bugs that my beta testers found. I watched numerous people come over to my house and play the game, and one of the things I continually saw was several people had trouble with certain aspects of the user interface. For example, the game has something called browse mode. Basically, when you press the enter key, it will pop up this browse selector where you can select another unit. And at that point, the keyboard no longer responds to any commands until you've finished selecting something. But people continually brought up the browse mode and then tried to keep on playing and thought the game was locked up. So one of the things I added was just a simple error message that says not in browse mode when you try to do something. And this way people could figure out what the problem was. Such a minor change made a big difference. Another problem was people complained that it was too difficult to aim at the enemies because they moved too fast, but slowing them down was not an option for other reasons. So as a compromise, I added a feature for the tank where you could just press space and it would automatically fire at the nearest enemy unit. And if it didn't find any enemy units, then it would revert to a manual mode so you could select something to fire at. And I added the M key where the user can force a manual fire. And all of the beta testers seemed to really like this feature. Another problem was that people kept selecting objects to build, but there was no way to abort this. So basically, once you selected something, you had to build it. Now, my beta testers wanted a way to abort without building something, and this was actually one of the most difficult changes to make and probably required 3 days of coding because I had to change the very nature of the way commands were transferred from one subroutine to another. However, you can see that it is now possible to press escape during this process and it will abort. Another problem I saw is that many of the maps were just too difficult for most players because there was too much open area to defend. So I ended up changing a lot of the maps to add more natural boundaries like trees, rocks, and water around the starting positions, which made things easier as there was less area to defend.
All of these things had a dramatic effect on the overall playability of the game, and even though I wasn't able to implement all of the changes that my beta testers requested, I think most of them were pretty happy with the end result.
I was disappointed that I didn't get to include any Easter eggs in Planet X2 due to RAM limitations, but for X3, I managed to fit quite a few of them in. I'll show you just a few of them. I always liked how Ultima games allowed you to press the number keys at the main menu to hear the different pieces of music without actually playing the game, sort of like a jukebox. So I added that feature to Planet X3. And it works in all sound modes, even the PC speaker. Also, on almost every level, there's an Easter egg of some sort. Like, here's a little secret Commodore shrine. And on this level, you'll find the TARDIS hanging out. You can even pick it up and carry it around. Anyway, I won't spoil them all for you, but there are a lot of little things like this scattered throughout the maps.
I thought writing the code was going to be the hardest part of Planet X3, but it actually turned out that production was the hardest part.
I can say without a doubt, the biggest problem was the boxes. When I had ordered the boxes for Planet X2 a year earlier, these came pre-assembled like this. But the boxes I got this time came flat, like this, and so it required folding them. And at first it seemed like a good thing because they'd take up less space for storage, but I didn't realize how long it was going to take to fold all of these. In fact, I timed it, and working at my fastest, I could only fold about 28 boxes in an hour. But I had 2,400 boxes to fold just for the Kickstarter. Another problem is that about 1 out of every 20 boxes were defective in some way. These boxes appear to be just 2 layers of cardboard glued together, but some were just missing glue, and so they just split open. And the other problem was a lot of the boxes had what appeared to be spilled glue or something on the outside. And fortunately, we discovered that some Windex would actually clean these up with some scrubbing without actually damaging the matte finish. My wife and I spent several hours per day just folding boxes. Now, I even had some fans of the channel, such as William, offer to come over and spend the day folding boxes with us. And I even had a box folding party where we had multiple people come over and just fold boxes all day. And I spent most of the day running the box hospital, and that meant adding in glue and then using clips to hold them together while they dried. And I really appreciated everyone's help, but the sad part is this accounts for probably 25% of the actual box folding. My wife and I did the rest. Duplicating the discs was also a challenge. Originally, I had wanted to include both 720K and 360K discs with each box. And I never actually promised this, but it was still my goal. But that meant almost 2,000 of each disc, or 4,000 discs to make. Anders had found and sent me about 3,000 of the 720K discs. One problem with these is they don't have write protect notches, so you can't actually write to them without taking a piece of paper like this and sticking it over the hole. I tried modifying a USB floppy drive so that it would ignore the write protect, but all I ended up doing was destroying the drive. So we just used post-it notes for each disc. The 5¼ inch discs had their own challenges. For one thing, finding discs with blank sleeves is getting harder and harder, especially in quantity. So I contracted with a company to produce custom disc sleeves with my logo on them. And I also put a cute little warnings on the back of the sleeve, just like they used to do back in the 1980s. But another problem with writing 360K discs is that you need a vintage computer with a 360K drive. You might think you could use a 1.2 megabyte drive, but you can't. The problem with these drives is the head is half the size because there's twice as many tracks on a 1.2 megabyte floppy. Now, these drives don't have any problem reading a 360K disc with their smaller head, but writing them produces discs that often won't read in a 360K drive. So that meant having to use really old computers to make these. We also had a disc copy party where people brought over all kinds of machines, and we just spent the whole day making discs. Labeling the 720K discs was a challenge for some people. When I ordered labels for the 5¼ inch discs, I just bought them in an off-the-shelf size that happened to fit pretty well. After all, there was never really a standard size for disc labels on discs like this. But when I went to order labels for these, they needed to be an exact size. Well, none of the companies I called seemed to have a size on file for floppy disk labels. And while I know these are obsolete, I was just surprised to find that no one still had the size, on file anywhere. Anyway, I had to measure the spot myself and tell them how many millimeters it was. And I think I might have gotten them just a bit too large. They actually fit, but there is no room for error. So it takes somebody with a very steady hands to apply these and stay within the lines, so to speak. Many of the people at the copy party gave up on labels. I think me and Chris were the only ones applying labels to the discs. So some of the guys told me they played a prank on me and that they actually put one of the labels on upside down. However, I have never found a disc with an upside down label, so it is possible I shipped it out that way. So I'd be curious to hear if anybody received a copy of Planet X3 with an upside down disc label. Despite the huge number of discs we made during the copy party, this was probably only like 20% of what was needed to fulfill the Kickstarter. I realized I was never going to be able to do all of these and deliver the product on time, so I required people to choose one format or the other for the Kickstarter fulfillment. Interestingly enough, I thought it would be roughly a 50-50 distribution, but it ended up being more like 90% 720K and only 10% for the 360K. However, since making the game available for sale on my website, I do offer the box with both disc types, but it does cost extra. Despite that, nearly 90% of website orders have opted to pay the extra amount and get both disc types. Shipping for the Kickstarter began on February of 2019. Shipping was also a big problem for this. I was constantly getting emails from people asking me to, update their shipping address or some other special request. People just didn't understand. I had a system that would print off shipping labels directly from Kickstarter every day, and we just filled the orders. And if I tried to keep up with all the special requests, I'd have post-it notes everywhere like in the movie Bruce Almighty. So I had to keep telling people to go back to Kickstarter to change their address and other things like that. Despite our efficient system, I was spending about 8 hours a day shipping packages for almost 2 months straight, and my wife would come home from work and spend an hour or two shipping stuff with me. And despite this, we could still only get about 50 packages shipped out per day on average, and I think we worked together one Saturday and managed to ship around 180 packages that day. This was one of the most stressful times of my YouTube career because I had totally underestimated how much time it was going to take to, fold the boxes and produce the discs and ship all the packages. So I was thinking I could get this done in 2 or 3 weeks, but it ended up taking 3 months to do. And during this time, I struggled to produce any content for my YouTube channel, and I went from making around 6 videos a month to around 2 instead. Of course, a lot of people kept emailing me to make suggestions that I should upload videos more often. But another big problem I had was with returns. I spent $22,000 shipping out all of the original packages. But I've had somewhere around 30 or 40 of them so far come back as undeliverable. I think most of them have been from the UK. And so I contact these people and let them know their package has been returned, and most of the time they weren't even aware the package had arrived because their local post office never informed them. So they get sent back, and now if I ship them again, it costs me $22 for each one of these. So I have to ask that they pay the shipping because I can't possibly afford to pay for all of these returns. And I have piles of these just sitting around in the house because a lot of these people just never responded, so I don't know what to do with them. And to make matters worse, I still have, as of today, 52 people who have yet to fill in their address on Kickstarter. So I can't even mail them their packages, and they aren't responding to emails either. So if you're one of these people, go fill in your address so I can ship your product. Storage space has also been an issue. My house was completely filled with boxes related to Planet X3 materials, and I even had to use part of my parents' garage to store the materials, and the space needed ended up being a lot more than I expected.
So just a word of warning for anybody thinking about doing a Kickstarter. It is not a walk in the park. It is a huge amount of work. After the game had already started to ship, we made at least 4 changes to the code, which means that different people will have received slightly different versions of the game. Now, granted, most of the changes are very minor.
For example, we discovered that the Commodore PC compatibles like the Colt or the PC-20 would actually lock up and simply not work at all. Jim Leonard tracked down this bug quickly and modified the code so that it would run on these. And there are still probably a lot of discs that shipped out with this bug, but as far as we know, the bug was unique to the Commodore hardware, and so unless a person were to run the code on one of these, they'd never have a problem. Jim also added a nice pixelated transition screen between the menu and the game screen, which works in all video modes, and this wasn't on the original release. And the last minor change was the game over screen. Originally, it just said to press any key, and the problem with this is that sometimes players were still pressing keys trying to fight up until the screen appeared, which would then cause the game to jump back to the main menu without them ever being able to see the game over screen. I had already added a check so that it would ignore cursor keys, since those were the most likely keys to be pressed. But Jim decided to take it further and change the in-game screen to say press M to the return to the menu, since the M key isn't really used for much else during the game. Probably 50% of the discs that went out just say press any key. The other 50% say press M.
But the most significant change would actually occur after production had already begun. Benedict Friesen actually emailed me back during the development stage asking me if I would support the Plantronics Color Plus mode.
For those that don't know, this was a CGA video card that also had some nicer 16-color video modes, similar to the Tandy series, but not actually compatible with the Tandy. Several clone machines included support for these modes, especially clones sold in Europe. The Commodore line of PC compatibles is an example of one that supported these modes. However, little to no software was ever written to take advantage of these modes. In fact, the little demo program that came with the computers was about the only thing most people ever saw of the 16-color graphics mode. So despite having 16-color graphics, the Commodore PCs would have to run Planet X3 in the regular 4-color CGA mode.
And while I thought the idea was cool, I ultimately decided not to support it because, for one thing, DOSBox doesn't emulate it, which would make developing it a lot more difficult. The other thing was I just didn't want to put in the time for such a small audience of users that might actually take advantage of it. However, Benedict kept pestering me about it even well after production had begun, and so finally I offered to just send him the source code and ask him if he wanted to add the new graphics modes in there, and, well, believe it or not, that's exactly what he did.
And it works perfectly. You can see it here running on the Commodore PC-20-3. Now there is a catch here. The mode he is using is 320 by 200 pixels with 16 colors, but we didn't have any artwork for that. Using the 4-color artwork would make no sense. Using the 256-color artwork would be really difficult to down-convert into something that looks nice. So he decided to use the Tandy low-res artwork, which is only half the resolution of the mode being used. So everything is scaled up by a factor of 2, which means this could, in theory, look a lot better. In fact, Renault made a little mock-up by hand of what the game would look like running in native on Plantronics resolution, and it looks pretty nice. Of course, this is also what the Tandy mode would have looked like if we had gone with the medium resolution mode instead. And of course, EGA also supports this resolution and color combination, so this mock-up could easily be for any of those modes. So if that wasn't cool enough, Benedict wasn't done yet. He emailed me back a few days after he had that working and apparently had added a few other interesting features. He added an interesting twist to the CGA mode where it could operate in grayscale. Ironically, this doesn't work on most CGA cards, but it does work on a lot of EGA and VGA cards. I actually like the look of the grayscale CGA. It's quite a pity the original hardware didn't support this, as it's easier on the eyes than the magenta palette. However, looking at the 3 sets of artwork we had, he realized he could adapt the 256 color artwork for Tandy high-res mode. Now this mode is double the resolution, but half the colors, and it takes up exactly the same amount of RAM for either mode and is laid out in RAM more or less the same. So he came up with a dithering pattern that allows the VGA version to run almost perfectly in high-res mode on a Tandy. Now, the low-end Tandy machines don't even support this mode, and even if they did, they'd be too slow to really use it. But on the later model Tandy machines, like the 1000 TL for example, it looks fantastic. Also, since EGA also supports a mode with the same resolution and colors, he also adapted it to run on EGA cards using a similar method. However, a separate executable was now required for the EGA mode. So anyway, I'm thrilled with the work he did, and I'm very proud that Planet X3 will now run on so many different video modes. And I really love seeing all the various computers people have tried running the game on. There were a few things that were essentially left unfinished, but I didn't think they were important enough to actually do a mid-production code change. One thing is there's way too much contrast between the grass and sand tiles on the desert map. Now the surprising reason for this is because I only ever designed the map editor to work in CGA composite mode, and in this mode the contrast is acceptable. In fact, the VGA tiles were drawn long after this map had been designed, and this just goes back to what I was saying before, that this game was developed primarily as a CGA game. Now, I had planned to redo the map, but never got around to it. Another similar problem is with the jungle map. In this map, the trees and brush are so thick that you have to bulldoze your way through to explore and to eventually combat the enemy. The trouble is, the order of some of the tiles in the tile database were changed after the map was finished, which ended up causing this map to display the wrong tiles. So there are all these weird patterns that weren't really supposed to be there. Anyway, I didn't consider it to be enough of a problem to redo the map, and so far nobody's even mentioned it. Alex Semenoff, who designed the sound and music routines for Planet X3, is also working on porting the entire game to the Sega Genesis. A lot of progress has been made, and the game currently runs, although a lot of features are still missing. By default, it uses the VGA artwork, which has had the colors reduced. The one interesting feature is that on the menu, you'll be able to select CGA or Tandy graphics if you want to experience those modes. And for sound, you'll be able to select the Tandy music, which makes sense being the Genesis also has the same sound chip as the Tandy alongside its FM synthesizer chip, so that's pretty cool. No word on when this will be finished, of course. Even though I consider myself more or less finished with Planet X3, there are still 2 things I have left to do. At some point or another, I want to create a shareware version of the game where it basically just be a cut down version that plays, maybe like only one map. That way people can share the game freely and try it out on different hardware platforms and see how it runs, or see if the game might even be of interest to them. The second thing I want to do is at some point I want to open up the source code and make it available. And there's 2 reasons I want to do that. One reason is I think people might end up adding more new features to the game, which I think would be cool. But the other reason is I've noticed there's a lot of people out there who are also trying to write their own MS-DOS games, and it is a struggle sometimes to figure out how to work some of the video modes or how to even accomplish certain things in assembly language. And it would be good to have some example source code out there that's well documented, which Planet X3 source code is very well documented. So that's something I want to do in the future as well. And with any luck, that might actually spur the development of some other new games. But I appreciate all you guys sticking around for this rather lengthy episode, but that's all I have for the moment. So subscribe if you haven't already, and as always, thanks for watching.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. This will be truly one of my greatest feats. I am going to be live building not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6. Yes, that is 6. Trust me on this. 6 computers today. Why, you might ask? Well, because nobody else had time to build up our new editing stations. No, you don't have to pick it up. Just pan over here for me. Nobody had time to build all the new editing stations, and everyone said I did such a wonderful job of the one that I did on live stream a few weeks ago, and people would like to use their new editing stations, so we delegated that task all the way down from the top, from the CEO down to like the writers, down to the studio management guys, and then it went back up to the writers and all the way back to me. So I'm gonna be building 6 computers today. Now you only saw 5 cases there. That's because case number 1, or more accurately case number 2, because I already built system number 1, is right here. Oh boy. Without further ado, why don't we get this puppy started, shall we? So we're gonna kick things off with making sure that we tell you about our sponsor. Hey! Ridge Wallet wants to redefine the wallet with its compact frame and RFID blocking plates. Check out how they can help keep your wallet bulge down by using offer code Linus to save 10% and get free worldwide shipping. That is so convenient, having that all pre-done for me, all like that. All right, let's get our power supply, graphics card, not gonna need those for a little bit, and let's build up our motherboard here. So just like last time, we're using the ROG Zenith 2 Extreme, and I actually want you guys to hold me accountable here because we've got 6 systems to build, which means we don't have a lot of time to waste today. So if you guys see me dilly-dallying, I want you to let me know in the chat, hey Linus, you got to get on this. You got to build some computers. No, I am not only building 5 YOLO faces. I am building 6. There are 6 total of everything. And of course, I should take this opportunity to give a massive, massive shout out to the folks who provided hardware for these systems. ASUS, obviously, AMD, G-Skill, Intel, Noctua, Seasonic, and NVIDIA. Oh, also Fantex with the cases there. Do I have, Nicholas, you are truly a peach. Look at this. He got one of these Threadripper / Epic Torx. It's Torx and Torque, which is very amusing to me. Your sense of humor might not match mine, but I love it. It's a Torx Torque screwdriver. He got me one of these. And then do I also happen to have an iFixit kit handy? Because I'm going to need that for M.2 installation. All right. Let's talk through some of the specs for these rigs and why we went this route for our editing workstations. Now, it's no secret that this generation, the amount of attention on Intel's high-end desktop / workstation has been very low. AMD's 3rd generation Threadrippers here have absolutely stolen the limelight, and for good reason. For a relatively affordable price, like remember guys, it wasn't that long ago that on the consumer or even high-end desktop, you could only get 6 or maybe 8 cores if you were lucky. So for a relatively affordable price, being able to put 24 CPU cores in a socket is freaking incredible. So we've gone Ryzen Threadripper 3960X because we found that it's a good mix between cost, although AMD did send these, but we were just trying to spec something that we thought would be actually reasonable when we show you guys building the machines. So a good mix between cost and core count. Because depending on your workload, it's quite possible that you're not even going to be able to take advantage of all of the cores of a CPU like this. Not just quite possible, it's like pretty probable. So 24 cores felt like a really good middle ground with the possibility of upgrading down the line. So one thing that's really exciting about the TRX 40 chipset, and maybe not the chipset so much, but definitely socket STRX4, is that AMD has committed in sort of vague terms, but have committed to supporting this socket in the long term. So right now, we already have an upgrade path to up to 64 core CPUs, which means that if nothing else, we could expect another generation of higher-end 64 cores, or I don't know, like it seems crazy to even say it out loud, but even higher core count CPUs? Like, it's madness, right? Let's go ahead and throw on some memory. So G.Skill generously provided these 3200 megahertz CL16 kits. So these are 32 gigs per stick, meaning that once we've got, and I'm going to do my darndest to install these in the right slots this time. I actually screwed that up on the last stream. It's like the easiest thing in the world because all you got to do is follow the rule of thumb, which is populate every other slot, starting with the ones that are farther from the socket. But I managed to put them in the wrong slots last time. So these are another sort of great today and solid upgrade path for the future, giving us 128 gigs of RAM per station with the ability to move to 256 without replacing these. And it came to my attention recently through a tweet from one of our editors that 128 gigs might not actually be all that we need moving forward. Someone posted a screenshot on our Twitter of, I think it was 109 gigs of memory use on their workstation. It's like, what are you even doing? Come on, like help me out here. Oh, I remember this from last time. I think I had to use the DIM.2 carrier for my Optane drive. The other, it's in the what, sorry? Oh yeah, that's fine. I can find it. That's another big upgrade that we're making here is all of our workstations are moving to Optane. And it's not a throughput thing. Like if we wanted the fastest drive throughput, obviously we could put like, PCIe Gen 4 SSDs or, a bunch of SSDs in a liquid or Amphitech carrier or something like that. But that's not necessarily the most important thing when it comes to system responsiveness and system performance. So what we actually want is really, really low latency storage. I'm going to go ahead and install it on the outside one. I want a little bit less heat for my poor Optane M.2 because these things can get a little bit toasty. Let's go ahead and get this installed. So anyway, so we went Optane. These are PCIe Gen 4. I guess I would, yeah, it's still a card technically. It meets the definition of a card. So these are PCI Express, did I say Gen 4? PCI Express Gen 3 by 4 M.2 modules. You've got, is that 7? What a weird configuration. So you got your controller right here, and then you've got 7 Optane packages right here on the top and bottom, and these things can get a little bit toasty. In fact, Intel even sent us over with them these, oh, they're not here anymore, but yeah, they're just on the right. They're on the right? Oh, here they are, yeah. They even sent us over these like crazy EK heat sinks for them. The problem is that with our board configuration, we can't actually use those. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this installed in the DIM.2 carrier doodad. And it's not the end of the world, because the thing about the DIM.2 card, like daughter board thing, is that it does actually make it really, really simple to swap out or upgrade your storage down the line. I mean, I'm all for, here, let me just get a screw here. Yeah, I'm all for like making systems cleaner looking and more compact and all that good stuff. And that's one real benefit of installing your SSDs in slots like this. So there's M.2 slots under here as well. The problem is that when it comes time to actually upgrade the darn thing, you've got to rip out your graphics card or any other PCI Express expansion slots that you've got installed in order to get at them. So it makes something that could be very fast and very simple, a half hour, 20-minute project instead of a 5-minute project, which you can do with this little carrier thing, even if it is kind of bulky and ugly, and I'm not a huge fan of that aspect of it. Now, am I going to be able to... Can I give you guys a bit of a closer? Oh no, that's focus. Oh crap. Oh boy, Andy, I screwed everything up. There, that's pretty good, hey? It's real wobbly. I'm so sorry, guys. It's also not in focus. Hold on, I got this. How's that? You know what? We're calling that good enough. We're calling that good enough, ladies and gentlemen. It's good enough. Don't wobble it again. You're wobbling it. You didn't wobble it. That's pretty good, Nicholas. All right.
I did work in the film industry.
Did you? Actually, I knew that. That was on your resume. Oh, no. There goes a screw. All right. So let's go ahead and get this puppy installed here. Oh, boy. Okay. Third time's a charm. Asus just does such weird stuff sometimes, you know? Like a PCI Express 8X interface on this like weird custom memory looking thing, and then you install two like 4x cards on it. So yeah, one goes on this side and one goes on this side. So it's as simple as just pulling off the heat spreader on the other side if we wanted to add another card, or just popping off this one and replacing the one that's on there. Let's go ahead and take the cover off. Yeah, all right. Get this puppy install-emulated. I just want to make sure that we're actually covering everything, because the thing about NAND flash is that you don't want to necessarily overcool it, because it can actually make it not last as long. Optane, to my knowledge, has no such concerns. So cooling this thing is a net positive. All right, go ahead and get that installed. So what I'm kind of thinking is, first system, I do it like a relatively leisurely pace, and then I keep trying to beat my time as we go. What do you think? Should be, think I can get more efficient 6 times? All right, let's go ahead and get this puppy installed. You're on, Andy. There we go. So it's right next to our memory modules there, and everything's looking pretty freaking tidy. You can come down and look at this. There we go. Oh yeah. Got that computer building porn right there. That is 128 gigs of RAM, 24 cores, and 380 gigs of Optane storage. And you might ask, and actually Intel asked me this, like, really? You only want 380 gig ones? Like, what year is it? And I said, actually, yes, I do only want those, because as soon as you give editors local storage in their machines, they're gonna start using it instead of putting stuff on the server where it is supposed to go. So I intentionally do not give them any storage, and we have a company-wide ban on editors having portable hard drives or anything plugged into their machines. Not because I'm like concerned about them, you know, corporate data theft or anything like that. Like I trust my guys. It's nothing like that. It's just because I don't trust those things. I trust my editors. I don't trust external hard drives. Oh, so shiny. Want to get it? Want to see the shiny peel? Oh, look at that. Look how shiny that is. Here. More shiny. Ooh, shiny. All right. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to take my time on this first one so that I don't have to get too much faster.
There's garbage on your offside.
Is there really?
Yeah.
Nicholas, you think of everything. Now. After that one video. He's never going to live it down. The video where we repaired the pins on the CPU, that was a classic. That was a classic. I swear to you, like, I got gray hairs that day. And none of them are on my head, mind you. You know, I can't show you where those gray hairs are, but I swear to you, I have gray hairs from working on that video with this guy.
Super bad, because that's the same night you did the retirement stream.
Oh, no, it was nothing to do with that. I had already planned that.
I'm well aware.
Yeah.
That's not.
You're not mic'd, so you can't talk too much. Otherwise, people just hear kind of like Charlie Brown adults talking. Wah, 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 wah. I'm not saying, I don't want to hear from you. I like it very much. I'm just saying that we actually get complaints on the stream when people talk from off camera without being mic'd too much. All right, let's do some thermal compound. Andy, I'm on the overhead, so you can relax. So, why don't we try 6 different thermal compound techniques? What do you think? We'll see at the end. Well, we're not gonna painstakingly benchmark all of these, but we're definitely gonna do some different thermal compound techniques. So we're gonna start out the day doing something pretty conventionally wise. So we're gonna go for an X here, and then we're gonna put little dots there, and there. All right, we're gonna call that pretty good. You might have noticed, if you are extremely keen-eyed, one of our very keen-eyed viewers up in there, that we changed out our CPU cooler. We were hoping that we would get away with the NHU12S, but as it turns out, the 3960X is one inferno of a CPU, and we had to step up to the U14. Like, how many watts is this thing? Can you look that up for me, Nicholas? Can't remember exactly what the spec is, but it's surprisingly, and we talked about this actually when AMD launched the 30.
Whoops.
Nicholas, do you know how to fix that? I'm sure you can figure it out. We talked about this when AMD launched the 3950X. So when they took their flagship consumer 3900X, which is 12 core, and they went to 16 cores. And we had said, how on earth are they going to do this? How are they going to go from 12 to 16 cores and keep the power and the thermals within reason? And then they turned around and made a chip that somehow, in our testing, ran even cooler when we launched our review. And I was like, what? And Anthony was like, what? And AMD was like, mm-hmm. So anyway, that also goes the other way. So just because this has only 24 cores compared to 32 or 64 in the rest of the Threadripper lineup, doesn't mean that it doesn't run really hot and consume a ton of power. So we were a little taken aback by how mosty toasty the last system ran, and we are not taking any chances. We're going U14S. C. Daniels 04 informs me that the fan is not spinning. Thank you, C. Daniels, you unbelievable troll. I can't call you anything worse than that because you're a float plane member, but I would. Just know that, okay? All right, let's go ahead and get this heatsink attached here. Fan's not spinning. Wow, half of the float plane chat. I mean, I singled out C. Daniels there, but half of the float plane chat is just talking about fan not spinning. Okay, the fan is not on the heatsink at this time, so I don't even want to hear about it. And the fan was spinning.
As an update, it's 280 watt TDP.
280 watt TDP. So this is not your grandpa's, CPU. Not that your grandpa had a CPU, probably. Actually, we're getting to the point now where you could conceivably be a grandparent and, have run like Pentium 1 or like even going back a little further. Yeah, okay. No, this is not your grandpa's CPU. I mean, when you were a kid, obviously you could just be a grandpa that just has a CPU. I just mean if enough time has passed that I could say this is not your grandpa's CPU, previous generation CPU, when they were young. When your grandpa was young and had this CPU, that's what I'm talking about. Nobody has any idea what I'm talking about. That's okay. All right, Andy, come on in a little closer. I just want to show you what we're going through here in terms of cable management. So I want to bring this over to the CPU connector right here. But what I want to do is I want to keep this cable out of the way of my memory tabs so that if we ever need to perform an upgrade on the system, it's not getting in our way here. And what I typically like to do is I like to tie myself a little knot with the cable. I like to get naughty in here. And it's kind of getting in the way of the memory tabs, but actually that's not bad. Okay, there, that looks pretty good. Gotta stay in close, handy. Oh, it slipped a little. There we go, that's better. All right, so there you go. So we've got this coming up over here, and then we just got a little knot right there, and everything looks pretty good, actually. And that's it. That's it for the motherboard. Let's break out the case. And yes, these systems will play Anno 1800 just fine if people want to game in their off hours on their workstations. That would be no problem. Actually, that's kind of a crazy thought. Like there would be nothing that prevented them from using like oh man, why is it escaping me? Oh yeah, there would be nothing that prevented editors from using Parsec or Rainway or something on their workstations and just like not owning a gaming computer. I mean, other than just wanting the additional visual fidelity of not streaming, but we've got like a 10 gig internet connection here, so conceivably the entire company could be streaming their gaming from the office. That's actually, it kind of sounds like a video concept, doesn't it?
So what you're saying is everyone's getting NVIDIA Shields to stream.
Well, no, I mean, NVIDIA Shields, oh, wait, you mean like the Shield TVs? I mean, you don't need those because you can stream on basically any client these days. It's just a matter of what kind of visual fidelity you can expect from the built-in hardware decoder and how good the latency is. Some of them are better than others. So for our case, we've gone with the Eclipse P600S. It really was an absolute pleasure to work in last time. Really impressed with this case. I did have a couple of blemishes on it, which I'm hoping we won't have a repeat of, but only a close inspection will tell. We also had some issues with this tape leaving a nasty, nasty residue. So hopefully we don't have a repeat of that as well, because that did waste some of our time last time. There we go. Actually, it looks not bad. This one seems to be pretty darn perfect, actually. All right. Well, I'm happy with that. Got our tempered glass panel over here. Now I just need to remember how to open the. Oh, okay. Well, that was pretty straightforward. Just magnetic. And let's try not to knock this motherboard off the desk while I take this off. Is there a screw for this? Oh, that's a tight fit. Come on. Oh, there we go. Wait, you took away the case box. Oh. Where am I going to put the panel? No, it's fine. I got this. I'll just dump it down there. Okay. Take off the tempered glass panel. There we go. Try not to break it. There we go. And let's start with the power supply. So if you're going to have a 280 watt CPU, you might as well have a 1,000 watt power supply. Is it overkill? Yeah, it's a little overkill, but that's okay. Power supply is one of those things that there's just no real advantage to cheaping out over. And because the standards haven't changed in, well, gee, I think back. Around the time I first got into computers, so this is around, not first got into computers, but around the time I like really started getting into computers, like, you know, custom ones, not just upgrading a PCI card here and there. That was around 2003, 2004. And at that time, the 20-pin connector was still in use, but being phased out for the 24-pin. And we had 4-pin, no, leave it. We had 4-pin P4 connectors, which would soon be supplanted by 8 pins, and then you would see like dual 8 pins or 8+4 or whatever the case may be, that made its way down to consumers from server hardware. So I guess since around probably, so like a couple years after I got into it, so this is around 2006 to 2008, like somewhere in that range, they basically haven't changed. They've gotten more efficient, sure. Like this is an 80+ titanium power supply, which is like, you know, you could almost stop calling it 80+ at a certain point and start calling it like closer to 90+. It's crazy. They're crazy efficient now. And, you know, things like modular interfaces have become commonplace when that used to be like an esoteric feature that you might find on, you know, some weird power supply. But fundamentally, they're the same things that they were all those years ago. So there's nothing wrong with making, and I hate to use the word investment, because an investment is something that pays out over time, and a computer, unless you use it for work, does not pay out over time. But there's nothing wrong with making an investment into a good quality power supply, one that you can carry forward with you for potentially years to come. And when I use the term investment, I mean investment in the sense of, hey, if you buy it now, then that's just, you know, one piece that you don't have to replace or upgrade later on down the line when you go with something more powerful or whatever the case may be. So the modular cables that I'm installing right now, assuming I can switch angles here and show you guys what I'm doing. Here we go. Modular cables I'm installing in this unit are, Andy, you're not visible, are the 24-pin. I think we need 2 8-pins for this motherboard. I would assume so, 280-watt CPU. Yep. 2 8-pins for the CPU. So those are going right here. And then we've got 2 6+2s, and these are going to be for our 2080 Super graphics card. Funny story, we might actually end up swapping out those 2080 Supers. And the reason for it is that some of our editors, Taryn, sorry, excuse me, I had something caught in my throat there. Some of our editors are managing to use not just the 8 gigs of VRAM that you would find on a 2080 Super, but actually too much for even a Titan V. So Taryn has been regularly using somewhere in the neighborhood of 13 gigs of video memory, which has been causing some like hitching type behaviors in his software. Like Nicholas, which software was he having trouble with in particular? Was it After Effects?
It was Premiere.
It was Premiere. Okay, so the issue is when his VRAM is full, he's getting kind of weird hitching in Premiere. So we tried swapping out the Titan V for a Quadro P6000, which is a generation older in terms of the actual performance, but has 24 gigs of VRAM, and the problems went away. So what he said was it takes longer to render when you're using the GPU. So anything sort of GPU accelerated takes longer on it, but it's more stable and makes for a smoother editing experience. So we might actually end up, shoot, did I pick the wrong bit here? Whoops. So we might actually end up swapping out all of the GPUs for Quadro P6000s. You can get them on eBay for around $2,500 right now. And in terms of something that has a lot of performance and has a ton of VRAM, it's looks like a pretty good bet right now. Part of me is tempted to wait around and see what, if anything, NVIDIA has coming in the next couple of months, because once the cooler and shroud starts to leak, you can usually bet that you're pretty close to a new graphics card launch. But I don't know. The thing is, you know, business doesn't wait around for the opportune time to upgrade. So we might just have to just go ahead and do what we got to do here. Now what I got to do is install a motherboard, actually. Yeah. Now there is one little trick with the motherboard install, because this motherboard is a pretty busy board, covered in lots of stuff. It's actually missing one of the standard 9 ATX mounting holes. See that? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. So it's very common for cases, particularly ones where the case manufacturer wants the building process to be as painless as possible. It's pretty common for cases to include standard motherboard mounting standoffs. But especially because this one, here, if you come in and have a close look at this, Andy, especially because this one is one of the little knobbly ones that'll help you hold the motherboard in place, it would actually do a number on the back of our motherboard here if we left it installed. That is, if we had a motherboard that didn't have a protective shield on the back. Either way, it would scratch up the back of the board, and that's not something that we want to do. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to pop this puppy off here. Oh boy, I'm starting to get a little disorganized. Nope, just leave it for now, because I don't want to run into a situation where I need stuff and I've already packed up the box. I don't think I need any more modular cables, but one SATA cable for the, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, great, thank you. This will go here. Oh, I love Fantex's accessory boxes. So they've got, hold on, where's the other thing? I think it's in here somewhere. Nope, not that one. It's in here somewhere. Wait for it. Ah, yeah. Check this out. All the little screws that I need, all nicely arranged. And here's an extra one that I don't need. Absolutely love it. All right, let's go ahead and install this puppy. Maybe, you know what? I'm gonna mix things up today. I'm gonna mix it up. I'm gonna actually lay down the case while I build a computer for a change. What? It's fine. It's chill.
Tilted.
Don't worry, it's all good. You're tilted. All right, I'm gonna just switch to the other view. Oh boy, now we're zoomed in too far. I knew this was gonna happen. Wait for it. I got this. Whoop. Oh yeah. Oof. Sweet. All right. Andy, we're not looking at you right now. So you can use that monitor to tell if we're actually looking at your camera or not. Here we go. So convenient. Man, it's like, in most cases, I wouldn't recommend high-end stuff per se, because you can get a lot better value by going for something, in the mid-range. But it sure is nice to have creature comforts like built-in I/O shields and pre-installed standoffs in your case and all that kind of stuff. And, I definitely don't complain when I get to work with high-end hardware. Just little things. And it's like, from a performance, from a price to performance standpoint, it makes no sense, which is again why I'm not going to go out and recommend that you spend $400, $500 on a motherboard. Like that's tough to justify when you can get a lot of that performance for less. It's just when I get the opportunity, it is nice. That was always something that I liked about building customer systems back when I was working at NCIX, right? Because I got to have the fun of hey, well, we got to stress test it, so we're going to have to fire up some games, right? Because how else are we going to stress test it, right? So you get to kind of play with it, but you don't actually have to spend all your own money on it. That was a really great hobby when I was in school. I would, try to build. Okay, you never. Okay, that's not very magnetic. You never want to build systems and then try to flip them on Craigslist. But if you can find people who need systems, whether they're fellow classmates or whatever the case may be, it can be a nice way to make $30, $50 here and there. Just be like, yeah, I'll build it for you and give you some help with it. It's the kind of thing that once you reach a certain point, you can't keep doing because people, as soon as you build a computer for someone, they're going to come to you about every little stupid thing with it. It's like, oh, hey, it doesn't have Office on it. I thought it would have Office on it. And you're like, well, why would you think that? Office is paid software. Did you pay for Office? Well, then I guess you don't have it. But people have this expectation when you're a fly-by-night student building a computer for them that you'll just pirate things for them. And I was like, you run into trouble where people have unrealistic or unfair expectations, but it is something that I did have fun doing from time to time. I did have to get a real job eventually, of course, though. Okay, I'm just going to loosen a couple of these screws. It looks like this is not quite perfectly lined up here. And that is why you never tighten it down all the way until you've got at least most of the screws in. I should probably pay some attention to chat. That is kind of the point of live streaming. All right. F in chat for orange screwdriver. I cannot tell you guys anymore. unfortunately. There are simply no details that I am able to share with you at this time. I would love to, but, and hopefully this doesn't give away too much, Nick wouldn't like it. There you go. That's all I can say. Oh, come on, just thread in. You vicious punk, you. I'm just gonna have to see. This is why I end up building systems standing upright, because I can actually reach them better in a certain sense. And no, there will be no video coming anytime soon, or anything to do with any screwdrivers. No video anytime soon. I can guarantee you that. Chandu Goganani says, hey, you always call rubles. It's not. It's INR rupees. No, what I actually always do is alternate between various currencies that have relatively low value when I'm referring to the Canadian dollar. So that's why I'll say Canadian rupees or Canadian rubles, because I'm poking fun at our own currency, which has dropped significantly against the greenback over the last year or so, and other currencies that also have relatively low value compared to the greenback. So yes, I'm teasing the rupee and the ruble. I am aware that they are separate currencies, though. This is unfortunate. One of these screws I'm actually not able to get at, I don't think. Oh wait, maybe I can. If I can kind of get it in there at an angle. Oh yeah, that's not bad. I figure it's one of those things where it's like if my currency sucks, then I get to tease other people for having currency sucks. Kind of like how I can make short jokes, right? All right. Motherboard's in. Let's go ahead and flip this puppy up. All right, we're back on you, Andy. Looking pretty good, hey? Making good progress here. Let's go ahead and get that SATA cable that we're gonna need later. Oh, interesting. So Seasonic includes like adapters. So that's a Molex to dual SATA adapter to handle adding extra SATA just in case you don't need any Molex, which I guess is pretty common these days. Like what would people normally use Molex for unless you've got like an older D5 pump or something like that? I do wish they included a shorter dual SATA cable with this particular kit. We could have gone with cable mod kits, like done custom cables or whatever, but again, that was one of those, we're trying to present like a reasonable thing people might actually also build. And most people, when they're building a workstation for the office, are not going to put like expensive individually sleeved cables in it. Like that doesn't make a ton of business sense, All right, I'm just gonna hide away back here and plug in my SATA cables. Oh no, I can't see what I'm doing. All right, got that sorted out. Cable management. Cable management starts with cable management planning. So let's go ahead and figure out which ones are going to be our bottom layer here. We need there they are. So we need our graphics connectors going up to where they need to go. Oh, we need to detach all of our front panel connectors. There we are. Please tell me this motherboard has the front Type-C connect. Oh, heck yeah, it's actually got two of them. Is very nice. Okay, so let's detach all these. There we go. We're gonna run our dual 8 pins for our graphics over here. Yeah, that looks about right. Hey, there we go. Put that right about there. Or what do you think, Andy? Where do you want the graphics run? Do you want it coming up over here to the graphics card like that? Or should we use this puppy right here and come up from the bottom?
I think come up.
You want up from the bottom?
Yeah.
All right. If the Andy Man says so, then so it shall be. Because the Andy Man, I can't sing this song, so I'll stop because I don't want to get demonetized.
Are you curious of your current time?
Oh yeah, how long has this taken me so far?
We're at 37, 38 minutes.
38 minutes? Jeebus. I'm gonna have to start kicking it into high gear a little bit, aren't I? Is that your point? Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to build computers a little faster. Oh no. Oh, it's not gonna help if I start knocking things off the case here. Uh-oh. All right. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Let's do some cable management here. Get the 24 pin. You know what though? No. I'm not taking the bait. I'm still sandbagging this first one.
Yeah, no.
Because I want to beat this time later. See, that's why I made sure that, you know, when I first got together with my wife, it was always very unsatisfying, okay? Because you got to set a bar. You got to set a bar somewhere. You know, like everyone likes to see a record broken, you know? Like that's, you know, that's why we watch the Olympics or whatever, right? It would take all the excitement out of it if, you know, you'd already seen the very best that you could see and, you know, there's no surprises left. You know what I'm talking about, guys? So, there you go. That's a life tip right there. Marriage tip. You know, you want to keep it exciting? Start with the very worst. Start with the very worst. That's another thing, too, is if, you know, if she'll accept that, then you go, oh, this is great. You know, this is a lady with standards that I can live up to, you know? It's good. It's good. Just kidding, hon. Just messing with you. She's not watching this. All right. Let's plug in our two 8-pin connectors here. Ugh, these 4+4s. They're very convenient in that you can use them in an 8-pin or a 4-pin socket, but they're very inconvenient in that plugging them in can be a bit of a pain in the monkey. Oops, helps if you turn them around the right way. Well, there's your problem. And a 1, and a 2. All right. That's looking pretty good. Pretty sharp, huh? Pretty sharp, right? Oh boy, some of the luster of working on this system is gonna come off once I'm working on the like 6th one. Here comes our USB Type-C connector. You can come in and get pretty close for this kind of stuff, Andy. Man, it's amazing how much I/O they can put on these Threadripper boards just because there's so many PCI Express lanes. Like, you can just load it up with whatever you want as a manufacturer. It's pretty cool. Meanwhile, Intel was like 20, 24? That seems like all consumers would ever need. And that's a fair point. Oh no! What the heck? We got bad news here, ladies and gentlemen. I think your best angle at this is actually going to be from back here. Hey, Nicholas, had we unboxed these motherboards before? Asus, Asus, Asus. Okay, so Andy, what you need to see here is the USB 3 connector, which I'm trying to point at, but I actually can't see what I'm pointing at, so I'm going to have to come around to the same side as you. But here, give me a sec here.
There's a second.
This puppy right here. That one right there. Can you see that? The pins are mangled. And this is a board that I have not touched before doing this stream. To say that I'm a little frustrated would be an understatement at this time. The USB 3.0, so the like classic USB Type A internal USB connector, has notoriously fragile pins that are very easy to damage or break. So they're bad enough under perfect conditions, and they're even worse when they are slightly misaligned, or in this case, very misaligned, and you need to try to fix them. Okay, I'm going to try and use a small flathead screwdriver tip here. I don't know how well you can see what I'm doing here, Andy.
Yeah, I can see it.
You can see it? Okay, so what I'm going to do is try to bend these up to, here we go. Man, these are really tiny, awful pins to work with compared to the older USB 2 ones. Look at this pin. What a mess. Like, come on, guys. Now, I'm not saying with 100% certainty that this is ASUS's fault. I mean, it's possible that in inventorying this board, we somehow managed to stick something in this plug, but I really doubt it, and I'm pretty sure this board hasn't been used before because these were all received and then put on a pallet for safekeeping for this project. So yeah, I'm not going to say 100% that it's ASUS, but it seems like a pretty reasonable probability that this was not us. And the only two people that have ever had this board, as far as I know, are us and ASUS. Man, I'm having a hard time even seeing where some of these pins come from here.
There's a secondary connector if you don't want to try to fix that.
A secondary one? Yeah. Like of this type? I thought there was only a secondary of the type C type.
No, right here.
Shoot, did I just bend that, break that pin? Well, hold on. If I can fix it, then...
Yeah, you can fix it. Awesome.
You know, I might as well go boss mode and fix it, right?
Well, you are the boss.
Hard mode. Sorry, hard mode. I'm always boss mode. Okay. That looks reasonably well aligned. I don't know if it's going to be good enough, though. Okay. Oh, boy. This is quite a thing. If I was doing this while the board was not installed in the case, it would be a little easier. Okay, come on, baby. I can't believe how mangled this was. It's mangled, my guys. Okay, check it out. How'd we do, Andy? What do you think? Does that look pretty good? Can you see? Can you see? Does that look pretty aligned?
That looks pretty aligned. Good job.
All right. Well, don't tell me good job just yet. We don't want to count our USB chickens before they're, you know, whatever.
Okay, I take the job back. Good.
You take the job back? Just good? Or just job, not good? Job. Yeah. I'm putting that on your performance review this year. Andy. Job. Oh, you know what's funny? That's funny. I can't even plug into this one anyway because there's an interference issue. Well, we're never going to know. Okay, I think I even vaguely remember that from the last build. I have to plug into the bottom one. Well, okay then. Wow, that is incredible. This case, or this motherboard, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 USBs on the back, of which one of them is 20 gigabit. 5 more are 10 gigabit, it looks like. Oh, wait, no. 5, wait, 1. Oh, okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of them are 10 gigabit, and then 4 of them are 5 gigabit. And then it has up to another... it's just one connector off each of these USB Type-C ones, right?
The Type-C.
I think so, yeah. So 2 plus another 6. That's 18 USB 3 ports. Who needs 18 USB 3 ports? Like, I want to hear from you people. Who needs 18 USB 3 ports? You tell me. I want to know not just who you are, but what you need 18 USB 3 ports for. That is absurd.
I mean, our ingest station uses 18.
Our ingest station does not use 18 USB 3 ports. Are you serious?
Pretty much.
But we have that running off of a Mac Mini.
Type-C and plus dongles.
Okay, okay. But that's the thing, is like you would never use that many of them all at once anyway. So why not just use a hub, right? Terran for all those keyboards. Okay, so fair point, but Terran only needs USB 2 for his keyboards. He doesn't need high-speed USB 3 connections for keyboards. I mean, unless they're like fancy keyboards with displays in them or whatever, and then you need the extra power delivery. Okay, yeah, but Stream Decks are USB 2, aren't they? I think so. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. All right. Power. Reset. Ugh. And what's this? This is going to be power LED. Ugh. Which one's power LED? Okay. These are things that I can remember for future, and that will make the other builds go a little bit faster. Won't have to look that closely to get all the front panel connectors hooked up and stuff like that. Ah, shoot. No, that's okay. I'll switch to the top angle, Andy. I'm just trying to get this plugged in here, and I think I missed by a little bit. Oh, annoying. Reset. I think the quality standards are probably going to end up slipping as the stream goes on too. That's something I'm willing to accept.
I'll go through them before.
Yeah. We'll do a little bit of cable management here. Not too much. I'm just glad I'm not putting like AIO liquid coolers in these things or anything like that, because that is a lot more work than mounting an air cooler like this, especially with AMD's nice, simple, here's 4 threaded things and Noctua's pre-installed thing, just 4 screws, you're done. I love it. Oh, yes, I definitely want to switch cameras. Thanks, Andy. You got me. You got me. I know you got me. See, I can always count on a smooth production when the Andy Man's involved, because the Andy Man can. All right, we're gonna go ahead and plug this puppy into our CPU opt. Actually, no, I'm gonna plug that into a case fan header. Okay, so that one's labeled water pump. And sometimes ASUS's water pump headers can behave kind of funny. Oh, is that another water pump? What the heck? Where's just a straight? Okay. That's a pump connector. That's a pump connector. I just want a standard fan head, just like a chassis fan. There's a chassis fan one, there's a chassis fan one, but I can't reach those ones.
2 fan connectors at the bottom right corner by the fan. I think
one of them is something flow, water flow sensor or something. It's a 3-pin. Okay, screw it. We're going into CPU opt then, and we'll just have everything controlled via CPU temperature. I guess that's okay. There we go. That's not so bad. Now we just got to do a little bit of cable management and graphics cards. Oh yeah. Well, graphics card to. How does NVIDIA make their Founders Edition cards look so good and then follow it up with that weird thing that we keep seeing leaks of for the 3000 series? Like, seriously, NVIDIA, you guys were on such a roll here. All right, let's go ahead and install in the top slot. Yep, there we go. Oh, here's something I didn't think of. With the U14S, are we going to have any interference issues with this top PCI Express slot? Ooh, I sincerely hope not. Uh-oh.
Do you want me to spoil it?
No, it's fine. That is... Oh, boy. Hold on a second. Wait for it. Wait for it. Ah, come on. Come on. Holy crap, that's tight. Okay. We good. We good, all good. Wow, that is really tight. It's a good thing this board doesn't have an actual like top position PCI Express slot, because we would not be able to use it with this giant cooler on here. Have to go AIO or something like that, and that would be, boy, would that be a lot of work to undo what we've done so far, install an all-in-one cooler. Nope, 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 nope. All the nope. Definitely happier with this solution. Okay. 6-pin right there. 8-pin right there. Ba-dump. That's in. We're gonna pull this tight. Love how this case has a built-in fan controller, so I only had to plug in that one fan connector. Then, hold on a second. There we go. All right, Andy, that does look pretty clean. That was a good choice. Good choice, sir.
Thank you.
There we go. Everything's looking good from the front. What do you think? Pretty good? All right, now all we gotta do is a little bit of cable management at the back. And then, like I said, the only other thing we've got to plug in for the fans is this 12-volt SATA connector. And we're done. That's all we got to do. So easy. Love it. These are the kinds of things that give me joy when I'm building a computer. It being as easy as possible. Why would you want it to be more difficult? That's more time for like tinkering with your overclock or gaming or, you know, whatever it is that makes you happy. Should I even bother cable tying the bottom here? Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Where do we have some LTTstore.com cable ties? Just behind. Ow! All right, thanks, Alex. He threw them at me. Speaking of throwing, our sponsor for today's video. I'm gonna throw to that. This video is brought to you by Drop.com. The Massdrop X Sennheiser open-backed HD5X Jubilee headphones were tuned by Axel Grell of Sennheiser and Massdrop based on feedback from their community. It features new 150 ohm drivers and a colorway inspired by the HD580s. They feature clear, fast, and dynamic sound with a glossy black headband, elliptical ear cups that are super comfy, with replaceable soft velour ear pads, which are also super comfy. They've got a detachable 6-foot cable, and you can get yours now at the link in the video description. Oh, you guys totally missed it. You missed all the cable management. I'm just gonna close up the panel now. Yeah, it's pretty good. Don't give them a close look, Andy. Don't get too close. All right, there we go. Yep, good job, Linus, on the cable management there. Hey, hold on a second. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, very nice. Oh, great cable management, Linus. Good job. Yeah, if you want to see the cable management, you're gonna have to, stay tuned for the next machine. Because for those of you who are just tuning in now, we got more where that came from. All right, what are the odds you think I built this correctly, Nicholas?
Pretty good.
I was trying to be pretty careful as we went through here. All right, do you want to fire this up over on the side there, and I'll take, is that system number 2 right there? All right, let's get a little bit of tidy up done here so that we're not cross-contaminating the pieces of one system and another. So this can all go here. This is power supply stuff. This is fan tech stuff. This is power supply stuff. Got to keep all the accessories together. That's like one of the hardest things for me anyway, is I don't know if I've ever managed to build a computer without the area around me looking like there was an explosion, I'm just gonna leave the screws container thing like in the bottom of the case. Is that cool? No, because then if we need it, it's there. Okay. Otherwise, if we need it, we have to go dig around in wherever we stored the box for all this stuff.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that. I've got this goes in the motherboard box that I have, and hold on a second. This thing right here is top secret. There you go. Oh, wait, why would they need Wi-Fi?
As a just in case if
No, because it's a matter of time until one of the editors accidentally connects via Wi-Fi and then complains that their station's not performing well. And then I have to be like, hey,
That makes sense.
why are you on Wi-Fi? In fact, we should get hot glue and we should just, this 1 gigabit interface here, we should just fill it with hot glue. Because the number of times, you know what? I'm going to name names. The number of times that I have had to switch Terran's Ethernet cable. More than twice. I'll say that much. Because he'll be plugged into 1 gig and like having performance issues. And I'm like, I eventually go down, I'm like, hey, you're plugged into gigabit Ethernet. It's bad, okay? It's bad. That gigabit Ethernet, it's like, it's good if it's 2005, but anything past that, it's like we need to move on, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta move on. Oh yeah. All right, there you go, Ed. See, look how happy this guy is.
Is that my system?
It can be if you want. You want this one?
Fantastic.
All right.
Because the first one's probably the best.
The first one, well, the first one I built weeks ago.
Oh.
So yeah, no, the first one definitely was the best. I built this in about half the time of the first one, so.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, is this all signed out correctly? It doesn't have an OS. You know it doesn't have an OS, right?
Okay, fine.
Okay, Nicholas is going to put an OS on it for you.
Hi, Nicholas. I'm just going to leave this here then.
Oh, what the?
Look at this guy. He just takes it away and just leaves it there. All in the name of social distancing. Jeez.
I appreciate you, Nicholas.
Says just put a dummy thing in the port. Yes. Don't worry, guys. I'm not serious about putting hot glue in a port of a $500 motherboard. Nobody is doing that. What order are these in? Oh, they're numbered. Look at that. How clever. All right. So we are building system number 3 now. Heatsink number 3. CPU number 3. Hey, have you guys ever seen a full tray of Threadrippers? Because get ready to have an experience. Oh, that's disappointing. Nicholas, you let me down here. I am let down. We've got an empty tray. This is a whole Russian doll full of disappointment, okay? We've got a half full tray, a 3/4 full tray, and an empty tray. I hate everything about this. You know what? AMD, I want a refund. I want a refund of these CPUs that you guys sent over that I didn't pay anything for. Massive shout out to Matthew for getting that sorted out for us, by the way. Good guy, Matthew. All right. I mean, he just couldn't see us. He couldn't see us, using, ancient technology to edit our videos. So I take the front one here, right? Okay.
Same with the SSDs.
Okay, we've got our RAM. Oh yeah. SSDs. We actually don't have all matching SSDs. One of our editors is getting one of these, it's like last gen, but higher capacity. It's PCI Express card instead of an M.2. Intel wasn't able to find enough of these. So we were like, oh, well, okay, that's fine. So we dug some more Optanes. I don't want to put anything other than Optane in these workstations. We have seen a noticeable difference when it comes to stability in our video editing software from having more responsive, lower latency storage. Not higher bandwidth. That doesn't matter unless you're like doing something totally unrealistic. Like, oh, hey, I'm doing like a crazy tech demo. I want to have 16 8K streams coming in, like whatever. Something that will never take place for a YouTube channel. But when it comes to latency, it matters. So I'm a huge Optane fan, if I was going to be a fan of like any kind of technology. There was nothing else I needed from the motherboard box, right?
You just need the DIM.2.
Man, there is so much redundancy in this build because it's like all high-end stuff. Like our case is really nice, so it includes a nice little fan controller, and then our motherboard is super nice, so it includes this nice little fan controller. Wow, this thing's fancy pants. 12-volt RGB headers, like 3 of them. Node in, node out. What's the node in?
You can daisy chain.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing that I won't use at all for this type of build, but like, hey, go Team ROG, right? Like, yeah, good job, guys. Like nice sleeved SATA cables. I remember SATA. Hey, all right. Let's put that in there. And I'm gonna keep this open while I take the socket cover off so I can put this straight back into the box this time. All right, Andy, you're gonna have a bit of a break because I'm gonna be working on the overhead cam for a bit here. So we open it up 3, 2, 1 styles. I should probably also have a look at some super chats. Are you starting the timer? Did you stop the timer for the last one? We're being pretty loosey-goosey on the timing here, guys. But the general idea is I'm going to try to build each system faster than I did the last one.
So you are at 47 plus the 10 minutes, so 57 minutes.
57 minutes. Okay, so I got to beat 57 minutes this time around. I think I can do that. Tell you what, starting the timer now? Okay, I'm going to beat 50. I'm going to beat 50 with this system. So, Threadripper 3960X. This is 24 cores of Zen 2 goodness. Absolutely love this chip, other than the fact that it has a 280 watt TDP, which caused some cooling issues with our first system, but that's okay. We got our U12S coolers replaced with U14S coolers, and we should be good to go now. Let me go ahead and tighten this puppy up here. Oh yeah. And you gotta keep us updated over there, Nicholas, with if those systems post and stuff. I want to know if I actually managed to build them correctly, aside from the speed. All right, there we go. Oh yeah. Now let's go ahead and, you know what? We're gonna do, what order should I do things in? I could put the motherboard in the case before I put the cooler on this time. No, let's put the cooler on right away. It wasn't that hard to get at. All right, we're gonna use a different thermal paste application technique. So last time we did the X with the dots. This time we're gonna do 5 blobs. Here we go. We're blobbing it. Blobbin styles. Blobbo baggins, That's the lesser known cousin of Bilbo. Yeah. Blobbo Baggins. He lived at Bag Start. Not to be confused with Bag End, Bag Start. That's why you never hear about him. A long time ago, right at the start. Let's peel this stuff. Good old cousin Blobbo. So named for his figure. Which is funny because, you get named when you're a baby. So he would have had to be, and babies are already kind of fat, So he would have had to be quite the fat baby. Blobbo, yep.
Do you want to see if it boots?
Sure, yeah. I don't want the suspense. Okay, Andy,
Ready?
have a look over there. Let's see if this thing fires up. Please fire up. It would be very embarrassing if I got the very first one wrong. Although in my defense, if there's another, mangled socket or whatever,
You want to switch to the stream?
oh yeah, sorry about that. There you go. Could very easily not be my fault if it doesn't post. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Please post. Please post. Please. You can do it. Oh, that is not promising. Mind you, it does have 128 gigs of RAM, which can lead to longer post times. Okay. Here we go, baby. Show me that monitor light. This is a third one? Okay, yeah, good stuff. Just first boot things. Come on, baby. You can do it.
Through the third.
Okay, yeah, well. Come on! Just boot! Hey, see? Yelling at it works. It's a free tech tip right there. Just gotta... Computer not working? Have you tried yelling at it? You have. Just try yelling at it harder. So let me tell you, that works with my kids. Just gotta yell at them. Yell at them a little harder.
Everything's recognized.
Everything recognized. Hey, look at that. All right, come on over here, Andy. Look at this. We got 24 cores. We've got 128 gigs of memory. We gotta hit that XMP profile up in here.
I haven't gotten to that part yet.
All right, let's see what happens. Let's see if it actually manages to boot again. I have just had such terrible luck over the years with XMP, or sorry, excuse me, DOCP, which is what they call it over on the AMD side of things, that I would not be surprised if this just does not even post. I just have very bad luck with it. Well, would you look at that? All right, well, it's still, we've yet to prove that it's stable, so, but that's at least a start. It's better than I usually do with that stuff. All right, speaking of what I'm doing over here, let's switch to my overhead and let's get some Optane installed here. Get that Optane up in this biz. I love this. I was just like determined to use these M.2 Optanes, not for any particular reason. We don't have any intention of installing a bunch of expansion cards in these systems, so I could have just as easily used large PCI Express cards for all of them. But it just tickles me that you can get Optane as an M.2. I would imagine that motherboard compatibility with this wouldn't be amazing in laptops. I know we ran into issues with the Sabrent 8 terabyte drive where some laptops, just because of power constraints, wouldn't run it because it's just a lot of NAND flash. And Optane does tend to be a little toasty, a little power hungry. I'm really looking forward to the next gen stuff because if Intel's sort of intention for Optane is anything to go by, I'm expecting it to be extremely low latency, which would be pretty cool. All right, let's get the memory installed first. I still can't believe I screwed up the memory installation in that other stream building one of these. It's so dumb. It's like people were like, that's what you got for not reading the manual. I don't need to read a manual to know which memory slots to put a thing in. And like everyone was talking about like, oh, you need to put it in A, B, C, D, like whatever. I don't even, it's been so long since I've had to think about, you know, what letters are which for whichever. The last time I had to do it was on Epic, and they do it backwards on that platform for whatever reason, which screwed me up and has made it so that I just don't even know anymore, like, you know, which ones you're supposed to put in from like a numerical, like an alphanumeric standpoint. I just know that you're supposed to install farthest away from the socket every other one. Very, very simple rule of thumb. I just somehow managed to not put it in the right things. It's brutal. So I was like so sure that I put it in right, and people were like, this is because you didn't read the manual. It's like, no, this is because I had a complete idiot moment. That's what happened. I'm not even going to hide behind that it was like being too stubborn to read the manual. It was just actual stupidity. Let's get this puppy installed here. Oh, that's weird. You got the other system, right? I put it in push?
You got to put it on the DIM.2 side.
Well, there's your problem. Okay. Sorry, I have the motherboard oriented the opposite way that I normally do. I'm not going to hide behind that as an excuse, though. That's what happened, but there's no excuse for it. That was terrible. All right, let's tie my little knot here. Get naughty. Plug in my CPU fan, and that's it. Threadripper compatibility. Thing is, Threadripper cooler compatibility is not as simple as, oh, hold on a sec. Threadripper cooler compatibility is not as simple as just building a compatible mounting mechanism for the cooler. You actually have to consider it, like you have to consider the size of a Threadripper here. You have to consider the size of a Threadripper from the get-go and make sure that you're not focusing all of your cooling, like having all your heat pipes touching like just a small area right here, because you're going to end up with hot spots on these dies that are actually quite spread out under this integrated heat spreader. So on Intel CPUs, even the larger ones, you could generally make the safe assumption that most of the cooling needed to be focused in the middle of the IHS. Not so for AMD, where they can have chiplets kind of spread out. So it is definitely the right call from Noctua to just say, look, we don't have a Threadripper cooler, and not put people in a position where they install this thing thinking it's working well, and actually it's not. Because something you guys got to understand is the way that CPUs report their internal temperatures is based on sensors that are built into the processor. And as long as you have like a validated CPU cooler, so one that is cooling the CPU in the way that it's expecting to be cooled, that temperature sensor is going to keep it safe. But if you have a situation where you've got a cooler that's doing a great job of cooling the area right where the temperature sensor is, but that is not doing a good job of cooling some other area and creating a hotspot where there's no thermal monitoring, you can actually have, over the long term, damage to that processor by not having a proper cooler installed on it. So good call, Noctua, just holding off on releasing a product until it's correctly engineered for the CPU. For that CPU specifically. And you can actually see here, if you take a close look at the heat pipes at the base of that cooler, they are specifically designed to cover pretty much that entire CPU area, so that there's no part of it that is not directly touched by a heat pipe or very close to a heat pipe to carry that heat away up to the fin stack here. All right, so 6 plus 2. 6 plus 2. I'm going to plug in my SATA cable ahead of time this time. I'm going to get out ahead of that. I'm going to beat that time. We're going to beat 50 minutes here, Nicholas.
Sure.
Oh, what do we got going on here? Levsko says, so why is Linus making a bunch of identical PCs? Because we're overdue to upgrade our editing workstations. We do it about every 3 years, actually, not on purpose. It just seems to kind of work out that way. And as we've grown, we've had to build more and more editing workstations every time we upgrade them. I think by the next time around, it is quite conceivable that we're not going to be able to find any hardware sponsors generous enough to actually send us that much hardware. And we might just have to go, dude, you're getting a Dell or whatever. I'm just kidding. There would feel wrong, wouldn't it? For like a channel that's all about building custom PCs to have its videos edited on pre-built PCs, right? That would feel wrong to you guys too, right, Andy? That's wrong? Yeah, that seems pretty wrong to me. I think there's no getting away from it. We're just always going to have to build our own editing stations. There are actually a handful of people in the company that do use pre-builts, but it's only because we had to obtain those pre-builts for like a video. And it's pretty bad manners to buy a computer, make a video about it, and then return it. So Nick is running like some Asus gaming PC that we bought at Best Buy a number of years ago for a video. So many people thought that video was sponsored, and I was like, are you guys nuts? Like, there was so much criticism of the shopping experience. Like, sometimes it just baffles me, the kinds of things that our viewers will think could possibly be sponsored. Like, you clearly have never worked with a sponsor for anything. Like, you have never even, tried to coordinate a corporate sponsor for your high school volleyball team, because sponsors do not tolerate, like, criticism especially like mocking criticism of the product or the brand in a sponsored video. I mean, we are really strict with our sponsors about that we do need to be able to, factually present the product or service or whatever it is. So a perfect example of this is in the Rainway video recently, we absolutely acknowledged some shortcomings of the product, but that's not the same as like criticizing. So, criticizing. So constructive criticism versus what's like just like, no, we're not trashing on it there. So we can constructively criticize it. We can say, hey, here's things that we feel could be improved, but we're not gonna just like bash it. Whereas in the Best Buy one, it's like we come right out and say, this recommendation was laughable, or we waited forever, or whatever else. You can't embellish, like say we waited forever. You can't embellish like that on a sponsored video. We try to be very careful to keep things extremely factual, both when we praise things and when we criticize them, because otherwise you run into trouble with the audience, right? Because if you don't keep it real factual when you praise it, they're going to call you out. They're going to say, hey, you're a shill. And the definition of shill is very specific. It doesn't mean someone who takes a sponsorship and says something is good. It means someone who takes money, acts like they're not taking money, and says something's good, even though it might not be. That's the distinction. That's the actual definition of it. So we have to be very careful when it comes to praising things, because we don't want to put ourselves in a position where Linus Media Group gets a reputation for being shills. And we have to be very careful with the negative stuff, because obviously a sponsor is not going to want like unfounded negative press around their product from someone that they're supposed to be having, promote it. So it's a super, super fine line that I think everyone I think it's fair to say everyone struggles to find their own balance for. Kigu Fox says, what's the current vibe about NordVPN? There was a thing a while ago. There's like a weird perception, and I have no idea where it comes from, that we are sponsored by NordVPN. We have never been sponsored by NordVPN, so I have no idea what's going on with NordVPN other than what I said a while back. The one VPN that we do keep tabs on is the one that we are sponsored by, so that's Private Internet Access, PIA. We even did a stream with their executives a while back when they were acquired, and we had some discomfort surrounding that. They basically came out and said, like, hey, here's what we're doing to increase our transparency. This is not going to negatively impact the PIA experience, blah, blah, blah. We left it to our viewers, who ultimately said, yeah, we're good. We feel pretty good about this, so we stuck with them. One of the really nice things about PIA for us is Tom Scott actually did an excellent video a little while back talking about BS when it comes to VPN marketing. And one of the nice things, and he actually said in his video that the video was supposed to be sponsored by a VPN, but that ultimately they pulled out, and he decided to make the video anyway. And his issue was that he wasn't willing to say some of the things that I don't know who it is, right? But that this undisclosed VPN sponsor wanted him to say that a VPN does, because there's only so much that a VPN can do. It's just part of your online security toolkit is what we've been using as sort of our copy lately. But what's cool about PIA is that we don't actually have any fixed talking points whatsoever. We can ask them for guidance if we want, or we can just say, get PIA. Like, it doesn't really matter. So it gives us a lot of flexibility to... Why is this not going in? Wait. The top one what? Yeah, I took that out. Oh, I figured it out. You must have pre-prepped that other case for me because these tabs are in a different spot. Swoop, 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 swoop. Got to make a little bit more room for our sort of Wonko sort of EATX motherboard here. So anyway, yeah, that's one of the main reasons that we use PIA, aside from that we decided to go with them in the first place because they had a good reputation back when we switched from TunnelBear, and I had already been using them personally for over a year at that point. Because TunnelBear was really great for certain things, and if you watch, like you can even go back, like it's not like there isn't a public record of everything we've ever said about any sponsor, right? So we really sold TunnelBear based on the ease of use. But for certain power user use cases, it wasn't ideal. And there's no one VPN that is going to handle every possible use case. Like, for example, getting past the Great Firewall in China. Every VPN is always trying to provide consistent access to Western web services and stuff like that in China. But it's always a game of whack-a-mole, right? Where the Chinese government is trying to shut them down, and then they're trying to find a new way to circumvent it, and so on and so on and so forth. So whenever I haven't traveled to China in a long time with all the tensions between Canadian government and the Chinese government. I won't be going anytime soon. But when I used to travel to China more often, I would always preload like 3 or 4 VPNs, just because I wanted to make sure that if one of them didn't work, I could fire up on something else. It also is less of a big deal for foreigners, just because if you're willing to use nothing but mobile data, I've found most of the time it'll actually route through your mobile carrier back home, so you won't have to deal with it anyhow. But hey, you know, it's nice to be able to use Wi-Fi, and if you can do that through a VPN, then great. One of the really cool solutions is to just put like a tunneling device in your home or office. We did a video about that last time. It actually worked really well. It was, shoot, who makes that thing? Was it Ubiquiti? I want to say Ubiquiti, but I could be wrong. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, I think we crossed our 5,000 video threshold a little while ago, and it's like people will sometimes give me a hard time about, you know, not remembering the model number of something, or like I'll get a detail wrong. And they'll be like, I literally learned this from you on TechWiki. It's like, yeah, I know, I do my best, but you guys got to understand too that I am a generalist. You know, if you want to know the specifics of, you know, hardline water cooling, go watch Jay's 2 Cents. There you go. There's me promoting another YouTube channel that specializes in something and therefore is, you know, more likely to get you the nitty-gritty details. It's like, it's not like I can't build a hardline loop. I just do it like once a year. So with all the other things that I'm working on, you know, whether I'm writing videos about, you know, a quantum computer tour at D-Wave, or like, you know, a data center thing for Shadow Tech or whatever else, it's just a lot to fit in my brain. And sometimes, you know, the correct temperature for the heat gun for bending a hardline tube doesn't stay in there. It falls out, you know? What else we got in the chat? NTI Compass says, other than circumventing censorship, is there really a need for a VPN? Like, I guess I don't want my ISP seeing my browsing data, but can we really trust VPNs with that same data? Or like, does it even really matter? So one of the things that we like about PIA is that they don't keep logs. And that has been challenged in court. And they've had logs requested from them, and they simply didn't have them. So that's pretty credible. So yes, the idea is that you shouldn't trust a VPN, and you should absolutely, you know, ask them to prove it on a regular basis. But so far, we haven't seen an indication that they do, in fact, keep those logs. So that's good. Number 2 is, and we've actually, you know, we've gone as far as to talk about this in our talking points, because PIA doesn't dictate our talking points. But if you pirate content, for example, a VPN is a handy-dandy way for you to not get a letter from your ISP saying like a scary letter that says, you infringed on this thing, and blah, 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 blah. So if you're a filthy pirate, then there you go. That's another reason to use a VPN. As part of a strategy to keep websites from serving you personalized ads, a VPN can help, but it's not the entire solution. So there's a handful of reasons to, yes, in fact, use a VPN, but also I would say that, like for me personally, the times that I need to use one are not that frequent, really, because as a public personality with so much footage that Google, I mean, I upload so much footage of me to YouTube that Google can comb through, like there's really nothing left for me, privacy-wise. So I tend to take kind of a cavalier approach to that stuff, but hey, you guys aren't, that ship hasn't sailed for you guys, so feel free to take it seriously. I do find it a little creepy when I get like a news article in my Google feed that's like about something that I've never accessed through Google. Like I got an article the other day about what one of the Arrested Development actors is doing, and I haven't seen anything about that in my Google feed before that. But I have been rewatching Arrested Development on Plex. So I have ripped the show and I have been streaming it to my Android phone on Plex. So the only issue with that is that because I'm not actually using any Google services for it, the only way for Google to know would be if it's actually monitoring the media playing through my device, even though it is not through a Google-owned application. Unless Plex has some kind of data sharing agreement on the back end, which I don't know if they do. I kind of doubt it. That seems like a bit of a far-fetched tinfoil hat conspiracy, but there you go. Yeah, microphone data would be a good bet. Creepy. So yeah, it weirds me out a little bit sometimes, but then also, like I said, if they wanted to know anything about me, here I am talking about it on a live stream running through Google servers, so it's not like... I guess I've just found that my life is easier the less I try to keep anything private, because the more I do, the more I just find that I end up really frustrated because I was not able to. I remember going through this debate back when we decided to disclose the location of our headquarters, like Linus Media Group headquarters. My wife was strongly opposed to doing it for privacy reasons. She didn't want the address of the new office to be out there. And my take on it was that I felt that just, at some point there's going to be a reckoning, right? We were going to have to deal with it because someone was going to deduce, based on real estate transactions in the Lower Mainland and the timing, and like you wouldn't believe the kind of work people put into this, like just to me, unbelievably trivial stuff. Someone was going to figure it out eventually, and if we just took the fun out of it, whoa, ouch. If we just took the fun out of it by just publishing it in the first place, then there's less intrigue, And I think and what I said at the time was I thought there would be sort of less interest in it. And it has actually turned out that way pretty well. As soon as we published the address, oh no, we pulled a little paint bit away from this one. Dang it, Fantex, you gotta use less strong adhesive on here. Look at this. I mean, it's not too bad, but it's like definitely a blemish right front and center on a brand new case. I blame the adhesive, not necessarily the paint, because the adhesive was probably put on shortly after the case was finished, which means that even though this has been sitting in a warehouse curing for quite some time now, it probably wasn't fully cured when it was put on. So there's some paint tips for you, Fantex. But anyway, it has actually worked out pretty well. People mostly just don't really care anymore, which is exactly what we were trying to achieve. I forget where I was really going with this story or what comment I was responding to, but NordVPN. Oh yeah, right. So like privacy and stuff or whatever. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that anymore then, I guess. That's all I got. That's all I have to say about that. I really need to rewatch that movie. I haven't seen it since I was like a teenager. I remember it being great. I'm a little worried that the CGI might not have aged particularly well, but they also didn't overdo it. They didn't go prequel trilogy on it and just like overdo everything. All right, we are already at the stage of cable management. Look how time flies when you're having fun, huh? Let's get a, how are we doing? How are we doing for time? 30 minutes. 30 minutes, baby. All right, let's grab a graphics card. I'm totally gonna beat that 50-minute mark. We got this. Plush over on Floatplane says it's still good apparently. All right, well that's good. I'm glad. Tom Hanks is definitely right up there on my, you know, if given the opportunity. Definitely a fan. Definitely a fan. He hasn't had any horrible scandals, has he?
No.
Okay, good. I was hoping not. I don't know. I've definitely run into that where there's like I don't tend to fanboy over celebrities for the most part. Maybe part of it is just like something about being in the business of, you know, promoting oneself and, you know, kind of trading on fame just makes it a little less appealing to me. You know, as like an influencer or whatever. Because if you think about it, like actor, musician, YouTuber, like it's all degrees of influence. So I'm not saying I'm in the same tier as someone like you know, a Hollywood actor or whatever the case may be, but it's different different quantities of the same ice cream. You know what I mean? But definitely Tom Hanks. Absolutely love his work. Sadly, the German voice actor of Tom Hanks died. He was better than the English one. Oh, this is like, what? Like for German dubs of Tom Hanks movies, there's like a specific dude that did it? Huh. That's pretty cool. I had no idea, having never watched the German dub over of any film. How fascinating. All right, let's pop that puppy on there. Oh, cable management time, baby. All right. These are super easy to cable manage, these systems, because the 8 pins don't go up here. So basically everything just comes up this one side of the system and straps down right like that. Look at that. Would you just look at that? Look at that. Ah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. All right, let's strap this puppy down here. All right, we're gonna put in one cable tie again, lttstore.com. just one, just the one. All right, let's gather as much cable mess up as we can in one cable tie here and call that our big cable management effort. All right, so put that down flat there. There we go. Just wrap that up. Oh yeah. This is some half effort. Okay, why is that falling, you guys? Isn't that a V-mount? Why is it falling?
Well, it's taped onto the back.
It's taped to the back. Well, that's why it's falling. Okay, can we put it maybe just on the cart instead of taped to the back of that thing? Yeah. That might be a little bit, might be a little better because it's hot. Yeah. That's our wireless video transmitter thing from the overhead camera, and it keeps falling off the back of the monitor it's attached to. Okay. Jeez, guys.
Hey, I'm not the one who rigged this.
I did. The Handyman. Oh, the handyman can usually. Sometimes he screws it up, but not very often. Sorry, I just gotta wiggle wobble this down. Okay. Oh yeah, system number 2 done. What's my time?
Your time is
34 minutes, baby. Oh boy, so I have to beat that? Okay, but I had started a little bit earlier. Why don't we call it like 38 minutes?
Fine.
All right, 38 minutes. And this one was bound to go a little bit faster because I didn't have to open some of the boxes, like the power supply box. So really, the true measure is going to be how the next one goes. And oh, hey, how are we doing on the system? Did it work? Is everything working?
Everything's good. It's just updating now.
Can I just check a thing real quick here and make sure our RAM's running at 3600 gigahertz or 32? Oh, are these 3200? Oh, that's right. They're 3200 CL16, right?
Yep.
Okay. 32 gig modules, so you don't get the same crazy frequencies or super tight latencies, but it does give us the option to go 256 gig in the future. You know, I'd be curious to know if these would even run DOCP at those speeds with 256 gigs. I kind of doubt it. We might have to
try it.
We might have to. Yeah, I kind of want to try it too. Might have to back it off a little bit. Okay, where do you want this one?
Just on the floor.
Okay, 2 meters. Move. Gotta watch out for that Rona. Actually, you know what? We probably don't have to worry about coronavirus. I was at the grocery store yesterday, and I was on my way out of the store, and I'm probably about from here to the fan wall over there. Yeah, that fan wall right there. I was probably about from here to someone walking behind the guy. I'm holding my sausages, right? I had to get some sausages and bacon because, had like a salt craving. Okay, having some pierogies. Pierogies, sour cream, get some like steamed vegetables, some sausages. Anyway, the point is, I'm holding my sausages, I'm walking behind this guy, and he turns around and he goes, COVID's all a lie. It's all fake news. They're trying to trick everyone. And then he just like walks to his car. And I'm just like walking behind this guy. He turns around, like walks backwards talking to me. And I'm like, what is it about my face that made it look like I care about what you think? What is it? Do I look gullible to you? Was sort of the question I found myself asking. Do I look like I didn't, attend any of my high school biology classes where, they give pretty credible, information about things like viruses and how they might work and spread and all of that good stuff. I never did get an answer, unfortunately, because I didn't ask, because I didn't want to prolong that conversation. But hey, there you go. That's my cool story bro moment. Let's build a computer real fast. All right, this time we're doing the timer properly. Let's start that timer. I should have said lttstore.com says 999 yen. Over on Flowplane. Yes, I probably should have said lttstore.com. You know what I should also do is I should probably have a look at a handful of super chats at some point because some of these people sent them literally hours ago. Oh man, how do I even scroll through this thing? Okay, oh man, we'll do a couple here. You told me to go to the Beat Saber stream. I can't stream any Beat Saber right now because my living room is torn apart. We're replacing our floors. Brian says, greetings from my tech room dungeon in upstate New York, watching a PC build while repairing PCs. I love it. Frederick, I have an R5 2600X on B450. Wonder if it's worth upgrading to 3900X on X570. Well, B450, check if your board supports 3rd gen before you go and replace your board. Should I? Yeah, I mean, when people ask me, should I upgrade? That's always a funny one for me because how can I tell you if you need an upgrade or not? Like, you tell me, is the performance enough for you? If it is, don't upgrade. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it's not, then you should upgrade. Wait, well, hold on a second. We got a flow chart here, okay? So should I upgrade, right? We've got this right here, okay? Should I upgrade? Do you need, question number 1, is the performance enough? If yes, then the answer is no, okay? If no, then next question, do you have money for the upgrade? Okay. If no, then no. If yes, then okay. Do you would there be something better for you to spend the money on? Okay. If yes, then no. If no, then okay. Would there be a material performance benefit to an upgrade? Because sometimes you might not have enough performance, but there might just not be enough performance out there for you. Maybe no single computer is enough for you. So, if there's no benefit, then no. And if there is a benefit, then yes. So it's kind of up to you if you need an upgrade or not. All right, start this timer. I'm ready.
Ready, set, go.
All right. I'm going fast this time. I want to go fast. There we go. Let's go ahead and get this CPU socket all sorted out here. Opening it up. 3, 2, 1. Got to go fast. SB101 says, somebody please make this flow chart over on Floatplane. Yeah, that would be good. Fat Alberba says, hey, about that semiconductor factory tour, Intel would be out of the question. People here have brought friends and family for a personal tour and gotten fired on the way out. Your best bet might be TSMC. I doubt they would be any less secretive. That's why I said that would be like a pipe dream for me. For those wondering, that particular user is referring to an interview that I did with Ars Technica that they uploaded on their channel, responding to some of my top comments or upvoted comments on top videos and stuff like that. It's a fun little interview. Definitely worth checking out if you give 2 cares about what I have to say about any of that. But that was one of the things I talked about. So that was kind of a pipe dream video for me, would be to actually see where the magic happens and tour a semiconductor fab. It would be so cool. I would love it. Everything about it. But the thing is, I wouldn't even want to go just for a cameras off tour. That would be lame. I want to make a video because I want to bring that experience to the world. And those folks tend to be real super duper cagey about all the trade secrets that take place in a semiconductor fab. I get it. I understand. I get it. All right, we're going to pull out our dim.2. We are moving fast on this one, guys. Now I've got a flow, I've got a flow. Here's my installation screws for that M.2 that we're going to install. And we are done with the motherboard box. We can get that out of the way. Where are you putting all this stuff? I actually have no idea what he's doing with any of this. All right, we got, bunch of memory. Let's go ahead. Do we want to do cooler first? Yeah, let's do cooler. So cooler number 4. Oh, yeah. I did promise that we were going to apply thermal compound differently on every single one of these systems. So here comes thermal compound application method number 3. We're going to draw ourselves a little target. All the people at home be like, triggered! We drew a little thermal paste target, all right? You gotta have fun, Spend the whole day building computers, you gotta have a little bit of fun with them, right? All right, which side's which here? This way. Cool. I got my Allen key. How are we on PC number 3 but cooler number 4? Ah, yes, because PC number 1 was built already on the first stream where I built one of these machines. That's right. And they're numbered according to their designations internally, not according to the number, which one I'm building on this stream. Yeah, Tarfir is asking, or is answering someone else's question about which cooler we're using. These are NHU 14Ss. The NHU 12S was not good enough. Actually, do you still have that first system running right now, Nicholas?
Yeah.
Okay, what I would like to do then is hit it with a super intensive CPU load, and let's make sure that this NHU 14S is enough.
I finish updates first.
Sure. Well, you don't really need to finish the updates first. Just
the install chipset.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, fine. That's fine. Yes, go ahead and do that. Yes, Alex, what can I do for... Oh, no, you're calling. Never mind. Yep, sure. Come on up, come on down.
What should we do for test?
Oh, I'm good with just like, no, I actually don't know if that's the most stressful. Maybe give it, what did I use on the last stream? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember either. You know what, maybe just use Blender.
Blender?
Yeah. Yeah, just run in Classroom or something. We should know pretty quickly if it's going to thermal throttle. I think it should be okay. I think we're going to be all right, but I want to know for sure. Let's go ahead and get this RAM installed. There's a pro tip right there. You don't have to bend back the memory tabs if you just pop them with the memory module before you install it. Yeah, computer speed running. All right, let's get the Phillips head here. Let's pop this puppy open. Got our dim.2 install going up in here. What's my time at?
5 minutes and 40 seconds.
5 minutes, 40 seconds. All right. We're making good time here, ladies and gentlemen. I think by the end of this, I should be able to have the entire motherboard down under 5. Oh, shoot. Not if I make mistakes like that. Not if I make mistakes like that. I didn't put the standoff in for this Optane module here. Okay, there we go. Schwamp. And oh, see, this is where when you try and go fast, you can get sloppy. All right, let's pop that on there. Oh yeah. Get that cooling installed. Ed Yago, what can I do for you? You're talking to Nicholas. Is it related to this project?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Well, just want to make sure that we are in fact using, parts from specific piles.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, everything should be hunky-dory.
Okay, all right.
You're like the fourth person to ask. No one has faith in me.
Well, Nicholas, they all saw the video where we were repairing the CPU.
I see how it is.
And he never lived it down. On his tombstone. Nicholas! All right. Motherboard done. Let's grab a case. Case number 3 is this puppy right here?
Yeah.
Oh, 4 rather. See, now you guys are getting me mixed up. Okay, we're at 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh yeah. Let's get our case accessories popped out of here. This is not working very well. Dang it. Awesome. Okay, this is going to be a big efficiency for later. I got to memorize. Oh, there it is. Okay. I got to memorize which one the screws are in. So that'll be pretty helpful. Save me at least 5 seconds when I'm getting into like true speedrun mode. Okay. Got my, this is another good speedrunning tip. Check this out, guys. So in my iFixit kit, okay, most of the bits are flipped this way. Okay, you see that? Most of them are flipped this way, except this one, which I just took out. That was how I found it so quickly, and this flathead that I used for bending those pins. That's because those are the ones that I need. That way it's immediately visually differentiated so I don't accidentally grab the wrong one when I'm going for a socket, for example. So that one's for me to remove the, oh, come on, baby. Come on, open up. Okay, that one's for me to remove that extra standoff that Fantex has pre-installed in this case. I mean, it wouldn't be extra, except that our motherboard doesn't have a hole there. Okay. All right. How quickly can he build a computer? We're gonna find out. I actually really wanted to do a while back, I wanted to do like a blindfolded challenge. I wanted to take on one of our writers here where I'm blindfolded and they can see. So I just was like, okay, I should have 15 minutes to kind of like look through it and memorize it a bit first, but then I wanted to build blindfolded against them. But the problem was that we did kind of that blindfolded challenge using first-person view goggles, and it absolutely bombed on YouTube. So sometimes we'll have concepts that we want to do that end up getting kiboshed because of something similar that doesn't perform well. So it's unlikely that we'll ever see that idea come to fruition, but I don't know. Let us know in the comments if you want to see that, if you'd watch that. Okay, so in here I need just one SATA cable. There we, oh, that's Molex. That's gonna cost me. That's gonna cost me on my speed run here. Sheepduck says, it's sad to know it bombed. I really like that video. I liked it too. I think the edit could have been tighter. I also think that we could have chosen more fair teams. It always helps with like a challenge or competition style video when there's actually some suspense about who's gonna win. I really thought that, how do I say this without getting in trouble? I thought Yvonne was going to be not as good. And I thought that Dennis was going to be somewhat competent. And then I thought Anthony and I would be reasonably equivalent. So I thought I was picking fair teams, but it was not. It was not fair. It was a blowout. So. Random RDP says, if LTX 2020 doesn't happen, I'll eat my stealth hoodie. Well, you better get some ketchup and mustard, yo, because it ain't happening, unfortunately. 2021, we're obviously going to try and bring it back, but nothing's a guarantee at this point. M. Mosser says, where is the car review? Believe it or not, I am no longer the bottleneck on that project. I have completed my script, including the writing for like kind of a fun cinematic style intro. What we're waiting on now is actually, the motivation that I really needed to get it done was we got a sponsor that wanted a car video. So we got them signed up, and then it was pushed on to me to finish the script. I have now finished the script, and what we're waiting on is a location, because our sponsor is a drone company, and we can't just fly drones anywhere willy-nilly in Canada. So Colin has been training up, getting his certification, which, fun fact, is actually from a company that my brother-in-law works at. So he's been getting his drone certification. Once that's done, I believe we actually, hey, Ed, do we have a location booked for the Volt video?
Really good question for Brandon. Hey, Brandon, did you hear what Linus asked?
Do we have the location booked? Like, do we have the actual date booked for the Volt video? We have a hold. Oh, okay, so what are we waiting on? Oh, okay. Apparently the issue is that we want 2 12-hour days, and they're giving us a 6 and a 12. Okay. And we're hoping someone will cancel, or maybe we could find another set of 2 days where we can get 12 hours. I think we can do it in 18 hours, Brandon. I think if we can't do it in 18 hours, then we need to adjust the scope.
Well, no, we have this entire other video we haven't even talked about yet. The Model 3 video is not like at all.
Oh, we're trying to shoot both of them at the same time?
That was the point.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, what if we just don't do that then? What if we just do the first one? Actually, we'd have to check with the sponsor and see if that's all clear with them, because there would be a significant delay on that one. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk about it more later. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, good chat. All right, I'm going to lay this down. Andy, you're good for a bit at Ease Soldier. How you holding up over there?
Good.
Oh, shoot. This is one that I keep missing. I keep screwing this up. There's a little thing here. No, Andy, you're good. There's a little thing here that's kind of too tight out of the factory, and you got to loosen it. And I keep having to lay the case down, then pick it back up, loosen it, and then install the motherboard, because it's too tight and it gets in the way of the I/O shield. All right, that's in. Now we just gotta screw it in. Oh yeah. We fly in now, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. People are spamming in the float plane chat. Something from r/PC Master Race. Let's remind Linus that he said this. Said what? I don't have audio. What is this? It's from a video with Steve. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh. That's the thing about saying things on the internet. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, for whatever reason I have, oh, here we go. I think I have a pretty good idea of what I'm about to say.
I'll eat my stealth. If LTX 2020 doesn't happen, I'll eat my stealth.
So that whole if LTX 2020 doesn't happen, I'll eat my stealth hoodie thing was apparently a direct quote from me. Okay.
Extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, come on. Come on. That's not fair. That's not fair, Vitamix. Oh. Yeah, okay. I did say that. Okay. I mean, we made our best effort, you guys. Come on. Go easy on me here. Did our best. Okay. Now everyone's just spamming LTX emotes in the float plane chat. Yeah. Guys, come on. You're not making it better. You're making it worse, not better. I am so disappointed that we're not doing it this year. I was really looking forward to it. And like, especially for people who are like new to the company, like Nicholas, you must have been like stoked for LTX this year.
Yeah, I was definitely looking forward to it.
I forget, were you here yet? Like just joined, right?
I just joined.
Had just joined.
And
yep.
I ended up running 4 of the booths.
Yeah. Bummer. It is a lot of fun. And like, you know, it would have been great because people could have been going up to him the whole time. Like last year, he was just a nobody, right? He had just joined the company. He was still on his probation, I think. Yep. And this year, he could have had people going up to him the whole time being like, Nicholas! You know?
I was waiting for that.
We have to make it a meme.
This is going to be my thing.
We have to make it a meme.
Colton gets fired.
Yep.
I get yelled at.
Yep. Andy, I just sing about constantly. The Andy Man.
I'll be right at.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, what's the limit? Like, how many notes can I sing before it's problematic?
You have like 5 or 6 seconds.
5 or 6 seconds? I doubt it. That sounds very arbitrary. I don't think that would hold up.
Whole system.
All right, let's go ahead and rip out this pre-done cable management here. 1, 2, 3. Come on. There we go. Let's do our USB Type-C connector. Where are you at? There you are. Yeah, you are. All right, let's plug you in. There we go. We got that. Let's get our front panel audio all plugged into this biz. That's done. All right, let's get our front USB 3. That hopefully isn't mangulated. Neither of them are mangulated, so that's good. Using the bottom one though, being very careful. Ooh, are we being careful enough? Come on, baby, get in there. There we go. Oh, sorry, Andy. I know you can't really see much that I'm doing right now, but I'm trying to build a computer fast, okay? Give me a break here. You're merciless, Andy. He's a taskmaster, that Andy. Master of tasks. Okay, so 8-pin. I need another 8-pin. Where is it? I mean, they're all basically 8-pins, but I need particular types of 8-pins. Let's run these up here. Okay. All right, you want to actually see what we're doing? Fine. Fine, Andy. You ask so much. You ask so much and give so little. It's okay, you give lots. Okay, dual 8-pins. There they are. Nice. Oh, you know what we can do right now is we can get that secondary CPU connector, or CPU fan connector. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Ha, having it sideways like this, you can't see either side. That's definitely a big brain moment here. If Andy can't see, you know, the one side, then I'll just flip it around this way. Then he won't be able to see the other side either. That moment when you're a boomer trying to use a meme format and you do it wrong.
At least you don't have a tambourine.
A tambourine? Sorry, is this something I'm not aware of?
PewDiePie and Floor Gang.
Oh, PewDiePie and his floor gang, yeah. I still don't get it. I mean, the thing about Felix's videos is like, yeah, we did the like Minecraft build for him or whatever. But I have to confess, I have never watched one of his videos aside from the ones that people tag me in and are like, hey, Linus, you're in his video. I'm like, oh, cool. I'm in PewDiePie's video. Like I've seen clips here and there, like especially when he makes the news or whatever. But I actually know, I don't know much about like the dank memes and all that. So people were all like floor gang this and ceiling gang that, and I needed like an r/ out of the loop to figure out what was going on. I find myself on r/ out of the loop a lot. Like, it's nothing personal. It's not that I like or dislike the content. It's just that I don't have a lot of time to watch YouTube. Reset switch, power switch. Oh, I keep forgetting which one's the power LED. And you know, I shouldn't have trouble remembering because the power LED is usually in the same row as the power switch. I just had forgotten that little handy rule of thumb. All right, there we go. Oh, let's throw in a GPU. What's our time at?
21 minutes.
21 minutes. I think we're going to be under half an hour by the end of this, especially because the last system doesn't have an M.2 SSD. It uses a PCI Express SSD. It's a little bit faster to install. Here we go, boys and girls. We're going in for a landing here. Okay, cool. Subtle. Man, I better start sandbagging this one a little bit because if I finish this too fast, I'm not going to be able to keep improving. And I told you guys earlier, remember my tech tip, you know? Minus marriage tips. Start off terrible so that the bar is low. I mean, not super terrible, like you still have to convince her to marry you, right? But not great, you know?
Do you want to see your temperatures?
Oh, yeah. Cool. How are we doing for temps?
Just got to hit renter.
Oh, what is it, F10 or F11? I can never remember.
I can't remember. I just clicked on renter.
Fine. F12. Bloody hell. Okay. Well, I can't, yeah, it needs to load in the scene into, yeah, okay, that's fine. It's fine, we're going to put in our cable management tie. Okay, wow, the float plane chat went absolutely bananas after the whole LTX thing. I had to scroll way down. Oh, I probably also have a couple super chats. Oh, just a lazy bastard says, my stealth hoodie and shirt arrived a few days ago, but the stickers were ruined in shipping. Yes. Oh, we have had some issues with that. Just contact customer support. Hopefully we can get you sorted out. Our new sticker packs are going to be packaged differently so that they should be less likely to get ruined in shipping. Like, to me, it seems so simple. Like, I don't understand why stickers would manage to get ruined in shipping, but somehow they do. So yeah, it's something we're aware of and we're working on, but definitely message customer support. Hopefully we can get that sorted out for you.
74 degrees.
74 degrees. Okay, not bad. Give me a second. I'll come I'll come pay attention to you. All right, let me just get these strapped down. Oh yeah, there we go. And then, yeah, you know, we'll just kind of, you know, right, you know, there. Yeah, sure. This is my bare minimum cable management here. There we go. Oh yeah. Linus doing just enough to not get fired tips. Bare minimum. There we go. Let's throw the, throw our screws in there. The editors are gonna get these machines, they're gonna like move them around, be like, oh my goodness, there's so many loose screws in here. No, it's all good, it's fine. That's just in case you wanna, you know, add a PCI Express card or something down the line. Okay, side panel 1. Oh yeah. Well, that USB 3 popped out. That's fine. Good thing we're getting that sorted out now rather than later when I get pummeled for my bad QC on my system here. What's my time at?
Your time is at 25:50.
25:50. Okay, I'm not done yet. Okay, how's our temps doing? Hey, not bad.
They're doing really good.
Okay, so T-die is under 80 degrees on every one of our CCDs. Freaking awesome. We're drawing about 280 watts. So this is full tilt here. Excellent. I am extremely pleased to see that. It's a good looking system, isn't it? Freaking awesome.
Oh, your flashlight's on.
Yeah, I just realized that. It's been in, my phone flashlight's been on in my pocket for a while. Oh, nobody's messaging me today.
Maybe because they know you're on stream.
Feel unpopular. It's okay, I'm over it. All right, fine, I'm done. What is it?
27 minutes.
27 minutes, all right. Well, I guess technically I'm not quite done yet. I haven't put this panel on.
That's fine.
Now I'm done. Okay, so I gotta beat 27 minutes. Okay. Do you wanna shut that system down and then let's make sure that they post?
I'm gonna get through and just post everything.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna start on system number 5. Oh man, wish me luck here, guys. I gotta beat 27 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotta stay focused here. Can we have an LTT-wide online Connect 4 tournament for winning a gaming PC? I mean, anything's possible? You know? No guarantees. Kaka Pepe says, suck a fat one, Linus. I mean, paid $100 for the privilege, so I guess, like, I can't really complain. CT2945 says, no one needs that many USB ports. Oh, lordy, that was a while ago. Over an hour ago. Tinny92 says, the Amazon and Newegg links are the same for the CPU and case. Oh, oops. Do you mind messaging BizTeam and getting them to fix those links? Thank you, sir. Kirsten Kane says, I missed the beginning of the stream. What did you land on for cooling for the Threadripper? NHU14S. And it seems to be working just great. Actually, I guess we probably just answered your question there. Luke says, do you think the storage pipeline similar to that in the PS5 will come to PC? If not, will we see graphics cards start shipping with flash storage for comparable performance optimizations? I think either is possible. We've already seen graphics cards with built-in flash, although only on the workstation before from AMD. It's a matter of time, though, assuming that the industry bodies who would have to cooperate to do such a thing can get together and do it. I think it's a matter of time before the PC sees something similar. You know, one you know, possible terrible sort of band-aid solution would be to just have graphics cards with enormous amounts of VRAM. That's a bad solution though.
Was that CPU and motherboard?
What about it?
For the links?
Oh, shoot, I don't remember. Car Crazy says, if you're going to dismantle the Hack Pro, can a viewer buy it? P.S. Bitwood is going to hate you for all the ketchup and mustard you're going to need with your hoodie. I don't know what we're going to do with that system. If someone local wanted to buy it for like cost of parts, honestly, I'd kind of be willing to do that, I think. Just the problem is I wouldn't want to provide tech support on it because it's a super weird machine.
It'll run Windows great.
Yeah, it'll run Windows fine. It's just like, yeah, it's a little, it's a weird computer. You know, I wouldn't move it around too fast because the CPU in case. Wouldn't move it around too fast because the power supply might pop off the thing, you know? Okay, and I need a timer as well. Let's get a 3, 2, 1 go here, guys. Help me out here.
You ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, 27 minutes. That's the time I gotta beat. And this is the last one where it's going to be an apples to apples comparison as well, because this is the last one that I've got an Optane M.2 for. Okay. Getting out my DIMM.2. We're reaching kind of like frantic pace mode here a little bit, because 27 minutes is, like, I'm a pretty fast PC builder, but that is not a lot of time. Okay, no time. All right, let's get this CPU socket open here. Open, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, we got this. I'm not gonna have time to like properly align the motherboard under the overhead camera and stuff like that, guys. It's just not realistic for a beating 27 minutes build. All right, let's pull out the carrier thing, pull out the socket cover. We can close this box. Okay, let's get this up on a nice little stand for me to work on. Let's get a CPU. Editing workstation number 5. 24 Zen 2 cores. Man, these things are unbelievable. They're so fast. Like, the only thing that makes a 24-core Threadripper look slow is a 32-core Threadripper. Or a 64-core Threadripper. That's it. That's what it takes. Okay. I'm not skimping on little details, like not completely tightening down 1, 2, then 3. You gotta go you wanna go halfway if you can. Then torque them down. Okay. I did promise a different thermal compound application method for each one. So we're going to go with the smiley face here. Okay. We're going to give it a nose just to make sure that the center's covered there. See? That's good. That's good. You guys like it? What do you think? It's a happy CPU. It's happy. Ridge Wallet wants to... Oops. Accidentally ran my pre-roll again. All right, let's get... where's my RAM? RAM number 5. Dun, 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 dun. And that's all I'm going to say or sing to avoid getting demonetized. Oh, yeah. Okay. Peel. 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 I just put a fingerprint right under that peel. Oh, that's a cardinal sin if I've ever seen one. But I gotta beat 27 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. 27 minutes is all the time I have to build a computer. I can do it, though. I'm sure I can do it. All right. What? The Eternal Dreamers? It's not unusual. No, that was a Mambo number 5 reference. What did you... Dun, 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 dun. Okay, come on. It wasn't that far off. And it was RAM number 5 that I was talking about? No way! Oh, wow. The one Sarah's holding looks better already. That looks more accurate. Okay, yeah. Let's have a look. No, I want to see it now. Okay, hit me with it.
This is why we do it live.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if we're gonna like tease merch things, and yeah, what? I don't know what you're talking about. So check this out, guys. We had some people speculate that this might be a meme or a joke when I posted a couple of teaser pages on Twitter. It's clearly not completely done yet, but it is real. The ABCs of gaming. We are hoping to have this ready sometime this year for people to buy for, you know, little gamers in their lives or the parents of little gamers in their lives. So I can show you guys a couple of pages here. It's just a fun little board book. Sarah has worked extremely hard on this. Nick has also done stuff. Well, he's like the LTT store, sort of like he's like the merch like department manager now, because we actually have like multiple people who work on merch here now, which is crazy to me. And then I wrote the copy. You know, we kept. Sorry, don't show anymore. Okay. Well, I'll read you. I'll read you from the first 2 pages here. Okay. A is for arcade. Do you want to have some fun? Insert 2 coins, please. Player 1. B is for button. Pushing these is fun to do. Can you touch the one that's blue? And then this is where the color issues are coming in, because that looks pretty purple to me. But we'll get that sorted out. We've got multiple samples here. So here's another one. That actually looks, no, never mind. Is the cover supposed to be blue or green? Oh, the print quality looks a lot better on this one though. Yeah, we've still got a lot to sort out. Ooh, spot gloss, you say? There's more samples coming in. We're working on it. Okay, all right. Next one. C is for console. Your friends are here. It's time to play. Maybe they will stay all day. See how they're playing on the couch? See that? Okay. D is for D-pad. Lorem ipsum dolor sidemet. Consecutor adipsing elit seddo. Okay, I haven't finalized the copy for this one. My draft copy is up, down, left, and right are fine, but try to make a diagonal line or something like that. I'm not really happy with it. Might end up in the final copy. We'll see. Those look awesome. I'm very excited. I'm very excited to see the more samples that hopefully are better print quality. Yeah, the bindings seem okay compared to some of the initial ones we saw.
Too thin though. The covers are way too thin.
Got it. So do we have the option to make the covers thicker than the rest of the pages? So one of the things that I was adamant about with this book was that we weren't going to cheap out on the last 2 pages. I think maybe it is or used to be significantly less expensive to do like some certain page count, and then going over a threshold was like way more expensive. So apparently that at least could be one of the reasons that ABC books often have like Z and Y, or Y and Z, whatever, have them combined on one page at the end. So you'll see like some of the letters share a page with another letter. And I always would see that in the books that I would read to my kids and be like, what, they can't afford to put in like another page? It's ridiculous, right? You're paying like $8 or $15 or $20 for these books. You know, they're not always cheap. And they can't like put in the right number of pages. You know, they can't have one letter on every page. It gets me very upset. So we made sure that our book is going to have 1 letter per page, the way it should be. And I have lost my M.2 screw. Got a magnetic divoning rod here. Yeah, I know there's extras, but it's the kind of thing I prefer not to lose if I can avoid it. Let's just do a sweep here. This is not boding well for my time on this system.
But we do have a poster from this machine.
Hey! All RAM mark recognized? Yep. Nice. That means I got the CPU install right. Excellent. Okay, well, oh man, that's really frustrating. Did I accidentally perhaps throw away the screw in the baggie? I mean, it's possible. I didn't think so, though. Going dumpster diving here, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta dive in the dumpster. Okay. I found all the little baggies, but I don't see the screw. How did I lose that?
You got excited.
I am so annoyed right now. I hate losing screws like that. Fine. Because I got the standoff, but not the screw. It's probably one of those things where it's like stuck to a magnet somewhere. I've run into that before. It was like stuck to the bottom of a parts tray.
Is it stuck to the other screwdriver?
No, I checked both of them already. Yeah, it's not stuck to. Okay, well, I give up. I will go get another one. I hate this so much. Okay. It's here, I think. Yep. I mean, realistically, no one's ever going to install all 5 SSDs in this motherboard, I guess. That's how many sets of mounting hardware it includes. It's ridiculous. Okay, we are going to have to, like, haul butt here. What am I at for time?
You're at 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. It's fine, I can do this. I'm going super Speedy Gonzalez mode here. You gotta tell me, guys, honestly in the chat. Do you guys think the kids' book is cool? Do you think the ABCs of gaming is a cool idea? Be honest. If you guys think it's stupid and lame, I want to hear that from you, along with your address and the names of all your friends and family. Speed build, go, 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 I know, right? Okay, people apparently think it's pretty cool. Oh, I just got my bacon. I just got my bacon saved by, who was it? Vollacious. See, these are, I even said it earlier in the stream, these are the types of mistakes that are very easy to make when you're rushing, and it'll cost you more time. Wait, no, I did take off the thermal pad tape. Dang it! You got me. I shouldn't have, I just wasn't certain. I wasn't certain. Shoot, that cost me some time, Vollacious. Way to go. Way to go. People on Twitter and Instagram didn't seem to care that much about the board book, but apparently you lot are a little bit more enthusiastic. Cool, because hopefully what we'd like is if it's successful to do more stuff along those lines. Wait, why does this say 5, 7, 8?
6 was built for.
Oh, 6 was built because we needed it earlier. Yeah, so there's a total of 8 systems. Okay, let's take off the fan. Oh man, I gotta go fast if I'm gonna beat that 27-minute time.
That's okay. You're at 12.
So I'm halfway there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I got this. I can do it. Andy, do you believe in me? Andy? Andy? Andy, do you believe? Your faith could be enough to get me through this.
You got this.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Andy thinks I got it. Error or beat. Am I up? We good? Hello? All right, cool. We're back in business, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you wondering, most of what I said there was just gibberish, and then I said, give me 2 minutes. Okay, power supply. Power supply 5, screws, cables. I can do this. What are we at? 15 minutes. So I have 12 minutes left to do power supply, mount the motherboard. Oh, Jeebus, this is going to be very tight. Fortunately, I know exactly where in the package the CPU connectors are now. So I've got those. I've got PCI Express, and I've got, come on, SATA. SATA. Right. These I don't need. Okay. And whoop. Speed run this biz. Okay. One key to speed running: never pick something up and put it down twice if you can avoid it. Right. PCI Express. Bwomp. CPU connector. Bwomp. Okay. Sorry, guys. Can't pay attention to chat. Building a computer as fast as I can. CPU connector. I think I put those in the right spots. Oh, I'm not actually 100% sure. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, good. Yeah, I've got them matching up. Just makes it a little bit easier for cable management later. And finally, SATA connector. What's my time, Nicholas? 16 minutes, so I've got 11 minutes. Okay. All right, that cost me a minute. No problem. Why use a screwdriver when you can use thumb screws? Okay. Power supply, just gotta grab these cables. Okay. Grab these cables, tighten these screws. But watch out for these nuts. Hey, got him. Who did he get? Nobody. How'd he get them? He didn't. But that's what's charming, right? My boomerness. That's what I tell myself. That's how I sleep at night. World's youngest boomer. Okay. It's all about the ratchet, ladies and gentlemen. Kids today and their electric screwdrivers. How fast was that? That's what I thought. All right, let's rip this cable management out. The good news is, oh wow. The bad news is I don't actually have this motherboard in yet. Holy shnikes. Okay, we're going upright install here, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta save some time. We gotta shave some time off of the clock here. There it is. Please stay. 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 Good boy. Okay. Let's go with something that is likely to hold the whole motherboard in. Okay. Can I compromise on the motherboard screws? Can I not put them all in? What do you think? No. No? What the? Andy, I thought you had my back, bro.
In fairness, you did put all the other.
Well, I know I put all the other ones in, but like, come on, bro. I've got, how many minutes do I have?
You've got 9.
I've got 9 minutes to finish this computer. I blame Nick. I blame Nick and Sarah. They came in, they got me all excited about the board book, okay? Board book project. Okay, good. The good news is I got the hardest screw in now. That one's in. Okay, let's tighten these puppies down. I've got enough of them in that I'm not really worried about them not tightening anymore. Okay, that's in. This one I can just go all the way in. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Shoot, there's one more that I haven't put in yet. Where's my screw at? Don't have time for this. Okay, that's in. Okay, CPU power connectors. Where are you at? Where are you at? Don't got time to look for you. Okay, take the straps out. Strap, strap, strappity strap. These go through here. All right, let's get these installed. Come on, baby. You can do it. Come on, Linus. Oh, man. Okay, 8 pins are in. How much time do I have? What are we at?
You have 7 minutes.
I have 7 minutes? How the heck am I supposed to finish this in 7 minutes?
Believe in LTTstore.com.
LTTstore.com. Yeah, all right. Thanks, Nicholas. That's really helpful.
You didn't take the tape off of this one.
Tape off of what one?
This case.
The tape?
What is this?
Well, okay, that's a minor thing. Okay. I will take the tape off this one. All right? There, you happy? Okay. 24 pins in. The 8 pins are in. The PCI Express connectors are coming. There they are. Okay, graphics card's almost ready to go in. Oh no, I haven't done front panel connectors yet. Okay. No, I'm in trouble. USB-C.
Asus does include the quick connect.
Yeah, that's not quicker. It's actually slower. It's for noobs. It's not for quickness. Okay. Are you calling me a noob, Nicholas?
I'm not saying.
Nicholas?
I'm not saying.
Are you calling me a noob? Because that was what I heard. He wanted me to use those stupid Q connector things that Asus includes with their motherboards. They're stupid. They're stupid, and Asus should feel stupid for including them because all they do is slow things down and make case compatibility worse. That's right, you heard me. I got judgmental there for a little bit. I try to avoid it, but I'm under a lot of pressure right now. Gotta finish a build here. Okay, reset.
5 minutes.
Reset is bottom. Power is top. Power LED is also top. It's a power top. Hey, you get it? Okay. And that's in there. That's there. Cool, that looks pretty good. Where's my graphics card at? Okay. This is a bit of an awkward angle. Got that. That's fine, that's a minor detail. Okay, graphics card, what are we at?
22 minutes and 21 seconds.
I still got 5 minutes. I might actually make it. I need this graphics card to go in a little more gracefully than this, though. Oh, I can't see what I'm doing. There we go. There it is. Hey, I found that screw. Nice. Okay, I'll put that away later. Actually, I'll probably make Nicholas put that away later. I've already been punished.
It's all good. I have to go through all the systems anyway.
No, you don't have to go through all the systems. They're going to be working. They're going to be flawless. Go through all the systems. What a dick. I'm going to have to go through all the systems. This system is built, sir.
It's called quality control.
Quality control. This is the quality. Okay. There. How's that look? That's not the worst. That's serviceable. Okay. Let's put in our cable tie. Where did that stupid screw come from? I have no idea how that turned out. I swear I swept the entire table. Did you sneak it back onto the table while I wasn't looking, Nicholas?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
How sure are you? Out of 10?
I am 11 out of 10.
11 out of 10 sure. All right, that's a lot out of 10. seems to check out. Okay, that's down. Oh, I almost forgot to strap down these cables. Okay, it doesn't really hold that down anyway. All right, where's my last one? Here it is. Okay, how are we doing for time? I do want to know, yes. I wouldn't ask if I didn't want to know, Nicholas. Nicholas!
24 minutes, 20 seconds.
24 minutes, 20 seconds. Okay, so I've got like 2.5 minutes. I can still do this.
System 4 is posted and recognized.
All ran there? Yep. Nice. Okay. Okay, this is an unnecessary finishing touch. I don't need to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. All right, back panel. What's my time at?
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
This may be a
World record, yeah, right. I mean, given that I spent half the time talking about a children's book, I think that even I could beat this world record. I missed something. What's my time at?
25 minutes, 25 seconds.
25, okay, still got time. I didn't plug in the second fan header for the fan controller.
Did you get the power for it?
Power for it, yes. Let's cable strap that down. Okay. Come on, baby. This one's smiling on the inside and the outside. Okay. And for bonus points, where's that motherboard box?
Over here. I'll take care of it.
No, I'm going to put it in. What's my time at? 25 minutes and 56 seconds. Thank you. Out of consideration for the next builder, I am even putting this screw back in the bag where the standoff that it goes with can be found. It's called leading by example, kids. Oh, shoot. Okay. Pencils down. I'm done.
26:36.
26:36. Yeah. Flexing out. Whew. Yeah, I need some water. LTTstore.com.
Check some super chats.
Yeah. Let's check some super chats. Oh yeah, thermal paste. Yeah, I got thermal paste in there. I got the smiley paste. Still cold. Eli asks, when are the LTT mouse pads coming out? Same thing as what we're talking about with the board books. Like, man, we have a design finalized like many, many months before you actually see a product from us because we tend to be really, really picky. We've been going through like some t-shirt supply issues that we could have easily solved by just ordering just like any t-shirts, but we've been very, very, very picky. So it tends to take us a really long time to do stuff, but I guarantee you when the mouse pad arrives, you'll like it. So there, that's all I can really say. Holy crap, that's a lot of floatplane chat. Linus, what's your opinion on pancakes with honey? I mean, do y'all not have maple syrup? Like, jeez.
Tell them about the great maple syrup robbery.
Okay, I noticed this build uses an eATX motherboard and a Fantex P600S, which only lists ATX as a supported size. Okay, so they are eATX, but eATX used to be an actual standard that actually had like additional PCB over there and like mounting holes and stuff. Now eATX for enthusiast boards just means like ATX, but we couldn't fit everything in ATX and we like widened it a bit. It's not a real standard what this is. It's just like a bastardization of what was a real standard in the server and workstation space.
Steve did a good video on it.
Did he? Oh, okay. AE Pep says, shout out to Cat, my cat, which is better than your cat. Wow. No. Rejects Casino says the IO Shield is built in. Smart ones. I don't know who you're replying to. Broken Shield wanted to let you know that I'm celebrating the birth of my first child today. Dang! You, Jay, Paul, and Kyle helped me through a tough season in my life. Best to you and yours. Hey, thanks, Broken Shield. Thanks, Henrik Anderson. Ryan says, whatever happened to members getting a promo code discount for the LTT store every month? Yeah, what did happen to that? Yeah, Nick, what did happen to that for members on YouTube? Where's Nick? Can you message Nick? Just remind him they're supposed to get promo codes and tell him to set like a reminder. Because that's lame. Okay, cool. Zapman17 says the standard was called SSI-EEB. No, it was not. SSI-EEB is a different standard for bigger motherboards. Oh, sorry, yes, okay. Hold on a second. Actually, I just hope I haven't said something dumb, because I'm pretty sure EATX is just an older standard, and SSI-EEB came around later. EATX versus SSI-EEB, blah, 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 blah. I don't remember. Or not, I don't remember. I can't immediately find Anontech forums. SSIEB 3.61 versus EATX. The differences between them, yeah, no, they are not the same thing. And someone says there is no EATX standard. So so that's, just trying to think. When's the first time I saw EATX as a thing? Like, it's probably way back with like some of the early Cooler Master stackers and stuff like that. So Steve can tell you, give him a call. Yeah, you know what? I could call Steve right now, but I'm really not going to do that. If I wanted to know that badly, which I actually don't give a two hoots about because I just don't care, then I would go watch his video, which maybe I will later, but probably not because I honestly just don't care. For all intents and purposes, EATX now means bastardized ATX that's too wide and might be incompatible with your case. All right? And then if it's something bigger, it's going to be XLATX, which is longer, and also a very poorly defined standard because we don't know if it means 8 or 9 slots. And then there's also getting into the server workstation boards, all the SSI-EB stuff, SSI-CEB, and then there's just like the completely non-standard stuff like that weird gigabyte thing that poor Nicholas had to mount in the Hack Pro.
Yeah, it's HBX something.
HPTX? Does that ring a bell? Because I know EVGA did like HPTX for their, and that was basically a new standard they created for their SR1 and SR2, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it's some version of that.
I'm a little bit hazy on the details. The point is, if you're buying anything other than a normal motherboard, then just make sure that whatever arbitrary string of characters your motherboard manufacturer has decided to use to describe their nonsense form factor is also listed on your case. All right.
You ready?
Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
All right, let's do this thing. So my time to beat is 26 minutes and 30 seconds.
Correct.
All right, I should be able to do that pretty easily as long as the merch guys don't come bother me in the middle of this. This is our second to last system, too. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? I actually do like building computers, but I like building them at a bit more of a leisurely pace than what we're doing today. Like if I'm just, chillaxing and building a computer, that's pretty chill. This is a little frantic for my tastes. The first one was fine.
Yeah.
Now it's a little, little crazy town. All right, let's put that there. Let's peel this thing. Woo, look how shiny it is. It's shiny. So have all of my systems managed to post with all of the RAM?
Yep.
Oh, what do you mean so far?
I haven't got to the one you just
Oh, the speed build.
Yeah.
The frantic build. Okay. Well, so far, everything but the frantic build has managed to recognize all the RAM and install Windows successfully. So I'm on a roll here, guys. I am on a roll. I think without even going full panic mode, I can beat that last time pretty comfortably. I do not have an M.2 to install in this one. Derp. Well, okay then. Nicholas, for the last build, do you want to actually just fetch me a random M.2 to use for it?
Sure. Or PCI.
No, an M.2 is fine, because I think what I'm going for is consistency with the earliest ones. For the last build, I'm going to speed run it as fast as I possibly can. Right now, all I'm trying to do is beat that last time, which I think I can do pretty easily. And then the last one, I'm going to go crazy town. So I want it to be the most similar to all the other builds. CPU number 7. I have handled so many big PP CPUs today. Just kind of makes you feel like a man, you know? Like a nerdy man. CPU meat, yeah. You can't beat this CPU meat. Well, unless you have, you know, a bigger thread ripper than me. Which you might. I mean, they are in fact out there. I get it. You know, you got something to compensate for, that's fine. Now with these new PCs, will the editors themselves become the bottleneck? Oh, it's quite possible. We actually, oh, didn't knock anything off, oh good. We actually just recently started testing Adobe's new version of Media Encoder that has GPU acceleration. And we may do a new render server as well, that between this and the new render server could actually result in export times for projects that are like half of what we're looking at right now. It's pretty sick. All right, what do you want for, what do you want me to draw on the CPU this time, Andy?
Draw a Linus.
Draw a Linus? Okay, that's way too complicated. Look at the thing I'm using. Come on, give me something realistic here.
I don't know. Star shape?
A star? All right, we'll do a star. Do you want like a Star of David or like a 5-point star?
5-point star.
5-point star, okay. Okay, neat. We'll just put some junk there. Perfect. There we go. You want to come get a closer look at that? Okay. Threadripper. Threadripper's the real star.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
Thank you. You don't have to lie to me. All right. Heatsink number 7. How am I doing for time, Nicholas?
You are at 4 minutes and change.
All right, I am actually going pretty slow here. I should probably pick up the pace a little bit. So I want to know, from people who actually tuned into both streams, which one was more tedious to watch? Me assembling multiple computers for hours, or me working on just that one computer when I did my personal rig upgrade for hours? I really do want to know, guys. I want to know. Darian Amin says, lttstore.com. Yes, well, that's an unhelpful answer. Thank you for that. Does anyone know who makes Linus's normal orange screwdriver? Good question. It's a Snap-on model. It has served me very well. The original one is actually has a broken ratchet. Now, they have a lifetime warranty, so I could get it replaced pretty easily. But I'm actually just holding on to it for sentimental reasons. So I used that one at home, and then I replaced that one here at the office with a different one. Everyone says personal rig was more tedious. All right, well, thank you. So you guys just want to see me like mass assemble computers versus working on my own that I actually get to game on. Well, duly noted. Thank you, guys. All right, let's tie this in a nice little knotty knot. This is more computer, but personal rig was more entertaining. All right, fair enough. Okay, now people are chiming in the other way. Plazero says, are you going to give away those PCs over on YouTube? Yes. I'm going to give them to my editors who are going to use them to give away content for you to enjoy. How's that? Sound good? Good deal? A+ deal? He's like, oh, dang it. Got his hopes up. Or her. All right. Oh, shoot, I took the M.2 mounting screw out, but I don't actually need it for this machine. Ratso. Coming up with those monetization-friendly cuss words. Ratso, Ed. Ratso. It's a bad word.
Oh, are we going to be demonetized?
No, that's an intentionally not very bad word. What can I do for you, sir?
Nah,
Just watching. You know you have a job to do. I guess he could do it more easily if he had his workstation. Do you even edit videos around here anymore? I'm not convinced he does. I think he just watches other people edit, and somehow that's like a job. Oh.
Hey, can you edit a video?
Production manager.
Hey, I edited this video.
Post-production manager. Look at this guy. All right. Here we go. How am I doing for time here?
You're doing.
Say great.
You're doing great.
Okay, don't suck up.
You're at 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
7 minutes and 50 seconds. That's not bad. I can work with this.
Also, Nick says he just added the code for June if they check out the community tab.
Oh, okay. Nick says he added, for those of you who are members on YouTube, congratulations on giving a big chunk of the money to YouTube rather than Floatplane or Linus Media Group. Also, there is a promo code for you guys for the month of June in the community tab. Hey, look, it's not that I'm greedy. I'm just saying I think YouTube makes plenty off of our AdSense and all that other stuff. And super chats and like all those things. YouTube's doing all right. They're doing okay. YouTube's gonna be okay. Susan's she's gonna do fine.
She'll be able to get that second.
Yeah, she can have, you know what? She can have a house to live in wherever she needs it, okay? I actually have no idea what Susan's compensation is like. Okay, I'm just assuming it's probably fine. All right, let's pop this open. Riser says, starting a war. Oh, Floatplane's freaking out. They're like, hey, Floatplane discount code? Floatplane discount code? Okay. On Floatplane, the discount code is not part of the deal. We were just trying to come up with something, anything that could possibly, like, give YouTube membership any kind of value whatsoever. That's what we were trying to come up with. If you guys would like, over on Floatplane, can you send Nick a message just to make sure the Floatplane discount code is slightly better than the YouTube members one? It's not that we're trying to pit certain subsets of our community against the others. It's just that, you know, Floatplane is run by us, so you know there's a little more margin there. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay? Because if you think you're getting a discount on stuff, that's not how it works. You're just getting some of what was already the margin on it given back to you. That's how these things work, okay? I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. What? Are you sending me Teams messages? You're standing right there.
It's for Twitter.
It's for what?
I sent you the link.
Oh, okay. Apparently we put a Twitter poll up for people's response to the board book. Oh, that's fun. It's taking forever to load for some reason, so I'm going to go ahead and install the cables in this power supply while I wait around for that. How you holding up, Andy?
I'm good.
You're good? Yeah. You are a champion, sir. Champion. Is Andy a champion or what, Ed?
He's a real winner.
That's not what I said.
Okay, Float Planes promo code
Okay, Float Planes promo code is up?
is gonna be.
No, you can't say it. What?
Well, this is what I got sent.
This is what you got sent. What are you getting sent?
This is from me.
Oh, okay. What is he doing? Okay. You gotta be, that's so dumb. Okay, apparently the Float Plane promo code is 1% better than the community one, the YouTube members one. So there you go, Float Plane, you are the 1%. Thank you. Ridiculous. That was a safe way for him to play it.
Yeah.
Good old Nick Safe Light.
What does he want from me?
Hey, Larry Gans over on YouTube says, you taught my son to build his first gaming PC, i7-10700K with 2080 Super. Nice. Nice. Love it. Gaming with GB says, keep the beard. I think I am going to end up having to keep it. I haven't seen the final numbers for the beard versus clean shirts, but I'm pretty sure beard did end up winning that. Ryan Miller says, I feel a little vindicated for parts for my newly built PC. MP600 1TB SSD, Seasonic TX1000, 2 MP510s. Man, that moment when your mass storage is solid state, it's crazy. What else you got? Zenith 2 Extreme, 4 Trident Z 16 gig 3600 megahertz. That is quite the machine, Ryan Miller. No wonder you have $20 to waste sending it to me as a super chat.
As an update, System 5 works.
System 5 works?
Everything's there.
Yeah! So I'm 4 for 4, right?
Yeah.
4 for 4. Nice. Feeling good, ladies and gentlemen. Where's my screwdriver at?
13 and a half minutes, by the way.
13 and a half minutes? Wait, whoa, am I halfway through my time here? Holy smokes, I've been kind of going casual styles. I need to pick things up a little bit. Let's get this power supply peel. I actually don't think I did this power supply peel on any of the other ones. For the sake of consistency, I could just leave it, but now it's like ravaged. Oh man, I'm getting like little tiny bits of it at a time. This is horrible. See, Sonic, get your peel gaming gear here. I love you guys, but come on. Oh, wow. It won't peel. Oh, thank you. Okay. Whew. That was traumatic. Very upset right now. All right, pop that in there. I know you don't exist to aesthetically please strangers on the internet, but the beard is hot AF, says Eric Noble. Well, thanks, Eric. I do try. I don't try that hard. I didn't even find time to clean it up this weekend, so it's a little scruffy. Merch item beard comb. Oh, Lord. I don't think we're gonna go down that path of like making the beard a big part of the brand, because my intention is still to shave it once I have fulfilled my commitment, which was to keep it till the end of the year.
It's a lot of work to maintain.
Yeah, I just can't say that I super duper feel like dealing with it on an ongoing basis. I'm coming around to the look of it, but it's still it's a little scratchy, and it's like, you know, another thing to wash when I'm in the shower and stuff. I'm pretty lazy when it comes to my personal appearance. I mean, you only have to go back and look at a few old videos to really see that that's probably true. Man, some of those old ones in particular where I just like don't even bother to get a haircut for 4 months and get in front of the camera. It's amazing that MCIX let me be their brand ambassador. I mean, maybe that's why they don't exist anymore. Yep. Single-handedly killed it all those months after I left. All right. screwing this in. We got this, ladies and gentlemen. I doubt it's the board, so it must be the case, but the tolerances on the location of the standoffs don't seem to be amazing. Everything else I like about the case. It's super, super easy and fast to build in, as you guys are seeing here today, but I'm less sold on the actual, like, tightness of the manufacturing tolerances. Just a little less sold. Not bad. Not complaining too hard here. It's definitely usable. Okay. How am I doing for time here? Do I have a fair bit of time, or am I like...
You have 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
I have only 9 minutes to finish this? How am I putting myself in a position where I'm as tight for time as I was last time? Oh man, I gotta...
Because it's really, really tight timing.
Okay. Oh shoot, this is not going in. Uh-oh. See, right as I say, it's not, you know, a deal breaker. I get my deal broken with a screw that won't go in. I gotta remove that CPU connector. And the problem is this motherboard has such a gigantic heatsink up there. It's hard to get it to thread in. Can't really easily go in at an angle. Okay, I got it. Okay. That's fine. I still think I can do this. Okay. Let's tighten these puppies down. All right. Oh man, I'm curious to see how, having done 4 in a row already, or 5 in a row already, I'm very curious to see what I can do for this last one. Honestly, this build is like more about catching my breath and you know, getting in the right mindset for a super fast build after. Okay, get my screws. Okay, done with that. Let's do some cable management here, shall we? Sorry, how much time do I have right now?
Are at 19 minutes.
19 minutes. Wait, I only have... Oh, shoot. No, I gotta go fast. Oh, man. I thought I was gonna be, like, kind of relaxing, cruising to the finish line on this one. Dag nabbit. Okay. Front panel audio. Front USB. Type-C. Hey, there it is. Is that going in? That's a little weird. Does it go the other way? This is really not a great connector. I wish it was a little bit more obvious which way it goes in. Like it doesn't bother me as much when I see like a really old connector that's not very well thought out. It's like, ah, yeah, you know, it was a different time, right? Whereas now when I see a brand new connector that's like, oh yeah, it's really hard to tell which way that goes in. It's very frustrating. Like I get that there's there's probably less overlap than you would think between people who design computer connectors and people who actually like build their own gaming systems. But come on, guys. You know, you'd think you'd at least ask someone, you know? Okay, so we're gonna get the fans hooked up right away so we don't forget. Where's this other one? There it is. Schwamp. And 6 minutes left, that's all I got, hey? I think I can do it. I think I should be okay. Where's my 8-pin CPU connectors? They're here. If I made any mistakes and I have to undo anything, I could be in trouble here, but otherwise I should be fine. Okay. Oh, shoot. Well, that's a mistake. That could cost me a little bit of time. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Okay, 8 pins. Every system works though?
So far.
Okay. What do you mean so far?
Well, this one had a bit of instability.
Oh, it did?
When I tried to install Windows.
Oh.
So I'm gonna have to check that out.
Okay. A little instability though.
It could just be that you need to reseat it.
Okay. Keep me posted. Get it?
You're such a dad.
I know, right? Part of the secret test you have to pass. Just kidding, there's no test, you just have to have sex.
Well, it would be better if there was a test.
No, I'm not getting involved in that conversation.
22 minutes.
22 minutes. I got 5 minutes only?
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
That's it? Oh, geez. Okay. It's still possible, actually.
Very possible.
Still possible.
Believe.
Okay. If only belief was enough. Okay. Graphics card. Yeah, I don't even have the graphics card in yet. Oh, shoot balls. Okay. Come on, baby. Just get in there. Okay. Let's get that graphics card in. This is not the best angle to install it from. I guess we're stuck with it now. No. Come on. Come on out. Come on out. There you go, buddy. Okay. Got that. Got that. Got that. Got. Okay, I just need the graphics card to go in real nice and easy this time. Nice. Okay. All right. Come on, baby. You got this. You got this. How do I end up down to the wire every time?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? I'm gonna beat it. You just watch.
I prefer not to watch while you beat it.
Oh, yeah. Certainly not for free. All right. Put that on there. Okay. Minor details. I shouldn't be wasting time on this. Those are valuable seconds that I will never have back. Where's my cable tie? My one cable tie. My only cable tie. Okay, that's there. Now we just need to, you know, yeah, sure. Little something like that. Why not? There you go. Got that cable tie in there. Here, come on.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? That's fine. I got this. I got this. No problem, Bob. Okay. Nice. Extra screws in there. Okay, quick inspection of connectors. Yep, good. And one side panel. Come on, line up, you butthead. Peel. Peel. 2 side panels. What are we at?
25 minutes, 20 seconds.
25 minutes, 20 seconds. Boom, that's time.
25, 23.
Not too shabby. All right. How's that system doing? Did it install Windows this time? Okay, good. Okay. So here's the next one. Final system. The final system. Which is all I'm going to be willing to sing of that song so I don't get demonetized. Okay.
Wait.
What's up?
You didn't put the SSD in.
Oh, snap. I didn't put the SSD in. Oh, crap. Totally forgot. Okay, he's starting the timer again. Oh, boy. That's okay, I got this. I don't have time to, like, properly check and see which slots are connected to which things, so I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna say bottom slot's probably fine. Oh, boy. Come on, baby. In you go. You got this. Am I still gonna beat that time?
No, you're past it now.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't count the time that I thought I was done.
Oh, okay. We're at 30 seconds.
Okay. I think we're still good.
Yeah. You beat it by 30 seconds.
Wait, is this that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Whew, that was close. Whoops. No boot drive. It's all good. Okay. I need a minute to collect my thoughts. I'm going to get a drink of water. And then, yeah, do a couple super chats, and then we're going for it. Final build. All right. Oh, man. Floatplane chat is so active. I can't believe how many people are subscribed on Floatplane at this point. Player Toy over on Floatplane says, Linus, how many times have you hurt yourself building PCs? How many times have I not hurt myself building PCs? It's actually a miracle that I don't have any cuts today. Like, my hands are, it'd be hard to see them. Oh yeah, there's one. It would be hard to see them on camera, but my hands are covered in like a web of little scars all over them just from like cutting myself on computer cases.
That's also the big difference between a good case and a cheap case.
Well, yeah, for sure. It used to be a bigger deal back in the day because cheap cases used to have just like razor sharp metal, like just loose edges in them, and it was horrible. These days, even cheap cases, they tend to fold them over. All right. Floatplane asks for a dick butt thermal compound application. I'm gonna have to double check my dick butt shape here. Okay. Oh, also, I found a thread that seems to explain SSIEB versus EATX. So they're both physically 12-inch by 13-inch, but it's the location of the mounting holes. So there you go. That does sound familiar. Okay, what does a dick butt look like? What does Googling a dick butt bring up?
Oh, God.
Seems like a scary thing to Google. Images. It's a viral internet character who is a penis whose balls are a butt, within which is a smaller dick butt. Yep, it's a thing. This is from dictionary.com.
So
apparently.
it's a fractal, in essence? It's an ever-continuing dick butt?
I don't know, man.
How deep does the dick butt go?
Hello. Why is this bringing up just like one image search, and why is it this random one with like a mustache on it? My phone seems to be being really, really stupid and slow. Okay, there we go. All right. So I've got my reference dick butts up, and I think I'm ready.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Hold on. On the other ones, I started with the motherboard box on the table. So what's the time to beat?
The time to beat is 26:01.
26 minutes. Okay. Hold on. Don't start it yet. I'm not ready yet. Okay.
Getting ready.
Think I can beat 20?
That's tough. If you have to ignore like everything and just build.
20. I think I can do 20.
20 minutes?
Okay, that's my goal. The goal is 20-minute build. Hold on. Let me get. I can't have my tools like not where I'm expecting them to be if I'm going to try and build in 20 minutes though. So let's get
you will have
screwdrivers ready. I have an M.2 to install here. Yep. Okay. Parts here. 20-minute build. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, there is 0 time for dicking around here. We're just gonna build a computer. Sorry, chat. I'm not going to be able to have long, drawn-out, but enjoyable conversations with you for a little bit here. All right, that's all the accessories that I need. Let's go ahead and get this socket cover open. Sorry, Andy, there's nothing that I can do to get you a better angle this time around. I mean, there is, but not if I'm going to try and build a computer in 20 minutes. Okay. I have the final countdown stuck in my head. I mean, I'm still sticking to best practices, not tightening down these things until they're all half tight. I still want this to be a working machine when we're done, because it doesn't count if it doesn't work. All right, where's my cooler at? I did promise dick butt shaped thermal compound, so here we go. He's kind of got an arm and a leg. Okay, we got better balls on there. Okay, calling that good. Tightening them, making sure to build properly. No matter how fast you need to go, you always have time to build the computer properly. I am definitely going to end up slicing myself open on this heatsink if I rush too much, though. That would be very uncomfortable. RAM. Okay, another fun rule of thumb is it's almost always sticker side in. Not always, but usually, like in towards the CPU socket. Sorry, Andy, no look. No looky. That third one didn't sound like it was in all the way. Make sure it's in, yep. Okay, tie my knot. All systems to the same standard of quality, for better or for worse. Okay, CPU cooler, fan is on, fan connector is in. DIM.2 time. Just find it a little bit faster to work with the iFixit screwdriver for small stuff like this. Okay, need these peels to just be real cooperative for me right about now. Okay, where's that M.2? Here it is. Okay. Oh, where'd I put it? There it is. Good. So this is a temporary boot drive. We'll get another Optane drive or something later. This is a 960 Pro, also a very, very respectable drive. Just I want all the workstations we're actually deploying right away to be Optane. I want them all to have the same config fundamentally, so that if we have an issue, we'll know that it's down to, you know, whatever that editor loaded on their computer as opposed to down to the hardware. Just makes life a little bit easier. What's my time at?
4 minutes and 30 seconds.
4 minutes, 30 seconds. Remember I said earlier in the stream I was going to have a 5-minute motherboard? There it is. Okay, case. Oh, shoot, which one is it? I think it's this one. Yep. See, told you guys I was going to have to memorize where the accessory package was. Let's pull this now. Okay. Side panels. How fast can he build it? Oh, that's hard. Come on! Don't have time for this, Fantex. Power supply. This is another thing that I've been memorizing as I've gone through the machines, where in the pack the cables are, so I don't even have to look closely at them. I can pull out all the right cables, with the one exception being SATA, because these ones are all kind of jumbled in there. Come on, here we go. Whew. Got this. 6 minutes. All right. I can do it. Okay, where's my other? Okay, no, this is my SATA. Da-da-da.
System 7 is booted.
System 7's booted? Nice! Is all the RAM recognized?
All RAM, drive, everything.
Fantastic. Success. So I'm 5 for 5 so far today. I would hate to screw it up now. Oh, I accidentally just lowered this table by leaning on this thing. Just lift that up a little bit. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have taken that time. That was probably a mistake. 24 pin. Okay. Speed build. To be clear, I would never expect myself to do a 20-minute build if I hadn't just done the same build 4 or 5 times in a row, or however many this was. I mean, I might be able to, but maybe a simpler build, you know, like no GPU, you know, integrated graphics, little things like that can help a lot. Oh, that's gonna cost me. Okay, this way, yep. So I'm doing them all fan side down. We have low enough pile carpet that I don't expect it to suffocate the power supply.
You didn't pull off the number 8.
I haven't yet. I was aware of it.
Just trying to help you.
Thank you. The most terse thank you ever. What am I at for time?
8 minutes.
8 minutes. All right. Peel. Peel. Come on, you bastard. There it is. Peel. Shoot. I was close. Pull out extra standoff. Okay, let's get my screws ready. What am I trying to do? Right. Shoot, I forgot about that stupid fan cable. Okay.
Chat's cheering.
Chat's cheering for me? Well, thanks, chat. Yeah, I'm sure some of them are rooting against me. I'm used to it. That was close. That's the edge of the table right there. All good. Okay. Ooh, this is not a good one to start with. I'm going to start with something else that's not going to rip the board in half if it falls out. This one will do. Okay, I'm taking a risk here, guys. I'm gambling. I'm tightening these in all the way as I go. So hopefully I'm not going to run into one that won't fit because of the slightly not amazing tolerances of this case.
9 minutes, 30 seconds.
9:30 seconds, okay. Let's get this case in, or this motherboard in. We're gonna know pretty soon if there's a strong possibility of me finishing because we've already seen what I can do in 7 minutes going top speed. Come on, get in there, okay. Okay, just gotta get this one. This one's tough. Oh yeah, it's in. Got it. Good, okay. This is right at the edge here. It's making me a little uncomfortable. Okay, if this one grabs, we're in pretty good shape, I think. This is the last significant roadblock. Yep, got it. Okay, I got one more screw. This one right here. Let's gotta line that up. There we go. Okay, extra screws go away. Won't need that anymore. Cable management. Let's rip these off. What's my time at?
10 minutes, 45 seconds.
10:45, okay. Maybe this is doable. HD audio. Okay, that's done. This USB. Other way. Oh, it's gonna cost me. Okay. Other USB 3. Hands shaking. Knees weak, arms heavy. Okay. Why do I set these arbitrary goals for myself? Why do I do it, Nicholas?
You're a man of many talents. You like to push yourself.
No, this is just building computers. It's just one talent. Thank you, though. Come on. Front panel connector, get in there. It's in. Okay. All those connectors are in. So now we need to do power supply. SATA, where you at, boy?
8 minutes left.
8 minutes remaining. Okay. Okay. SATA's in. Fan RPM monitoring is in. Ooh, that indecisiveness could cost me. Get on there. Okay. All right. 24 pin. Yeah, I'm going to bring all these above this. Okay. 24 pin goes here. Go through. Good. Good. Got it oriented correctly. And the other ones go the other way. So it's clipped towards the edge of the board for the 24 pin and clipped towards the center of the board for both of the 8 pins. That's one little funny idiosyncrasy of this motherboard. All right. Let go. Stop. Okay. CPU connector. Sorry, Andy, I know you can't see anything. Nothing you can do about it. You did your best. No, he can't really do it without getting too close. But I've got to build a computer in 20 minutes. How much time do I have?
You have 6 minutes.
I have 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. I'm actually feeling not bad right now. Still plenty of time to screw this up. Okay. Let's put these puppies through here. There's graphics. Come on, get up there. Okay. RTX 2080. RTX 2080 goes in. Come on, baby. There it is. For those wondering, I have not forgotten about the number 8 masking tape down here. Oh, shoot. I didn't put the standoff away properly.
Coming up on 5 minutes.
5 minutes left?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All my connectors plugged in. Quick sanity check. Yep. Okay. Cable management. All right, that's down. Come on. Here we go. Come on, baby. Just go in there. Where's my cable tie, lttstore.com. Okay, just, you know, I don't know, just kind of hold it all together down there.
4 minutes.
4 minutes, that's fine. I can still do this. I wonder which editor gets the like crappy speed build one. Okay, in all seriousness though, it will perform the same. Just.
Well, we'll also have to pull it apart for
What do you mean pull it apart?
the new Optane drive.
Oh, the new Optane drive. Oh yeah, you won't have to pull apart much because of the DIMM.2. Okay. It's on there. Time.
Nope, you forgot something.
What'd I forget?
The screws.
Oh, I'm crying out loud. I saw it right as you said it. Time.
17 minutes.
Woo!
27 seconds.
17 minutes, 27 seconds. Yay! Okay, I did cheap out on one thing. I didn't put this back in the motherboard box. But I'm fine. We'll say 17 minutes and 30 seconds, okay? There. Done. Okay. Wow, we could have saved ourselves a lot of time if I just built at full speed the whole time. This could have been like an hour-and-a-half stream. That would have been way easier. What do you think, Andy? Would that have been better?
I think you would have been like losing your mind.
Andy's shoulders are like, wow, yeah, that.
Sorry for the shake days, guys.
That does sound like it would have been a lot better. Oh, lordy. Why is Floatplane Chat not doing a thing right now? Wait a minute, is our stream dead? No, it's not. Okay, good. Yeah, it's just I'm just checking. All right, Andy the Lab says, I need help with my build, lacking opposable thumbs. Seriously. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I mean, clearly it would only take me 17 minutes to help you with it, but I don't know where you are or how I would get your parts or how I would get them to you once it's assembled. Sorry, Andy. All right. So that's, oh no, different Andy. Oh yeah, okay, all right. Okay, yeah, Floatplane Chat. Why does it say more messages below? It's just like not working. Oh, apparently, nope, stream is dead. Good stream. All right, that's pretty much it.
Do you want to do the boot up with that?
Sure. You know what? Yeah, we should do a boot up test on this one and make sure it actually works, because this was clearly. Oh, okay, yeah, nice. So Nicholas is pulling out the bloody hell. What's the model? PA32UCX or whatever they call it. Yeah, PA32UCX. So this is the monitor that ASUS is sending over for each of these stations. So we are hopefully going to be equipped to do HDR content on the regular moving forward. We've spent a lot of time over the last couple of months actually working on the workflow aspects of it. So now, as soon as these new workstations roll out, we're going to have the monitors on all of the stations, and we're going to have the performance to really do it up for real. I think we're probably going to start with short circuit, just because the lighting is more consistent, makes it a little bit easier to do the HDR to SDR conversion. But at some point in the future, we would like to move to HDR, and this is a big part of that step, or a big step in that process. Whew. Man, that was stressful.
Yeah.
17 minutes though?
17 minutes, 30 seconds.
That's not bad. I'm rounding it down. I'm rounding it to 17 minutes.
That's not how that works.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Mouse and keyboard? Nice. Oh, whoops. Ah! No worries. Plug this puppy in. All right, Ed. All your editing workstations are built. Are we live again? Uh-oh. That was a small oversight. Let's see if it picks back up. Are we back?
Not on Twitch, not yet.
I see YouTube. YouTube's up. Oh, Lordy. I needed an Ethernet cable for this machine. So I grabbed the one that we normally use at the desk, not realizing that it's hooked up to the stream cart. And it was before it came out. Like my arm momentum is what pulled it out, because I realized, I was like, no. But it was too late, and the connector wasn't clipped in, so it was too late. It was too late. That's fine. We don't really need a network connection for this anyway. Oh, okay, and we have another one anyhow. All right, cool. So we'll plug into 10 gig. Oh man, that was really stupid. All right, power button. What do you think? Is it gonna? Uh-oh.
It's on. Did you connect the power button?
Oh no! Did I miss the power button? Oh no!
Hit the power button again. Sometimes they. Yeah, no, you goofed.
Ah. Yep. Okay.
Are we good?
30 seconds.
30-second penalty.
I just mean this is going to take me about 30 seconds to fix.
Okay. 18 minutes.
18-minute build. Dang it, I was one set of headers too high. All right. Now let's see if it actually posts, though.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've made a mistake like that. That can be quite easily attributed to rushing. Okay. Got our memory postcodes up in here. Yeah. Got so much RAM, takes a little while. CPU fan is in fact spinning though. Thank you, Twitch chat, for all of those of you who I'm assuming are helpfully pointing out that the CPU fan is not spinning. Are all of the streams live? Oh yeah, I see Twitch. And YouTube's definitely live. Excellent connection. That's, I wonder what that does to the VOD on YouTube. I hope it doesn't start a new one. That would be extremely inconvenient. You got to change battery? Oh, how does that work? Well, wait, how dead is it? Do you have a hot swap? Yep. Oh, okay, then we're good. Yeah, sorry guys, it's going to be a little shaky. We're just swapping batteries here. This has been a longer stream than anyone anticipated.
You need just one?
I only see one stream event on YouTube.
Wait, how dead is it?
No, maybe it doesn't kill.
So maybe it's all good. All right, yeah, we'll see. Oh, wait, is this posting? Come on, baby.
Post error.
Post error. Hard drive. Well, that's interesting.
Is it plugged in all the way?
Yeah, I'll check. Seems like it. I mean, that's honestly something that I don't think I screwed up. I could just reseat it. Dang it, why did I push? Why did I push for 17 minutes and 30 seconds? Well, 18 minutes now if we're assigning a 30-second penalty for the first thing. And 18:30, is that what we're at now? We're doing 30-second penalties for everything I screwed up. Dang it. Let's see if it even, I wonder if it's just a bad drive though. That shouldn't count against me.
No.
If we have to swap the drive, that doesn't count. All right. If reseating it fixed it though, that's probably a 30-second penalty. Dang it. All right, I was kind of hoping for a bad drive. If Puget Systems data is anything to go by, it doesn't happen super often with those Samsungs, though. Oh, shoot, this isn't on. I don't know where the power button is. Hello? This thing is such a thick boy monitor. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's definitely posted. It's sitting somewhere.
Is this power button not working?
Oh, hold on. There's a power switch on this thing.
Oh, of course there is.
I just can't remember where it is. Okay.
Hey. Hello?
Is that no?
Hello, monitor. Did you flip it? Oh, yeah, no, I think we're powered on. Wait, what? Yes.
It's so big, it takes forever to go.
We might have to reboot just to get it to pick up. Sometimes you run into that. Also, HDMI 2 is not the correct input. Oh, and I turned it off. Here we go. Don't worry.
Details.
It's all good. It's all good. I still can't believe I unplugged the stream. That's a new high for me, I think. New high, new low. It's something. I've probably done it before, now that I think about it. Seems like the kind of thing I would have probably done before. HDD code A9. Hey, that SSD might be flaky. Oh, no, BIOS setup menu. Supposedly.
Probably just stopped it and delete.
That's weird. Why is it being derpy? Why you got a derp, you know? All right, let's try that display port there. Oh, we could also try plugging into the monitor that you were using.
Yeah.
This one should work. Ed just pulled it off his workstation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, should's such a word, you know?
I have learned since being here that should never work.
Should is meaningless. Like this DisplayPort cable. It's a 15-foot cable. Should work. We'll see how that goes. All right, we'll try that again. Oh, the suspense is freaking killing me right now. Like, come on. You know? Like, come on. Don't need this. Okay, well, it detected the input. Hey, there it is. All right. Whew. Let's see if all my RAM picks up. Yes! Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with that. Yep. Well, whatever. Okay, fine. DOCP standard, whatever the crap. Okay, there you go. Oh, where's your Windows installer? Hit me. I'm going to catch it without looking. Yes. I guess this will tell us if the front USB. Where the heck is the front USB on this? Oh, there it is. Look, I don't know. Do I look like I know these things? Oh, wait, which one is it? The Corsair or the MSI?
Corsair.
Okay. Oh, apparently it's already... Oh, you know what? There's probably already an OS on this drive. This is probably a bench drive. Oh, that's convenient. We'll find out pretty soon if it's going to make it into Windows. Oh. Matthew Studd says, I'm looking for a new chair for my work/battle station. I saw Herman Miller and Logitech were partnered to make an ergonomic-centric gaming chair. Stoked to see what that evolves into. Review it, please. Absolutely. Yes. Wow, look at that. That just fired right up there, didn't it? Do we have any useful stuff installed on here? Here, we'll do a quick Cinebench run. Okay, we'll do a quick Cinebench R20 run just to make sure that our DOCP memory isn't going to immediately crash the system. 3200 megahertz seems to be running correctly. Man, look at that, rip those threads. It's almost like it's a thread ripper. If only they had a word for it, the CPU like that. something that rips threads like that. The thread ripinator, the thread ripperator, the thread ripster. All right, I'm calling that good enough. Just like I'm calling this stream good enough. Thanks for tuning in, guys. How long were we live for? Holy crap, we were live for 4 hours. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. Don't forget to what? End roll for what? I already ran it. What? Yeah, I ran the integration after the first system. Yeah, I can run it again. All right, go buy stuff at lttstore.com. And here's our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Drop.com. The Mass Drop X Sennheiser open-backed HD5X Jubilee headphones were tuned by Axel Grell of Sennheiser and Mass Drop based on feedback from their community. It features new 150 ohm drivers and a colorway inspired by the HD580s. They feature clear, fast, and dynamic sound with a glossy black headband, elliptical ear cups that are super comfy, with replaceable soft velour ear pads, which are also super comfy. They've got a detachable 6-foot cable, and you can get yours now at the link in the video description. Thanks again for watching. All right, I'm killing it. I'm killing it.
Tell me that you wanna stay, baby, just don't walk away. I need you now, fade it out. All the time we spent alone, fighting through the firestorm. Don't let me down, I need you now, 'cause I'm feeling worn out. It's getting to me, lost some heart trying to get on my feet. Caught in the madness, I feel you somehow. Don't let me go, I need you right now. I wanna be next to you, you wanna be next to me. Holding our paper hearts, fading out broken dreams. I wanna be next to you, you wanna be next to me. Holding our paper hearts, fading out broken dreams. I wanna be next to you.
Testing. Oh, it's working. We're gonna do a little show. It's gonna be glorious. Okay, sorry about that. We had a little snafu there with there we go. With YouTube, so I apologize. We went to the wrong stream. It's all good now, so we're good there. Okay, everybody, we're good. Today's show, unfortunately, because I forgot it, today's show is not brought to you by the fine folks. We're not brought to you by the fine folks at yeah, we forgot it. We forgot it. So we're gonna just drink water today. Can't see it. Yeah, you guys can't see me right now, but I'm back. Hey, what's up, everybody? 360 people here already. Good, happy Friday. This is going to be a fun build. Just, you know, we've had a little bit of crazy here between that absolutely incredibly long stream from last week, and we let's get our Roby on. That's right, Bernie. Yeah, no sparkling ice today. We weren't able to do sparkling ice because I just plain forgot it. Long weekend for me coming up. So after I get done here, got to get back, pack, heading to LA. We're going to be streaming with Margot on Monday, so that should be a lot of fun. You're going to want to tune in on that. We're doing another 3080 build, which is, I mean, hey, why are you going to complain when you're trying to do as many 3080 builds and getting to build and play with new tech? So you're going to want to check that out. That's hanging out with Margot Brook. That's going to be over on Intel. We're flying to LA. We're going to go to Intel Studios and basically build a live build and then play some Call of Duty. And You know, it's funny that he said they said they was like, hey, Roby is a heck of a Call of Duty player, but I think people know that may not necessarily be true. But I do play myself some COD, but I hope they're not expecting perfection. I think Margot's gonna have to carry me forever. Now I'm super sorry about the fact that we missed her yesterday. She popped into the hey, there's Jafaz, what's up, man? She popped into the stream yesterday, and I was so focused on getting everything done I'm so focused on getting everything done here on the show that I just plain missed it. So I said thank you. We're going to be hanging out on Monday. That should be a lot of fun. No Sunday World of Warcraft stream. This will be one of the few that we're skipping. In fact, they're not actually going to happen for the next 2 weeks because this week I'm heading to LA, and next week we finally head on to vacation. It's been a family vacation that's been planned for a long time. So I apologize, but everything is set up and ready to go. Take advantage of joining the guild, getting all that stuff set up. All the information is in Discord in the World of Warcraft channel. We will be kicking that stuff off, and that's going to be a lot of fun as well. So yeah, finally doing some vacation and all that stuff to kind of get caught up. Should I still get a Corsair H1 liquid cooler? It's also an AIO. Okay, so 2080 Kingpin GPU comes with an AIO, but it does not work on a CPU. So just to answer that question real quick. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Today's build, just given that I've got an early travel, the hope is that this will be a little bit of a quicker build. It is pretty standard. It's still a fantastic build. Another commission, which I always like to let these guys have as much fun as absolutely possible. We're putting it in one of my favorite cases, and that's the Fantex P500A. We'll walk through that here in a few minutes and get everybody going in there. What's up? How you doing, Gabby? Hey, everybody. Zen 3 builds are coming. They're like, I think this is the last Zen 2 build. We did a Zen 3 build yesterday, tested that. If you want to know my moderators, there is a new command called that set up just for you guys. It's called builds is the name of it. We actually took and I put together that $1,500 build we benchmarked yesterday, which is a crazy build. We were getting 100 plus FPS in Call of Duty at 4K. It's just such a good build using the Zen 3, the new Ryzen 5 5600. And so you're gonna want to check it out. We also have a $2,000 version built on that that's modified slightly for a 3080 build. So if you want to check those out, it's only mods. Only the mods can do it. So the mods will start linking those out and having those in there. Blondie, you can check it out. I think it's called !builds. I did make it for you guys today. And it shows you that it'll give you links to those two builds, those wish lists for those. So if you're looking for stuff, it's there. It should be on. She can go check it. Blondie will get it out to the mods via the mod channels and all that sort of stuff. I did want to announce Laser 2000 and the Fiji 69 were the winners of last month's sub-only giveaways for the 3070s. The new sub-only giveaway has just started for the month of November, and that is currently a 6800 XT. But if we get to 150 subs over the next 3 weeks, which we will, I'm pretty sure, then that'll upgrade to a 6900 XT, and we'll be giving that away to one lucky subscriber here on Twitch in the month at the beginning of December. So you want to get on that. How do you do that? If you're over on YouTube right now, head over to twitch.tv/Robotech. Use your free Amazon Prime sub. That will unlock your ability to get in on that giveaway, and it's free. And then if you upgrade to tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, that gets you extra entries. If you give sub, that gives you extra entries. There's all sorts of fun things that go into and give you extra entries towards that awesome sub-only giveaway. So hoping to get a lot of entries on that because I love blessing you guys. The other thing that is currently happening is you can see that we are at $1,185 of our $1,700 goal, which I'm hoping will blow past. We are currently all tips, all bits, all super chats, all go to the amazing, awesome streaming team. Oh, there's Hype Channel. We'll talk about that here in a minute. All the amazing streaming team that is here supporting our channel. So all of the money that I raise over the next, we have 4 more streams left of that. Then we're going to donate that to our stream mods and our tech specialists so we can give them an awesome holiday gift. So I'm hoping you guys will open your hearts and your wallets to help us support them because they do things like help people choose builds and help people tech support and all sorts of things like that. And we want to say thank you for the people who sit in here who tirelessly, day after day, listen to me drone on about all of the dad jokes and all of the terrible dad puns but yet still enjoy just the tech porn that we pour out on a weekly basis. And we wanted to say thank you to them for making it so awesome. And this is our way of blessing them by hooking them up with a super awesome holiday bonus from those of us who are here at Robitech. So I'd love to see you guys do that. Like I said, all donations, bits, all that stuff go to that. You are seeing Hype Train. This is we have 2 other giveaways that happened because of this. The first one is all Twitch related. If we get 2 Hype Trains in a row during the stream, then we give away a 250 gig NVMe SSD M.2 drive from the fine folks over at Western Digital. So one lucky winner will be getting that. The second one now if we get 800 likes on the YouTube video, we will also be giving away a second 250 gig NVMe SSD. Thank you very much, Sternum, $19.99 for those subs. Appreciate it. We'll be giving away a second one of those giveaways, and so we'll be giving away 2 NVMe drives instead of just 1. And it's actually an upgrade. The Game Pass codes are gone. We've gone through those. We've gone to hard drive sponsors from game sponsors. And so big shout out to the teams that help support us with that stuff. But those are the 2 other giveaways that'll happen during the show. As soon as we hit 800 likes on YouTube, and as soon as we get that second Hype Train, those giveaways will happen. And then finally, the last giveaway that happens every time is no matter what, we give away a $25 Newegg gift card. But if we get to 45 subs, that becomes a $50 Newegg gift card. If we get to 90 subs, that becomes a $100 Newegg gift card. If we get to 125 subs, that becomes a $150 Newegg gift card. I will tell you this right now, we have yet to not hit 125 subs and not give away 150 bucks. So it's always like a big giveaway at the very end that we can show off and do from there. So those are all the giveaways that are happening. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Justin Roby. I'm the host of Robitech. Robitech is a show dedicated to PC building, tech news, tech deals, and all of that super fun stuff. It's a really, really great and fun time. It happens every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, starting at 6 o'clock in the evening, and it usually goes till 9 or 10. So it's 3 to 4 hours. And then finally, we now have the new Sunday World of Warcraft streams. That is on a guild on Cenarius called Robitech. You can check the World of Warcraft details in Discord to get your entry in. We're just playing. It's a lot of fun. We're all starting new characters, and so it's a way to play games with Roby. You know, a lot of people were like blown away. Whoa, not only do you build PCs, you actually play games. I play a lot of games, and it's been a lot of fun. Been playing some Assassin's Creed Valhalla recently, and that has been super awesome. So, hey, level 5 Hype Train. So there we go. Part 1 is done. We're on our way to our 1,000+ people as we normally get as our show starts to climb up, and we go from there. How much FPS would you get on this PC on Fortnite and Warzone? The one that we're building today, this would easily do 100 frames. I mean, it's got a 3080, so we're talking 100. If you did ultra settings on this PC, you could probably get close to 200, between 160, about 160 frames per second. So we'll see where we go from there. Level 5 hype, that's awesome. Yeah, we got all sorts of love, so I appreciate it, guys. And you guys are all incredible. Thank you very much for all of those subs from there. Yeah, we already hit level 5, and then we go. And now we got some there we got bits, dropping some bits there. Thank you very much for that. What I want to do now, because this came up, I got a bunch of these questions yesterday, and I wanted to show you guys something. Because people had asked, believe it or not, a lot of people ask this question. And I always want to do a good job of helping not just folks who like to build, regular PCs, who like to build their PCs, but also folks who like to, who are looking for pre-builds. And so there's some options, and I like to make sure that I give you some options. I've already done kind of a relatively big deep dive on the options for NZXT, but there is another option, and actually it's something that I've actually done a lot of collaborations with, and that is ABS. So ABS is actually Newegg's own pre-built company. I've given a lot of feedback on this to try and improve this stuff. They use a lot of mainstream parts, just like you would see from companies like NZXT, a lot of mainstream parts. And the other thing too is their costs, like what they charge for what you get, is usually pretty good. Like when it's not, I'll call Newegg directly and I'll be like, hey man, this is a little messed up and all that stuff. So I give a lot of feedback from here. These guys do have pre-builts as well that have like Radeon 3000, because they're a source and they actually have them. They sell out quite a bit, but they do have some in stock. I think I saw a couple this morning. They also have Ryzen 5000 series with Ryzen 5000, and they will have 5000s with 6000. Wow, there's a lot of thousands going around. They'll have Ryzen 5000 CPUs paired with Ryzen 6000 GPUs, and they have Ryzen 5000 CPUs paired with NVIDIA 3000 GPUs. They also look attractive. You've actually seen me build in a couple of their cases because they use Prism. But again, the thing that I like about them is just overall, A, they use mainstream parts. B, they do a really good job with how they look. They care about things like airflow. If you like my PCs, I spend a lot of time talking to these guys, giving feedback on a lot of things for them, and like doing stuff like that. It's always improving. And then if you get one and you have feedback, I'd love to hear from it. I can pass that along and go from there. But I want to at least show these because all in all, price range, and some of those things have actually been something that I've been pretty happy with. And you can just see all of, like, they have a bunch of different series here. So like, here's the Prism In. This is using a 3700X with a 2060 Super. But they do have, like, we just take a second and we do 3080, 3000. See, NVIDIA 3000 ABS. They do actually have and have had in stock. Yeah, here they are right here. So here's the Challenger PC. This one's, that one doesn't have it. I'm trying to find, I was looking at these earlier. They do have Ryzen 3000 ones, and I'm failing here on the screen. But like I said, there's a ton of different options, price points all over the place, and you can definitely check those out. I think I did, maybe I just did 3000, NVIDIA 3000. I will bring it up. Where is it? There, I think this is, yeah, these are them. No, this is an Asus one. So anyway, again, taking a look at that, so we're not going to spend our time going through that stuff. But the one thing I wanted to show you is that there are some options, some good pre-build options. Thank you very much for all those bits, guys. There's some good pre-build options if you want to check those out and go from there. There is a link in the description below to that landing page where you can give a gander and give a look to all the different options that they have. It's definitely worth a go. I'll show it again a little bit later on. Maybe we'll be able to pull it up and you guys can see some of the 3000 series. When they did have some cards go on sale today. Over on Newegg, and when I was there and I was trying to get cards, they actually had, I got to see some of the ABS systems. So I just got to remember how to find them, and that's where I kind of got stuck. So we will show those a little bit later and go from there. So that is it. That is what I wanted to run you through. I will run you through again a little bit later. I'm a big supporter of them because they like to listen to feedback, and that makes a big difference to me. And I always like companies that like to listen to feedback. I'll buy this one. Can I get this build from you? People are asking. This build is actually already taken, so no ice today. I just plain forgot it. That's really the truth. So I just plain forgot my ice. It wasn't any nefarious. It wasn't because they told me that I didn't get a cease and desist or anything like that. So it was all good. It was all going from there. Put in 3000 ABS. Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. 3000 ABS. I knew there was something like that. Okay. I'll put it in. Thank you very much for your help, man. But they actually are, I don't know if any are in stock. I hope so. That's what I put in, but I'm not seeing the 3000. There are 3000 NVIDIA systems, so I was trying, we'll look for it and I'll find them in here and go from there. But they do have ABS systems that have Ryzen, NVIDIA 3000 series. Okay, so dad joke time. Yes, we can do dad joke. It feels like people are ready. I'm hoping people have been filling those in. I hope so. Oh, we do have some. Do we have some new ones? Okay, so this one's from Cole because I read a lot of hers. What's made of leather and sounds like a sneeze? What's made of leather and smells like a sneeze? A shoe. That one's good. That one's good. What's made of leather and smells like a sneeze? A shoe. Okay. If you guys want to get in on the dad joke, awesome. Head over to our Discord and go to the dad joke section. There's a whole section in there for filling those things out and going from there. Oh, $1,210. So thank you very much for those donations and stuff like that. How do you make a tissue dance? Put a little boogie in it, Pajoyce. Put a little boogie in it. So that's how you make a tissue dance. I like that one too. Don't try to. Well, actually, go ahead. No, I'd love to. I like it that you guys going in there. Yeah, keep the chat classy, guys. Keep the chat classy. Thank you very much for the donation that got us up to $1,210. Appreciate that. Yeah, you made it just in time for dad jokes and stuff like that. So I like that one a lot. Okay, guys, let's see. Man, it seems like I need to incentivize you guys. We've been a little slow on the subs today. What kind of can we do? We do have a couple more. We do have a couple more 1 year Xbox Game Passes, and it's just about to start the weekend. So we got like a few left. Why don't I do this? If we can get to 45 subs in the next 5 minutes, I'll take 5 minutes. I'll take 5 minutes. If we can get to 45 subs in the next 5 minutes, we will throw in a 1 year Game Pass. We'll throw in a 1 year Game Pass and get you guys and do that giveaway right away. So 1 year Game Pass Ultimate, that gives you a year access to 100 games on Xbox, 100 games on PC, plus access to that streaming thing. So let's open up those gifted subs and see if we can get some things going in there. Bits towards our goals as well. So 630, 45 subs equals 1 year Game Pass Ultimate that we'll be giving away right away. There we go. We're seeing some gifting already happening there. Let's see what we can do and go from there. I love all the support and everybody else. Any other questions while we wait for this? We're going to give it 5 minutes, see if we can actually make this happen. Oh, man. Yukiar is going crazy, doing some tier 1 subs. Thank you very much for those. There's a Zyston dropping 5 tier. Thank you very much for those. What's up? How are you guys doing? Looks like a budget build. Yeah, this is not a budget build. This is a great build, but it is not a budget build. I have not had any. So here's the deal. I will tell you this on downloading Capellix, on downloading the IQ. I will say if you have not upgraded or do not have a fully upgraded Windows and you haven't done all of the patches, I have had issues downloading the latest version of IQ. And I have to go to a direct download link. If you upgrade and you do all of your patches, then I haven't had that issue. So I think there is some incompatibility with older versions of Edge, but if you go to the new version of the Edge browser, that seems to have gone away. So how's your beard coming? It's doing good. It's sitting right over here. 3,000, yeah, 3,000 is not a budget build. That's a big budget build. Okay, guys, let's see what we can do. How you liking ray tracing to WoW? I couldn't turn it on, so I do use it on my Razer. I am gonna take my Razer with me, so I will play some World of Warcraft. If you guys want to play with me this weekend, I will be on because I'm by myself in a hotel. I'm gonna go hang out with a couple friends. I'm gonna go say hi to Trisha Hirschberger. So I'm gonna go have dinner with her. I'm gonna have dinner with Newegg. I'm trying to see if I can hook up with some other people while I'm down in LA, just to have some dinner and see some old friends. But yeah, that's the other thing going from there. Don't forget, guys, I think we have a lot of people in here. If you want to get on this, we got, 4 more minutes left. Remember, donate dono subs, like donated subs, tier 2 subs, tier 3 subs. All those things get you extra entries towards the sub-only giveaway at the end of this month, which is a Radeon 6800 XT. We've hit 2 of the 150 goals. We only got a couple more left, and then we'll give it that'll become a 6900 XT. So you want to get in on those. So get those tiers, get those gifts in, and get those extra entries. If you're over on YouTube, just head over to twitch.tv/Robitech. You have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub, and that gives you a free entry to possibly walk away with a $1,000 graphics card or an $800 graphics card in either way. So that's going on from there. I went to 30. Yeah, a lot of people do. Thank you I'm looking to see if other questions. What do you think about a Ryzen 7 27 and a 3070? Julio, you're going to be CPU bound pretty heavily with a 2700X. I think if you're doing a 3000 series, you're doing okay, but a 2700X is going to be pretty CPU bound. And the other two is if you can upgrade to no matter what your motherboard, upgrading to a new CPU is pretty easy for you because you can just pop it in. AM4 works in any one of your motherboards if your other one does. 400D, I just did somebody saying about the 400D. I just did a review of the 400D. That video went live on Wednesday. So if you want to go check out my build review and stuff like that, you can go check that out now. Kevin, thank you very much for all those donations. Guys, we're running out of time. We have 2 minutes left. Are we going to be able to make that and unlock this 1 year Game Pass? Why don't you do Intel bills? I tried to ask last night and your phone rang. So Iron America, I do have one coming up next week. I do have a 10900KF, but truth be told, all the hype right now is all on AMD. And so a lot of the reasons I don't do Intel builds, I'm doing 2 next week. I'm doing one with Margot because we're doing that and that's sponsored by Intel. We're doing a 10700K and then I'm doing a 10900KF build next week as well. Maverick dropping the 10. There we go. Now we're getting super close. Can we do that? But all of it has to do is for perception purposes. And truth be told, Ryzen 5000 outdoes every Intel CPU. So it's really hard for me to recommend when people ask me to go do to go do commission builds, for me to say, hey, you should go do an Intel build. But I do have and I do have people who are Intel fans, and they do Intel. They do choose Intel CPUs when they can. I would build it all at once, the Master Bacon, just because you just don't want to have anything to happen there. Guys, we need 9 more subs. Fuji there with 5 more, dropping 5 more in. Fuji was the winner of the last month's sub-only giveaway. So we're now 4 away, and we have 1 minute. Somebody going to drop in those last 4 and make it happen. There we go. We're getting close. There we go. Run Nax drops it in there. We do it again. You guys killed it. We'll do that giveaway right now. And then we'll start, we'll go from there. Okay, let's do our giveaway. Let me set my next goal. So we're at 46 on our way to the next goal. Sub goal. Where is the sub goal? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're gonna end this goal. This is now a $100 Nui gift card. We need 90, we're at 46. And today is 11, 20, 20, there you go. Okay, let's do that giveaway though. Thank you very much, everybody. Big shout out to the Pogs, people like Fuji, all those Maverick, all of those individuals who who was it? It was Maverick. Let's see. There was a couple other 5 ones in there. Sternum, Fuji, dropping all those gifted subs. So let's say thank you to them for basically getting that taken care of. And so thank you very much for that. That is up. Let's start that giveaway right now. This is just community. We'll just do community for this one because that's who we were. Cloudbot giveaways. Custom giveaway settings is we're gonna do community. Okay, starting that right now. This is for 1 year of Game Pass Ultimate. Remember, if you there's 3 minutes left on that. Now I do want to let people know we have, guys, I had like the most adult moment on the planet today. So I've been using a courier company for some of our smaller shippings, but for the first time, like we've now gotten to the point where it's actually making more sense for us to do our own mailing. So like people like Drafaz, who's waiting for his 3080. Guess what I got in the mail today? Guess what I got in the mail today that made me feel like super businessy? I got a thermal printer, and that is so I can print my own UPS shipping labels. So I want to let you guys know, if you have been waiting on the physical prizes, I was hoping to get those out today. Unfortunately, the printer came in late, and with me flying out, so they'll go out early next week. Those are all of I think we have Seagate hard drives and a 3080 that's got to go out. So those are going out early next week. Now that I have my thermal printer, so I will sit there with my little business center and be like and get those printed out and out to you. So I appreciate your guys' patience. We're still within the time limit. Like I said, most of people should expect 4 to 6 weeks for people to get delivery. But I want to get you guys an update because I know some people are like, "Where's my stuff?" And we just, with our growing pains, we've had to kind of make some business changes to make things kind of happen. So while we're doing this, because we're getting ready to start the build in just a second. I don't know. Tax people are asking, should I give, oh, UKR, thank you very much for that 5. People are asking, should I wait for a 6800 XT? Guys, we're going to benchmark and test them. Just like we did with the 5000 series, I will make a recommendation when I have gotten to test it. Okay, so somebody wrote, oh, that's so funny. Okay, I like this one. This is from Anxious Lava. I always knock on the fridge before opening, just in case there's a salad dressing. I won't unfriend you. Very much, Anxious Llama. Thank you very much for that one, for that dad joke. That was pretty incredible. And I won't unfriend you. That was a good one. So there we go. Just in case there's a salad dressing. That's pretty good. Okay, guys. Again, we're running low on dad jokes. What mic do I use? I actually use what is it called? It is from Kamika. I use a CBM WM200A. It's a lapel mic that connects to a single receiver. It allows me to do 2 mics into a single receiver. That's what I use. Andrew's here. Oh. Okay, so a couple things that Andrew wanted to give me some tips here because we were talking about those ABS systems a little bit earlier. And I'll cover these again. Built and shipped by Newegg, obviously. Each PC is stress tested with 2 to 3 benchmarks and then quality controlled. All systems obviously come with Windows 10. Systems under 2070 Super Tier come with keyboard and mouse. There's a 30-day replacement and return policy, which is actually on top of the warranty. You've got 1 year on parts and labor. And then there are Black Friday. That was the thing I want to let you guys know. There are Black Friday specials happening right now. So if you go to that link, that Black Friday link, that link in the description there, you're going to want to check those out. We'll cover that again at the end and show you those ads. So again, I'm very careful about who I recommend. Main Gear, NZXT, BLD, Origin, and ABS are pretty much the only pre-builts that I have recommended. I'm on the fence about the MSI one. It's all MSI parts, but the price was a little bit crazy, but you always see when not everybody wants to build their own system. So I like to give options for that as well. Triton Z Neo, yes, we're putting Triton Z Neo in there. How will I know if I won a gift card or not? Get Waffled, it's pretty clear. And congratulations to J340 over on Twitch. He is the winner of this giveaway this time, the 1 year of Game Pass Ultimate. Big job, player of the game to all those guys who came in hot with those subs there at the end. We are on our way towards the 90 goal now. And let's do it, guys. Let's talk about the build. Let's talk about the build we're doing today. By the way, is our fine commissionee in the chat right now? Kent, are you here? I think it's Kent. I'm just gonna verify real quick. I'm looking. I want to make sure. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. No, it's Tristan. Tristan, are you here in the chat? Is Tristan here? Tristan is the guy. This is the person we're building for. I like to see if we can congratulate him on him getting his PC. Is Tristan here? Tristan, are you here? I don't know. So if Tristan's here, this is for Tristan Lumpkin. Tristan is the one who commissioned this build. We were supposed to do his build last week, but he was stuck in the hurricane in Florida, so we pushed it off to this week. So that should be a lot of fun. YouTube entries aren't counting for giveaways. Okay, let's go check that right now. Gonna go fix that. Okay, we're gonna go check that for giveaways. One sec, guys. We're gonna go check. I'm gonna check YouTube because what happens is sometimes the CloudBot shuts off for YouTube. We'll run another one of those giveaways, guys, given that we had, we'll still give that one away, but we're gonna run another one as a concession because it looks like YouTubers weren't getting the entries. So we'll run it again because we're gonna try to be fair. Okay, so I'm gonna log out and log back in and see if this works. Unfortunately, we can't, yeah. So here we go. Okay, checking now. We're gonna try that again, see if this works. I've logged out, logged back in. We're gonna try this one more time, guys. Trying this is for 1 year of Game Pass Ultimate, starting that giveaway right now. Let's see if we're seeing if YouTubers actually go ahead and try and enter and go from there. So this is for 1 year Game Pass. I see Twitch. Twitch. Looking for YouTubers. YouTubers, are you entering? Exclamation point community YouTubers. Yeah, we're not getting registration on YouTubers right now. Hold on one sec, guys. We're gonna close the entries. It's not working. Gosh darn it, I don't have time for this crap. This sucks. This really blows. Okay, I'm gonna shut off CloudBot. Guys, the giveaway stopped. The giveaway is stopped, guys. We're gonna shut off. Guys, don't just stop. It's not working. Stop. We're gonna try again a little bit later. We're gonna turn the bot off for a little bit, then we're gonna try it again, logging back in, and see if it works after a little while. For now, let's go through the build. We'll do that giveaway again, try and get some YouTubers in. We wanna make sure that they get their entries in as well. So it's not running. Yeah, YouTube's going nuts, so it's not you guys. The giveaway has stopped, guys. We don't know what's going on with the thing right now. Okay, let's go through the build though, because that's what we want to do now anyways. Let's go through what we're building today. This is for our man Tristan, who we're going to be building for. Let's go ahead and bring this up. I'm going to go to screen mirroring and throw this in here. Okay, cool. It should be here. And here's what we're building today. So this is a $3,000 build that we're going to build today, starting with our CPU, which used to be, you know, from the CPU stack for Ryzen, this used to be the hottest item. This is the Ryzen 9 3950X. Still a beast at 12 core, 24 thread. Still a beast of a CPU. Coming in at over $700. Just recently, as of this week, replaced by the absolutely awesome Ryzen 5 5950X. Which also took one of the downsides for the for this particular CPU and all of the Zen 3 was the split level cache that they had to require on the Infinity Fabric, which created a lot of delays for single threaded performance. And now that they've all got same access to that cache, it's increased basically the single threaded performance by a ton. And now you've seen these cards that are now outperforming Intel's 10900K by quite a bit. Still a great desktop CPU. Still, this thing is going to be a beast, specifically paired with a 3080. But you've got a little bit of performance there at 1080p that you could have had, and then somewhat in some cases in 4K that you could have had with a newer one. But again, this was all chosen beforehand. Still an absolutely beast of a PC, and really excited to put this in there. So there's our CPU. But I know people are going to ask the questions like, why isn't he doing a 5950X? It's because we actually got this. Remember, this build was supposed to happen last week before the 5000 series was even out. So. For our motherboard, I love this board. I love the Strix boards. These boards are just really great looking boards. This is the ROG Strix X570-E Gaming. This board, I love this board. It's just it's aesthetically, it's very pleasing. It looks great. The other thing too that's really nice is he's good outside of using the Corsair Vengeance RGB RAM. He wanted to use the G-Skill Trident Neo. He's actually using mostly Corsair and Asus parts, which means all of his lighting can all be controlled via the Corsair IQ software. So that's one thing that's really cool. Plus, it's just a great looking board. We've actually used this quite a few times, not that long, over the course of the last couple weeks. So you guys, for a lot of people, this is going to be pretty familiar, and everything's good. So should be good there. And that is what we're using for that. For storage, I've used these quite a bit, and that's the Western Digital Black NVMe. These are the SN750s. We're using a 500 gig for his OS and then a 1 terabyte for his game drive. Great NVMe drives. One thing that could be better is given he's X570, we could have done NVMe 4, but it would have hiked up the cost. And again, we're always working on budgets. What I'm trying to do is maximize his budget to give him the best he can for the parts. And again, PCIe Gen 4, the jump in terms of those kind of drives is quite significant. And now we have, at Western Digital, we have their new PCIe Gen 4, their SN850s are on the way. We're actually going to be doing a special stream with those later on in the year. But it's cool to see that now we have those options from Western Digital as well. Somebody was asking about this earlier. For RAM, we're using the Triton Z Neo. A lot of people say, well, what's the Neo? Neo is the AMD specific SKU for Triton Royal Z. This is specifically made for Ryzen, which means that it's running at 3600. In most cases, it's on most people's VQLs or vendor qualified lists for their motherboards. And given it's Ryzen ready, which you have on there, that means that it's in most cases guaranteed to work at the, it has the DOCP profile to work at 3600 megahertz, which is what you want. And it's perfect for Zen 3 in terms of for the Infinity Fabric and ideal speed. Ryzen loves fast RAM, and this was like the best RAM speed. For Ryzen 5000 series, it's 4000 megahertz, which is a bit more pricey, but for Zen 3, it was, for Zen 2, it was 3000 megahertz, 3600. So that's why we're using that. For our GPU, well, we'll do GPU last. For our power supply, again, you're seeing a lot of Corsair here. We're using the Corsair 850 RM850X. And then, of course, we're also cooling this bad boy. And this is finally on sale on Newegg, which it's only been a Best Buy only for a long time. And that is the H100i Elite Capellix. I love this, this newer cooler from Corsair. Really enjoy putting this together. A lot of my complaints about the H100i Platinum from them, they fixed with this newer revision of their coolers. It's just easier to put together. A lot of the things like the brackets, etc., which used to be kind of a little hard to put together when you use them, don't have that problem anymore. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we're actually building the PC. For cooling, we're going to be replacing all of his fans with ML120s minus the ones on the Capellix, which are like the ML120 2 Pros or whatever it was. All the rest of his fans will be ML120. So we're going to place the front 3 fans and his rear exhaust fan with ML120. So he has that unified look inside of his case. So there are his fans. And then finally, the GPU, one of the top and most favorite ones. And this is the Asus TUF Asus TUF Gaming 3080. It's got the, those really great CPM chips in the back. They did it right. Great card, is going to look really good in this build. And again, all of that stuff can be controlled via the lighting and stuff can be controlled via IQ, which is cool. So great. This is going to be a good PC, nice quality PC. It will look very good. It's going to be, I'm assuming, I think color wise, we're going to go into black and white. He's got black cables for here, and then which I think will look great. And so it'll have that ice black, that stormtrooper, that reverse stormtrooper build, more like what are they called, death troopers, and less like stormtroopers. So this PC can actually aim. Ba-dum-bum. I like that joke. That was good. Is there a difference between? Somebody asked a question. Sorry, I'm trying to highlight that and see what it says. Roby has spoken. What do you consider the biggest difference between the Mono and the Crosshair 8 Hero? Motherboard and the Crosshair. Okay, so a couple things. One, dual BIOS support. The other thing too is that one has a lot more additional things for like overclocking, a better VRM. It's also got it's got some other onboard things like onboard buttoning, like button additions, like an onboard power button, some other things. So it's all like frilly type stuff. But in terms of like actual performance, you're already in kind of the elite tier, so you're in good shape with that motherboard. With Corsair for that, apparently Movo doesn't have sufficient 3.2 Gen 1 headers for cases front USB Type A. I haven't had that problem. So with Corsair, apparently Movo doesn't have sufficient 3.2 Gen 1 headers for the cases front USB Type A USB 3 Gen 1 port. Is it true? I don't remember. I think so if you want to go back, I actually just built in this, and you can check mine, but I don't remember having that issue. Best budget B550. So the one I did yesterday, the DS3H from was pretty good for best budget one from there. Okay. I think that is it. I'm gonna try and turn on. We're gonna try and turn on one more time. We're gonna try and turn on our bot and see if just having it cool down, and then we'll try and do a giveaway here in a little bit. But we're gonna turn our bot back on and see if things start registering again. We had this before. I'm gonna go from here. I'm gonna go back to Twitch. I'm gonna log out, and then I'm gonna see what happened there. And it could just be something that we don't know what's happening. So it's gonna get this going, and then let's go ahead and get our build started. So at 6:45, we're gonna start building. It's always a fun time. Okay, I'm gonna be a little faster here. Remember, guys, trying to get to get this done. I have a flight, an early flight tomorrow. Not gonna skimp, but we're gonna try and be a little bit quicker in terms of getting it done. Just making sure I have my thing in case Blondie texts and go from there. So let's grab our motherboard and let's get going. Who's ready? Build hype time, guys. Build hype. Everybody stand up. I haven't done this in a while. Everybody stand up. Wherever you're at right now. Everybody stand up. Good, let's stand up a little bit. Everybody get stand up. YouTube is 30 seconds behind. Oh, that might be why. That's weird. Oh, yeah, if you guys are that far behind, that is strange. And so it's just not caught up. Okay. So it's saying the row, yeah. I'm trying to figure out how we fix it. If there's 30 seconds behind, that's weird. I might have to, maybe just run it for longer. Maybe, but the thing is it wasn't running. It wasn't entering. Like they weren't getting entries in at all. So, yeah. There's not a whole lot I can do. I got to figure that out. Okay. Let's go from here. We'll figure it out. Let's see how it goes. It's because you're using Streamlabs. There's a natural delay for some reason in my experience. But I haven't had that problem before, Emma Unicorn. So, is to end stream and start again. Yeah, but then it's like it like you drop people and it goes crazy because we have like 1,232 people here right now, and it gets nuts. So I don't know if there's a way to fix that. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go from here and we'll see how it goes. And yeah, I came from the future of YouTube. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let's talk about this to get the build started. We'll take a look at this. Hopefully it gets a little bit better later on, and then we'll go from there. We are close 56 on our way to 90. Don't forget, if we want to unlock that $100 New A gift card. Boom. Let's get started. Oh yeah, that's right. You're all standing up. You're probably like, what's going on? I was like trying to think. You're all standing up. What you do? Take a deep breath. We had some craziness tech issues. We want to eliminate those today. I want you guys to just have a really good time as we get this build done today. Just have fun. This should be a very straightforward build. A lot of fun. Just enjoy yourselves. Take a seat. Tweet to Tech Jesus or Steve and Gamers Nexus. Tell Bitwit, all those guys. We're here. We're having a good time, and we're just gonna enjoy our build stuff. So that's still standing. So you can take a sit. You can take a seat now if you're still standing, and we're just gonna start building right now. So here we go, top down, and let's grab this absolutely stunning motherboard, which I love. I love this motherboard. Okay, so we do not need that. We're gonna be using both M.2 slots, so I'm gonna find our little, hey, look at this. Look, they got a little door clingy thing that you can put on there. Restricted area, stop. Accessible area, enter if you dare. Enter if you dare. Do you dare enter? I do not know. Okay, we're gonna look over here and find our screws. Oh, look at that. We got some little zip ties. We'll put those in here because I take all the zip ties. That's part of my fee. Is not only do I get not only do you pay me my 15%, but I get all your zip ties. I'm gonna put that there so you can find it. In here, if people are wondering, this is your Wi-Fi antenna. So that's what's in there. Okay, so we got that. We got our M.2 out. We're gonna close this up. This is where we're gonna put all our spare parts. So we ship it out. And now we got our things out here. We're gonna open up this bad boy. It's funny because I think we've actually used this board a lot, but I don't think we've used it on the X570 in a while. I think we've done the B550, but this will be the first time in a while that we've actually done the X570 one. So yeah, that's I think this is actually, it's been a while since we've actually seen this particular board. Equalizer, I would check Steve's review. I mean, again, for gaming performance, there is a it just depends on what games you're gonna play. Okay, so we're gonna do our peels real quick. Who here, we're not gonna do the deep tour, but who here is new to the channel? Like, this is your first time tuning in, you've never done a Robotech show before, and you're just new to the channel and this is like your first time. I'd love to know. I always like to take the opportunity before we go into this. Pretty new, me new, I'm new, awesome. Welcome everybody. I want to say welcome to the show. Thank you for being here and just being a part of this experience. We try to educate people. For those that don't know, we do have people called tech specialists who are here on the channel. Their job is, because I start to get into the build and I get really focused and I start drooling, to keep that stuff from happening. These guys are there. So when you answer questions, they try to take those off of my plate and answer those questions for you. Obviously, as we get thousands and thousands of people in here, it gets really hard and overwhelming for me to try and answer those. So if you do have questions, please feel free to ask. A lot of times they'll try and answer them, or other people in our community will try and answer them, because we have an incredible community here who always steps. I mean, look at this. We've raised $1,210 for people just right now. And this is all just to go to the people who help support this. So if you wouldn't mind be able to do this, supporting them, thank you very much for that $5. Looking for best motherboard for 5900X. Awesome. Look, I love all the new people. No OC and we'll only use one NVMe storage. Ordered B550. As of now, the B550 Aorus is perfect. I would use that. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would wait for a bit. Equalizer. Okay, so this is where we are here. So this is what we're gonna do now. We're gonna build our RAM. We're gonna build our motherboard, and starting with our CPU. So we're gonna pop this. This is gonna go a 90-degree angle like so. Just so you guys know, this is the socket. This is the AM4 socket. This is where you put your CPU. Up here, this is your EPS 12-pin, your EPS power connectors. You see it's got two of them, a 4-pin and an 8-pin. You only need to worry about the 8-pin in this case. If you were gonna worry about like heavy overclocking, like what Steve's been doing recently with overclocking his 5000 series AMD, that's when you'd need something like this additional power. This power powers this whole part right here, including your VRMs, which is for overclocking. These right here, these are fan headers. These little tiny things right here, this is how you do things like plugging in your fans, etc. This right here, these little ones, these are RGB headers. This is for hooking up things like your lighting, etc. This is your motherboard power connector. It's called 24-pin. ATX power. So this is what powers everything on the board. These are down here. These are your SATA connectors. This is where you're going to plug in your hard drives. And then down here at the bottom, we have a bunch of other different connectors. You don't have to worry too much about all the stuff down here, but this one you do, because this is where your front panel connectors, so like your power button, your reset switch, all that stuff is gonna go here. Again, more lighting control right here with your RGB. These are more fan headers. This has, it's more than likely it looks like it has 7 fan headers. So for controlling like all those different fans if you don't have a fan hub. This is a USB 3.30. These are USB 2. You've got, and then this right here, which is pretty cool. This is like a little reader. It shows like error codes that you might have with the motherboard, also things like temperature. And then right next to this is your HD audio. We're going to plug in your audio connectors for your front panel. So on the front of your case, if you have a microphone jack and stuff, that's what goes here. These are where you're going to plug in your graphics cards and your expansion cards. You actually have this one right here as a by 16. So if somebody says, why do you always put it in the top slot? It's because this is your only by 16, your PCIe by 16 slot on this motherboard. The other two are by 8, which means you're getting half of the bandwidth out of it. And then you've got 2 by 1s. On an X570 board, all of these are PCIe Gen 4. On a B550, only the top one. I'm trying not to speak Greek. And then underneath here is actually where we're going to stick our hard drives. If you're new to systems and you're used to those big clunky ones, actually no, they're much smaller now, and you stick them right on the motherboard, and we've got 1, 2 slots for that, and these are both them. So that's the motherboard at a glance. Okay, here's what we're going right now. So we're going to open this up, and we're going to pop open our CPU thing right quick. Okay, there we go. We're going to take out our CPU. There it is right now. This is a Ryzen CPU. These are a bit bigger than Intel, like so you might go in. The only difference between these and like the only thing you got to remember with Ryzen is always a vertical orientation versus a horizontal. Intel, you put them in just like the text says, but on Ryzen you are actually going to stick them on the side. So we're just going to open this up like this. You're going to grab it from the side of what's called the IHS, and then you're just going to put this just in like that, wiggle it. It goes in very easily. There's actually a little arrow on both the motherboard and the CPU. You just want to line those up just like that and click it down, and then you're good to go. And then everything else that's in here is not anything that's really important outside of your certificate of authenticity. That no idea why that's actually in here, because it's like, oh, there's no way that they could have like photocopied that. It's just weird. Okay, so there, CPU is in. We're good to go there. Next up, we're going to stick in our RAM, which is right over here. We have all 4 DIMMs, so it means we're going to fill all the 4 slots with our beautiful Trident Royal Z. Bum 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 bum. No beard comb today. I try not to do it every time. It's I don't want to like nail it. You know what I mean? So we'll do some. I try not to do it every time. The beard comb. Some people gets freaked out, right? So it's like. That wouldn't be terrible. Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, that wouldn't be terrible. That's like the joke that always does. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna open up our RAM here. We have all 4 DIMMs. What we're gonna do with this is there's a little slot, the PCB slot. You see that little slot that's gonna line up with the little slot right here? I'm gonna shove it in, just like that. Now this one's super sharp, so you gotta be careful. I have drawn blood here. I've drawn blood. How sharp these are, and you gotta put quite a bit of pressure. Don't be afraid. You're gonna hear some really good solid clicks when you put this in. When you push it in, you want to make sure you get those solid clicks. I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear that? Like they do sound pretty good. Okay, there's that. Let's grab our next ones. Boom. Okay, same thing here. Go like this, making sure it's lined up, and you want to listen for those solid clicks. Ah, God, it's so tight. It's so not tight. It's so sharp. And then right like that. And you hear that? There you go. Solid clicks. Click, click. So it sounds just like that. That's what the click sounds like. Just I don't know why it's so loud sometimes, but that's what it does. So yeah. And now my fingers hurt. So woo. There it goes. I'm waiting for it to. I wait for it to hit because it like takes a little while for people to basically get in there. There it is. I'm awake. Everybody's like, oh, I'm awake. So cast link latency on this is actually CL16, not 14. I got that joke in. Okay, so we got that one in. Now we're gonna go ahead and put in our everybody's like, hello. Right memory not tight. No, they're all in. They're all good. Yeah, everything's fine. What do you mean right memory is not tight? It is a little loose. There's nothing. Yeah, it's a little loose, but the memory itself is in and fine. So. Ow! Oh, that's still. You guys just wanted to have me do that again. So that's all it was. Give us a dad joke. Oh, okay, I'll give us a dad joke. Well, I'll do the next dad joke once I finish putting the whole, completing the motherboard. How about that? Because this is actually pretty cool. The one thing is, because we're using the Capellix, we don't have to take apart the brackets, because the Capellix just installs directly on the AMD brackets. This actually goes relatively fast. And I got my automatic screwdriver here. Click! Wow, that was weird. That was a super delayed click. I don't know what that was. So strange, that click. It's like that last stick is just like, it's just got a really delayed click on it. There we go. I was waiting for you guys. Faulty RAM. It's got the really loud click. I like having fun with you guys. It's clickbait. That's right. That's a good one, historic. Okay, so there we go. Everything's in. And we're good there. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to grab our M.2 drives. We've got two right here. So we've got, these are Western Digitals. I love the way these look, by the way. Boom. 1 terabyte. 500 gigabyte. Robitech bot, yeah. He was just trying to say click, but my bot is like, stop. Yeah, they're great drives. And now they have the SN850s. So, pretty excited about those. So here we go. We're going to grab this one. There's the 500 gig. SSD hype. There you go. Got some SSD hype in the channel. Okay, we're going to throw that one off to the side. Next one. Next drive. Oh, these are already open. I've already used my incredibly sharp knife. Click hype. Yeah, we already had click hype. It was already there. Now this one, you got to be careful, guys. Remember, I showed you guys yesterday. You showed you guys yesterday. But in this, something to be super leery of when it comes to, you've got a lot of power. You got a lot of power here. And the thing is that, remember, I do not have on here, you can notice I only have 2 M.2 slots. And because of that was weird. Oh, no, because of that, you can't make a baby RAM. So just be careful and don't rub those two together like we did the other ones. Because if you do that, you might end up with like an extra baby RAM, and you do not want to do that. You can tease, but don't have a spare a fake baby one, okay? What do you think about the DC pullover for Twitch? The fact that multi-streaming is against Twitch. So, Hayes, I actually have an amended contract with Twitch, so that's what lets me do it. So that's the difference. So I won't get pulled. So it depends. Luckily, that was part of my agreement. Okay, let's pull the thing from there and and move forward. This stream is rated R. Yeah, you don't want to do that. So. We don't want to make any baby RAM. If I want to move thermal paste, what you use is isopropyl alcohol and paper towels. You want that isopropyl alcohol is all you need. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the 500 gig in there. Oh, first thing we're gonna do is put our standoff. There we go. And then again right there. 500 gig is right here. The one thing I will say about that, the Twitch one, Twitch will not, unless you are some like million plus subscriber, they will not let you do partner and amend your stuff for multi-streaming. Okay, so here we go. We got our 500 gig in there, right there. So that one's all in and ready to go. And then we're gonna do the 1 terabyte next, and that goes in right here, like that. Click, click. Wow, that's so loud. It's just that RAM. There's something wrong with it. It's a little loose or something like that. I don't know what's going on. It's just that there's something wrong with that RAM. Okay, there we go. Those clicks are super delayed. Oh man, it was a 2-tone click. Okay, so here we go from here. What you're gonna do now is we're gonna peel off our little thermal. There's a thermal pad underneath each one of these. They are not identical in this case, so you do want to make sure that you put the right ones in the right place. Notice how this one has a hole in it, so you can put the screw in. We're going to put the motherboard in first before putting the plate on, so that way we can screw that middle slot in. Because in some cases, you do need to screw in that little slot. So you do not want to put this on until we put the whole thing in. So now we're going to screw that down. And we're going to screw that one down, and you're good to go. There. 57 of 90, guys. It's pretty typical though. This is where people just enjoy the build. They're just into the build. But do not forget the sub only giveaway for the month of October or November. I keep forgetting what month it is, man. COVID, dude. And 2020 just in general. Is a 6800 XT from AMD. If you want to get in on that, if you're over on YouTube right now, you can head over to twitch.tv/Robitech. Use that free Amazon Prime sub and get yourself a free entry to potentially win a GPU. And that'll be happening. We gave away 4 3070s last month. And that was because we also got 1,100 paid subs in a single day, which was like crazy, and going from there. So yeah, if you want to get on that, head over to twitch.tv/Robitech and potentially walk away with a GPU at the end of the month. And then if you do gifted subs, tiered subs, those all get you extra entries, so you can potentially just increase your chances of winning as well. So yeah, use that Prime hype and go from there. Honestly, a couple things. It was because the 750 version of that, so the 750 version of that particular PSU was out of stock, and it was like a $10 difference. So I just bought an 850, and that was the only difference. So there wasn't really any particular reason, but that's why I did it in this case. Okay, so notice I did not put the motherboard fully together. I'm leaving that slot open because we're gonna be putting that in there a little bit later. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab this is like one of my favorite cases. And this is the Phanteks P500A. It's on back order. This thing is always basically on back order. So it's always fun to get to do a build in this one. It's just such a great case. For those of you who don't know, this case specifically is built off of the P600S chassis. This case is an absolute dream to build in. It's got so much room to do things like, it's just like they listen to builders and when they put this case together, and it just makes it really easy to do stuff in. So it also has a lot of options for water cooling. It just looks really good when it's done. It's just an aesthetically very pleasing case. And then the other two that everybody just really digs about this versus, the P600S is just kind of nice. You have the option of making it all easy airflow. This one just comes with that front end. And then the other difference that a lot of people don't know is outside of the Vulcan doors, which are the same, but it's only the front the side tempered glass. It's the same Vulcan-esque doors. Is that this, unlike the P600S, also includes this RGB strip here. So there's an actual RGB strip right here. And which is not included with the P600S. And then the other favorite part of this is right here. There's this little door, and this works really well for putting in GPU, for hiding GPU cables. So like running the GPU cables down. I think that's a little hard to see. Let me shed some light on the subject with my nan light. What's up? Hey! My name is Ruby, and I'm gonna throw this light right here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. There we go. So that was pretty creepy. So right down there at the bottom, where you can see right there, that's this little door right here, and that little door is where you can hide the cables and stuff like that. So that's where that goes. So pretty nice little addition. And the other two nice is like stripping down the case is actually pretty simple as well. You just take that off like that, and then there's the little front panel just pops right off, and then your case is pretty stripped. Now in this case. That's funny. In this case, we are going to go ahead and take off these front fans and replace them instead of using these big light 120s that come with Fantex, which actually look really good. We're going to switch everything to ML 120s. And so we're going to do that real quick. And that's why we have our handy dandy auto screwdriver. Auto screwdriver. You're the one. Let's go to side view. You get that going. Okay, we're going to try this giveaway again and see if it works. This is for the backup one. We're just gonna see if we might have really screwed ourselves with this thing, and I think I know why, because here's the deal, guys. I think what happened was I was live, and then I had to cut off the YouTube stream and then reactivate and put it on a different stream, and so now there's some I've crossed the streams. So we're gonna see if this works and go from there. So we're gonna try this giveaway. And this is for 1 year of Game Pass Ultimate. So we're gonna try this and see if we can get some YouTube winners. And it's about 30 seconds delayed, so we're gonna see what happens here. Starting this giveaway right now. So exclamation point community, there it goes. And I crossed the stream. So we're seeing, did the bot start saying anything? Okay, there it goes. I see YouTubers. We're in. Okay, now we can do that while I'm taking out these. We are in. Oops, that is the wrong way. Don't do it the wrong way. We see YouTubers. YouTubers are in! Sorry about that, but because of that, we give an extra one. Okay, we got that one. Let's, before I get too far into this, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to make sure that these are all uber untwisted, because we want these fans to just come out. I forgot, another thing I will let you know that is a benefit of the P600 but does not come on the P500. This is a less expensive case than the P600S, is that this does not come with that built-in integrated fan hub that the P600S does, which is kind of nice. I really like that fan hub. So it's like you gain an RGB strip, but you lose the fan hub, which fan hub could be really useful. Oh, I forgot, I've got all this RGB in here too. And these fans are actually really good fans. Okay. Because these all are controlled off of the same button. Kind of nice for the RGB control, but luckily we don't have to worry about it. We can just use that RGB header and you can control that via Aorus and it'll still all be the same. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect this one. What I'm doing right now is just making sure all of our RGB fans are disconnected. Don't want none of them RGB fans hooked up. I think these are all disconnected now. Yes, they are. Okay, cool. Now you guys can see it again. Come on. Okay, congrats. Oh, 2 seconds left on that giveaway. 65 subs in. On our way towards that 90. Congratulations to #Wrecked. #Wrecked over on Twitch. You are the winner. We definitely know now that the YouTubers are entered to win, and we are good to go there. Okay, so we're going to let that one dangle. like a little dangly bow dangly. The one thing that's sad is, like, I think replacing these with ML140s might have been better. They're a little bit more expensive because you'd need to buy, because this will do 3 140s in the front, but the 120s will still look really good. There you go. Okay, here's another one. And one more is right here. There's that one, and last little cable here. Weird situation. Okay, there you go. All of our 140 fans. These are good fans, so I do not want to get rid of these. No. Okay. Just drop them. Okay, so there we go. We got all our fan stuff is out. Let's grab our 120s. What am I looking for? There it is. Okay. A little bit more RGB to control here, but still will be good. And that, our lighting node. One, two, three. There we go. So this will be, they're going to be roughly, start at the top here, and then we'll line up against the top. Push these through like that. Fan installation is so fun. Fans. Everybody loves to put in the fans. There we go. Okay, fans are ready there. Get this straight. There we go. And I will tell you this, do not go too tight on these because you will actually go through. So you just want to go tight enough so they stay. You don't want to go too tight because you can actually like cause them to pop all the way through the little guides. So just tight enough. Just tight enough. Just like that. There we go. Okay, next one. Pop our little guides in there so they're through. Now, one of my favorite things about this case in particular is... I'm going to fix that. One of my favorite things about this case in particular is that the amount of top room you have for radiators, like top mounting AIOs. You have a lot versus a lot of other cases where you don't. You have room to get under the motherboard, into the top of the motherboard, which is something that some struggles, like in the TD500 we were doing yesterday, and we had to like do those weird like finger bend movements to try and make stuff move. It's just like you don't have that problem in this case. So we got a little bit of a bend here that I'm gonna loosen up a little bit. There we go. There we go. That's better. That's better. Oops, go this way. There we go. Okay. Making sure we can get all our screws in. There we go. Last screw up here. I'm gonna have to take this top one out a little bit because I accidentally have the logo on the back. Oh, come on. The logo on the back is actually sideways, so we're gonna switch this over. Quick fix, but we all want to be, we're OCD here. Want to make sure it all looks the same. I don't know how I did that, but I did. We're gonna put our motherboard in. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now it's right. Now it's right, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's right. Every click. Wow, that click is super delayed. It is much harder without a magnetic screwdriver. I would definitely recommend a magnetic screwdriver. Don't listen to The Verge. Don't listen to The Verge and do this like with a screwdriver on a freaking pocket knife. Yeah. Hey, there's Tristan right there. Wait. Tristan, you wanted LLs. You're right. You wanted LLs. You specifically switched. Yeah, they need to be LLs. I have those. That's what was wrong. Those are here. Hold on. Dude, I am so glad you caught that. I have LLs. And I ordered those. I knew there was something wrong. He wanted these other fans, so we're going to switch these, because these are the wrong fans. And we're going to switch to LLs. Caught it! Good job. MLs are quieter. LLs have that nicer look. Yeah, they have that nicer look. Okay, good. Well, hey, luckily I only got 2 fans in. And I have all those. Okay. 1 second. Ah, that's right. I knew there was something like when I was doing this, like, yeah, he switched something. But I was like, I don't remember what it was. And I have all the fans. So, dude, good catch on that. And I'm glad you're here. Okay, let's fix that real quick. We're going to put these back in the case and switch to LLs. He wanted LLs. That's right. Done. Easy fix. This is where real time, this is why we do things live builds. And I'm glad he did that because I would have had to be like, okay, I have to disconnect all these because that's what he specifically paid more for the LLs. And I have them here. Oh, jeez. Okay, there's one. Put these back together here. That was a good call. Okay. Whoa. There we go. Okay. Put these away. Man, am I glad that we got that. That would have been a pain later, and I would have had to fix it. I hate reboxing these though. Looks like we got some donations coming in, I think. There we go. Thank you very much for those donations, guys. Not for doing that. Yeah, these are supposed to be LLs, not MLs. Luckily, everybody got that and caught that, and now we're fixing this now. There we go. Put these away. These are all put back, and we can move forward with the real fans. Oh. Boom. Go into the closet. and grab our LLs right here. Ugh. Hey, look! It's the right fans. There they are. Okay, now we're gonna put in the right fans. Hey, Fuzzy Furry Pop, I actually can put a link. Let me put a link to you for you in chat because this is actually where all the deals are. And then I'm sure there's somebody who can help you do that. But I'll put it in chat now for you. Somebody's asking about what the best. There's some great deals going on. So let me put this in. And before you check out, so if you get something, by the way, don't forget to use my link. Let me go, my channel, here we go. Here it is, I'm putting it in chat right now. There you go. Check that out, that's the link. There you go. Check that link out, that'll get you in there. And we have the right fans now, guys. Because he did pay, so I like ordered the MLs and like had to switch to LLs and that would have been bad. Okay. Luckily we got him right here. Okay, let's do this right. For reals. Doing it right this time. Okay. There it is. There's those LLs that he wanted. The right fans for the right job. And it's the right side up. Even better. Nice little change there. There we go. Next one. Loosen this a little bit. I need to move it over a little bit. There we go. Oh, jeez. This is what I'm talking about. You don't want to over tighten them because then they'll just pop through. Like I just did. Welcome to fan installation, boys, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Do this again for the right time. There we go. Okay. Cool. Installed. Okay, first LL fan installed. This is the fans he actually wanted. That's a good sign. Okay, next one. And you actually want you want light loop on your light loop fans on the AIO as well, right? I think he did. I have 2 boxes there, so I'm assuming yes, that's actually what we decided. It's LL all across the board. There we go. So I have that other box in the other room. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, last bit of screws here and last bit of install. Yeah, that's right. He wanted to, like, I just remember this whole conversation is coming back to me. I will update the build for people who are wondering, oh, well, what are LL fans versus ML fans? And so we have, LLs are light loops. They're a bit brighter. And the other thing, too, is the colors are a bit different. And some people just aesthetically appreciate the look. MLs are quieter, but the colors are not as vibrant, I would agree. And so some people are just like, I want the... And then you have the new crazy ones, which are the QL fans, which is like the best of both worlds. They're both light. They have the good light. They're light on both sides, as well as they're also incredibly quiet. And those are the QL fans. Definitely more on the pricey side in terms of cost. Okay, and more screws somewhere. There we go. Kind of screws are all over the place here. Oopsie. Gosh darn it. Ugh. I have a love-hate relationship with fans. I also have a love-hate relationship with this just particular bracket. It's just a little bit too wide, and so you've just got to be overly cautious when you're doing your fan installation to keep it from popping all the way through. And you're like, okay. Because people don't really want to watch me install fans for 3 hours. But we're almost done. Come on. There you go. Okay. There we go. Okay, one fan. There it is. Last fan. There we go. All our fans are in now. I'm gonna grab our other box of LLs because we're gonna install our motherboard here in a second. I just want to make sure I have those on hand. Okay, there you go. Fans are in. I need that lighting node a little bit later. I'm gonna grab one more part because we'll need it. And then we're good. Ooh, ow, that hurt. Okay, last box of LLs. There's a box of LL120s. Okay. Ugh. We need this here. These up, we get these out. Hold on one sec. This is not a box of LL120s. This is a box of empty stuff that we do not need. Those are all LL120s. Where did the other box of LL120s go? MLs. Another box of LL120s did not get bought. Hey Tristan, you're getting a free upgrade. You're getting a free upgrade. Sorry, buddy. You're getting 2 boxes of QL120s now. I'm gonna install fans again because for some reason they thought that there was a spare box of LLs and they're not. They were full. So we're gonna install fans again. So now this is a more expensive build. It still goes to LL, but now you're getting nicer fans. I'm gonna do this again. We're just gonna keep installing fans all day. Yeah, there was that box that we thought was the other set is actually empty and had nothing but the other thing. So you're getting nicer fans. Let me know if that's a problem, but we're going to replace these with QLs, which have the same thing and then they're nicer. Is that fine? I just don't want to. It's okay. Good. He's like, okay, he's happy. Good. So you're getting nicer fans now. Okay, guys. Sorry about that little Friday snafu. When we did the inventory, we thought we had a spare box, but that box is full of nothing. So now we're gonna put these LLs back and put QLs in. You guys are gonna see every basically version of Corsair fans in a single stream. That's what this is. This is the Corsair fan stream. All we're gonna do is show you every Corsair fan. Oh man. Now I have to make sure we order more QLs. Because these belong to other people who need builds, but they're not. We can get more of those before. That's funny. Sorry about that, dude. We thought we had them, and they're already in stock, and they were not. There was just an empty box in there of QL fans. Of LL fans that, like, was not in there. So we're going to put these back, and we'll have LLs for somebody else who wants LLs, and then we will now know that that other one was filled with nothing. I've opened like 2 boxes of fans because we had the MLs ready to go, and then like I've now opened 2 boxes of fans that are not that like now you got to rebox them up, and the boxing for these is like not great. Like how you do it is like it's like we're gonna watch some boxing. Let's go to Cam Link, and there we go. There we go. Okay, cool. There's that. Those ones are out. Let's keep installing fans. This whole stream is going to be nothing but installing fans. I just love installing fans over and over again. Ooh, shoot. Watch my battery die on my auto screwdriver. I've installed so many fans. We've essentially installed. By the time this is done, we will have installed a full Lian Li 011 dynamic, all 9 fans in 011 dynamic is what we will have installed here in the end. Which is kind of funny when you think about it. Which is a lot of blooming fans. But you want to do what's best for the customer, and when I make a mistake, we just give them an upgrade. So I don't want any angry customers who are like, oh, Roby, you screwed me over and gave me what I didn't want. No, we want it to look good and him to be happy. Okay, there's that one. Last fan. I think I have, where's the other? Okay. Okay, we're almost done, guys. We're gonna take out these last fans and put in the QL fans that are ready to go right here. It's funny because I just realized I don't even need the Lighting Node Pro because I'm going to use the Capellix, which has the Corsair Commander Pro in it, and I don't even need to use the lighting node for this, so it's actually going to be really simple to hook these up. Okay. Okay, last little bit here. What the? Oh, there's that screw I was looking for. You like slipped in here, trying to stow away. Okay, last plug, putting up the last fan here. Okay, cool. Now we have all the LL fans ready to go back in the box. It's right here. Fun times right now, but we now have all the same fans, which is good. Okay, cool. Got that in. Got that in. Got that in. Got that in, and we are done. Okay, so now we actually know what we have in stock, and let's put our QL fans in. Okay, cool. QL 120s. These are the real beasts anyway. What you really wanted. This is all his ploy to get these QLs. That's all it was. It was a big ploy to get the QLs in. Here we go. Okay, now let's get this doing. So these are the QL 120s, which are like the best of the best because they're very quiet and they've got that really cool light solution. They also have like a nice sheen to them, and they have a great aesthetic look to them. See, and again, you get the light loop on both sides. So let's go to our side camera and do these again. Install number 3, third time's a charm. And we actually know we have all the fans for this now. Okay. Make sure this is the right way. And this will actually look a little nicer on the other side too, because these fans actually have like a silver like emblem on the back even. Okay, here we go. We're in the right spot now. Ooh, 10 subs away from that $100 gift card. Thank you very much for that. Sorry for the lack of entertainment there. We just really wanted to show you the fan stream. For the fans, for you guys. The stream is for you. You're our fans. This is the fan stream. Okay, so like I said, even on the back, you know what I mean? So the back and the front have that really nice logo, so you don't have that sticker on the inside. So much nicer kind of look there. There we go. And so much. These fans are just nicer in like kind of every way, in terms of installation even. Okay, last fan. For real, guys, this is the last fan. This isn't a joke. I'm not gonna pretend like we're gonna install another set of fans. This is like literally the last fan. You guys have watched the installation of 9 fans today. I am sorry, but again, it's what he wanted and it's what he gets, and the client gets what he gets. What's what he wants, and then maybe even sometimes just better, like even better than what he wanted. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's get this last fan in. Okay, cool. Last fan is going in. Easy fans to put in, which is good. A little bit easier than the MLs and the Ls. I think that actually also went a lot faster, but that could just be because I'm warmed up. Okay, let us install our motherboard now. Okay, yay! Let's get some fans or installed hype in the channel, because we've installed a lot of fans. Oh man. Okay, cool. We're good to go. We're cooking with the gas. We have the right fans in now. They are. We have the right. Well, we have nicer right fans, and now we can go to installing our motherboard and actually put this PC together. PC, everybody's like, I'm happy though. It's happy. It's like it's a good thing. Like still regardless. Luckily I had all that. I had other QL fans. I had a ton of QL fans in stock. So there we go. Fan hype. There we go. Okay, so let's go to our top down. Let's get our motherboard in there now. Continue our journey. And like I said, remember I did not put that middle plate on because you still have a screw that goes there. So you see I left that off. We'll put that on here in a minute. But we just left that off to get that put in. And this is what I was talking about. Look at how much room you have at the top for your installation. You have a lot of room up there for that stuff. Hey, thank you very much, DX, for that $3.99. Okay, so now we're gonna grab our little accessory kit here and get our screw kit out. Another thing that's really nice about the P500A is it comes with this really great screw kit. So you're good there. Put that in. Get that out of the way. That'll get mailed to him. Now we're going to grab our motherboard screws. Grab our magnetic screwdriver, which this would be a pain without a magnetic screwdriver. We're going to screw that middle one in real quick. And there we go. Okay, screwed in. Now what we can do is, oops, I think this does have a peel. A little bit easier to peel when it's up. There's a peel here. There it is. Boom, peeled. Okay, now we can take this, put it on like that. So now we've got that ready to go. Grab our two little itty bitty screws. There it is. And our last one right here. And now our motherboard is put back together. Okay, now we can finish our screws on our motherboard now. Okay. That was an hour. Like from putting the motherboard to getting to this point. Usually that is a much faster process, but we had some fishiness there with fans for a little bit, but luckily those are all squared now. Just gonna get this screwed in real quick. Boom. Two more. Slowly but surely, the thing comes together. Board is in. We are in there. Okay, next I'll do a fan. I'll do a dad joke. Dad joke for today. Another one. Okay, next dad joke is. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's D&D one shot. That is not dad jokes. Okay, hold on. Dad jokes. Where are you? Dad jokes. Okay. Next one is. I don't trust those trees over there. Dad says, I don't trust those trees over there. Son says, why? And Dad says, they look a little shady. They look a little shady. That's awesome! Can I buy your 3080 Tough? No, that belongs to the customer. That belongs to Tristan, who's here in the channel. So no, he might want to keep that. It's kind of important to his system. Okay, so now we're gonna install our Capellix. Make sure this is locked. Okay, good. Install our Capellix here. It's ready to go. Go to cam link. We're gonna put this down because we're gonna install those fans. We don't really need this up right now. Here's our Capellix right here. Top down so you guys can see this. Warranty guide. I'm gonna take these two fans out, which he does not need. Put these down here. Okay. Now, we're gonna take this out. So again, the thing that's so great about this one is this. It comes with a full fan hub. It's like basically it's the upgraded version of the Commander Pro, which is awesome. So we don't need to worry as much about that. These are all of our spare parts, our screws. But it's like, for $149, which is cheaper than the H100i, but it comes with more, and it saves you $70 because it essentially comes with that free hub, which is pretty crazy. So even though the P500 doesn't include one, this particular cooler AIO does, which is kind of nice. So it's all our spare stuff here. And it's a little bit easy. The other thing that's kind of nice is a little bit easier in terms of managing cables, just given all the stuff that it's a thinner cable set. I mean, it all plugs into the controller versus just a single thing. So, okay, we're gonna install this like so. So this is gonna go here, like that, and then we're gonna grab another pack of QLs that are for real QLs. Grab two fans out of this, and then we're gonna have our last fan that'll go into our exhaust. So. Our fans. These should go like this. There's that one. And there is this one. There's our fans there. We're going to take this last one out. This last pack will go over here because this is our exhaust fan. Put that in before we put everything else in. Shove this in here. Okay, cool. Now, let's grab our screws. There's all our screws right there. We're gonna grab our magnetic screwdriver. Let's go up a little higher so you guys can see a little bit better on this one. Thank you very much for the subscription. We're at 10, we have what, 10 subs left, guys. Let's see if we can get those last 10 subs before I finish this AIO. Can we get those last 10 subs and just lock it up and get ready for the next, start driving towards the $150 Newegg gift card? Let's do it. Come on, somebody can drop 10 subs. I think it can happen. I have faith in you guys. I have faith. Yeah, this is a great build. This is a good build. Honestly, the Fantix ones are really nice. Thermaltake are pretty good. Asia Horse has some pretty nice ones. I mean, the thing is that I love the LL120, just the look. And honestly, I love the addressable nature. Yeah, for ice. Oh yeah, and run it via ice. The addressable nature of the RGB is what's really great. So yeah, that's where it goes. Okay, cool. Gonna get this, speaking of that, cool, literally. I have 3 Fantix fans and 3 Cooler Master fans. The Cooler Master ones come with a controller instead of a controller. Can I use the splitter from the PWM and you cannot, I don't think the RGB will work. You can use a splitter for the PWM. That is not a problem, but I think the RGB is separate. They are proprietary, but I'm not for sure. Come on, guys, let's get these last 10. Let's get these last 10 subs. You guys have, let's finish it out and start driving towards the next goal. We're just 10 subs away. Can somebody just drop 10 more subs and let's finish it out. What's the brand? This is a, yeah, somebody's like, click. Yeah, that's funny. That's a good delay right there. We can do it. There you go, Cozy Turtle. What's our like situation? We already did we do? How many likes do we have on YouTube? There we go. And remember, guys, we have that sub-only giveaway. That's a 6800 XT. If you're over on Twitch, head over to twitch.tv/, if you're over on YouTube, twitch.tv/Robitech, and use your free Amazon Prime subscription and potentially win a GPU. You can potentially win a GPU. The other thing too, well, actually I should take a good moment because there's 1,700 people here. For those of you who don't know me, because I know there's probably a lot of new people here, I'm team both, Mama. I don't play favorites, Mamano. Momo, sorry. For those of you who don't know, my name is Justin Rubin. I'm the host of Robitech. Robitech is a show dedicated to PC building, tech news, tech deals, and all sorts of other fun shenanigans. This is #TechDad time. It's all about building stuff together like I was a tech dad, just teaching you guys a bit, having a good time, telling terrible dad jokes, and you know what, honestly, just build shenanigans. And we built some incredible PCs, and it's been a lot of fun. This show happens every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, starting at 6 o'clock, and it usually goes about 9 or 10. During that time, we have multiple giveaways. You're seeing those things happen. One of those giveaways has already happened. We gave away, wait, have we done? Yeah, we did a giveaway for a year of Game Pass. I think we're at 900 YouTube likes, so we'll have that giveaway here in just a second. I do want to tell you about a couple things. One, we are currently raising money. Thank you very much, Jonathan, $4.99 for that. That goes right there. But we're currently raising money for our stream staff to have a Christmas bonus, so to speak. And the way that works is we're trying to raise $1,700. If we raise more than that, then it'll all go to them for the next 4 streams. So every bit, every super chat, every dono directly goes to them. We're trying to raise money so at least one of each of them get $100, if not more, the more that we raise. We're also doing the sub-only giveaway for the month of November. Geez, I keep keeping that. The month of November is a 6800 XT. If we get 150 subs for the next rest of the time, then that'll become a 6900 XT, which so far we've hit that goal every freaking stream, and you guys are incredible. Thank you, Cheesy. And there we go. So we just hit 90. We're gonna get towards 120. If you're over on YouTube, you want to get on that, just head over to twitch.tv/Robitech, jump on in, and you guys can get in, use your free Amazon Prime subscription. If you do tier 1 sub, then that gets you extra entries. Tier 2 and tier 3 all get you extra entries. Those are the majority of where more people get extra entries is from going to tiered subs. You also get extra entries for donating subs, for gifting subs like you just saw, or for doing what are called sub lengths. So like subscribing for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. Those all get you extra entries. And again, if you're a sub in a month, you're automatically entered to win. So if you do like 6 months of subs, you're entered every sub giveaway for the next 6 months, you're automatically entered too. So which is pretty awesome. That is the deal. That's what's going on. We're currently building a $3,000 system. That's a 3950X with a RTX 3080, and we're about to put the AIO inside of the case. But first, we're going to do that giveaway right now. So that's what's happening right now. Okay, giveaway time, guys. This is everybody say thank you, YouTube, because YouTube's the one who did this one. And this is for the YouTube Lite. This is for a 250 gig NVMe drive from Western Digital. So we're starting that giveaway right now, saying thank you to the YouTube folks, and let's go ahead and get this in. Thank you very much for all those subs. Oh, let's go ahead and start our goal while we're at that too. We're at 98 subs, 99 subs. Sub goal, in goal. So we're doing a $150 new A gift card. We need 125 subs. We're at 99. Okay, starting that goal right now. Let's go from there, and that should just show up. I'm just gonna check our giveaway thing. And I see YouTube and Twitch, so everything is working the way it should. Okay, cool. That's all good. What we need from this is not this. We need this. So Tristan, if you want to, this actually comes with a separate, you could change your front panel. The way you do that, you use this little Allen wrench. You can do it when it's installed if you want to change your front panel to look different. We don't need that. This is all we need. This goes in the box. So all that miscellaneous hardware we'll use here in a second. And then this is what we'll need for installing now. Let's get this out of the way. It's all stuff we don't have to worry about. Make room for our PC. Okay, cool. Let's get our PC back in here. Take a drink of water. Thank you very much for all those subs, guys. 100 subs. 25 subs less to 25 left to go. So we're gonna go to here, put our thing up so you guys can see. We're gonna go put our thing down, our table. You can see a little bit better when we go to this. Go to side view. We're gonna throw our crazy light in here so you guys can see that. There's our light. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're going to install our AIO. Is the plan. The plan is to install the AIO. Okay, cool. What I'm doing right now is untwisty tying all of the cables that we need for this. There we go. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's not do that. Okay, cool. Now, put this like this. The first thing I always do when I hook this up is I take this cable right here, and this is your CPU cable, and I want to plug that into the CPU header, which should be, what this says here. CPU fan is the not light, different color like the other one, I think. Nope, it's not. Okay, so it's the closest one. It usually is. We're gonna plug it in right here. There's our AIO. Now, the reason I plug the AIO into that header and not the RGB pump or anything like that is specifically because the pumps are more likely to fail than fans. So if your pump fails and it throws an error, the PC will stop working. versus if a fan, which has a higher chance or probability than a fan. So plugging that in, you want that to not work if the pump all of a sudden stops working. So that's why I do that. Now what I'm doing is I'm taking these other two cables, these are all our fan cables and everything else, we're gonna run these back here like this. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take our pump, our whole radiator, just gonna drag it up like so, while at the same time, kind of pulling all our cables through. Now the good thing about this particular brand is, like I said, it's got a ton of room at the top. So we're gonna put it, where do we wanna put this? Looking for the best spot. I'm gonna go right there, right. I think this is the 120 places it wants it to go. So right there is where it wants it to go, and we have plenty of room. So that's where we're gonna install it, which is good. Okay, cool. We're gonna put that right there, and we're gonna grab a washer and a screw. And the cool thing about this, about Corsair's stuff, is that you can actually do these by hand, which used to be a problem. You used to not be able to do that. So just taking two screws, like I am, I'm gonna take two screws, and I'm using my fingers to thread them in the top left and top right. I'll show you from the top down here in a minute. So I'm just gonna, all I'm doing is, and they're in there right now. So if we go to top down, what I did is I just hand threaded two screws right here in the corner and then also in the far corner up here. And the main reason I do that is because at that point in time, once they're in, then I've got it locked and now I don't have to hold it anymore. So just screwing those in, tighten them up. We're just gonna quickly put the other screws in real quick. And because of how high this case is, it has so much clearance. If I'll show you here from the side, you have so much clearance, you don't have to worry about blocking all of your access to the top ports on your Mobo. And that's one of the things I really enjoy about this case. This case really is a dream to build in. Just heads up. Congratulations, the beast is JJ over on YouTube, pulling out the win on that one. Congratulations on that. We'll be getting those, again, physical prizes. People are winning prizes. Everybody who wins a prize in the month of November, those go out usually the first week of December. After the first Wednesday in December is when all of those prizes have a tendency to go out. You should always allow up to 4 to 6 weeks for prize winning. It just takes a while to process. A lot of our codes will try and get out that weekend, but things like gift cards, stuff like that, always go out at certain times. And so that's just to keep the overhead and housekeeping to a minimum. So that is just, if you win something, don't start spamming Blondie every week and be like, hey, where's my prize? It's always near the beginning of the next month. So people who win at the end of the month are always really happy because they're like, the next week they'll be like, oh, cool, I got my prize so quickly. While people at the beginning of the month are like, what the heck? But it's front mount Crime Beaver. The main reason I do top mount is that you don't have the error issues that you do with front mounting. If you do front mounting, make sure your tubes are pointed down. You don't have to. There is a less than 1% chance that it will cause an issue, but if you want to be safe, you have to do that, and I just don't like the way it looks. Yes, it'll work for the PWM because PWM is the same standard. RGB is different across brands. Most cases it's proprietary. You're asking about why will it not work for RGB? It's because most of the guys, you can try it. There's nothing wrong with trying it, but there is always a chance that you could end up hurting it. So something to be aware of. Okay, so we got that in now. So this is what I was talking about on the side here. One of the things I really enjoy about this case is, like, if you watched me yesterday when I installed yesterday, even the day before, when I installed the top mounted on the TD500, like, I had to install all of my cables at the top at the beginning because the AIO was covering the top of the VRM. In this case, you do not have that problem. You have a lot of room at the top, so you can maneuver and not have to worry as much about it. Now, next step here is to install the AIO, which is pretty straightforward. And I like to do this part laying down for AMD. Now, I've seen people like Paul from Paul's Hardware and others who like to do it standing up, and they complain about it. And I think that's because they're trying to do it standing up like this. It's easier to do it laying down on its back. And that's just AMD specific. So let's get that done. And then after that, once we do that, we're about halfway through the build at that point. Okay. So there we go. Let's grab a drink of water and then go to the next step. Okay. Woohoo! Okay, so we're gonna go to top down. Put this back. Now actually I'm gonna go to side view real quick. Go to side. Forgot about this. Let's go ahead and pop this last fan on in the back. Since we got it right here. I got fan, 4 fan. Okay. So we're gonna install this real quick. It's just easier while you have it standing up. And like I said, you're just seeing how easy it is for me to get my finger up in there in the top and then route that cable really easily, just like that. We're just gonna pop this cable. We want to kind of get it more towards the top so it hides the cable a little bit better. And then get one of these screwed in. And I'll do the first screw on this with a physical screwdriver. And then we'll do the others with the auto screwdriver, because now it's holding. There you go. There we go. Okay, last fan. And our fans are all installed. Okay, cool. There we go. And I put it higher so it's just easier to route the cables and it keeps the cable from coming down off of the thing. Okay, so that's all done. Our fans are basically installed. We're at the very end here where we're just gonna mount our AIO real quick. Is the Corsair IQ H100i RGB Pro XT? Yes, I mean any Corsair is a great cooler. It's just the earlier ones are a little bit more finicky in terms of the install for the first one, but it's nothing that I wouldn't say don't use it. Okay, so there we go. We got top down now. We're all set up, and this is what I'm talking about. This has got the AM4's got a little bit of a special install process. So it uses these 2 little brackets, and then we have to switch brackets here. And then we'll pull all this stuff straight back. Okay. Okay, what we're gonna do is pull all that stuff aside. What you do is you take this like this, and take this off, like so, and then we want to make sure so it goes like this. Like that is how it's going to go. So we're gonna they used to be very hard to pull off. This is something they fixed with the Capellix. These are actually very easy to pull off now. And what you're going to do is you're going to put these on, one at the top, like so, and then another one on the other side, like so. There we go. Okay, so that's all there is to that. Now what you're going to do is you're going to take these little screw bits right here, put them in like that, and you're going to just start the screwing process. That sounds bad, but it's not how it sounds, but that's what you're doing. You're just going to start to... The music is spooky. All right, there we go. Okay, so then once we've got them started, like that, you've started the process. You're going to take these little things and you're going to loop them down here. There's these little latches on here. You're just going to loop those little loops on those latches. And start with the top one. That's the easiest one in the because it's easier to you can see the bottom one a bit better. And then kind of loop it down. Then do the second one like that. And then what I do is I have a tendency to just pinch it and then screw with my hands. It's really easy. Screw with your hands so you can hand tighten it. And once it's like hand tightened enough and it won't come out, then you can go to the screwdriver. There you go. It's nice and solid. Now you can get rid of your screwdriver. You just want to do a little bit on each side. So the music is spooky. It's like super spooky. Spooky music. There we go. And there you go. Nice and solid and good and installed there. Not going anywhere. Okay, now what I'm going to do, so that's now ready to go. It's all installed. What we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and pull these cables through. Then we're going to turn it over, hook up all of our lighting, run our front panel connectors, and then we basically start doing cable extensions and stuff like that. We did the YouTube giveaway, so we are getting really close. I think we're getting really close to, probably in the next 15 minutes, we'll see the next, what's the word I'm looking for? Hype train happen. So that's coming up, guys. Okay, so we're gonna pull all these cables through. We have up here just to make sure they're nice and taut now, including this little bad boy. What we're doing right now. There we go. There you go. Okay. No cable. All cables need to be hidden. There we go. And then once you kind of have that done, there's just so much room now with this that you want to. Okay, so what I'm gonna do back here in the back. I'm gonna go ahead and zip tie using our zip ties that we got here. Zip tie this back here. Thank you very much for all the subscriptions and all those follows. Guys, we're at 48,327, on our way to 49,000 followers on Twitch. Like the next goal, that Twitch goal. Okay, there we go. Those are all caught up now. And I'll take care of, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go back to top down. And just to make sure it continues to look nice, so go to top down like this. Take one of these small zip ties. And then what you want to do is right here at the top where this fan header is, right at the top is just zip tie the fan header. This little cable stays with this bigger cable. I have a tendency to run it underneath and then kind of do it all together like that. So it looks more like a unified cable. Like so. And then I'll keep it nice and straight and solid looking. Grab our little cutters. Still can't find my other cable cutters. Rotate that on the underside. There we go. It's not doing what I wanted to do here. There you go. Okay, so there it goes. Now it's rotated underneath. It kind of keeps the thing looking nice. Okay, cool. There you go. Now that's all kind of clean here. I'm gonna go ahead and give it one more just to make it extra clean. I just don't like that there's two cables there, so. There we go. It's all about perfection, ladies and gentlemen. You want it to look good. Okay. There. You just shove that underneath. Okay. Now it looks like a single cable. It looks a lot cleaner and it drives it over and it looks just nice, which I want. Okay, cool. So that's all ready. Now we can hook up our cable, hook up all of our fan cables and all that stuff. Where this is basically our little cooler master thing, and this lets me hook up my fans and everything into the same thing. So we're gonna hook everything up and then we'll figure out where to stick it. And then we'll do a dad joke. That's what everybody wants. Everybody wants more dad jokes. Dad jokes are the reason you're here. Care less about the PCs. It's here for the dad jokes. Okay, so here's all our cabling. Luckily, most of this stuff goes right over here. Oh, I forgot. I gotta pull that one. All these top cables I don't have to worry about. Yeah, it's mostly for why. Yeah, somebody was asking why is there so much useless space? It's for water cooling. It's because a lot of cases use it for water cooling. Or if you want to stick a bunch of drives over there, you have the option of doing drive mounting. So it does actually have a function. You just have to choose whether you're going to use it or not. So there is actually a function for all that space. It's just up to you on what you're going to do with it. Okay, so because the Capellix and stuff, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put this on. Pull all these as tight as humanly possible so we can route it all. There we go. Okay, there you go. There's that. Okay, now these are all of our cables. And these are all going to plug into things. So, first and foremost, this is to our AIO. Okay, so now our AIO is all plugged in. Now let's start our music again because it stopped. There you go. Okay, now what we're going to do is each side. So this is one. We want this one and this one. That's one. And that's one. Okay. What we're going to do is fan one is our rear exhaust. RGB1 is our rear exhaust. Okay. Then what we want is this fan one. Does it plug? Oh, never mind. That's fan one. Okay. Okay, next up we want, this is RGB2. What is this? Okay. We just want to make sure we hook up the right one. So this is RGB2. This is the next closest one. And then this is RGB3. And that they're going in the order that they're found. So this is, which one is this to? Okay, that's fan 2 and fan 3. Okay. Fan 2. And last but not least, fan 3. Okay, so there's all of our AIOs all plugged in. Now what we're going to do, we're going to start from the top left here. And this is going to be fan 4 and RGB 4. What I'm doing is, so the reason these are assigned this way is so that way when you go to control stuff in IQ, it's easier to find which is plugged into which. So that's why I'm saying 4, 4, 5, 5. Makes it a whole lot easier. Okay, so this is 4. There we go. And then next up is the next one is 5. Right now it just looks like a giant wire mess, but we will get that cleaned up. Okay, so here's 5. RGB and fan. There we go. So here's 5. And then 5 on the other side. Okay, last one. And the last one is 6. And then all of our fans, everything's hooked up. Here's 6. We're getting super close, guys. 15 subs away from the top prize for the night. which is crazy. And we haven't even gotten to Hype Train yet. There we go. Okay, so now all of our fans are hooked up. We're good there. So what we can do, because this is like kind of weird, is what I like to do is try and run, let's take these and run them all into little groups here. There's a group. Take our little cables here. There's that group. That's our fan group. We're gonna take our RGB group. And there you go. There you go. Okay, so there's our groups. Now, what you can do is by pulling them, I wonder if I can. What I can do is I could actually put everything down here, and then it'd be all out of the way, and that would probably make the most sense. And then kind of wire these together. So see how low this will go. This will go that low. And it's not quite long enough for that. Pretty actually, no, it actually is okay. Okay. So what we're doing right now is we're just going to figure out how to I don't think that would be the best. And then it blocks this bottom. Okay, so let's see. Where else could we could put it right here, which is always a super popular spot, and then take off these screws, or we could just put it in here. This is one tough part, is like about where's the best place to put. Here is like usually the best place, so that's where we're gonna stick it. It'll be out of the way, and okay. So we're gonna stick this right here. That'll go right here. Do we have enough room? We put that right there. Everything's kind of out of the way. And it'd stick. Okay, that'll work. Okay, so now once we have it placed, and from there we can route all the cables and everything. Okay. It's also a little easier having it up top, because then you can actually get to it and change your fans and all that sort of stuff. Okay. Now everything is there. Okay. There we go. Corsair is all hooked up now. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to run all of our cables. I'm going to put these up. And we'll make it look good. Always the longest part is this. It's just RGB always requires so much cable management that you have to like. So what I'm working on now is putting everything into channels. Oh, that's right. That's not helping. Okay. So what we're doing right now is we're going to put everything kind of closely into channels is what we're working on. And then from there, we can start to do stuff. End up with a much cleaner look. There you go. And now, what we do here is really just about getting as much of this into a bundle as we possibly can. Like our longer, oh yeah, that's all not important. And then once this is in a bundle, like in a clump right here, which is what we want, from there we can have it all kind of out of the way, and it'll be under ties, what we want here. Okay, cool. Okay, let's grab our one of our big ties here. And here we go. That's like basically all of our fans controlled. There we go. All our fan stuff, and then want to grab one more. And that goes into that, right there. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now what we have left is like little clumpy things that will get fixed, and the way you fix these is you just clump them with one of these groups right here. Then you end up with like a super clean looking good. There we go. And I mean, it's not like, again, I don't want to be too crazy with this. Like, I want it to be easy. Like, if there ends up being a problem, we can still remove things and make it good. But for the most part, it gets a nice clean look, and then it's all kind of in the center there and good to go. So, and if you wanted to, like, say for instance, if you wanted to, like, I just as an FYI, if you wanted to have like God tier cable management for this part, what you would do is literally use like 3 more cable ties and like basically just make it look like a pro knot, and it'll actually end up looking really clean. Because this, like, everything here looks super routed, but it's just about using a crap ton of cable ties. Then your cable, like this, like, again, this looks nice and clean. This one I could do, like, I'll just show you. What you could do is you could take one more of these and then put it on the round side. And then what you do is you just basically start creating what's called a clump, like a nice clean clump. You just basically clump that up. See, and then how, like, just creating that little bit of line stuff there ends up making it look a whole lot cleaner. So stuff like that will make it look, and then you could like, even, it's like it's an art form. It's just the problem is that, like, I could spend hours and hours on making this look like God tier if you wanted to, but doesn't make for the most entertaining streams. And then the other thing too is that also, if anything goes wrong, if like any problem or you need to route anything else, you end up with like a huge problem because you end up undoing like 50 million cable ties. There you go. See how much cleaner that looks just with that little bit there, and it looks all nice and clean. So now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna finish routing all these and put them underneath here for now, and then we can run our front panels. Cool. And now we'll undo our front panels. here and get all those routed in. RGB is always like the beast that just you have to do. Like if I was gonna do God tier, I put like 4 more zip ties here. I'd remove all these stickers. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's all stuff that I would do to just get this to like if you were doing like competition level. But it still looks really good right there. Okay, cool. Now let's run our front panel connectors. Okay. Last group of cables here. Now we're like, that's always like the beginning is just getting the RGB stuff, and this is like we're on the downhill trend now. So this is our power for our power and USB for our AIO and all of our RGB and fans, which are now controlled via IQ. There we go. We're gonna undo these. We should now, if somebody wants to test, we should have Hype Train now if we want to enable that other giveaway. If somebody wants to give a test for that other giveaway, we should have Hype Train now. I haven't seen it for sure, but if somebody wants to drop like 2 or 3 and see what happens, it should actually unlock. Because it's past 6:30, so it should be. Okay, cool. Now, we got all that done. So this is where we hook up all our front panels. So again, this is USB. This is a USB for the I/O. That goes right here. That's for plugging in there. This is if we were going to do RGB, we don't have to worry about that. This is the RGB for the RGB power for the light strip. USB 3 and USB-C. I got to see where those go again. USB 3 is on the bottom, USB-C is on the side. Okay, so USB-C, USB 3 is going to go right in here like this. So USB 3, that's what USB 3 looks like. It's going to go right here. USB-C, we're going to have to route up. It's one of those weird ones. Always in the same place, but you got to route it a little higher here. The USB-C is going to go right here. Could be right there. Okay. Okay, now this is RGB. This is RGB for the case. We should have RGB. Well, I'm going to unhook these. These are going to go. This should go right here. That's RGB for the case. And what the RGB header looks like, it looks like that. That goes for the case. This is HD audio. That's going to go on the far right. Then we've got a single power switch for your front panel connector. That's all the power. That's only front panel you have. And then this is just going to get cable managed later. So that's all of our front panel connectors, all routed and wired and ready to get plugged in right now. We're just going to kind of push this stuff down and connect our front panels now. And these are going to go in here. It's right there. There. It's right here. Okay. Hook up our front panels. Okay. The first up is USB-C. And this goes right here. And I'll zoom in and show you all these so that way you guys can see where they were. This is our USB for our AIO, and that's going to go right in one of these slots right here. It's keyed only one way, so there's no way to kind of do it wrong. That gets right there. Next up, we have USB 3. Okay, cool. USB 3. There we go. Okay, USB 3 goes right here. It's going to be at a 90-degree angle. You want to make sure, because you can bend pins if you don't do it at a 90. You want to make sure you're coming down at a 90-degree angle on that one. It's important. Okay, next to that, we have our HD. This is our addressable RGB for our front. Like I said, I'll zoom in and show you all this here in a bit, guys. Don't worry, I'm not gonna not leave you hanging and be like, oh, what did he do? Power switch goes right here. I never thought I would have that memorized, but I guess when you've done 200 PCs in a year, you start to just know where things go. Okay. Okay, I think that is all the front panel connectors. Okay, so let's zoom in, show you all the stuff I've done so you guys can see. So if you ever need to, if you're watching this on your like a live stream, so this is your USB-C right here. That's your USB-C connection. And we showed you the connector for that. Down here, this is, down there. That's your front panel connector. It's the only one you need is power switch. This is your addressable RGB, which is the light strip. That's your USB 3. It was that big blue beast. It's a terrible connection. Then right next to it underneath, it's hard to see, is the USB for the AIO. And then over here on the far end, right over here is your HD audio. So those are all the cables we've done. What we're gonna do is just gonna pull them taut. So they're in, and then pull them all down. The main reason I wanna pull them down while they're up like this is I wanna make sure I don't unplug them, but that they look right. Oh, you're like a little bit of your front panel cable management. So now I know that when I pull this to cable manage it, I can. Okay, so now guess what we're at? We're installing, so now we can take this off, and we're installing our GPU, and we're installing our AIO. This is all the fun part stuff now. Sorry, AIO is installed. We're gonna install the GPU and install our cable extensions. That's where we're at. Yay! We're almost done. Ugh. Did we unlock the hype train yet? Should be able to do the hype train. Hype train should be. You just have to do like 3 things, like do 3 bits. 3 people got to do bits or whatever it was, and you should see it. Strix peel. Strix peel still on? No, it's not. I peeled that off right at the beginning. It's dirty, but I did peel it. I already left. This has been peeled. This right here has been peeled. Yeah. We're gonna put those in. Don't worry, those are gonna be cable extensions. Okay, here we go. Opening up our GPU. This is the Asus Tough Gaming. There it is. There's our hype train. Okay, remember guys, if we get level 5 on this one, then we'll give away another 250 gig NVMe SSD. We're gonna give that away. That'll be the end. And then well, I'm guessing with that, we'll get our, I know, Burzum. I forgot the ice today. Let's finish it out, guys. Let's finish it out strong. Do that bit love, do those, all that stuff. Let's get to level 5. Let's get that, unlock that last giveaway. Ugh, there it is. Okay. Oh, okay. There is our GPU right there. Our 3080, ready to go. Gigabyte sent me Gigabyte. So many of you guys saw the first video of the new gaming room, and Gigabyte is sponsoring the build, part of the build for that. And they just sent me a Vision 3080 for the white Arctic PC that's going into that. So I'm pretty psyched about that. I just want to see it go. Come on, guys. Let's see those things drop. Let's open it up. Let's get this last thing. We're at 96%. All those bits. Yeah, it's a Vision card. Yeah, so don't worry, you guys are gonna get to see all that stuff. We're gonna do an episode. I don't think it'll be next week. It'll be after I get back from vacation, where I'm going to upgrade, put the 3090 in one of my systems, and you guys will see me fill the loop and custom water cool the Twitch system. There we go, level 2 done. Thank you very much for that, guys. So you guys are gonna get to see all that stuff. It's gonna be a Roby Tech Blue Jay, $1,500, 1,500 bits. Thank you very much for that. That goes directly to our staff. Come on, guys, let's get those last 5 subs at least, so that way we can unlock that. I love that we're getting all this stuff. Yeah, so every once in a while I do get a benefit from like having, you know, 1 million+ views in a month, and not including 1 million+ views on TikTok too. So that is one of the benefits every once in a while. I've only gotten from like for free I've only gotten two 3000 series cards. The other ones have all been purchased because they're for commissions. That's you can't use a commission bill for there. There we go, Venser, locking it in. Where we go? We've unlocked that last giveaway, and then we're gonna do that. Okay, so let's do the peels here. It's so appealing. Oh, I promise you guys to do a dad joke too. So once I do this, I'll do a dad joke. I don't want you guys leaving. There we go, Van, with that 5. We're so close. We're at the very end of that tier 5. Do this last giveaway. So much peels on these ones. I don't know what Asus is like particularly, but that's because this whole thing is metal. I mean, this is like a genuinely like tough card. Oops. Like tough. Like it lives up to its name. Like this whole thing is like, this is a hefty card. You know what I mean? Like this is all, it's all tough. Okay, so let's peel here. There we go, level 5 done. There we go, and then lastly, got the last peel here. We'll go top down so you guys can see the last peel. With the last of Mohicans, but the last peel. And boom, there it is. Peeled and good. Sternum, thank you very much for that. 132. We're gonna hit that last goal, I think, the 150. The goal, the end goal for every stream is 150 subs. And that is all going towards upgrading from a 6800 XT to a 6900 XT, which would be crazy. Okay, so that's good to go. Pop open our slot, and then once I get this in, we'll do our dad joke. If you want to get some dad jokes, head over to Discord right now. Pop in that dad joke thing. 133 subs. That's awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Your support every stream is very, very welcome and very appreciative. Super grateful for all the folks over on YouTube as well. Who always, like 1,074 people hanging out on YouTube, 557 over on Twitch right now. Absolutely incredible support. Thank you very much. Okay, here we go. Popping this card. Oh no, sorry, almost forgot. Almost forgot more peels. The fan peels. So many freaking peels on this thing. Fan peel. Think of this as like you guys have like sunburns and I'm peeling them. Peeling your skin. I'm fan peeling. That sounds really bad actually. Don't picture that. Never mind. Forget I ever said that. I'm trying to think of what I'm gonna have for dinner tonight. What do you guys think? Oh, there we go. All done. Peeled, ready to go. Would rather not. Peeling is important in some cases. You wouldn't have to worry about the fan one. You wouldn't. It's the one that are on the back, like the back plate. That could become a melted mess. You definitely want to peel that one, but most of them you're actually okay. Okay, I'm gonna put this down a little bit so I can see. I could have already put it down. Put it down a little bit so I can see a little bit better. Chicken parm. It's got to be DoorDash. I got to look at DoorDash. I was thinking, I don't know. I got to figure something out new. I wonder if I'm hoping. I don't think they're gonna be just because we're running late. I was hoping to get done earlier, but I always want to do things right? I was hoping that I might be able to do. I might do cheese enchiladas, which is like my favorite food. Fan stream is very appealing. Thank you very much for that hype train, guys. Almost done. Almost done. We have raised a ton of money. $1,307, not including all the super chats and stuff. But don't forget, we are trying to raise a lot of money, as much money as we can for the incredible stream team that we have here to help them have a happy holiday season. From those of us at Robitech, they can pick up a game, maybe they can pick up a couple games, all depending on your generosity. I've thrown $500 of my own money in there. So again, just trying to make sure that they have a really great holiday season. Speaking of great holiday seasons, it's dad joke time. It's dad joke time. So here we go. Did you hear about the butcher? This is from the Keiki. Did you hear about the butcher that backed into the meat grinder? He's okay now, just got a little behind in his work. That's good. Just got a little because he went into a meat grinder because he stop looking at my bums, guys. I'm just saying, like he got a little behind in his work. I agree, Nightwing. Yeah, unsubbing right now. No, that was good. That was a good one. Okay, let's go ahead and get our, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do our cable extensions. Get those in. We're gonna do our one up here as well. So we'll have all of our cable extensions in. And then, yeah, this is looking good. This is looking like a good thing. Such strong support. Let's do our giveaway though. We got that giveaway coming up right now. Here we go, giveaway time. This is another 250. Everybody say thank you, Twitch. Say thank you, Twitch, because Twitch unlocked this one. And Twitch, you get extra entries into this one. This is for a Western Digital 250 gig NVMe SSD. Starting that giveaway right now. Pull this down. Say thank you, Twitch. There we go. Everybody's saying thank you. You guys are all so kind. So kind. Coming up on 8:44. Okay, opening up our black and gray black and gray here. There's all our cables. Okay, cables we need. Not that one. Not that one. Need those two. Ooh, I need these three. Ugh. Need that one. That one and that one and that one. I need these. I do not need these. Okay. No, it's just Twitch. It's not thank you, Twitch. I was just saying everybody say thank you, Twitch. The entry is just Twitch, guys. Okay, I see YouTubers in there. Cool. Okay, here we go. Let's grab our first one. We're going to grab is our power, CPU power, which is this one right here. Yep, okay. We're going to throw one cable comb on this and then run that. Okay, one cable comb coming up for some cable comb in. It's like always hard at the end of the week because cable combs, like they're still like, even the Asia Horse ones, which I really enjoy their cable combs, they're still like kind of hard on your fingers after a while. So you're like, okay, I'm kind of done with cable combs at this point. This face is need to get this down into here. And it goes there. That's a nice fast one, good. Okay, first cable comb is in. Looks great. Okay. There we go. Nice and clean looking, I like. Okay, next up, two GPU ones. These are gonna go like this. Unfortunately, the one thing I don't think Tough thought about is that this right here actually gets blocked a little bit because like the only RGB on this card is right there, and it just gets blocked a little bit because of this is gonna have feels like yeah it just gets blocked a little bit right there. I mean, even if you top mounted it or forward mounted it, it still would get blocked. Okay, so we're just throwing cable combs on this. It's going to be 4 on each one. Here. Go to Cam Link. Congratulations to Blind Eye. Blind Eye, congratulations. You are the... Yeah, you could do that. You could make the cables come from the top, but I just love the way it looks coming out of the little slot. I don't think that looks as good. But yeah. Thank you guys. Okay, entry's done. You could run it but it looks better coming here. I mean, in my opinion, because you then show off the cable extensions. But yeah, you could run it. You could run it from up here and through there if you wanted to. I just think it looks better this way. It just looks. I think I like the cleanliness of that look more. And only for like one little chevron seems like a heavy sacrifice. Okay. Okay, next one. Actually, I forgot these. Asia Horse has since modified their cables a bit, so these cable combs actually are going on really easily. Like easier than normal. So like they was hard to actually get a bunch of their colors for a while. but that's because they did a bunch of revisions to their like cable combs, and so they listened to a bunch of feedback, which is cool. There we go. And so we still have that last giveaway, which is a $150 Newegg gift card. I'd love to see, can we get to 1,400 on the staff goal? I'd love to see somebody drop a dono or something like that, just to get us a little bit closer to, I mean, I'd love to see, I mean, guessing with super chats and stuff, we're probably close to 1,500. So that might put us really close to our goal and go from there. Who dis? What? I don't know. I must be missing something. Okay. It's actually 3,600. 3,600 is the sweet spot. 3,200 is good, but 3,600 is ideal for Ryzen. Okay, here we go. We're going to line up the comb things here. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to run them like that. And like that. But 3,200, like if you're getting 3,200, yeah, you're in good shape. And then, see, I just love the way that looks. That always just looks so good. And because you can clamp it down, it just looks nice and clean. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing right now. Sorry, that always comes out looking so clean. Just like that. It's like a glove, looks so good. Okay, last cable combs and last cable for the front. Yeah, again, looks nice. That's what you want. Okay. That's what we want. We want it to look good. Yeah, we're getting super close to the end here, guys. We'll be turning it on right after this. We're going to hook up our PSU. Most of our cable management's done, so it's just it comes really fast at the end when you're kind of just cleaning up. You're at like cleanup phase at the end. That's why I used to cable manage all at the end, but the problem was that we'd end up losing a lot of people because you're like, you know, it ended up being like an hour of cable management. So it's like better to just kind of do it while you're doing it, at least for an entertainment, like when you're doing it for entertainment for folks. But yeah. Hey, Superman, thank you very much for the $10, man. That's awesome. 3,000. There we are. 1318. Come on, can we get to 1,400? Can people help join Superman G and see if we can just get that up to 1,400? Remember, guys, a lot of you guys are asking questions like, "Hey, can you help us with this link or whatever it was?" These guys are a large part of making that happen and answering those questions and stuff like that. So I'd love to bless them, and I'd love your help in doing so. I'm glad you love the stream, Meter. I'm glad you're enjoying it. What about Ryzen 5000? We did one of those yesterday, SM. Some of you, SM's asking, what about Ryzen 5000 series? This build was actually supposed to happen before 5000 series. Jeez, I'm crow, Roby. You did it again. I totally installed this backwards. Again, after... Thank you very much. Another $10. Thank you very much for that. No room for a sound. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. $4.99 from Jonathan. Thank you very much for that, man. Super chats go in there. I'm trying to see if we can get the gold of gold. And unfortunately, super chats I have to manually enter at the end. So I'm trying to see if people will do, it's the Streamlabs. If you go to the tipping there, we'll get the link for the tips showing up right here. Again, all of that money goes directly to our staff. So not to me, not for the next couple days, not until right after I get back from break. This is all about trying to bless them. I want to do good things for my team. I hope people appreciate it because I appreciate them. I hate that I did this backwards because this is time that I'm now spending putting a cable comb. I'd already be on PSU at this point. I'd be on PSU. I'd be on PSU right now, but no, I'm not. You know what? It's funny. Like we've talked about, like a Christmas build would be good. An ugly sweater. Hey, thank you very much for that, man. Thank you very much for that super chat, dude. I think a ugly Christmas sweater build would be awesome. Yeah, if we raise $1,700, then each volunteer will get $100. I'm hoping that we can raise 2 times that amount. I'd love for them to like have like $200, but I'd be super happy. I don't know. I think I'd be happy. I think I'd be happy with them, you know, getting. I think everybody'd be happy to get some. Make a sleeper PC, like it's just like put it in like an old like Intel, like an old Dell, but like inside is like a 3080 like ridiculous PC. Yeah, I'd love to do that. That would be a sweet build. Christmas colors. It'd be sweet. Yeah, do it in compact. No, a Tandy. Burzum. Tandy. Thank you very much for that super chat. Yeah, there you go. Sleep's like, hey, I'll take that. Oh, thank you, Technic. Super appreciate it, man. What's a rat rod? TI 994A. That'd be hard to fit in. A Gateway. Oh man, my mom almost worked for Gateway. Okay, 486. Now we're getting back there. Like I'm aging everybody. Well, so did I think Linus got a gifted sleeper PC from Intel, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna raid tonight for sure. We're gonna raid somebody. How did people enjoy? Nice player. I'm not just moderately happy. Nice. Ha ha. Nice one, player one, dad. I will say that. How did people enjoy Brittany last night? Was she pretty good? Thank you very much, P87. Raid a streamer with 0 views. Does anybody have a good streamer who we could do that with? If I'll take recommendations. I want to put you with people who I know actually are quality streamers. So I'm a little afraid when I do stuff like that, that you end up getting with somebody who's like not like is like, you know, like that AMD stream where I took a risk and then that AMD stream is like brutal. The guy was good, but like he was not paying attention to chat, and then it was like he was just the whole time he's like, well, I just want you to know I'm not, you know, this is AMD, and like I don't, you know, I'm not paying attention. And it's like, well, then why are you like, you know, it's like, hey, I just threw. How many people we throw at that stream that day? Is a ton. I want people to like feel like welcome when we go in there and appreciate it. That makes sense. Okay, this one is interesting. Okay, we might have to go up. This one may not be able to go up. I might have put my bundle in the wrong place, guys. We'll see. Let's see if we can get this up here. Once it goes in, it's fine. Go into cam link so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Ugh. There we go. Got it in. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. There we go, and that's now out. Ooh, that's gonna have to run underneath though, for sure. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. Cool, that looks good. Okay, let's show you guys what it looks like from the top down so you guys can see like, hey, here's what the build's gonna look like finished. So that's what the build's gonna look like finished. Here's your top-down view. Zoom out a little bit so you guys can see, but I think that looks great. Nice and clean. Now we'll just hook up our PSU and kind of done. Super chat hype, thank you very much for that. Not really, they just have some limitations. People are saying raid Brittany. I'm not, Jared needs a raid, like, it's like the same reason I don't raid like Takata or, I mean, Jared needs a raid like, he needs a hole in the head. That dude's doing awesome. Like Covent, Brittany, Nated, Excellion, those guys don't pull those numbers. Wookiee Legend, okay. Tommy, I don't know any of these people. Thank you very much. Okay, let's do our thing. Oh, I'd love to rate somebody who has like nobody, and then do that. But I just again, I don't want to do something that like I end up regretting. You guys are like my family. Like it'd be like when my mom took me to go see that Sean Connery movie, may he rest in peace, where then it was like full of nudity, and my mom was like, "What is this?" And though I enjoyed it, she did not enjoy it, and she felt like she had been bamboozled. Bamboozled, I tell you. Empire of the Sun is the name of the movie, by the way. It was actually, I've gone back and watched it again, but it was pretty gratuitous on the nudity for like a 13-year-old, though. And so my mom, she was just like, you have to understand, I went to a military base. I lived on a military base when I was a kid, right? And so you have to understand that there was only one movie theater and there was only one movie, and you only got one movie every week. So like going to a movie was a big deal. I know this sounds like I'm like a grandma right now, but it's like, I sound like a grandma right now because I'm like, oh, back in my day, going to a movie was, but it was like and it was more, had nothing to do with economics. It just had everything to do with like, they didn't always have, there was just not always movies that were okay. And so I think my mom, who had a massive amount of respect for Mr. Sean Connery, was like, oh, well, this movie will be fine. It has Sean Connery in it. And it was good. Again, great movie, just not for kids, in any way, shape, or form. And so, it's such a legendary story in my family because it's like, oh yeah, it's like that time, Mom, you took me to go see Empire of the Sun. She's like, shut up! I don't want to tell that story anymore. And it's because my mom sounds like freaking Elmo, apparently. Hi, Elmo like Rising Sun. Elmo like movies. Hey, thank you again for the $20. That's awesome. Yeah, we're getting close to finish, guys. We're just cleaning up and preparing to put in the PSU. Raid Panda tastes good. Is Panda taste good? I don't know anything about him. And do pandas really taste good? That's the problem. What if they taste bad? Yeah, one zip tie. Two zip ties. Okay, we have everything kind of in a good spot here. This goes over here. Take these last little cables here. That one goes, oh, that's kind of unfortunate, but what we can do, somebody is sneaky. Guys, I got sneaky. And use that cable to help me get it under control there. I was sneaky. Come on, get in there. My flight leaves at 7:45 in the morning tomorrow, and that was my own choice. So I have nobody to blame but myself, just truthfully. But the reason I'm putting the I don't want any cables showing through this little gap over here, so that's what I'm working on right now, just to make sure that we're done. Why don't we all of a sudden, it's like we were at like 1,700 viewers, and then we're like at the end of the build, and then they're like, well, I'm tired. It's like, what? Why would you not stick around for like the last part? Like the payoff is coming, Don't you want to be here for the payoff? Don't you want to see the build turned on? Jiminy. Some people don't want to stick around for the win. The win is coming. It's like the winner, but it's the win. There we go. That'll be good. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just... If I zip tie this right here, it should be good. Okay. One more zip tie. One more zip tie. I need to order more zip ties, by the way, guys. Remind me, Roby needs more zip ties. Okay. There we go. That's pretty good. I'm not trying to overly cable manage, because the other thing too is like we still have to do stuff here. Like I want him to be able to get to his build. I can, just for the sake of fun though. Run these. There you go. Last little cable. Last little cable management part right here. There we go. Okay, there we go. Everything's run to a single place. Everything's ready to kind of cut down and put away. Show you a little trick to not use. Oh, well, that was good. Good on that, Roby. Show you a little trick to not have to use cable ties on one part here in a minute. I forgot to. I totally messed up and cut a cable tie in the wrong pot. If I'd cut a cable, and that would be brutal. What is this? Oh. Okay. There we go. Now it's in. Cool. Now we're going to take this, and what we're going to do here is you take this off, and then once you connect it, you can connect it in here, and then you put it back on, and it'll hold that in. This goes right here. There we go. Might not be able to get that in there. Good. Okay. There we go. Okay, everything's cable managed. These are all the plugs that I got to plug in. Plug, 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 plug. Okay, now we can put in our PSU. This is it. This is it. PSU time. PSU time. Don't bother me. PSU time. Don't bother me. PSU time. Don't bother me. Hey, Margot's here. Wait, what? Is Margot here? No, 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 no. Margot's here. Wait, wait. Did I miss? Wait. Margot. Oh gosh. Did she? Do I get to see her? Hey. Oh, Margot is here. Hey guys. Okay. Okay. So big shout out. So next week, Monday, Margot, I'm flying out tomorrow morning at 7:45. That's my own fault, by the way. But I just haven't seen some friends in LA in so long, so I'm flying out tomorrow morning at 7:45. Margot is here. I am hanging out with Margot Brooke on Monday. We're building her a rig that is, it's c'est magnifique. Let me say that because it's funny. Margot really got Margot's specs. Margot Brooke, and for Margot Brooke, for those who don't know, Margot Brooke is an actress and a streamer here on Twitch. She is most recently known for basically her show. She was on Legion on Show FX. She's dead though. Spoiler alert, and I didn't know that, so I've learned that since. I've learned a lot about Margot in the short amount of time. Great death scene, by the way. I have a couple notes, but we'll work on that. We'll work on. You could have been some more like some dad jokes if you died or something like that. Just kidding. I'm going to be building a PC for Margot. When I first got her specs, like MSI was like, "Hey, here's the specs, Roby," and I was like, "Okay, listen. If this is gonna be a Roby Tech PC, like there's no way I'm putting a 2070 Super in her PC." So like I was like, let me get a 3080. So we got her a 3080. We're putting it's a Intel 10700K. It's got a 3080 in it. Like it is going to be a hell of a build. I'm super excited about it, and we're gonna make sure it looks good as well. So hanging out with her, that's gonna be a lot of fun. She is here in the channel right now. So that's at 4 p.m. on Monday, down in LA, streaming here on my channel as well. Yeah. I know, Margot, come on. I got to make sure that you got to have all the frames. You got to have all the frames, and you know that. So yeah, 3080, we're putting a MSI 3080 Gaming X Trio in her machine. I think it's a Fantex build as well. I think like they were like, he sent me, he's like, "Hey, we haven't figured this stuff out." And I was like, let me get you a parts list. So I think, yeah, I do. I try and pull it. So it's going to be pretty fun. Believe it or not, Margot, you are going to be the 200th PC that I've built this year. So you like, not only do you get to get the 3080 in there, but you're the 200th PC that I get to do on stream. So it's like, you get like extra special. I think I think we're gonna give you like a. I think we're gonna have somebody hand make you a patch or something. I'm just kidding. We're not. I don't think that's really gonna. Yeah, you're lucky number 2. Yeah, I just want it to be awesome. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna be hanging out. You know, we've never met each other, and it's funny because I remember doing these. Like I've now this is like my 7th or 8th one of these doing these things. And it's always weird, right? Like the cool thing about hanging out with other streamers is like I think you instantly start just kind of getting along, but there's always that awkwardness at the beginning. It's like, hey, we're supposed to be best friends on stream, and like, you know, tell me a little bit. But like, I think it's super cool. Watching her streams, she seems super chill. She is way better at games than I am. So just so you know, everybody here would tell you that you are definitely gonna have to carry me, and I hope you're okay with that. And I'm okay with that too. I'm not proud, even though I've been making video games for over 17 years. I never get to play them a lot of times, but I have played a lot of COD. I'm looking forward to that, so it should be fun. So I'm expecting you get her on the WoW server. I don't think she's a WoW player. She seems more FPS. I heard WoW. Yeah, I heard COD as well. So that's the plan. I was benchmarking it yesterday. And it wasn't going so well. So just FYI, I'm expecting your game skills. I've seen some of your streams. Oh, by the way, Margo, can we get a shout out to Margo so that way people can check her out? Margo, when do you stream? I'd love to know that. What's your stream schedule? Because it's not mine. It's not like mine at all. That's because I have no life outside of fun doing fun things. But yeah, I would love to know when Margo streams so we can get her in there and you guys can check her out. She's killing it over there on the Twitches. 8 p.m. Oh, wow, no, she streams like, oh, sorry, but you're not streaming right now. At 8 p.m. until 1 a.m. If you were streaming, we'll have to, okay, so we're going to put you on oh, she is streaming, right? Okay, so why don't we raid her? Margo, we'll raid you. So we're going to be done in about, I don't know, 50 minutes. Yeah, so we're going to do Margo from Legion. We're going to raise her, yeah, so she's live. We'll raid you. We'll raid you in, that's why, yeah, okay, so we'll raid you after this. Okay, there we go. So everybody, there's your raid right there. We're gonna hang out. You guys are gonna go hang out with Margo. We're gonna do a Roby raid in about, I don't know, probably 30 minutes. And you guys are gonna go watch Margo, and hopefully she's honing her skills to carry me for the stream that's coming up. Oh, I definitely need those. Now I have to pay attention because I got to finish this build. Okay, there we go. There's our PC power. Let's see, what do we need? We are going to do 2 separate power cables for our GPU. So I'll walk through these cables again for you guys so you guys can see this. So we're gonna run 2 of those separately, and then that's it. Like we've cleared the box. Everything's ready to go. There's our cable collection right there. That's gonna be awesome, man. That's awesome. Okay, we got Margo. We got somebody else to raid, and she's fun. Just so you guys know, she's fun. It's gonna be a good time. What do we got? So guys, stick around. I'd love to have you stick around. There's 1,563 people here right now. How many of you guys are over on Twitch right now? I think probably 600. 576 people hanging out on Twitch. I'd love to have you guys stick around. Come in, say hi. Let's show her a little love. Post the stream. Just show us some support, and we'd love to see you guys all on Monday when we do this. Okay, so here's the cables I need. I'm gonna go top down. Okay, so first and foremost, this is the CPU cable, and this is the one that's gonna do power for the CPU. That's what this cable's for, so we're gonna put that in. We're super close to turning this on. The next one we got right here is the VGA. We're gonna put 2 of these in, just because unlike the Cooler Master ones, these are older PSUs, so I wanna make sure there's plenty of power. So I'm actually gonna use 2 separate ones of these for our VGA power. There's that. This right here, this is your 24-pin power for your motherboard. Here is another VGA, or sorry, not VGA, my God, PCIe for PCI power for your GPU. And then here is, oh, we already have one of these. We don't need both. Okay. And then lastly, we have, this is SATA power. This is for the couple little extensions like the the Capellix and the RGB that we have for this. Okay, so that's everything there. Okay, let's get this thing powered up, guys. Let's get this thing powered up because that's what everybody wants. Everyone wants to see the power. I got the power. Oh yeah. It's getting kind of hectic. Okay. It's getting hectic because Roby's up in here. Okay, here we go. So here we are in the back. Start plugging these in. So we have 2 of these VGA. We're going to plug these in right here. There's one. And then CPU. That should be CPU. Okay, CPU is going to go right here. There's CPU. We're going to grab our EATX. This is for the motherboard. And if you want to know which side to plug in, most of the time, if it'll be labeled. The side that you don't plug in. On a Corsair one, they're not labeled. The not labeled is the version that you want to plug into the power supply. And the rule is if there's a split, like if the cable splits, like this one or like the CPU, then it doesn't get plugged in to the. I think I have 3 of these, don't I? No, that's there we go. If it splits, then it doesn't get plugged into the. It doesn't get plugged into the power supply. Okay, so we got one more cable to plug in. That's this one, and this is for our SATA. Oh, I got 2 SATA, so never mind. Here we go. This is our SATA, and we're gonna plug this in the corner right here. Okay, cool. There's all of our cables. And luckily, I've opened a lot of room here for our... Oh, never mind. This is a bracket. Almost messed that up. Okay, so this is a bracket. Which means the PSU is going on here. So it's got a little bracket on it. And then it slides in instead of... going into the top. It's actually better for... Honestly, I think this is better because it doesn't damage the PSU as much. Okay, there we go. Let's grab our handy dandy screwdriver. I'm gonna hold this, I'm gonna hang this off the end here and put the screws on. Put the screws in it. Usually I would have done this before I plugged in the cables, but I didn't, I forgot. I just plain forgot, so I should put the screws in. I'll show you how the screws go as soon as I'm done here. Okay. There we go, last screw. The end is nigh. Okay, so again, here's our connections from the back, so you guys can see those a little bit better. So we got CPU, 2 VGA, this is your SATA, and then that's your motherboard right there. And then what we did is we just screwed in the faceplate. That's what you see right here. So the faceplate screwed in, and these are the holes. They only line up. They're unlike some faceplates, like there'll be like lots of holes. This one only has holes for it, so it's pretty easy to know where they screw in. Okay, here we go. Pull this through the glob of cables, the very end. And somebody asked last stream, which was kind of cool, about the modular versus non-modular. Like, hey, if I'm going to do a modular cable or a non-modular cable, like, does that cause an issue? No, it becomes a whole lot easier to cable manage if you do modular or semi-modular. Modular, you only have to plug in the cables you need, and that's really kind of the only difference. But you're not limiting yourself. You don't have something less powerful. As long as it's like 80 plus certified, then you're in good shape. You don't have to fret about that. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is we're at the end. We're going to kind of get our cables out here because some of them are like kind of plugged in the back here. What I do is I pull them all as tight out as I can, so they're all kind of run down. Now, one thing I will say about this, if you want to just get some extra stuff here, okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my SATA, because these are the 2 simplest ones, and I'm going to plug these in, which are easy. So these just go in one way. They're keyed one way. So that's our AIO is plugged in. And then lastly, there is our... There we go. Okay, so those are plugged in. So that is all out of the way. And you're good to go there. Okay, next one that we're going to do is we're going to grab our CPU, which is right here. This is kind of that long cable I was telling you about. This is just going to go like this and plug into this one in the corner. like that. And then you don't have to use a cable. Oh, geez, come on. You don't. This doesn't go in like it's supposed to. Okay, come on. There it goes. Okay. You don't have to use a. You don't want to. All you got to do is take this, and you take your little, and then you just slide it in. And there you go. That saves you cable time because this is now pinned. There you go. That's how you. That's a little cable love for you. So you got that, and that's nice and clean down there. Okay. Next up, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these ones, and then you want to just kind of you want to take these, and these are down here in the back, but these are our VGA, and where you're going to take one of each of these and plug them in. There's 2 cables. You're going to give it the full power here. And the main reason we do this is the 3080s are very power hungry cards, and so unlike the 2000 series or even the 1000 series before them, oh my gosh, these are like being painful. They're not usually supposed to be this. They're supposed to just pop in, but oh, come on. Make sure this one goes in there. It's that one. Okay, I'm gonna try I'm gonna try the other one. Sometimes it's just easier to, this is why having 2 of these can be nice. Okay. Come on. Yeah, that one plugged in nicely. Okay. That one's plugged in. Got one more. Hopefully this one's going to be easier. Hopefully this is just like it's being wacky. Come on, baby. This one cable, this one in thing is like not quite lining up, so it's just being wacky. I'm just trying to get it so it goes in, and then I can work around it. Gosh darn it, this is not what I need right now. Sometimes it takes some jiggling on the other side of the cable there, especially if the head's a little weird, so just trying to get this in so it just goes in. Yes, usually it's not this hard. Annoying. There it goes, got it in. Okay, whoo! That was painful. Sometimes you just gotta be finesse-ish. Okay, so there you go. Those are all plugged in. There's all our cables. Just kind of push them down. And you use the last cable. And you want to make sure this one's kind of facing, like let the cable extension determine the direction. In this case, whatever direction the cable extension is, don't try and twist the cable extension around. Just use this, like so, going from there, and then there you go. Okay, everything's powered, ready to go. Let's turn this bad boy on. Okay, ready to go. Okay, let's throw the back on just to make sure it closes, and then we're gonna really strong magnet there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. There we go. Ugh. Go taut. There we go. Cam link up. And just like that, PC quickly comes back together. There we go. And we're going to just make sure, oops, we're going to lock this in. Ugh. Okay, now case looks good. Everything's locked. Everything to be idyllic. Dilly-dally. There we go. Okay. There is everything ready to go. Let's put it up. Put it up for the end. Who's ready to turn it on? How does it look? I think it looks good. But I think. Okay. Here we go. It'll look pretty when we turn it on. Oh. Okay, there we go. There we go. HDMI. Nope, that's not going to do me any good. That's a not useful HDMI. It's not plugged into anything. Okay. There you go. HDMI and power. Boom. There it is. And lit up like a Christmas tree. The GPU is sagging in the front. Is it? Yeah, this is a hefty GPU. Yeah, the GPU is definitely sagging. I don't know. Again, you might have to get a sag bar for this. You might have to get like a sag bar to fix that. Look at all that light. Looks so good. Again, there's not a whole lot I can do. You could, like, again, you want that probably just a little bit higher. But yeah, you could buy a sag bar, or like they don't, you know, which you could buy. That's an easy thing for him to install. It's a little saggy, but oh, but the build is done. It looks so good. That looks so clean, and all that RGB, and it's so, those QL fans are so quiet. Here, I'll give you guys, here, check this out. Look at the side view of this. Ow. Look at that side view there. Watch, look at this. Yeah, it's eye candy. It's very rainbow. It's got that, it's like that nice muted look right there. It looks really good. Did you use the included anti-sag brake? Does the P500A have one? Oh, it has. It does have one. Oh. I don't know if this will work. Where does it go? I have to look that up. It looks like it goes on the, it looks like it's a clamp. Oh, it clamps. It must clamp on another side. Let me see, does it have instructions on how to use it? Optional upgrades. So it has an anti-sag bracket. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it says insert the thumb screws without tightening them and then lock the thumb screws in position. Okay. So it looks like this does have a anti-sag bracket. But the problem is that in order to put this, I think where I have the power cable is going to have to move. Yeah, I'll turn. Hold on one sec, guys. Yes, these thumb screws go right. Okay, so this goes. Okay. I'm going to turn this off. One sec, guys. We're going to see if this fixes it. Okay. Okay, so what you do is this goes in here. That doesn't look like it's gonna hold. Like, does it feel like the sag is less? Let me grab my screws here. Okay, so I'm installing the sag bracket. It says do not tighten them. It says put them in. Okay. It says press down and lock the thumb screws in position. So it says press down. Just don't tighten them. Press down. Does it look like it went up at all? Does that look like it went up a little? I wonder if I can. No, let me see if I can. I wonder if there's something I can do, like where. Hold on, let me do this. That doesn't look like it really did anything. Does that look better? Millimeter? Looks better. Okay, well, I think you're gonna actually need like an honest to God, like real sag bracket. I don't know if that's gonna do it there. You are gonna lose this, unfortunately, because there's no way to put this in now. So you do lose a drive, but I don't know if you're gonna care. Okay. I think it might be better to get like one of those like real thick boy ones versus doing that one. That one, it feels like it's supposed to clip those things. You can play with it a little bit, but I don't know if that's gonna make it a whole lot better. Okay. Just gonna put this stuff back. And then we'll turn it back on. How about that? That's what people want to see. And I'll turn down the lights, guys. Okay. Accessory kit. Here's our tire. There we go. Okay, let's turn down the lights. I want to walk you guys through something real quick, and then we'll do this last giveaway, and then we'll raid Margot, and I'll start getting ready for flying to LA. But I did want to bring this up one more time. Oh, by the way, it does post. There's the post right there. I'm hoping it works. This has been like a crazy thing for us with this thing. Where's my Streamlabs? Hold on one sec. PC game capture. Okay, hold on. Properties. So there is. Oh, that's why it wasn't activated. So, do you see it? Nope. Okay. Anyway, it does post. I'm not going to play with this right now. So it does post. Everything's good there. I did want to talk to you guys about real quick. because somebody had asked a question, and so they had said, I want to let people know, and then we'll go to lights down, and we'll do the last giveaway. Because one of those questions that came up was specifically about the ABS systems, and the fine folks over at ABS, which is like they do pre-builts, and it's one of like not everybody likes to build a PC, and so I did want to show some of the deals that are happening right now. These are the deals, the Black Friday deals that are currently happening for ABS. Now, not everybody likes pre-builts. I get that. But the other thing too is understand that there are certain pre-builts that are better than others. They are not all the same. And in doing so, I want to make sure that if you're going to get something, you're going to get something you like. And one of the things that I really like about ABS is, again, that they use real parts. They don't use unknown parts. And so right now, they're built and shipped by Newegg, by the way. Each PC is stress tested with 2 to 3 benchmarks, and then obviously they're quality controlled. They all come with Windows 10. The systems under 2070 Supers always come with keyboards and mice. They have 30-day replacement and parts. And then they also have 1-year parts and labor in terms of their overall warranty. And then the Black Friday deals, I put the link in the description, but here's some of the deals that are going on right now. Like 21%, 25%, you got 20%, you got 22%, so you have some really good deals. Some of these are out of stock. Like this one was like, this has a 2060, but most of these are 2000 series, that the ones that are on Black Friday, obviously that's going to be the case because they're trying to get rid of it. But if you're looking for a really good deal and you want parts that that are good and quality and have been tested, then I check these out. So I have personally helped with these guys with giving them feedback. It's the other thing I kind of like about them, but I wanted to show that off. I've done that with NZXT before, the BLDs, and I also have the same, I want to let you know that I have the same trust in ABS. So let's turn on the lights. Let's do the giveaway, but I want to show those off again. So again, the links are there. There's a link in the description for YouTube if you want to go check them out, their whole page. There's a bunch of different systems there, but they're different. Look at that front there. Doesn't that look good? I love the front. So you should definitely go check them out because they're worth giving a gander. I saw some people asking the questions, which systems would I recommend? Again, there's some really good ones there, and all of them are going to be great in terms of gaming. But they also have 3000 series PCs and stuff like that too. So we got one more giveaway. I know people are excited about that. We're going to turn down the lights like we always do. End it in a moody mood. End it in the mood. In the mood. Oh yeah, that's what she told me. In the mood. Everyone know that I'm in the mood, yeah. Okay, there we go. Down the lights go, up the RGB goes. We're gonna go to the side camera, and so that's how we'll end it for today as we get ready for the stream. There it is, right there. I'm gonna bring this in and then back a little bit. I'm trying to get a good frame there for you, and then yeah, we're gonna go way back so you guys get some good. Let's see, okay, and then. I want to go, okay, this way. I think that'll get it out of the way, and you'll, oh, opposite. I want to go this way. Oh, I can't go anymore because it's just like the window's blocking. I'm going to put the window, move the window over here just for now. Move it here. You guys can get that. Okay, let's do this last giveaway. Last giveaway. This is for the $150 Newegg gift card. I'm just clicking on random buttons. Come on, go back. We're gonna do this is for the $150 Newegg gift card. Giveaway entry for this is obviously Newegg being a massive sponsor. We always want to give it out to them because they're the ones who always sponsor these $150 cards at the very end. Remember, guys. Definitely make sure you take a look at the very end to show those ABS systems. If you want to go back, watch the VOD. I walked through a bunch of their different options, like their IMs and stuff like that. We've built in their cases, great systems for looking at and stuff like that. Does the GPU look less saggy? It does. It actually does look less saggy. I think the only thing that's weird is like now, these are like not where they should be. I'll fix those a little bit. There we go. This does look so good. This build looks so clean. It's just a clean looking build. And it just doesn't, there's no sound, which is awesome. Awesome. I'm not seeing the giveaways here, so it's running, but let me refresh. There we go. 1 minute, 48 seconds left, guys. Oh. That was a good stream. That was a lot of fun. That was a good Friday. Other than the fan incident. The fan incident is about the only thing that we had that was kind of weird. I love how these fans look they look the same from the front and almost the back. They're just great looking fans. If you win, hey, that'd be huge. That'd be huge if you win. That'd be great if people donate that back. That'd be cool. How many people we got watching right now? I hope that number is correct. We have about 1,300 people right now, which is awesome. Looks like the thing is broken. Please stick around. We're gonna be raiding Margot in just a few. So I'd love to have you guys support and do that. Thank you very much for all those donations. We have 3 more days we're going to raise money for the staff. I'm pretty sure we're going to hit our goal. I super appreciate everybody donating and stuff. I know we have, bro, it took an hour and a half to install. I know it did. It took a long time to install the stupid fans. It only took an hour. It wasn't an hour and a half, was it? No, it was an hour. But we're definitely gonna be blessing and running super grateful. I haven't counted bits yet. I haven't counted super chats yet. So I know that we're much closer. But thank you everybody for doing those tips. I think somebody, by the way, I did want to give a shout out to Blue Jay for tipping 50. I missed that one. So thank you very much for that $50 tip, Blue Jay. That was amazing. All of you guys for doing all that stuff. Thank you for all those follows. 48,456. We're getting super close to. We're gonna hit 50K soon, guys. That's gonna be awesome. 50K. It's gonna be great. Okay, guys. Raffle has ended. Click. There we go. The Master Bacon. Click. It's over, guys. Okay, we're gonna draw the winner right now. Waiting for her to pick a winner. She's gonna pick a winner in just a second. I think she's going to. Giveaway's over, guys. Giveaway's done. I'm gonna let her. Where's the parts list? We'll get links to parts here pretty soon. The only thing is that don't ignore the ML fans like I didn't. Right? There we go. Congratulations, Rolon 84. Rolon 84. You are the winner of the $150 Newegg gift card, which is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, great success. Yeah, Tristan, this looks so good. I'm glad you're happy. You ended up with QL fans, which are even nicer than the LL fans. So I'm glad. It sounds like, Tristan, you're really happy. Yeah, everybody, this is Tristan's machine. Basically, he's over there on Twitch watching. He's been watching the entire time, getting this build built. I think this machine came out incredible, and everybody is very happy. Thank you very much, Burzum. I appreciate that. That's awesome. I do. Okay, guys, we are going to raid. Marlo. So Tristan Cade 123 is that is the person who won. And so we're gonna do that raid right now. I want to say thank you very much for hanging out. Don't forget, Monday 4 p.m. we're doing a special stream at Intel Studios, building a PC for Margot. It's going to be Margot Brook. Margot Brook. We're going to be doing that. That's going to be super rad. I'm super excited about. Getting to do that. And so you should tune in. It's going to be here on my YouTube channel and on my Twitch channel. So don't worry. We'll be streaming everywhere. So you can just come back here. Let's go raid, everybody. Let's go raid. We're going to go raid Margot. I'm gonna find. Oh, there she is, right there, Margot. She's got 100. She's playing some Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Gonna start that raid right now. Have a great night, everybody, and we'll see you later.
that you wanna stay. Baby, just don't walk away. I need you now. Fade it out. All the time we spent alone, fighting through the firestorm. Don't let me down. I need you now, 'cause I'm feeling worn out. It's getting to me. Lost some heart trying to get on my feet. Caught in the madness, I feel you somehow.
before I even went live. So looks like you guys are either waiting or we just had so much fun today this morning with our stream this morning that everything just went going in there. So yeah, let us hit record first and get the record going. So we got that going. There we go. Record is happening. How are you guys doing? Welcome to Robitech. Robitech is a show dedicated to PC building, basically hanging out with Tech Dad and all that sort of stuff. I'm just going to verify something. It seems a little iffy right here. With this, we're just going to make sure that's all in there. Okay, there we go. So anyway, welcome to Robitech. Robitech is a show dedicated to PC building, tech news, tech deals, tech awesome, tech fun, and Tech Dad. That's really what it is. You guys are part of the Robiverse, and welcome all of you Techians to the second episode of I guess the third episode of the week. You guys got a bonus stream this morning. How many people tuned in this morning for the stream this morning? Did anybody get to watch that this AM? Did anybody? Tech Dad, that's right. How do you even have 100K? How do you not? I don't know. It's working on the. I am. I'm wearing the Dallas Fuel jersey today. I did. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. We had like 36,000 people watch it afterwards, which is crazy. So it's been a lot of fun doing that sort of stuff. I was thirsty for an ice. Come on, ice. We're waiting. Wow. Ow. That went down the wrong way. Maybe that's why ice hasn't sponsored yet. But hey guys, welcome to the show. Show is typically Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, starting at 6 p.m. One of our lights isn't on. Man, I'm all discombobulated. So just so you guys know, I was doing some work here in the studio before I got here, and time got away from me a little bit. And so I feel like I was like, oh God, it's almost, there we go. Now we got light. Now we got more light. So kind of catching up. But the show typically happens every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, starting at 6 o'clock p.m. We are starting at 6 on time, and we should be doing so all week, which is great, which means won't go as late unless we have PCIe 4 riser issues like we did yesterday, which I don't think that'll be a problem because we're not vertically mounting the GPU. For those of you who don't know, this is a live stream, and because it's live, that means that we make mistakes. Yesterday was a great example of me learning something live with people who could help me learn together. Yesterday we had a great example of perseverance on my part as we worked together to help solve an issue. That was happening when we installed a 3080 FE in vertical mount position. We learned a lot, and so I think that's a great example of why I love doing this live, is learning things together and learning things as a group. And so yesterday was awesome. I had a lot of fun. It was a lot longer of a stream, coming in at 4 hours and 10 minutes, and then we got up this morning and did another hour. So it's always it's fun, but at the same time, it was also like at the time it was frustrating. And it's great that that PC is now completely up and running and good to go, and the way that we had intended it in the first place. But that's why I love doing this live, and because we do it live, we're not just streaming to Twitch, we're not just streaming to YouTube, we're not just streaming to Facebook, we're actually streaming to all three. And because of that, there's literally thousands of people across all of those platforms who watch this show on a daily basis. And we have to give them information in different ways. Like Twitch, we have bots that sometimes work, but we have bots who give and disseminate information. If you're over on YouTube, you're used to all that information being down in the description below, like it is. And then finally over on Facebook, well, there's only 3 of you, and I'm sorry, there's no way for us to get the information to you. So you just kind of hang out there and be a part of stuff. We are doing something super fun today. I'm pretty excited about it. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. Yesterday we talked about the giveaway that's starting next week. We are building the PC for the giveaway starting next week. Today, we're building a 3080 system sponsored by EVGA, NZXT, and of course, the fine folks at Newegg who provided all the parts for the giveaway. But on top of that, we are also giving away an Xbox Series X and a PlayStation 5 along with it. It is the ultimate next-gen giveaway, and that is going live next week. Look for details on that. We'll tell you more about it on Wednesday. Big congratulations to Drafaz, who won the 3080 from the September giveaway that we did in last month. And then do not forget, subs, you are entered to win our, right now, we are on track to give away 2 3070s at the end of this month. So if we continue to have the trends of the subs and stuff like that, which This is crazy, guys. Twitch, what's going on here? We haven't even started our Twitch our hype train. So are we gonna get that going? Do we have like literally? Has it really happened? Have you guys forgotten? I'm gonna go and check my analytics right now. Refreshing here. We have no subscriptions this morning. None. We have done none. So we are you guys, we got to catch up and go. There we go. There's CMR. We got some people going in there. We have two. Never mind. We have two. But guys, we got to get that hype train going, because remember, if we get 2 hype trains, let's talk about giveaways right now. If we get 2 hype trains in the 2 hours, and this show usually lasts 3, then we actually give away a Western Digital 250 gig M.2 NVMe. If you're international, we just send you a Newegg gift card. So as long as you're in a region where Newegg ships, then you are eligible to win. We're going to give away a 25. There it is. Oh, Booty Chatter. There he goes. He starts it. That's the build we're building tomorrow. Booty Chatter's kicking it off tomorrow. We're going to be building his build. If we get to 45 subs, we're going to give away a $25 Newegg gift card. If we get to 45 subs, that becomes a $50 Newegg gift card. If we get to 90 subs, that becomes a $100 Newegg gift card. And if we get to 120 subs, that becomes a $150 Newegg gift card. We have yet to not give away a $150 Newegg gift card. And every time we hit that 125, if we go to 150, then we'll give away, and we get that twice a week, then we'll give away 2 3070s at the end of the month. So lots of stuff going on there, and go from there. Yes, the extended subscriptions, like you're in, if you're an extended subscription, it still counts and things like that going in there. But we're trying to get the hype train going and all that sort of stuff. We are also, if we get to 600 likes on YouTube, and this is your YouTube folks, so we talked about what the Twitch folks got to do. If we get to 600 likes on YouTube, we give away 3 months of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is amazing. It gives you access to 100 games on Xbox, 100 games on PC, and access to the xCloud system, which lets you stream games on your Android device anywhere that you want to. So super epic for that. So lots of giveaways happening throughout those. We give away the like one as soon as the likes happen. We give away the hype train one right around when we get that second hype train, and then finally the last ones we give away at the end of the stream. So there's giveaways throughout, and so lots of giveaways. And then finally we have the big PC giveaway, which we'll be doing which we'll be announcing next week as part of that. And you guys are going to see me build that PC today. So that's what's going on. Twitch is a little behind YouTube. Okay. Yeah, we got nan lights everywhere. Okay, guys, we have 3 minutes. Let's finish out. We're only at level 4 hype train right now. Can we finish out the hype trains today and go from there and finish this out? So that's what we got to go and get this hype train done, because we know we can. There's 524 people. Now, for those of you who are over on YouTube and you're like, well, wait a minute, I can't subscribe. Like, how do I subscribe? Well, you can go to twitch.tv/Robitech. If you are an Amazon Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you have a free Twitch subscription that you can use to enter and potentially win a 3070. So head on over, use your free Twitch Prime stub. That goes towards the hype train as well, which means, and everybody gets access to all the giveaways. So if you're watching the show and as long as you have access to a bot, which works on YouTube and on Twitch, then you can enter to win. So yeah, if you want to pop on over and do that stuff, there you go. There we go. Jason XR6T just subscribed with Prime. So yeah, and going from there, we're almost there. We got to finish out this hype train. We got 2 minutes left on the last one. Matt dropping 100 bits. There we go. So little bits from P Joyce. A lot of people just saying hype and stuff like that, which I super appreciate as well. But let's finish out this hype train so we can get on with the build. We haven't not had. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's another subscription from. Is it UAR? You are a spoon. You are spoon. Oh, there we go. Fuji69 gifting 5 tier 1. There we go. Congratulations to you guys. I'm trying to join with Prime. So I'd see it if you did. You can go back and look, but it'll show you. You'll have a little icon next to your name. Whoa, there's the 5 tiers right there. There's another subscribe to tier 1 from Chaim Requiem. And yeah, thank you very much for all those tiers. There's another one. Mom Mappa. There we go. Yeah, so there we go. We got them all. We finished it out. We're at 22, so we're halfway to the 45. And most of the time, let's get it in there. Come on, guys. We got to unlock those 2 3070s. I want to make sure that happens. Okay, so now that that's happening and people are still going to sub and all that sort of stuff. And don't forget, you want to get in on those 3070s. Let's talk about the news that happened today. And what it's funny. I've had some time now to kind of contemplate and do my research. I watched a bunch of videos on it and just kind of come to a position in terms of where I am on the 3000 series. And a lot of people were asking, hey, for people who I'm sorry, on the announce of Zen 3 or 5000 series Ryzen, like, why am I excited? Why should I be excited? And what was it that was about this thing that became so cool? And so that's what I wanted to get. I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk a bit about the Ryzen 5000, the announce of the 5600 XT, the 5800X, sorry, the 5600X, the 5800X, the 5900X, and the 5950. And one of the things, some of the things that were so exciting, and why we have Intel in a really precarious position coming out of things, because like I said, their Rocket Lake CPUs, and we did confirm this because of some folks who were talking to us during the stream. So Rocket Lake was announced. They are going to do an event in early 2021 to introduce their new 11th gen Intel desktop CPUs, right now codenamed Rocket Lake. With Rocket Lake, when we think about it, like what you saw is you saw AMD compare itself to 10th gen Intel, which is their latest ones that we're doing, and we're actually putting one of those in the build today. But they have been, from a gaming standpoint, they have been the best gaming CPUs on the market, and a lot of that has to do with their high core clock counts, right? So like 10900K, you can do 5.3 gigahertz, and when you think about like a 3950X, which I think is like 4.6. No, it might be. Yeah, I think it's 4.6. I might be mistaken about it. Don't quote me on that. I'm pulling some stuff from memory. It's just that extra 800 megahertz can make a big difference, especially because games have what's called a single main thread. It's called the main thread in games, and that really runs on the main CPU. It doesn't do well with a lot of cores, which is something that Ryzen has already really kicked Intel all over the place in terms of multi-core and multi-threaded stuff. But games really are single core, and because of that, you've seen Intel typically historically perform better on for games than it has Ryzen. Well, today you saw AMD come out of the gate, start basically, throwing down, saying, hey, with their IPC, with their increase in IPCs, and with what's essentially their reduction in their architecture for what's called the Infinity Fabric, and I'll talk a little bit about CPX and what CPX means. So when you used to look at the core architecture, and I know I'm going to get a little nerdy, but I'm going to kind of explain it. When you used to look at what are called chiplets on a Ryzen, so the way they got so many core counts is they built these things called chiplets. And those chiplets used to be physically separated and they're cache separated by what's called the Infinity Fabric. And because you used to have to pass data between those two, you could introduce latency, etc. And that's what would actually end up with reduced times when you basically did with games. So like on a main core thread, even though it only had access to 16 megs of cache, like you'd actually see this thing where the game would actually perform worse, because unlike the architecture on Intel, where basically the main thread has access to all of the the core cache, etc. That was stuff that one of the reasons that you would see Intel perform better than Ryzen. Are you guys following me so far? I'm trying to thank you guys and trying to help you understand what it was that's so cool about what happened today with AMD. Well, what happened is with the new version with Zen 3, what they did is, instead of giving 16 cores, which used to be connected by this Infinity Fabric, and because they've been able to increase they've been able to update their architecture, now a core or a CPX or a chiplet actually has access. The entire thing has access to all 32 megs. And because of that, the instructions, the IPC, the instructions per core have been able to be increased. And the other two is with the clock speed come up, now all of a sudden, Ryzen has become way more competitive from the game standpoint, and that was why everything that you saw today was about them going after the one place where Intel has really kind of dominated, specifically in the CPU market. And so now, when you go in there, when we go and get like a 3950X, and specifically for people who bought like 3090s, or if the 3080 Ti comes out, those are going to be the chips, like the 5950X and the 5900, that really are for those games and for people who want to game on Ryzen. So that is what is so exciting. The other thing too is that they also showed a timeline that sometime in 2022, between now and 2022, we will actually see their 5 nanometer process, which just means that, again, as things get smaller, speeds increase, etc., and we could actually see a Ryzen CPU with a greater than 5 gigahertz basically clock speed on a CPU. So very exciting time. Again, we'll also take everything with a grain of salt, because we are going to get test units. We are going to test it here on the show. We're going to live benchmark and make sure we see those differences. I've been waiting kind of I knew a lot of people had tested the 3080, but really it's about how 3000 series will perform with things like Rocket Lake and Zen 3 that are really going to be the true test as we get into what is next gen for PC gaming. So exciting times. They do release on November 5th, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I wanted to go through that. Hopefully that helped some stuff and helped you understand. Do people have questions? Is there anything that I can answer? I wanted to make sure we did a little bit before that, before we got into getting into the build itself. So anything like that. Yeah, I feel like 6 gigahertz is going to be the next one. The smell process actually makes clock speed harder to hit, but less impact. Yeah, that is true. Yes, icy, but still icy. I still feel like we even as the process. Like I don't think like when 5 nanometer comes out. But I still think when 5 nanometer comes out, and then as they improve, they know clock speed's important, so it's something they'll still increase. Again, you're right; it will make it harder, but at the same time, I still feel like it's the number that they want to get, they want to hit. So, and it's releasing on 5. Planning on building my first PC soon. Still deciding what are your expectations for 5800X. Right now, my expectations are only what we have. Right, like I expect them to do better. I expect them to be more powerful. By how much? They're saying 25% uplift. Right, so when you think about 25% uplift, that's where we're going there. Yeah. Already have the socket. I think some boards. So all boards. So here I will clarify. The B450 does actually support B450 and X470 and higher will support Zen 3. There is supposed to be a BIOS update in January of 2021 that will allow B450 boards, so not when it launches, but in January, that will allow B450 boards to support Zen 3. What the limitations will be of that, we are not clear. We're waiting for information from AMD because, again, you're not getting PCIe Gen 4. There's going to be some things that you are probably going to hamper the speed of the CPU because of putting it in an older motherboard. However, if you have B550 or X570, those will work with Zen 3 right out of the gate. There will be a BIOS update sometime this month that will allow those things to be supported, from what I understand. So, so that's what we're thinking for that sort of stuff. Can I explain that all again? No, I'm not going to explain it all because we got to get into the build. Building is the thing that everybody's here for. So I just want to spend a little time with that. Can you clean an AIO? Do you have to? No, you can clean an AIO. All you got to do is wipe off. Actually, the one that we're using today, I just cleaned. We used it in a different build, and it's going into the build that we're giving away. X470 as well. Yes, Don. Hey, thank you very much. $5, Jonathan. Appreciate that. B450, B550, and X570, as well B470 as well. Up for these boards might stop support for the 3000 series. I didn't hear that. So, for these boards might stop support for the what do you mean, Super Mage Boy? I don't know what that question means. What's up, Don East? How are you, man? We are actually building in that. I have not built in that case. So there have been a couple people who have. We are building in it in 2 weeks. Ice, so good. Okay, anything else? What's a good white motherboard? I would say, well, for the B550 from Asus. Or the X570 Prime from Asus as well. The Gigabyte Z490 Vision or the Gigabyte B550 Vision are all great white boards. It's one-way street and you can't use the board for older. Oh, yes. Maiden, I get what you're saying. Yes, that is true. RTX 38. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Okay. Which 850? I like the C850, the 850 from the GA from EVGA, the 850 from Corsair. You have a lot of choices. The Seasonic, anything from Seasonic would be a great 850 watt. You're going to be good. EVGA, 850 Platinum, all those things. Perform better than the old Ryzen 7. We don't know. So I don't think they will be. I don't think it'll be 3800X. But or 30, I definitely don't think the 5600X will outperform a 3900X. I don't know about 3800X. So MSI scandal, yeah, we've talked about that. We've been part of the MSI. We have been scalping MSI cards along with them. That's what we do. I'm just kidding. That's not true. We made lots of jokes yesterday about the MSI scalping scandal. So yeah, that's pretty messed up. It sucks. We know that it was more than likely, based on the information we have and what we've learned, similar stuff from Gamers Nexus, is it sounds like it's a very small subset of people, but somebody at MSI was giving them permission that they shouldn't have, and they're trying to do right by it. But man, MSI has gotten a lot of black eyes in the last couple of days. So yeah, we got so people are asking, wait, what happened? MSI got caught having some of their own subsidiaries or other people actually scalping their own cards on eBay. So yeah. i7 10700K, a 37. Oh, thank you, Aspect Rigs. Thank you very much for that, man. Great pair for an i7 10700K is a 3080. That's a great one for that, or a 3070. But yeah, that would work well with a 3080. Does USB 3 plug work for USB 3.2 port on him? If it is the same connector, yes. Okay, we are one sub away, guys. Let's get this last sub. Let's get this build. One sub, we'll kick it off. We'll kick off the build and go from there. There's giveaways for Twitch subs. There is a giveaway for Twitch subscribers. We're planning right now. We're looking at planning on giving away 2 3070s at the end of the month. So that's the sub only giveaway for this one. And there we go. Sticks with the TG. Okay, let's start the next giveaway, and then we'll kick off the build and talk about what's in it, because we're giving stuff away with this build. So I'm pretty excited about it. Okay, so we're gonna end this goal. Next one is the $100 Newegg gift card. We need 90 subs. We're at 45. 20. Okay. Starting that. Okay, so let's I'm trying to think if there's anything else. We talked about all that stuff. Oh, a couple things that I want to let you guys know is I forgot. So yeah, I don't want you to know that apparently. Let's talk about what's in this build today. I feel like that's what we're going to do, and let's get started with what's in the build. That feels like the part that everybody goes, let's start making it real. Do not forget, this is a PC we are going to be giving away starting next week, along with an Xbox Series X and a PlayStation 5. So that's going to be the ultimate giveaway, which should be a lot of fun. Let's run over to our iPad here, and then we'll walk through the parts. There it is right there. Clicking on this, and let's get it going. Okay, so starting with our CPU, we are waiting for our 10900KF, so just temporarily, so we can build the build today, we're going to throw in a i9 10900K. The actual CPU that'll be in this build is a 10900KF, so I'll switch that afterwards. So 10900KF, the only difference between a 10900K and a 10900KF is that the 10900KF does not have the integrated Intel GPU inside of it, and so that's the only big difference. They're a little bit less expensive. But when, not a lot of people, unless you're like doing like video editing and you want to get access to that integrated GPU chip, the integrated graphics chip, then that's why, you could do an i9 10900K over a 10900KF. So we're using a 10900KF, but for the sake of making sure the builds still happen, we're going to be using a K just to get it going. So that is what's going to be in the giveaway. So we're using a 10900KF. For the motherboard, which is not listed in here, we're using a brand new board because this build is sponsored by NZXT, and that is the new NZXT N7 Z490 board. This is their all black one. We made a nice little trailer for it. A very attractive board. Some pretty good reviews on this. So you would consider this a mid-range board at $220. Really interesting heat sink options that they have in here. We'll show it off a little bit later. The only thing that I think some people have complained about, and we'll talk a little bit and show this off a little bit later, is that if you were going to have, like, if they, for instance, with the release of Rocket Lake, and if that supported PCIe Gen 4, the M.2 slots do not have heat sinks in them. Which means if you were going to run PCIe Gen 4 heat sinks or anything like that, it may not be a bad idea to run those uncovered. But outside of that, it has a lot of things like an integrated power. It has direct connections for their specific lighting nodes, which is pretty awesome. So if you have an all NZXT build, using something like this for their motherboard might be a really good option. It's a very attractive board. It's going to look nice and clean. We have an all black with some subtle RGB in here, and so I think this is going to end up coming out pretty clean. And it's nice to get to go this. And this just released yesterday. I did check; they are still in stock. There's a link to that stuff down in the description below, and go from there. So that is the Mobo. For the GPU, we're finally using one of the big boys. That's right, guys. We're using the EVGA 3080 RTX FTW3. Pretty excited about this. Another sponsor of this was EVGA, so we're going to be popping this bad boy in, which is probably one of my favorite looking cards. So this will be fun. It'll be nice. The cool thing is like I think almost every week you guys will get to see a new 3080 card, and so we have MSI still coming up. We still have the Strix still coming up. So you guys will get to see all of them here on the show as we get to park and build all of them. So it should be a lot of fun and go from there. Yeah, I think it looks really nice. We'll get to open it up. We'll have a little fun with this. I mean, it's a thick boy, like a thick boy. But yeah, this should be a lot of fun, and we'll be popping that in the PC as well. For SSDs, for M.2's SSDs, we're using Western Digital Black. We're using a 500 gig and a 1 terabyte. 500 gig is our S drive. 1 terabyte is our game drive. These have 3430 and 34. Yeah, these are both 3430 in terms of their overwrite speed. I really like these M.2 drives. I think they're TLC. I think they're triple cell in terms of the technology. So they're not MLC like the Samsung Pros, but still you still get like 50 bajillion terabytes of write space, and so nothing you have to really worry about there. Yeah. So it looks like it says 3D NAND, so I think that means it's TLC. So good fast NVMe drives, and that's what we're going to use. For RAM, same as what we did yesterday, but we're using the Intel version. This is G.Skill Trident Royal Z. This is 3200 megahertz versus 3600 megahertz. It should look good. Again, part of the subtle RGB stuff. This is CL16. This is so Castlake 16, 1818 at 1.35 volts. It's going to look very nice. It's kind of all black with just a little bit of silver, which I think is going to look good with the build. And whoever wins this is going to be very, very happy. For cooling, well, just because we got to go all out. If we're going to use their Z490, we might as well use their high-end cooler. So we're using the Kraken NZXT Kraken Z73. This is their really awesome Asetek, I think 7th gen. It might be 6th gen. I don't know if Harbinger or one of those guys can verify that. It might be. I think it's 7th gen. Their 7th gen Asetek pump. We are going to try. I have not done this. This is the one thing we are going to try and put the cables the right way. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that in the 710. We'll have to see what it is. I have not had the issue with these being I have talked to NZXT when you buy like an H510 Elite or whatever from their BLD system, they do mount them tubes up. They're tested that way. They've stress tested them. That is something they say they do not have issues. I know that when we think about physics, this can be something that I have a problem with, but these guys are saying they don't test it. We're going to try and do it the right way just because we know physics. So we'll go from there. But interesting thing, because I know this is something that NZXT has, definitely thinks about, and so we're going to give this a go. Oh, dude, Arboro, yeah, if you have free Jack in the Box food and you want to share that with everybody else, that'd be great. So yeah, there is our cooling, which should be good. And then finally, we're using our Asia Horse. We got black cables, unlike the 50 bajillion white cables I got. So we're going to be using Asia Horse black cables. And I think that is it. I think that's our build. Oh, and then case, we're using the H710i. Now, the H710i just means we have RGB strips at the top. We're not adding a ton of RGB. We're going to have white light that'll basically highlight the black on the inside, and then all lighting inside will be white. So it'll be including the EVGA stuff. So it should be just a black and white build with subtle RGB. We're not going to be doing rainbow puke. Now, obviously, when we turn it on, it'll all be rainbow puke, but we'll change it to all white before we give it away and give it pictures. So yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Agent. Agent, by the way, just so you guys know, Agent's saying that he's the one who's going to be winning that PC. Somebody's asking, RAM, we did show that as a G.Skill Trident Royal Z. So that's all the stuff going on. Yeah, I think it's going to be nice. I think this is going to be like, if you think about stuff, that is like we wanted it to be light, like I wanted it to be tasteful. And that's not to say that the other builds we haven't built is tasteful, but it's like enough RGB to really kind of make it sing, but not too much, because sometimes that turns certain individuals off. So I did think about that when we did the build today, and I hope people are going to be happy. I think they will be. So I think that is the plan. I think we're going to get started and go from there. Elegant and what does that even mean? I don't know what that means. Blondie's just using bad words. So a lot of people have asked that question, and I'll answer that one real quick. Do you think that 3000 series, so the 3600X, and those will drop in price dramatically? And if you go and look at the 2900X and those haven't actually dropped. So again, they will stop producing them. That means inventory will get low. And the other thing too is like they are already super heavily discounted from where they were from a retail standpoint. So I think that they were already going on sale and pushing heavily, given 10th gen had launched, and they wanted to make sure that they didn't see a drop in the number of CPUs sold. So it may drop, but I don't think it'll be by like a ton. So yeah, let's go from there. Let's see what else we got in there. Cool, thank you very much for the sub. Yeah, sorry, 2700X, my bad. Yeah, it'll be just like the RTX. Hey, thanks for the $10. Just like the RTX 2000 series. Like they did not, once they stopped producing and production numbers being low, I feel like the costs are going to, I think you can buy them for inexpensively on the CPU market. Buying CPUs is a little bit less of a concern than buying GPUs, just because CPUs don't get the stress. Like you don't know if they've been Bitcoin, bit mining or anything like that. But I mean, still, I need to do a video on buying hardware for eBay. I know that's one of those things that comes up there. So I finished my first build with the i9 10 and put it in. Nice, that's great. Congratulations, UR Spoon. To get a 39, or should I wait for the new? Okay. So second question that we'll answer, and then I'm gonna go and grab the motherboard so we can actually start building. Somebody's asking, should I wait? We don't know. Here's the deal. I do, like, if it is anything like when Zen 2 launched, Zen 2 CPUs were very, very hard to get a hold of. They were very hard to get a hold of. Especially the higher end ones like the 3900X and the 3950X. So I don't like the fact that they're launching everything on November 5th. Maybe they have just been producing them like mad and we're not going to have a problem with inventory. We just don't know. And all we can do is we get closer to guess. If you can get one and you're fine with waiting and you're not in a rush, I would absolutely say waiting is probably the best thing. You're gonna get the most bang for your buck. However, given how inexpensive like a 3600X is, like you're literally paying $100 more for potentially 20%. And because we haven't got to benchmark it, it's really hard for us to say, hey, should you get a 5600X over a 3600X? I don't know yet, because all I have is the numbers that AMD did, and we don't know a lot about their testing methodologies. We found some of that discrepancies when we did this last year. They tried very hard to be honest, but there's just no way until we've actually tested it. So the answer is maybe, because it's not simple for me to easily tell you, like with the 3000 series, and we're like, yeah, you should absolutely wait because the 3000 series just, wipes the 2000 series like all over the floor. But unlike in this case, it's more nuanced because the power difference between them is not like super, super massive. And so it makes it, and the other thing too is the pricing, given how quickly discounted the 3000 series became, I don't know if the 5000 series is going to stay that expensive. So I think you're going to pay the most money you'll ever pay for those CPUs if you're one of the early adopters. So that is my rant. I don't know if you agree. Would love to know in the comments below if that's something you agree with. If you don't, or on Discord, it's just a conversation, but that's where I think we are. So, boom. Thank you very much, Faces Photos, for the thing. Yeah, they did get rid of the CCX latencies because the cache is now all connected. You don't have to use the infinity fabric between the two caches. The glue, as Intel like to make fun of. Intel, what CPU? I say a 3700X is a great one for a 3080 or a 10700K and higher on the Intel side. All of those are going to be great. Wow, here we go. By the way, I'm excited about the BIOS for this too. I think the BIOS for this is a very plain looking box for a motherboard. We're not used to this stuff, so I will. Yes, and don't worry, guys. I know we have done a lot of with our 3700X. Somebody asked if I'm going to upgrade my beard comb, and absolutely, we're going to be buying a first gen 5950X and using that for my new beard comb. So don't worry, we will. There is no better beard comb than a Ryzen CPU. They're the right size. There's just something super nice about how their pins are. So we will. Don't worry, we'll definitely upgrade to that when we get there. So don't worry, that is a for sure thing. No, please. You know what's funny? Like I'm half tempted to write AMD and be like, do you have like a 15 do you happen to have like a CPU that's already broken that you can send me that I can just completely have people freak out because I'm like, using what's essentially a 5000 series, a Ryzen 5000 to do nothing but do my beard, because I think that would be hilarious. There's our book right there. They're typical NZXT fashion. There we go. Okay, so we're good there. This is like a legit box for this. Okay, so there's our CPU box for all our extra components, and here is our CPU. Look, here's our motherboard. Look at this bad boy. I love how clean this is going to look. I think this is going to look very clean. So I'm pretty excited about getting to use this. Now, one of the things is that what they've done is there's an entire motherboard under here, but they have covered it all with like an armor plating. So here we go right here. We'll go ahead and take a tour real quick of all of our armor plating and go from there. Yeah, these are genuinely just very nice motherboards. I like the way they look. And like aesthetically, I have the white one on the way too. And so I think these are going to be some of the most popular white-looking motherboards, because they're truly going to be all Stormtrooper white and black. You know what I mean? So. No, yeah, so I don't know why they did that, but if you look at the top, it actually says black. So there we go. I'm just removing these. Oh, these M.2 shields are pretty simple. But yeah, we're going from here. Okay. So we'll walk through and do our little motherboard tour. A lot of it's more hidden now. So our M.2s are right under here. See how I open this? It says, there it is. So there's our M.2s. Like we had talked about. It does not stay on. Oh, there it is. There's a little clip. So this is our full motherboard. And I talked a little bit. I'll show you a little bit when I talked about that heatsink stuff. Going from there. You know what? It's funny. Somebody asked if there's going to be an X570 version of this. Man, I'm telling you, I have requested it from them so many times. I think that NZXT is sick of me asking that question. But right now, I have no information on whether they're doing a X570 version of this motherboard. Okay, so here we have, this is the NZXT Z490, N7 Z490. This is an LGA 1200 in terms of the socket, so that's what we have right here. We've got 4 DIMMs. Obviously, we support dual channel, so there's A and B, and then A and B for channel 1 and A and B for channel 2. Over here we have our EATX power connector. So this is what we're going to power the board with, and then we've got USB-C, which is nice to see on their motherboard. Over here we've got 1 by 16 and 1 by 8 PCIe, and then we've got 3 by 1s, which is nice if you're going to do anything around adding a capture card, etc. The things that are super cool about this is down here at the bottom. This is where we have some really neat stuff. First and foremost, we've got an onboard power and reset button, which is super nice. Here's our front panel connectors. We've got 1, 2, 3. I don't think we have a ton of fan headers. 4, 5. Oh no, we have 7 fan headers. So that's cool. 7 fan headers. These right here are the fan headers. We've got 3 USB. Wow, that's crazy. 3 USB 2 connectors. We've got a 12 volt and an addressable RGB. We've got the front audio, and then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is their proprietary connector for their cam. So they've got a cam connector for hooking up their RGB stuff, which is this is a proprietary. I need to look at the board. I know that's something that they've got for this. Interestingly enough. Oh, never mind. No, sorry. They're up here. So you've got 2 up at the very top up here, and this is proprietary. My bad. I found it. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see it. So up here at the top, these are just for NZXT RGB stuff. So if you're a cam and you're in the cam ecosystem, you've got actually 2 headers to control NZXT only RGB stuff, which is pretty neat. And we are using the Z73, my bad. I don't think that actually uses it, but that's pretty neat to see this. Again, we got 2 fan headers here, another fan header right there. We've got a 8-pin and a 4-pin EPS connector, and then again, we've got 2 more. The CPU and AIO pump fan headers are up here. Now, I talked a little bit about the unique heatsink for this. I'm gonna zoom in so you guys can see this. You can actually see it's just like a circle kind of like thing. There's no connection. Usually you're used to like heat pipes or whatever it was. I will say that Optimum Tech already did their heat testing and stuff like that. even for an overclocked 10900K at 5.3 gigahertz, CPU temperatures stay nice, like nice, no issues in terms of heat there. And especially if you have a good airflow case, like a TD500 or something like that, this is going to be pretty cool. So the other thing that's nice about this board is it does have Wi-Fi 6. You've got HDMI if we're using if you're using a non-KF version. You've got a limited number of inputs. You do have USB-C, and then you've got your audio as well. And then you've also got a clear CMOS button, which is pretty nice. So for $229, pretty packed motherboard overall, especially the stuff like these are things that you just don't see. On motherboards in this price range, which is pretty cool. And then of course, you also have a literally crap ton of heat shielding on this thing that you can take off, etc. For there. But yeah, it's overall very good. Definitely has overclock potential. You don't have anything from there. We've actually had people already tested with overclocking. And then, like I said, it's available for $220 on their site. So we are good there. Let us start installing our components. What do you guys say? Who's ready to start building? Who's ready to start building? Whoa! I just dropped my ice. I'll never get him to sponsor me now. I just dropped my ice off of the thing. That's my nectar of the gods. Okay, let's not open that over PC components. Okay, we're good. Everything's safe. Woohoo! Okay, everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. This is that moment. It did not work as well yesterday, so maybe you guys didn't. Not enough of you stopped. Not enough of you stood up. Everybody stand up, because yesterday we had some complications in building. So we need to get our Zen moment, reset with the build gods. We want this build to go well because we're going to be giving this to one awesome lucky winner out there, along with an Xbox Series X and a PlayStation 5. So we want this to go well. So I want you guys to will to the build gods. I want you to write a DM, write a tweet right now saying, "Dear Tech Jesus," or "Dear at Gamers Nexus, please watch over Roby Tech tonight as he builds. Send him the gracious build vibes." I want you also write Paul, write Linus, get them all in there. We want all the good vibes when we build today. So let's go in there and go from there. So hopefully you guys are good. And we're excited. Oh, SATA connectors. Oh, yeah, you know what? That's a good... Oh, there they are. And hey, that's the other thing I didn't see. That's a good call. Good. Thank you for liking that. Look at this, guys. So there's our SATA connectors. We got 4, which is pretty cool. And then we've also got USB. There's our USB 3.2 right there, too. And they're all on the side. So it's... go from there. How are our likes doing today? So, yeah, help me, Tom Cruise. Help me. Yeah. The Ideal 30 has 2 PSUs. Okay, here we go, guys. We're actually good to go. Let's go ahead and start building. It's time to begin the process. We have 9 likes on YouTube. What? Oh, 305. I was like, what? No, we have 9. We have way more than 9. That's never happened. 760. So we're at like what? 1,045 right now hanging out today, which is awesome. Okay, here we go. Build time. This one is not open. Oh, this is a brand new CPU. I guess I didn't know I had another one. Guys, we're going to open up this brand new CPU. We just had a brand new, just 10900K just sitting there, apparently. Ooh, there we go. Okay, so let's grab our 10900K. Pop that out. Just like that. We'll zoom in a little bit so you can see a little bit better. Get some quality vibing going on there. Okay, we're gonna grab this from the side. Unlike the Intel one where we can do things like comb our beard, you can't do that with Intel. Intel, you don't get that option. You do have the little things down at the bottom, but they just don't feel as nice. So try not to touch those. Try and hold it from the side. There's a little gold arrow in the bottom left that aligns with the little arrow here. You also have little nubs on each side, so when you're going to pop it in, it just goes in kind of one way. Drop it in like that, just make sure it's in, and then you're going to pop it down. And then when you push this down, this little black plate's going to pop off and unleash the power. Just like that. Boom! We've unleashed the powers, and we've lost at least 5 years off of our lives because of that. Hey, thank you very much for Light Princess for those gifted subs. There we go. Lost 5 years off of our life. That's what happens every time you unlock and open up that door. So that's why I got into building PCs, is just so it's like the infinite fountain of youth by unlocking that power every time. You can't have my job. I'm gonna live forever. You'll see. Okay, so that's good. Let's grab our RAM right here and get this open here. Sub-hype. Yeah, we got a lot of them going in there. It's like a nice silver-esque G-Skill 3200 kit here. So we're just gonna pop that in. So there's a little slot right here, which is basically you're just gonna line it up like so. Let's make sure we open it all up like that, and then you're just gonna pop that in just like this. And that looks nice. I think that's gonna look very nice. Ow, gosh, that's so sharp. I'm telling you, man, if you ever are, again, if you're in a zombie apocalypse, you should go find a freaking PC builder, because I swear, dude, like there's a lot of sharp components in there that are gonna help you survive. There we go. And one more. There we go. Okay. And that is in our motherboard. Now we have our RAM in. That looks really good. I think that looks really good. Yeah, RAM wants blood. It always wants blood. Speaking of that, you know what we didn't do, guys? We didn't read a dad joke. Let's get a dad joke up in here. We got to get our dad joke up in here. See what we can find out here. Open a Discord. Let's see who put the dad jokes in here today. So we're gonna go in here, go to dad jokes. I love our dad. It's like one of my favorite places to check is the dad joke section on our Discord channel. Where is it? Where's dad jokes? It looks like they disappeared. Did somebody delete dad jokes? I don't see them in here. Oh, there they are. Phew. I was getting nervous. Okay. Okay. This one's from Filth. Is it Filth Pig? Yeah. This one. I like telling cheesy jokes, but everyone around me is lactose intolerant. Oh, that one's good. That one's good. Lactose intolerant. Oh, that was a good one. That was a there we go. So there we go. That was a good one from him. We'll do some more throughout the show. Let's go and open up our Western Digital Blacks. No. It's there. I found it. You guys tried to hide it, but it didn't work. Dude, that's Boy of Enders is so good. What are you talking about? How are you going to laugh at that? That was quality laughing. I'm lactose intolerant. There we go. Whoops. Okay. So let's get this in here. These would actually look pretty good uncovered too, but because we got that nice like black look on there. Okay, there is that one in like Flynn. SN750. Next one. I've heard that one before. I don't know if like that's okay, the mermaid one, but yeah. As a dad, I just let. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. Is like I think most of like if your dad's like all the dads are like, oh, I can't wait to get home and tell my wife. All of everybody who's young and is not a dad is like, oh my god. And then if you're a mom, you're rolling your eyes because, man, I thought I got this from my husband enough. Here I am getting it from this, like, freaking Yahoo over on the YouTubes. You know what I mean? So, land port to a build. You just add an expansion card, but if we get there. My deceased male relatives. Wow, Zeiston. Wow, that is, wow. Wow, that's really hurtful. That's really hurtful. Want to hear a dirty joke? Two white horse. Yeah, I've heard that one before. I've also heard like my other ones. My favorite ones are what are called non-jokes. I've really enjoyed telling those. Most of those are not appropriate. You know what I mean? But you want to hear a dirty joke one? It reminds me of the non-joke. So going from there. Excuse me, my Ryzen 5 would work with a 3070 or definitely So it will work. It depends on what, if you're playing at 1080p, you are going to see some bottlenecking. 4K and 1440p, it should be okay. You might even see some bottlenecking at 1440p, but you don't need to upgrade it, right? Like, I think it'd still be fine. Yeah, I know a lot of people know a lot of really good dirty jokes, but I know there's probably a lot of people who know a lot of jokes that aren't appropriate for YouTube. There we go. There's that. Man. Oh, there you go. Raven's on a roll. Yes, well, no, because this is an Intel only board. They don't have a Ryzen version of this board, so unfortunately, no. The new Ryzen CPUs will not work with this motherboard. Okay, so there we go. We've got that done now. We're gonna clip these back on. This is not. How is this supposed to? Oh, this is bent. Oh, that's bent a little. Well, that's unfortunate. This is like the little bottom part is a little bit loose. See how that goes. It's not staying on. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'll have to write NZXT and get a new. Feels like the little clip on the bottom of this one is broken. Okay, so there we go. We got that installed. Let's go ahead and one thing we can do now, because I know it works. So our motherboard is actually put together. One thing we can do now is we can put on our motherboard. We're gonna paint. We're gonna put different GPU paste on there. So we've got some of our Chromique, and we're going to put on our bracket for our AIO. Oh, there's our giant box of stuff for our GPU, and we need. Where is the extra stuff? There it is. Whoa, whoa! When you drop all the screws, no! Wow, you guys didn't write Steven or any of those guys, did you? We just dropped all the screws. That was brutal. Wow, we lost a lot of screws down here. There's a lot of screws. I'm still down here picking up screws. I'm okay. Everything's okay. Just getting screws. Lots of screws. Lots of screws down here. So many screws. Oh, got one more over here. There we go. I think I got them all. Okay. Oh, sorry, that sucked. Woo, screw with confidence. Yeah, my screws are loose. Okay. I'm gonna grab this bad boy right here. I'm gonna take this off. We're gonna have to get another one of those for now. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we're going to pop this on here. There we go. Just like that. Pop it down. Okay, and we're gonna grab our little pegs here for it. And we're gonna screw these in, and then our bracket's done, and we can put in our AIO. Go. It goes right here. And what we're doing right now is we're just getting our bracket mounted for our, so when we mount our cooler. So here's our last two parts right here. Music is low again, really? I thought it, well, I had it. I intentionally turned it low. Let me do this. Is that better? I turned it up a little bit. That looks good. Wow, we're at 58. We're getting close to the 90. I'm screwing with confidence. So Sync, all you got to do is if you join our Discord, we have a group of individuals who love to help people with just those kind of questions. This is an AMD. Did you hear about the monkeys who shared an Amazon account? They were Prime mates. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You'll get a link. There's a Discord right there. So we have amazing mods who know what you need and make sure that we can link those stuff. But that's one of the best ways to get the help. Okay, we're gonna put all this stuff back in here that we just dropped like a moron. Yep, you heard me say it. I called myself a moron, but we are going to quickly get this back. We're gonna get back on track. Post our little accident, but we're all good now. Okay. Now let's add some thermal paste to said build. Got our bracket on already. So we're gonna add our Cremique thermal paste on here real quick. We'll zoom in so you guys can get a little Bob Ross moment on here. Everybody likes the Bob Ross. Bob Rossing it up with our Cremique 2.0 thermal paste. There we go. And then here we go. We're gonna paint. Here we go. We're gonna paint it out. We're gonna make it even. Now the Z73 typically does come with thermal paste pre-applied. We are using one that we used in a previous build, so that is why I'm applying thermal paste. If you bought one of these new, you do not need to get thermal paste. But I always like to show people my thermal paste painting technique because it's so quality. I've literally been approached by Juilliard to start a thermal paste painting class because of the quality I get when spreading my thermal paste. I call this one Snow White in a Snowstorm. Last week's was Step Brothers in a Snowstorm. So I do a lot of snowstorms. There we go. And then we get a nice even spread. There we go. Thermal paste applied. Thermal paste applied. I have to get new paper towels pretty soon. Yeah, happy little snowstorm. There you go. Okay, so thermal paste is done. We're now finished with that too. Okay, so thermal paste is applied. Motherboard is basically ready to go into our case. So we're gonna put it over in our staging area and prepare it for the next phase, as we call it, the next phase. Okay, let's grab our big old case. We're gonna zoom back out and go to Cam Link. Thank you for spelling that out. Okay, so this is our H710 Elite case from NZXT. So big shout out to them for sponsoring this build and the case and all that stuff. This is the H710i. Means it's got some additional features like fan hubs, etc. All those kind of fun things. What we're doing right now is we're removing our kind of our extra stuff from in here. So little push button. I like there are things about this case that are just super nice in terms of pulling it apart and stuff like that. So, which is cool. This one should just pop off from the front, right? Yeah, it just pops up. There we go. It's always that. That's always the scariest part when you pull off the front. It feels like it should just pop and break, and then it does not. But it makes me feel like it will. There we go. And now everything is off and good to go. So there is our case. As you can see from there, we have it nice and empty. The H710 has LED strips on the top and on the back, so we get a little bit of white LED light from here in the back, which will look nice. We're gonna pull out our little extras. We got lots of cable channeling, which is gonna look good, but again, looking for a nice subtle look in terms of how this build's going to come together. And then in terms of, we're not going to be adding any additional fans. I'm going to pop the motherboard in real quick, and then we'll go from there. So that's the next step. And this does do, you could actually do a 360 on the top and a 360 on the front if you wanted to. I want to see what kind of clearance we have though. I don't remember off of the top of my head how much clearance we end up getting. Okay, time to drink some more ice and prepare. Oh, yeah, it should be a stealthy build, especially with all the black and everything. Okay, and I really like the way this build will look. The one thing that is going to be interesting is how the screws are for this one. It's got kind of a like they're covered. So you still have the peg here in the center, but you need something like like what I'm going to use, which is the iFixit to basically screw this in, because the screw holes are elevated. And so if you have like a thicker screwdriver, you're not going to be able to get it in here to put like these in, so to speak. So that is one word of warning when you're using this motherboard, is that if you don't have a thin screwdriver like this, you are going to have problems screwing in your motherboard components. Ooh, look at that. So there's all of our stuff here. So we have our NZXT additional thing there, which shouldn't be a big deal. That's gonna definitely work for that. There's a, oh hey, look, they gave us some of those famous tweezers from The Verge. It's very kind of them. These things are like gold here at Robotech, you know what I'm saying? Like gold, baby, like gold. How are we doing on lights? The CPU is a 10900K. Those are not what I need. Yeah, pluck the brows with the tweezers. This might be it. I'm just gonna get all this screwed up. $430, Fernando. What's going on? Fernando's got to get those numbers up. Okay, that's fan screws. Okay, so everything. So all I need is the hex screws, which are right here. Those are for our PSU. We'll get to, but this is what I need for the motherboard. 435s. Come on, guys, you can do it. Yeah, we are giving this PC away. The giveaway information will be for this next week. So these are always, like, we do a PC giveaway every month. Screwing that first one down, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Like I said, you got to have. This is where like an iFixit comes in handy, given the height of this motherboard from the screw holes, because the shielding makes it really hard to get at the screws. What the heck happened there? There we go. This is weird. 453. Fernando's on top of it. And remember, guys, if we get to 600 likes, we'll give away 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate, which is a great value. Okay, another screw in. This is going to look really good in here, I'm just going to say. This is going to look very... I really like the way this board looks already. It's going to have a nice, clean look to it. There we go. Yeah, it looks very clean. There we go. Right here. I have to put this back a little bit so you can see a little bit more. There we go. One more to do. One more screw. One right here. Oh, come on, baby. There we go. Okay, screws are all in. I'm curious. I don't know if I'm gonna, I don't think there's gonna be enough height. I'm actually almost fairly certain. I wonder if I could, I think if this allows, like you can actually put the radiator on top and then the fans underneath, I think is what this allows to do. So I'm gonna do that. Our radiator will go on top. And then our fans will go underneath, and then we'll be able to have that top mounted, which I enjoy top mounted AIOs more than I even want front mounted. So we shall do that. And then we already have our fans installed. So that'll be fun. Fun adventure, guys. We're going to do a fun adventure. Who's ready for a fun adventure? Put these right here. This is our Kraken. Thing goes right there. Okay, this is all for case. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to undo. Okay, we're not going to use that screwdriver because it's not big enough. We're going to use the big boy. Okay. We're going to undo that. And undo this. There you go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take this out. Oh, is there more screws? Oh, there. Down below. And there we go. Okay. So now we've got those screws undone. And we're just going to take this out. Ugh. Get this out of the side like this. And then, now this is like this. I'm going to grab our radiator. Cables for radiator. There we go. Fans. The radiator. There we go. You don't need this because this is actually not needed. We're going to grab these. There's our fans. Okay. That is good to go. Kraken. Kraken! It's the Kraken! Release the Kraken! There we go. Ow. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're actually going to, that's the top, so this is going to go like this, and this is going to sit through like this, like that. Oh, come on, baby. There you go. So that's going to sit through like that. That's going to go like this, and then this is going to go here, like this. So there is our bracket and everything ready to go. Okay, and these are gonna go like that, like a bunch of awesomeness. And then I do need this again. And we need our long screws to get this done. I want to make sure this is super straight. We want this to sit super straight on here. We're just going to take a little bit of time to make sure that this is crazy straight. There we go. I want to make sure this looks good for whoever wins it. There we go. I want to make sure that's going to go like that. Oop, wait a minute. Nope, nope. That's going to go like that. I have these fans on backwards. Okay. I almost did backwards fans, guys. I noticed, I was like, wait a minute, something's wrong. But I discovered it. Almost made the mistake that I used to way back in the day. Who remembers backwards fans, guys? Who remembers backwards fans from way back in the day? Yeah, good call. The PC will be up for a giveaway, yes, next week. This PC. With a 3080, and we'll also be giving away a Xbox Series X, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 along with it as well. So yeah. Yeah, people remember. 542, okay, we're getting there. There we go. And boom, okay. So now, put our other ones, make sure our other ones are in and nicely, and then we'll put in the other fan things. I'm the CEO of giveaways, huh? And do not forget, because we have 1,560 people, we are, for subscribers on Twitch, so if you're over on YouTube, for subscribers on Twitch, if we get, we're giving you at least away one 3070 at the end of the month. This is for subs on Twitch. If you are over on YouTube, you can head over to twitch.tv/Robitech and use your free Amazon Prime sub to get in on that entry. So yeah, it's worth going in there, and you could potentially walk away with the 3070. We had Jerfaz, who actually got the 3080 from last month. And then in November, we have two things. One, we have our mod and our tech specialist. We're going to be doing the first 2 Thursdays in November. We're going to be doing a special stream where all donations and bits that are given during those are going to go to them, so they can have a very merry holiday season. And then we are going to be. The second thing is we'll also be giving away another 3080. So 2 things going on there. Man, that news about MSI, man. Scalping their cards. Not a good thing. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a good November. But anyway, I want to remind people, you guys should get in on those subscriptions so you can potentially win a 3070. Being a subscriber on my show, not only do you also get extra entries to all of our giveaways. So it's worth being a subscriber. So that is definitely something that's worth going. So if you'd love to, it supports me, and you love the show, then go and do a subscription. And on YouTube, I'd love you just to hit subscribe, just to follow. But if you want to help do support financially, head over to twitch.tv and drop that support there. Hey, I love your videos. Keep up the good work. I'm built my own PC. My birthday soon, so hopefully I can get water cooling kit. Nice. Yeah, I will say the Thermaltake one, the starter one, the $3.99 one. I know a lot of people hate on Thermaltake, but that little starter kit's pretty cool, actually. I've actually used it. My first water cool kit was something similar to that, the EK one. So if you're wanting to water cool, not a bad way to start. And it has everything you need to do it to do a nice little closed loop. If you can buy Newegg in India, then yes, the giveaway is available in India. Not the PC giveaway. PC giveaway will not be in India. It's only US. Sorry, guys. Yeah, a lot of people want to do that. Thank you, Rapster360, for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. 64, we're getting closer to that. We haven't even hype trained yet, guys. We're getting closer to that 90. Can we get to that 90? I want to see that 90 so we can be ready for that $150 gift card. I'm throwing out a challenge. Guys. We'll throw in, if we can get to 90 subs in the next 15 minutes, I will give away a year of Game Pass Ultimate. All you have to do is we have to get so I'll give away a year of Game Pass. If we can get to 90 subs in the next, so all we got to do is people just got to jump in there. We'll give away a year of Game Pass Ultimate just for fun. If we can get to 90 subs in the next 15 minutes, that means that's just a drop of a ton. Like, people want to drop a bunch. Okay, there we go. So that's out of the way. Don't drop. Take a hot. Okay, there we go. Let's get our case in here. And how are we doing on likes? Okay. So I will say, I like